The fleeting past resembles a cinematic montage, evoking a profound sense of the paradox of life, both interminably long and astonishingly brief. Despite the unwavering efforts of her family, they remain unable to heal her. Had it not been for her sharp intellect, she might have lost even her last vestige of worth. From a tender age, she found herself ensnared within her clan, diligently acquiring the skills befitting an heir, never daring to slacken her efforts. Fortunately, she fulfilled her mission with distinction, and under her stewardship, the family ascended to prominence, becoming the foremost clan within a mere decade. Yet, the fate of prodigies is often fraught with peril. Throughout the years, she meticulously orchestrated every detail, yet ultimately drained the last vestiges of her vitality. Regret eludes her. Wielding immense power, she inspired fear in others, while the trivial complaints of the young were reserved for those fortunate enough to languish in idleness. There remains a singular lament, a yearning to experience the sensation of running freely in the wilderness and waking naturally from slumber. These years have been exceedingly burdensome. Now, as she approaches eternal rest, one wonders if this signifies a slight alleviation of her regrets. The tranquility is short-lived, as a cacophony of disputes erupts, igniting an intense fury within the notorious and ruthless Wenjin. How dare these individuals, having scarcely grasped the mantle of the leading clan, exhibit such disregard and arrogance? What are her 12 shadow guards doing? Those who dare to overstep their bounds must certainly face the family's wrath. Yet, her eyelids remain stubbornly closed, though her hearing remains intact. This audacious wretch dares to court death. Does she intend to sever the ancestral legacy of the Wen family? Cease your clamor at once. This is a hospital. Should your disturbance persist, we shall be compelled to notify the authorities. Pray, what impertinence is this? We are merely disciplining our kin. Your interference is unwelcome. The nurse, clad in white, regarded the assembled throng with apprehension. A wave of pity washed over her as she gazed upon the young girl recumbent in the bed. Though tempted to withdraw from the scene, lest she become an unintended casualty in their dispute, she could not bear to abandon the patient to their mercies. Make haste and stand aside. A mere slip of a girl, undeserving of such opulent accommodations, squandering the wealth of the venerable Wen lineage. Curse that miserly old patriarch who harbored such deep suspicions of us, bequeathing his entire estate to a jinx and stipulating that should she perish, all assets be donated. How could you permit her to contemplate self-destruction? Alas, the fortune of the Wen family. A worthless daughter aspiring to inherit? Such notions are unheard of in our village. Amidst the ensuing murmur, a resonant voice cut through the air. Who are you, and what is the purpose of your intrusion? This is a private chamber, and your unauthorized presence may incur legal repercussions. The cacophony of shrill voices momentarily subsided, only to erupt with renewed vehemence. Ah, the viper reveals her true nature. Just like her mother, a siren seducing men to usurp the Wen family's patrimony and bestow it upon outsiders. You shameless wretch, you've arrived just in time. I'll call the police to arrest you. This wretched girl is merely 16. You are corrupting a minor. Prepare yourself for imprisonment. When Jean could no longer endure the tirade, summoning all her strength, she finally pried her eyes open. Before her stood a group of women, their figures distorted and clad in ill-fitting garments, their faces bearing an unmistakable malevolence. Though she had never delved into the study of physiognomy, her rudimentary knowledge allowed her to discern that these women were far from virtuous. Amidst them stood a man, sharply dressed in a suit that, while appearing immaculate, nonetheless seemed ill-fitted, a mere product of the assembly line, lacking any true value. How dare you? The coarse, gravelly voice, devoid of authority, broke through the fervor of the women, finally capturing their attention. Yet what she believed to be an imposing declaration was, to their eyes, nothing more than the feeble mewl of a kitten, utterly incapable of instilling fear. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Jean's head. She had no time to comprehend the situation. All she knew was that she felt utterly detached from herself before succumbing once more to unconsciousness. The nurse could no longer restrain herself, shouting in fury, "Get out at once." She swiftly rushed to the bedside to summon the doctor. The women appeared startled, though not out of fear of accountability rather. They were genuinely terrified that when Jean might die, for should that occur, the fortunes of the Wen family would irrevocably change hands. When Jean awoke once more, 2 days later.
Fortunately, she was safe at last.
Observing her surroundings, she realized that the hospital room was distinctly different. She must have been moved to another place. As she shifted slightly, a caregiver, adorned with the embroidered title caregiver, rushed over. "Little girl, you have finally awakened. I will call Lawyer Chin immediately." Once the commotion subsided, when Jean began to comprehend the circumstances she found herself in. She was no longer Wen Jean, but rather Wen Xiaodao. Fortunately, the formidable reputation of the elder one from his youth still lingered, with many asserting that he exuded an aura that was not easily trifled with. It was evident that he had engaged in numerous nefarious deeds over the decades, which had instilled a sense of trepidation in others. However, when Xiao Dao's mother had passed away when she was merely 5 or 6 years old, it was only a girl like her who remained oblivious to the truth of her mother's demise. It was not from illness, but rather a result of poisoning. From Wen Xiao Dao's recollections, her mother's madness was clearly a consequence of toxin exposure, and her eventual death was due to the effects of the poison. Wen Jean dared not boast of her knowledge in other matters, but when it came to poison, she was undeniably an expert. Even now, within the body of Wen Xiaodao, there lingered traces of toxins, albeit not deeply rooted. It appeared that the poisoning had begun in the womb. In this light, her plight mirrored that of her own. A month prior, the elder one had passed away, and the villagers had failed to perceive the suppressed bloodthirstiness that surrounded him. Yet, when Jean could discern it, the elder Wen's years of absence had been fraught with complexity. Indeed, following the elder Wen's death, the nefarious elements of Wenjia village had begun to surface, eager to claim the family legacy. Yet, they could not have fathomed the extent of their miscalculations. The legacy left behind by Old Man Wen encompasses far more than merely the possessions within the village. It includes vast swathes of land ownership. Moreover, a district earmarked for development by the city has been largely designated, with 2/3 of it belonging to Old Man Wen. The proceeds from the demolition will amount to billions, a sum that stirs the hearts of many. The orphaned girl has not been directly devoured by the greed of others, as the will stipulates that upon her demise, all wealth shall vanish into thin air. Furthermore, Wen Xiaodao's hospitalization is not a matter of suicide, rather, it is the result of those envious peers who, blinded by jealousy, cruelly seized her by the throat and kicked her into the pond for their amusement. This explains her hoarse voice, while the parents of those malicious perpetrators collectively assert that she took her own life. Yet, perhaps this is for the best, as it spares me the burden of feeling excessively ruthless when I take action. Chapter 88. A woman not to be provoked. Upon arriving at the North China Vocational and Technical College, the most exhilarated among them was Lin Lin. "There are so many people here. How wonderful it would be if I could establish a martial arts school in this bustling place. I would undoubtedly prosper immensely." Mu Yu, feeling a surge of displeasure, interjected, "Today is my domain. Are you attempting to steal the spotlight?" She swiftly grasped Lin Lin by the neck, asserting, "This is my territory. Have you paid homage to the harbor? What is yours is inherently mine. We are sisters, yet you are so calculative." In their circle of 4 beautiful friends, pride was of little value. As the sole gentleman among them, Qin Xiong dutifully bore Mu Yu's luggage. Today marked the registration day, and the campus was teeming with people. Indeed, there are quite a number of individuals here. Of course, Hebei Province is a renowned educational hub. Although this is merely a vocational technical college, it is affiliated with numerous brother institutions. Mu Yu's expression radiated pride. One might mistakenly believe she had been admitted to a prestigious university, such as Peking University. The atmosphere captivated the attention of many passers-by, drawing their gazes towards the group. having been scrutinized countless times, when Xiao Dao and her friends were unfazed. However, soon enough, these onlookers would come to regret their hasty judgments. They were undeniably beauties, yet they were also beauties armed with thorns.
Boss.
I shall go inquire about the automotive maintenance program's location. With Qin Xiong dashing about, when Xiao Dao and her three companions stood refreshingly beneath a grand tree, awaiting the moment. Ladies, what is your field of study? Shall we exchange WeChat? We could enjoy each other's company in the future. When Xiao Dao and Lu Yumei, in perfect synchrony, turned away, wishing to ignore the advances of the suitor, who found himself at a loss for words.
Indeed.
Lin Lin's discerning voice soon pierced the air. Who among you is so idle and affluent as to pay for their children to come here to make friends? Those who do not take their studies seriously should refrain from presenting themselves before us. Observing Lin Lin's blunt demeanor, some were inclined to step forward in defense, questioning the merit of beauty. After all, were they not attending the same institution? Who could truly look down upon another? However, they were swiftly restrained by those who recognized the quartet. Do not approach. These four women are not to be trifled with. The hesitant individual inquired, who are they? These four women were once our schoolmates, known as the Four Beauties of Tianya. They are not ill-natured, merely their standards of conduct differ. If you leave them be, there will be no trouble. However, should you provoke them, the consequences will be dire. They are formidable fighters, sharp-tongued, and come from affluent backgrounds. So it is wise to avoid crossing paths with them. The individual who was pulled in seemed utterly perplexed, his expression one of confusion. The speaker couldn't help but think how incredibly foolish those outsiders were. Thus, he decided to speak plainly, no matter what schemes or tricks may be at play, whether it be white lotuses, green tea, or the likes of male vixens before them, all shall be laid bare. Should anyone dare to cause mischief in their presence, they will swiftly learn what it truly means to stir trouble. If this person still failed to comprehend, he felt a strong urge to distance himself from such fools to avoid being entangled in their nonsense. Is it real? It's fake. Go ahead and try to cause trouble. Those who wished to engage in a debate instinctively took several steps back, jokingly, as they were there to study, not to champion a cause. Meanwhile, the one attempting to strike up a conversation wore a crestfallen expression. His face flushed with embarrassment and anger as he glared at Lin Lin. With so many witnesses present, being rejected was quite the blow to his pride. Are you certain you wish to speak to me in such a manner? Do you have any idea who I am? Observing the lustful glint in his eyes, Lin Lin felt an urge to retaliate. Her unyielding demeanor only deepened the man's discontent. Never had a woman dared to address him in such a way. Found you, Qin Xiong thought, discreetly revealing the shape of her weapon at her waist as she stood before the imposing figure of Lin Lin. Boss, let us depart. This scene was evidently witnessed by numerous onlookers. Those who had previously intended to confront the situation were now left pale with fear. The man had an air of intimidation about him. Silence. Upon turning, when Xiao Dao caught sight of the man who had considered taking action, the moment he laid eyes on Qin Xiong, a flicker of terror crossed his visage. He promptly shook his head. With such a feeble disposition, it was no surprise. Once the few had departed, a throng of spectators quickly dispersed, as if the four uniquely styled women were an unmentionable taboo. After registering, Muyu discovered she was the standout of their major, rendering her expression somewhat difficult to articulate. Alas, in order to inherit the family business, I truly bear an excessive burden. Well, take your time to ponder. We shall take our leave. With the earlier intimidation, I trust no foolish individuals will dare to provoke you again. Should there be any, do not hesitate to retaliate. Once when Xiao Dao had imparted his words, Lu Yumei stepped forward to pat Muyu's shoulder, encouraging her, study diligently and strive for excellence. Lin Lin, holding back for a while, finally interjected, when seeking a son-in-law, ensure he possesses good looks. If he is too unattractive, I might find it difficult to look at you in the future. This truly made Wen Xiaodao suspicious. It seemed as though this person had implanted a tracking device beside her. Otherwise, how could they always appear at such opportune moments? Perhaps aware of their unpopularity. Ming had learned his lesson this time, opting not to come in person, leaving Wen Xiaodao with no opportunity to vent her frustrations. The documents within the folder were a mix of authenticity and fabrication. Had she not been directly involved, she might have believed that the documents were indeed genuine. Miss Wen, please familiarize yourself with these materials. In a few days, someone will come to see you. At that time, you may act according to the situation. All right, I understand. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Once the person had departed, Wen Xiaodao picked up one of the documents and handed it to Qin Xiong. In a few days, you will accompany me on an official assignment. Take a look at these materials as well. Chapter 89. The Skilled Performer After Reviewing the Documents. Qin Xiong let out a sigh of relief, initially fearing some arduous task. It turned out he would merely be acting as a bodyguard, with the sole stipulation of not revealing the boss's true identity. This was a scenario he was quite familiar with, as long as he understood that the boss was not a malevolent individual. The most delightful news for a worker is likely to hear about promotions and salary increases from their employer. Upon hearing about the assignment, which promised double the pay, Qin Xiong's eyes sparkled with joy, unable to contain his excitement. I love official assignments. Very well, boss. I shall proceed immediately. After Qin Xiong departed, Wen Xiaodao promptly retrieved his collection of toxic flowers, poisonous herbs, and venomous mushrooms. The outside world was fraught with peril. Thus it was prudent to equip himself with various means of protection and antidotes. The proprietor, manager Hu, mentioned that due to Wen's substantial purchases, he had graciously received several pieces of dried tangerine peel as a bonus. Previously, Qin Xiong might have deemed manager Hu as miserly, but upon discovering the worth of those tangerine peels, such sentiments were no longer utterable. He had once added one to his chicken soup, and the flavor was so exquisite that he nearly wished to devour his own tongue in delight. Understood, he acknowledged. This excursion may involve danger, so do ensure you prepare ample equipment. I have submitted the application and am now at the final stage. I anticipate receiving the items by tomorrow. Familiarize yourself with these concealed weapons. They will prove useful in due course. Qin Xiong had always recognized the proprietor's exceptional skills, yet witnessing the homemade concealed weapons left him astounded. If not for the proprietor's physical prowess being somewhat lacking, he would have felt quite uneasy about his own lucrative salary. In the ensuing days, the two individuals diligently prepared for what lay ahead. Wen Xiaodao concocted an array of defensive poisons, accompanied by an ample supply of antidotes. In essence, she ensured that when the time came to strike, she would be well equipped. Conversely, should she fall victim to an unforeseen ambush, she would still possess the means for her defense. Meanwhile, Qin Xiong gradually became adept with the various concealed weapons provided by Wen Xiaodao. It seemed that men possess an innate affinity for such cold weaponry and hidden arms, and he found himself rather enamored with them. As 5 days elapsed, several visitors arrived, with the foremost man exuding an air of professionalism that surpassed even that of Qin Fan. Good day. May I inquire if I am speaking with Miss Wen? Wen Xiaodao instantly donned the expression of a timid little rabbit. That would be me. May I ask who you are? Greetings, Miss Wen. I am Lian Ji from the Benquan law firm in Kyoto. May I come in? In response to the elite lawyer's inquiry, Wen Xiaodao exhibited a blend of 3 parts perplexity, 3 parts concern, and 4 parts trepidation. After a brief internal struggle, she fully opened the door. Please come in. Lian Ji surveyed the meticulously arranged room, which distinctly bore a soft and adorable aesthetic. A trace of gravity flickered in his gaze. However, as an attorney, such matters were evidently beyond his purview. Might I ask what brings you here, Mr. Lian? I trust one have not engaged in any wrongdoing? Wen Xiaodao was acutely aware that, until she garnered further information, it was imperative to adopt a demeanor devoid of any aggression, thereby alleviating the guard of her visitor. In Lian Ji's mind, the memories of Wen Xiaodao's past surfaced. She had been inseparable from her grandfather, Wen Zhong, since childhood. In a bid to evade enemies, she had lived in obscurity, deliberately cultivating a humble and unassuming demeanor. Fortunately, fate had been kind to her. She had several affluent friends who alleviated her financial worries. Currently, she worked as an executive assistant in a company. Had he not intervened, Wen Xiaodao's life could indeed be deemed satisfactory. With her striking appearance and the support of her friends, finding a suitable partner in the future would not pose a challenge. However, his arrival was evidently destined to disrupt the tranquil existence of this somewhat meek young woman. He presented her with a DNA test report concerning Miss Wen. As she opened it with a look of confusion, her eyes fell upon the words indicating a familial relationship, leaving her momentarily stunned.
Then,
A flicker of joy illuminated her face. Could it be that she had relatives in this world? One could hardly tell if Wen Xiaodao's resemblance was so striking that it evoked a twinge of compassion in Lian Ji's heart upon witnessing the emotions of an orphan discovering the existence of family. Indeed, Miss Wen, I implore you to remain calm as I share the subsequent information. With that, Lian Ji proceeded to reveal the true identity of Wen Xiaodao, who was originally named Huandu Ling, a young lady from the Huandu family over a decade ago. Upon hearing such a tale once more, Wen Xiaodao exhibited the same astonishment as if it were her first encounter with it. Her expression of disbelief left Lian Ji without a shred of doubt. How could it be? How could it be? My grandfather is not my grandfather. In an instant, tears welled up in Wen Xiaodao's eyes. As she had not anticipated that upon discovering her familial ties, she would also learn that her relatives had long perished years ago. The anguish she felt was utterly genuine and profound. Observing Wen Xiaodao in tears, Lian Ji silently offered her a tissue. Thank you. I apologize for causing you discomfort. Lawyer Lian, it is of no consequence. I completely understand. Soon enough, Wen Xiaodao managed to compose herself, her eyes and nose still tinged with red, evoking a sense of shared sorrow in those who beheld her. I wonder what brings you here today, Lawyer Lian? She hesitated before adding, I feel somewhat apprehensive. May I request that a friend accompany me? Had Wen Xiaodao made such a request from the outset, Lian Ji would have consented, albeit without any inclination of pity. However, now he felt an undeniable concern for her safety should she embark alone. Of course, Miss Wen. Do you have someone particular in mind? If not, I can introduce you to several trustworthy individuals for your consideration. Chapter 90. Time never defeats a beauty. Wen Xiaodao nodded eagerly, a hint of bashfulness gracing her demeanor as she softly remarked, Yes, Mr. Qin's brother used to work as a bodyguard. I would like to invite him to accompany me. Mentioning Qin Fan, Lian Ji was also aware of him. This individual was once the subject of envy and admiration among those studying law. Being the esteemed disciple of the cold dean at the law school was not merely a title, it concealed a myriad of unseen connections. However, it was unexpected that such a promising individual would directly venture into the business realm and seemingly thrive. Previously, Lian Ji discovered that Miss Wen was indeed employed under Qin Fan, and he had assumed it was merely a coincidence of names. It turned out they were one and the same. Lian Ji held a favorable opinion of Qin Fan, at the very least. He was not embroiled in any scandalous affairs and was quite dependable. When Wen Xiaodao suggested bringing along Qin Fan's brother, Lian Ji had no objections. Since Miss Wen had a candidate in mind, he would proceed to submit the necessary information, ensuring that the credentials would be processed by the day after tomorrow. At that point, we would provide the relevant documentation, and when you visit the Duchess of Carlisle, there will be no issues whatsoever. All right, I understand. Thank you, Lawyer Lian. After Lian Ji departed, Wen Xiaodao realized that this business trip would actually require international travel. Suddenly, he felt that the price he had previously negotiated was rather low. While raising the price at the last minute might appear unethical to others, for Wen Xiaodao, morality was utterly irrelevant. He promptly made a call to Siming. You didn't mention earlier that this was an overseas trip. Additional fees are required for such travels. Siming, do missions really depend on the distance? This is the first I've heard of such a notion. However, upon realizing it was Wen Xiaodao on the other end, he sensed that the request for a price increase was quite typical of him. Just as he was about to inquire about his demands, he recalled Wen Xiaodao's arrogant demeanor during their previous negotiations, which suggested that the price hike was merely a courtesy.
Boss.
My brother has classmates in Y Continent who have already appraised the value of the 4 ancient castles you mentioned. The 2 most expensive ones are the ones near the seaside and the central district, each valued at over 1 billion. However, the maintenance costs are significant. My brother's classmate recommends selling them. He can help us find buyers when the time comes. Although the items had yet to be acquired, Wen Xiaodao was already contemplating their potential. Qin Xiong saw nothing amiss in this. He simply idolized Wen Xiaodao. They would assess the situation later. If the maintenance costs outweighed the rental income, they would consider selling. 2 days later, Wen Xiaodao and Qin Xiong boarded a flight to Y Continent. each carrying 4 large suitcases, though it was Qin Xiong who was actually pushing them. The flight was to last over 10 hours, and of course, Wen Xiaodao would not allow herself to endure discomfort. Thus, she promptly reserved the finest seat, sleeping through the journey without a hint of distress. Upon arrival, the personnel from Bengquan law firm were already at the airport to greet her. Miss Wen, hello. I am Ding Wei, a staff member from our Waizhou office at Bengquan law firm, here to receive you. One cannot help but remark on the impeccable service. Indeed, it is no surprise that this firm is among the most lucrative, as the quality of service alone justifies the expense. When Xiaodao's bold persona swiftly retreated, making way for her more delicate side. Thank you so much. I appreciate your assistance. Having grown accustomed to her boss's fierce demeanor, Qin Xiong couldn't help but marvel at the sudden display of fragility. Truly, the boss is the boss, exuding talent in every facet. As Qin Xiong, the embodiment of charm and grace, emerged, a private vehicle journeyed for several hours until they finally arrived at an expansive and picturesque estate. When Xiaodao felt overwhelmed by the grandeur before her, the estate was immense. But what truly astonished her was the sight of a warning sign they had encountered half an hour prior. Private estate, no trespassing. This indicated that the drive from the entrance to the estate's gates had taken a full 30 minutes, suggesting that an entire mountain range had been enclosed within. This place is incredibly spacious. I never imagined that your aunt would reside in such a vast area. How enviable. As soon as the words "little knife sister" escaped Qin Xiong's lips, when Xiaodao felt a shiver run down her spine. Qin Xiong was now not merely a bodyguard but had assumed the role of a charming neighborly older brother. The driver in front, upon hearing Qin Xiong's words, was not surprised. In fact, anyone arriving here would not overlook the spaciousness of the place. The family of Duchess Carlisle holds a prestigious position in Y Continent, and this is merely one of their estates. You shall soon grow accustomed to it. When Xiaodao cast a pointed glance at Qin Xiong, evidently signaling him to temper his words, lest he provoke her to the point of losing her appetite. After entering the manor's grand gate, they drove for nearly 10 minutes before finally arriving at their destination. 7 or 8 uniformed servants hurried forward to assist, opening the car doors and retrieving the luggage. The scene was such that even the timid might feel overwhelmed. Well, in other places, one resides in mere rooms, but here, one enjoys the luxury of a private courtyard. Indeed, the treatment is exceptional. Upon entering, several young men and women were visible from behind, and a voice suddenly struck Wen Xiaodao as oddly familiar. Duchess, Miss Linger has arrived. The butler beside Duchess Carlisle received the news just as Wen Xiaodao entered and, waiting for her to approach, whispered the announcement. The Duchess immediately turned her gaze toward Wen Xiaodao, her silver hair meticulously arranged, adorned with exquisite gemstones that exuded opulence. It must be acknowledged that some women fear the passage of time primarily due to their dread of losing their beauty. Yet there are those who, even as their youthful visage fades, exude an undeniable aura that attests to the grace with which time has etched its marks upon them. In such cases, the signs of aging are not a source of embarrassment. Rather, they embody an unparalleled dignity. In this regard, Wen Xiaodao harbors a profound respect for this elderly lady. For many, the relentless march of time is akin to a butcher's knife, but for those who possess confidence and composure, it serves merely as a vessel for the distillation of essence. The Duchess of Carlisle epitomizes the truth that time does not conquer beauty. Chapter 91. A hand to lift, a foot to tread, are you Linge? Once, she herself hailed from a noble lineage. Even with her physical limitations, and despite the divergence of the historical timeline between the Daiyun dynasty and the current world, the inherent elegance of a scion of nobility captivated the seemingly delicate Wen Xiaodao from the very first glance, securing her place in the Duchess of Carlisle's esteem. Come here, dear child, let your auntie have a look at you. This auntie is indeed a genuine relative, not merely someone claiming the title. With poise, Wen Xiaodao approached, offering her respects to the Duchess before stepping closer. Indeed, you possess the grace befitting a lady of noble birth. Although you have been raised in the countryside, it appears that Wen Zhong has devoted himself earnestly to your upbringing. At this moment, one could indeed notice the redness around Wen Xiaodao's eyes, which were indeed tinged with crimson. She nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Grandfather has always treated me well. Though in my childhood, I did not fully comprehend why he forbade me from frolicking about like the other children in the village, insisting instead on my studies. I now understand that his intentions were rooted in benevolence." The Duchess Carlisle's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. For a woman like her, who had lost her husband and bore no children, to possess such wealth was a rarity. Should anyone perceive her as a soft-hearted old woman, they might indeed find themselves sold off, only to be left counting coins for others. What has transpired is now in the past. With the presence of your great aunt, all shall be well in the future. When Xiaodao nodded, with restrained emotion, "Come, allow me to introduce you. This is your sister, Qi Yangyang, formerly known as Huandu Xianger, the daughter of your third uncle. This is your brother, Ning Wan, the son of your younger uncle, previously named Huandu Jing. And here is your elder brother, Zhang Han, the son of your paternal uncle, also known as Huandu Yu. Today, it is truly remarkable that you are all able to meet here." A surge of excitement illuminated Wen Xiaodao's countenance, as if she had not anticipated the existence of so many relatives. Tears of joy streamed down her cheeks as she addressed them, "Brother, sister, brother." Yet, within the recesses of her mind, she thought, "How dare so many wretched creatures vie for what is mine? Let them come forth. If I do not trample you all into the ground, I shall not be called Wen Xiaodao." The trio across from her evidently lacked the acting prowess of Wen Xiaodao. The two brothers, while their expressions were not particularly joyful, at least did not exhibit excessive discord. In stark contrast, the woman named Qi Yangyang regarded Wen Xiaodao with a gaze that was considerably more distorted. Previously, Wen Xiaodao had sensed a certain familiarity in a voice, and the man seated beside her was none other than Jiang Xishao, the one who had initially berated her without any knowledge of the situation. Faced with Wen Xiaodao, a veritable paragon of performance, the three of them immediately found themselves at a disadvantage, their attempts to portray a heartfelt family reunion falling flat. Fortunately, they were not devoid of wit, and quickly sought opportunities to redeem themselves. "I never imagined we had such a beautiful younger sister. It has left me utterly astounded." "Indeed. I had always believed myself to be solitary, but to my astonishment, I discovered I had brothers and sisters. Truly, fate has been kind to me. Everyone is here to seize the inheritance, and engaging in a battle of wits is merely a routine affair. Those who genuinely believe in the sanctity of familial bonds must truly be lacking in discernment. Qi Yangyang, this delicate flower, is evidently no match for Wen Xiaodao and the other two, and she finds herself increasingly flustered. She never anticipated that the wretched person who had caused her such embarrassment, nearly costing her the support of the esteemed Jiang Xishao, would turn out to be her cousin. The sensation is akin to swallowing a fly. Utterly repulsive. Having already fallen behind, her indifference could very well lead to her premature exit. When she was informed that she was the last descendant of a Huan family, a considerable fortune awaited her. Jiang Xishao, who had been hastily retired, swiftly turned the tables. Furthermore, Madame Jiang explicitly informed her that the moment she acquires the inheritance from the Duchess of Carlisle, she would ascend to the status of Jiang Xishao's wife, thus becoming the future matriarch of the Jiang family. Regrettably, most of the skills she had previously acquired were merely those of a delicate flower. They sufficed for trivial matters, but left her ill-equipped for the fierce competition over inheritance. Madame Jiang, wishing to impart some wisdom, soon realized that time was insufficient. Ultimately, she had no choice but to push Jiang Xishao forward, while also bringing along her own niece. Now, Jiang Xishao, in the capacity of Qi Yangyang's fiancé, is certainly permitted to pay his respects to the Duchess of Carlisle, while that Miss Biao was promptly escorted by the servants to take her leave. In her flustered state, Qi Yangyang failed to notice the look in Jiang Xishao's eyes. Displeased with Wen Xiaodao, she unwittingly let slip some sour remarks. "Indeed, I never imagined that I had such a beautiful sister. If we were to step outside, I fear all those people would bow before my sister's charm, while I, as her elder sister, would merely serve as a mere backdrop." As these words escaped her lips, aside from Duchess Carlisle and Wen Xiaodao, the expressions of the others transformed drastically. Young Master Jiangxi, for perhaps the first time, found himself regarding a woman he once deemed splendid with a sense of utter disdain, as her remarks now seemed insufferably banal. Meanwhile, another young master, with a flicker of disbelief in his eyes, appeared unable to fathom how someone of such a caliber could dare to contend for an inheritance. It would not be surprising if the lady preferred to donate her fortune rather than entrust it to such a foolish individual who would likely squander it. Anna, the housekeeper who had served Duchess Carlyle for many years, found herself in a state of bewilderment, her mind seemingly in disarray. Having never married or borne children, her sole dedication was to her duties as a housekeeper, and she had encountered numerous ladies of high standing. Yet, Miss Xiong was the first to leave her at a loss for words. If one were to insist on a description, it might simply be that someone like her would perish before even making an appearance before them. When Xiaodao, however, appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at her siblings, her face flushed with bashfulness from their compliments. "You flatter me," she replied, "yet for young scions like us, regardless of our circumstances or appearances, grace and poise remain paramount. My grandfather ensured I learned many valuable lessons, such as how to elevate oneself while seemingly undermining others, all without inciting any objection, a skill embodied by someone like me." Chapter 92. Hidden Truths. When Xiaodao hastily dabbed her tears away and performed a courteous bow before gracefully retreating with the servants, her movements fluid and aesthetically pleasing. Once everyone had departed, Duchess Carlyle sighed, reflecting, "My family, the Huan family, was once a prominent lineage. Who would have thought we have dwindled to such a state? It is evident that the current descendants of the Huan family are not particularly satisfactory." Seeing the displeasure on the Duchess's face, Anna, the housekeeper, hurriedly attempted to placate her, saying, "The two young gentlemen have performed reasonably well. If Miss Ling possessed a stronger character, she would be quite suitable as an heir. As for Miss Xiong, perhaps her challenging upbringing has played a role, yet with your guidance, Duchess, she is bound to undergo a remarkable transformation. They are both good children." Duchess Carlyle, momentarily silenced, regarded the situation with indifference. In her eyes, the distinction between male and female was trivial. What mattered was the ability to shoulder responsibility, for that defined the best heir. Naturally, when Xiaodao could exhibit greater prowess, after all, she was the head of a prestigious family in her past life, and it was inconceivable that she could fail to meet the standards of an heir. However, she was acutely aware that those in power often harbor various conspiratorial theories. If one were to excel too conspicuously, it might invite unnecessary complications. A blend of excellence and a few flaws is precisely what these powerful figures seek in potential heirs. They prefer to serve as mentors, believing that only those they have personally trained can be deemed the best successors. When Xiaodao anticipated that in the days to come, this duchess would employ various methods to mentor them, the one who learns swiftly would ultimately emerge victorious. Today merely serves as a preliminary impression. The true spectacle lies ahead. Should anyone falter in this initial round, they would only face ruin in the subsequent challenges. Ah, the beloved ancient castle, the cherished jewels, she has arrived. The boss examined the premises and discovered that, apart from the 2 rooms we occupy, all other areas are equipped with surveillance cameras, cleverly concealed. Subsequently, Qin Xiong produced a peculiar small barrel. Upon opening it, the bamboo leaf-green snake, which had been confined for over a day, was finally liberated. Upon its release, the snake appeared lethargic, as if on the verge of death. When Xiaodao then retrieved a small, pea-sized red pill and placed it nearby, the previously listless bamboo leaf-green snake instantly surged forward, devouring the red pill in an impressive display of revival. This was not the end. Its small head bobbed as if urging Wen Xiaodao for another dose. "Hurry, another one." It seemed to plead, but that's enough. Consuming too much will overwhelm your petite frame. Now be good and find a place to settle down, staying within the confines of the room. Understood? Instantly, the bamboo leaf-green snake transformed into a sullen creature, appearing utterly deflated as it flopped onto the ground. Regrettably, neither Wen Xiaodao nor Qin Xiong had the inclination to indulge its antics any longer. Today marked the first day, and it was expected to be uneventful, allowing for a much-needed respite. However, the days to come may prove challenging. Should anyone insist on your involvement in their affairs, simply inform them that you are merely accompanying me, and for any other matters, your elder brother has instructed you not to interfere. Qin Xiong nodded in agreement. Although he had not personally experienced such matters, he understood well that the contest for inheritance was certainly no trivial affair. Moreover, what the Duchess of Carlisle had presented was not merely the assets of the Huan family, but also those of her own lineage. It was true that the Huan family had only a few heirs left. Yet that did not imply that the Duchess's family was devoid of members who would stand idly by as their property was handed over to outsiders. There were likely many underlying complexities that remained unknown to them, and exercising caution was undoubtedly the prudent course of action. Rest assured, boss, I will be vigilant and will not hinder your efforts. That evening, the atmosphere at the Duchess of Carlisle's estate was peaceful and serene. However, elsewhere, the mood was quite different. In another estate, a considerable gathering had assembled. Are we to simply watch as that wretched Carlisle excludes our quaint family from her affairs? What other choice do we have? She looks down upon every one of our children. Humph. In my opinion, she is a woman with a heart as cold as a serpent, deserving of her family's extinction. Now, these few young ones, I could crush them with the slightest effort. You have lost your mind. Are you unaware that that wretched Carlisle has preemptively established a will to thwart our intentions? Should her chosen heir meet an untimely demise, all the assets of the Cunta family will be devoured by the Shalia family, our sworn enemies. If they were to seize the Cunta family's holdings, they would surely seek our annihilation without delay. Thus, we not only refrain from taking action, but must also devise a means to protect those innocent children. The speaker, overwhelmed with frustration, could scarcely believe Carlisle's madness. In her fervent desire to deny them any avenue of escape, she has allied herself with their mortal adversaries. The blame rests with you all. You not only caused the death of Carlisle's husband, but also extinguished the life of her unborn child. Had it not been for these grievous actions, we would not find ourselves ensnared in such dire circumstances today. She harbors a deep-seated hatred for us all. Do you truly believe her motives are solely to bequeath her inheritance to her maternal kin? She is, in essence, slapping our faces. We are left with two grim choices: forever submit to her or her heir, or face our demise at the hands of the Shalias. She is determined to make our existence unbearable. Upon the utterance of these words, silence enveloped the room. They were acutely aware of the woman's sinister intentions, realizing that the only fault lay in their failure to act decisively in eliminating her when they had the chance. Chapter 93. The detestable rule the following day. As dawn broke, the voice of a servant echoed at the door. Miss Linger, have you risen? Wen Xiaodao. Although I had not yet risen, you summoned me nonetheless. I have now gotten up. Please hold on for a moment. After a brief grooming, Wen Xiaodao emerged, greeted by the servantess' standard smile, to which she reciprocated with a gentle and harmless grin. From this day forth, you are to adhere strictly to the estate's regulations. Here is the schedule. Please take a look. Starting tomorrow, you shall pay your respects to the Duchess. Wen Xiaodao was evidently aware of the customs of noble families. Yet she was taken aback to discover that, despite having married abroad for so many years, such traditions still persisted. After finally enjoying a few days of a leisurely existence, she sighed. Earning money was no easy feat. All right, I understand, she said. Upon perusing the schedule, Wen Xiaodao thought to herself that these regulations were even more numerous than those in the palace. Paying respects and adhering to outdated customs were trivial matters. The most absurd stipulation was the designated time for using the restroom. Was this truly reasonable? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to soothe herself. Considering the grandeur of the castle, the worth of 1 billion, and the multitude of jewels, I shall endure this. At the most, it will only be for 6 months. Finally, suppressing the urge to unleash her true self, Wen Xiaodao continued with a composed tone, I have finished reviewing the schedule, and I shall comply. The servant, noticing Wen Xiaodao's newfound familiarity, proceeded to bring forth breakfast. After Miss Linger had her meal, she was invited to the main building, for the Duchess had matters to discuss. After waiting for everyone to leave, and aware of the surveillance in the living room, Wen Xiaodao continued to maintain her soft persona. At that moment, Qin Xiong approached silently, as if gliding, making no sound whatsoever. He had been standing in the corner, seemingly unnoticed even by the servants. Upon meeting Wen Xiaodao's gaze, Qin Xiong immediately understood that this was not the time for conversation. After breakfast, Wen Xiaodao quietly said, Brother Qin Xiong, I shall head to my Grey Tant's place now. If you find yourself bored alone, feel free to explore. Qin Xiong nodded in acknowledgement. The boss had instructed him to ascertain the situation here. Once, when Xiao Dao departed, Qin Xiong changed into running attire and inquired with a servant if it was permissible to jog in the area. His background was well known. He was of impeccable character, having served as a bodyguard and now working as the head of security in his cousin's company. It was entirely reasonable for him to wish to keep fit. The estate staff did not impede him, directing him along a specific path before resuming their duties. Upon reaching the main building of Duchess Carlyle, when Xiao Dao found her other 3 siblings already present, she wondered for whom this competitive atmosphere was intended. Did they truly believe that arriving early would grant them greater opportunities? How naive. Tomorrow, she resolved to arrive even earlier than they did. Linger was also there. Did you rest well yesterday? Yes, quite well. Thank you for your concern, Great Aunt. Please sit down. Have you all reviewed your schedules? The 4 siblings responded in unison, we have. Indeed, you were not raised in the illustrious Huan family. Thus, there are certain deficiencies in your understanding of etiquette. In the forthcoming month, I shall ensure that you receive proper instruction in these manners. Although this may prove somewhat challenging for you, it is evident that all 4 of you recognize this as the first trial bestowed upon you by your esteemed aunt. To become the heirs, mastering these customs is indispensable. Each of you has expressed your commitment to learn diligently. The Duchess observes the 4 young individuals, their eagerness to learn filling her with satisfaction. Consequently, she instructed Butler Anna to distribute the newly assigned identities. Your previous names have now lost their significance. From this day forth, you must adapt to your new identities and names. Remember, the glory of the Huan family must be ingrained in your very essence. Yes, Aunt, they replied. There is no need for haste. Could we not wait for matters to solidify before attending to these formalities? Furthermore, the individuals at that law firm, what was it called? Ben Quan, truly remarkable. They accomplished in mere days what others could not resolve in half a year. Qi Yangyang, oh no. She should now be referred to as Huan Du Xiang'e, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. When Xiao Dao immediately discerned her genuine happiness. After all, Qi Yangyang was merely a humble girl from a poor family, while Huan Du Xiang'e is unequivocally a daughter of nobility, the sole heiress of the Huan family. Can their statuses truly be compared? With an air of exuberance, one embarks upon the pinnacle of life, seemingly achieving this milestone at the very moment of receiving a name. At this instant, the Duchess of Carlisle continues to observe the 4 individuals. The composure of Wen Xiaodao stands in stark contrast to the visible emotions of the other 3, clearly indicating that Wen Xiaodao possesses a superior grace. 10 days prior, Wen Xiaodao, much like the other 3, displayed signs of struggle, as if she were merely a novice. Heaven knows, at times she deliberately made mistakes, striving to go unnoticed, which proved to be an arduous endeavor, causing her to lose several pounds. Unfortunately, the customs here were antiquated and unforgiving. Observing this, Qin Xiong felt a pang of sympathy and could not resist secretly stashing away some fruits to discreetly offer when Xiao Dao to satiate her hunger. Huan Du Xiang'e endured an even harsher ordeal than when Xiao Dao over these 10 days. Her delicate demeanor, reminiscent of a fragile flower, seemed to bind her in a way that starkly contrasted with the poised, dignified, and elegant nature befitting a lady of a prestigious family. Chapter 94, Special Training, Second Update. Huan Du Xiang'e naturally exuded an aura of vulnerability, distinct from Wen Xiaodao's softness, which still held a semblance of strength. In contrast, Huan Du Xiang'e resembled a willow swaying in the breeze, habitually reliant on others. Transforming her into someone others could depend upon was a monumental challenge. Throughout these 10 days, when Xiaodao observed that Huan Du Xiang'e had not ceased weeping, prompting her to ponder whether the household servant responsible for her care had been a traitor. How could a fine young lady be reduced to the appearance of a gaunt horse from Yangzhou? Yet, each time Huan Du Xiang'e contemplated surrendering, she was met with a torrent of scolding from Jiang Xishao. If previously, Huan Du Xiang'e's frailty had evoked a protective instinct in Jiang Xishao, her current pitiful state left him utterly disillusioned. After when Xiaodao shed a few pounds and Huan Du Xiang'e appeared gravely ill, they officially embarked on their second 10-day training regimen. The previous 10 days had merely focused on their demeanor, while this phase aimed to impart essential skills that scions of noble families must master, such as equestrianism, archery, and golf. In the realm of sports, the boys naturally held an advantage. Although Huandu Jing and Huandu Yu bore the bruises of their falls, they had no trouble mastering the basics of horseback riding. When Xiaodao could employ cunning in other areas, but in sports, she found no room for deceit. After all, she had once been disabled. Following 2 consecutive falls, her legs were covered in bruises, yet she showed no sign of retreat, her eyes glinting with a thrilling desire for conquest. Conversely, after just 1 tumble, Huandu Xiang'e wailed for her parents, adamant about never mounting a horse again. Though the instructor had the authority to impose penalties, they lacked the power to compel Huandu Xiang'e to continue riding. Ultimately, they sought the Duchess's counsel, and after receiving her response, ceased to intervene. Despite being of the same gender and suffering similar mishaps, Wen Xiaodao's resilience earned her the instructor's admiration, who endeavored to assist her in successfully completing the tasks. While Huandu Jing and Huandu Yu had already begun practicing archery, Wen Xiaodao finally managed to command her horse, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of galloping. She once again expressed gratitude for her rebirth, which allowed her to experience such varied joys. While others merely learned the skills before moving on, Wen Xiaodao insisted on mastering each one. It was only when Huandu Jing and Huandu Yu had transitioned to other activities that Wen Xiaodao began her archery practice. Meanwhile, Huandu Xiang'e, observing the bloodied marks left on her fingers by the bowstring, once again wept and surrendered. Although Wen Xiaodao's performance in leg-related activities lagged slightly, her prowess in archery was unparalleled. She had always been accurate with her concealed weapons. After merely a few hours of adapting to the bow's tension, she consistently achieved perfect scores. She even attempted blindfolded shooting, still managing to hit the bullseye. The instructor was astounded, recognizing this young lady from the Huandu family as a veritable prodigy. Yet, there was a tinge of regret. Had she received proper training from a young age, she would undoubtedly have blossomed into an exceptional elite. Despite appearing to lag behind, Wen Xiaodao was acutely aware that as long as she completed all her projects within the stipulated time frame and achieved the highest scores, she would still emerge victorious. Golf presented little challenge for Wen Xiaodao, as her eyesight had been honed through unique methods. The only aspect requiring practice was the appropriate force, which could be perfected through persistent trial and error. When it came time to complete the final project, Wen Xiaodao matched the pace of Huandu Yu and Huandu Jing, indicating that she had decisively caught up with them in the latter tasks, achieving results that were nothing short of overwhelming. In the assessment of the second 10 days, despite her commendable performance, Wen Xiaodao bore the marks of her trials. Her body was a canvas of wounds. Anna, the housekeeper, who always adhered to the Duchess of Kirill's directives, could not help but speak on Wen Xiaodao's behalf. Miss Linger not only possesses remarkable talent, but also displays commendable composure, exhibiting neither haste nor anxiety. The Duchess of Carlisle could not help but nod in satisfaction. Although there were still some shortcomings, achieving such results was commendable. As for Miss Jenner, she appeared almost delicate and timid, especially when contrasted with Wen Xiaodao. Steward Anna refrained from disparaging her, instead remarking, "Miss Jenner may lack athletic prowess, yet there is no decree that a noblewoman must excel in both arts and martial skills. If she can become a well-read and discerning individual, that is also admirable." In the final 10 days of training, the instructors began to tailor specific lessons based on each individual's previous performance. For instance, Miss Jenner was instructed to develop her appreciation skills. If she possessed no other talents as a noblewoman, it was imperative for her to have discernment. The Duchess was generous, allowing for her collection of jewels, treasured paintings, and antiques to be made available for Jenner's education. Wen Xiaodao, on the other hand, focused on foundational knowledge in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting alongside wine tasting and even business courses. Both Huandu Jing and Huandu were similarly engaged in business studies and subjects of their interest. From the curriculum of these individuals, it became evident that Miss Jenner had been unequivocally excluded from the ranks of potential heirs. Perhaps she was indeed better suited to the role of a noblewoman destined for a strategic marriage. In the forthcoming courses, for Wen Xiaodao, they are remarkably simple. Even though she was once an heir with little time to engage in frivolous matters, the fundamentals of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting feel akin to reading a child's textbook. As for the business courses, they are even more effortless. Managing a family is no small feat, so how challenging could these lessons truly be? A month passes swiftly, or slowly, depending on one's perspective. For Wen Xiaodao, aside from the initial 10 days of feigning clumsiness, the rest of the time seems to fly by. However, for Huan Dusheng'er, this month feels like an eternity. Chapter 95, leisurely encounters when Xiaodao's skin, naturally fair and delicate, reddens at the slightest touch. After sustaining various injuries from falls, the marks on her body appear even more distressing. It is evident that these bruises will not fade without at least 10 days to 2 weeks. After their specialized training, Anna, the housekeeper, promptly delivered a medicinal bath specifically designed for skin care. Miss Linger, this medicinal bath was previously reserved for the court's esteemed ladies. I have prepared a generous amount for you, ensuring that after a few soaks, the bruises will surely diminish. In the meantime, you may rest or take a stroll. The driver has already been arranged. Furthermore, a designer will come to tailor exquisite gowns for you. In half a month, we will celebrate Princess Mia of Y Continent's birthday banquet, and your attendance is essential. Under the stimulation of the medicinal bath, the scars on her body throbbed painfully, and when Xiaodao could only grimace in pain. Yet, such minor discomfort was inconsequential. Soon, she would possess 2 ancient castles and a fortune in jewels. Perhaps the Duchess herself was aware that this past month had been exceptionally arduous for Wen Xiaodao and her companions, which is why they had been granted a measure of freedom in recent days. When permitted to venture outside the estate, Wen Xiaodao, accompanied by Qin Xiong, strolled about with an air of confidence. However, their jaunt was not merely for leisure. They were also to rendezvous with a contact from Ximing, providing updates on his whereabouts. To Wen Xiaodao's astonishment, the designated meeting place was a shop selling medicinal plasters made from dog skin. She felt that such an establishment was utterly incongruous with her own exquisite appearance. Old Ji, observing the enchanting figure before him, once again confirmed the secret signal. Prompting Wen Xiaodao to roll her eyes, it was hard to believe that anyone could decipher the code devised by their leader. Well, having ascertained that they were indeed allies, Old Ji could not help but internally critique the ninth master, who had sent such a delicate fairy on a mission, seemingly indifferent to her safety.
All right.
I must take my leave now. Oh, and do hand me a few of your dogskin plasters. If they prove effective, I shall purchase some next time. Old Ji. Upon hearing your words, if it proves ineffective, do you intend to disrupt my affairs? Yet, in the end, he immediately retrieved the 10 most potent ointments from his cabinet and handed them to Wen Xiaodao, stating, "These are particularly effective for contusions, lumbar strain, and shoulder aches. The effects are greatly enhanced with heat application." Upon receiving the ointments, Wen Xiaodao stepped outside, followed closely by Qin Xiong, who whispered, "I just noticed someone from the estate is watching us." "Understood. Let us wander about for a while. I refuse to believe they can uncover anything," she replied, placing the plaster in Qin Xiong's hands. Clearly, she harbored no fear of being discovered for purchasing the medicine, especially considering her recent fall had not gone unnoticed. Just as she intended to make a purchase, it was snatched away from her. "I'll take these shoes. Please wrap them up for me." As Qin Xiong was about to voice her thoughts, when Xiaodao halted her, having perceived a challenge in the gaze of a woman nearby. For individuals like her, Wen Xiaodao was never inclined to expend even a fraction of her energy. Calmly, she passed by the woman who believed herself victorious. Wasn't this statement a blatant insult towards a woman? Enraged, the woman commanded her bodyguards to teach Wen Xiaodao a lesson. Could anyone bully the owner of the establishment in this realm? In the present moment, without holding back, the woman's 3 or 4 bodyguards were easily incapacitated by Qin Xiong, rendered utterly unable to rise. A flicker of fear glimmered in the woman's eyes, and her gaze momentarily drifted towards the 9 o'clock direction. When Xiaodao followed her gaze and spotted a figure turning away, instantly finding the situation rather intriguing. It was her first visit to Y Continent, and she had never crossed anyone. Yet, she was now deliberately being provoked. Was this an attempt to test her limits? Or was there another motive? Regardless of the underlying reason, when Xiaodao understood that this individual was targeting her status as the Duchess of Huandongling, the Duchess departed, and surprisingly, our people failed to notice that the woman instigating trouble had someone backing her. Do you think this is credible?
Today,
The movements of those venturing outside were meticulously observed by Duchess Carlyle. Initially, when Xiaodao ventured into that seemingly dilapidated place, she harbored a hint of skepticism. However, upon witnessing Xiaodao procure a dubious plaster, her doubts dissipated. She recalled Xiaodao's upbringing in the countryside, where, in times of injury, the most trusted remedy was not the hospital, but rather those questionable plasters. Though her suspicions regarding Xiaodao had been quelled, the subconscious actions of still struck Carlyle as inappropriate. Now that she had ascended to the status of a noblewoman, certain outdated notions ought to be abandoned. It would be prudent to conduct an investigation. Even if Linga were mistaken, it would merely result in a slight expenditure of manpower and resources. However, should they uncover the truth, she would be keen to observe who would dare to challenge her authority. Clearly, Duchess Carlyle suspected that if there were indeed an unseen force at play, it was aimed at targeting Ling Huan's identity. Do you suspect the Quintus? Humph. Who else could it possibly be? Chapter 96. Clarity of heart after a brief respite of merely 3 days, during which half a day was devoted to measurements by the designer, when Xiaodao and her companions embarked on a new round of intensive training. Although the process was somewhat arduous, the transformation they underwent in comparison to their initial arrival at the manor was nothing short of remarkable, especially on the eve of Princess Mia's appearance. For Xiaodao, the changes were not as pronounced. It was merely the unveiling of qualities she had previously concealed. Without a doubt, she emerged as the most exceptional among them, her temperament and abilities far surpassing those of her peers. The least remarkable was Huan Duxiang'er. Yet even she had shed her previous insipid demeanor, presenting a more pleasing visage, albeit still retaining an air of fragility, devoid of the faint scent of tea that once lingered. Upon donning the specially tailored gown, Xiaodao's presence became even more pronounced, as if she were the rightful heir to the illustrious Huan Du clan. Even the discerning Duchess Carlyle could not help but nod in approval, recognizing in the child a naturally gifted potential. Huan Du Jing and Huan Diu, despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable, were acutely aware that while Xiaodao may surpass them in combat, in every other aspect, he exhibited an overwhelming dominance over them. As heirs, they were not required to engage in violence themselves. After all, what was the purpose of the bodyguards they had hired? They had no choice but to concede defeat. Huan Duxiang'er, though she appeared somewhat bewildered, possessed a keen understanding within her heart. Had Xiaodao merely been a slight notch above them, she might have felt envy and jealousy. However, when he became a potential pillar of support for her, she was more than willing to accept his dependence. After all, she was the elder sister, one of the 2 daughters of the Huan Du family, possessing both status and position. Ultimately, she was content with her circumstances. The identity of the future head of the family was of little consequence to her. The stronger, the better, for such strength would ensure her future security. Even if their relationship was strained, it mattered not, as long as she bore the surname Huan Du before departing for Princess Mia's birthday banquet. Duchess Carlyle summoned the group to the main building. You are going today merely to gain experience. There will be many such occasions in the future. Do not worry or seek to ingratiate yourselves with anyone. The only thing you must be cautious of is if individuals from the Kunta family attempt to engage you in conversation. There is no need to be cordial to them. They are merely ungrateful scions of the Kunta family. Likewise, do not concern yourselves with the Shalia family. It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. While conversing in public, remain vigilant and ensure that you do not provide others with any leverage against you. According to the established customs, although the husband of the Duchess of Carlisle has passed away, having inherited the entirety of the Quint family as assets, he ought to be referred to as the Duke of Carlisle of Quint. Today, the Duchess of Carlisle has specifically instructed them to be wary of the Quint family members, indicating that the relationship between the 2 parties has indeed soured. It is no wonder that this esteemed lady wishes to bequeath all her inheritance to the Huan Du clan. The 4 individuals were acutely aware of this situation and thus followed the designated person appointed by Butler Anna to Princess Mia's birthday banquet. This time, they chose not to bring anyone else along, Some matters must be addressed solely by themselves. Upon arrival, despite traversing a special passage, they found themselves waiting for nearly half an hour, underscoring the stringent security measures in place. As they entered, Huandu Xianger clung to Wen Xiaodao like a conjoined twin, causing Wen Xiaodao to suppress his irritation. He had never realized before how troublesome it was to be entangled with a delicate flower. Meanwhile, Huandu Yu and Huandu Jing were escorted to meet with the guests by those specially invited by the Duchess of Carlisle. On Wen Xiaodao's side, a graceful noblewoman approached to offer her assistance. Unable to endure Huandu Xiang any longer, Wen Xiaodao pushed her towards the lady, saying, "Madam, could I trouble you to look after my sister?" After speaking, she took her belongings and slipped away, leaving Huandu Xianger feeling aggrieved as she reluctantly accepted such an arrangement. Subsequently, she closely followed the noblewoman like a devoted shadow. Finally free from the bothersome presence, Wen Xiaodao found a secluded corner to sit down, lifting a glass of red wine to savor it slowly. It was indeed delightful. The quality of this banquet was evidently of a high standard. This gathering, held in honor of the princess, was not merely a birthday celebration but also a matchmaking event, attended by the elite scions of prestigious families, as well as members of allied royal households. "Why are you sitting here all alone?" Wen Xiaodao was taken aback that, despite her retreat to a corner, someone still noticed her. Upon looking up, her surprise deepened. It was indeed a familiar face. "Should I address you as Miss Wen or Miss Huandu?" Yan Qianya's presence did not astonish Wen Xiaodao. She later learned that he was not one to be trifled with, not merely due to his family's wealth, but because the Yan family's true power lay abroad, controlling several international shipping routes, making them a deity of fortune whom all sought to appease. "Do as you please. Are you here to seek a royal title?" When Wen Xiaodao first encountered Yan Qianya, she sensed his temperament. Now, it was evident that she was correct. Who among others would dare speak to him in such a manner? He immediately pulled a chair over to sit down, and to the uninformed, it might appear that Yan Qianya was making an overture, although the reality was quite similar. "Do I seem like someone who would aspire to be a royal consort? It is merely a matter of business dealings. One must show respect. Pray tell, what brings you here? When we meet next, shall I address you as the esteemed master of Huandu?" When Xiaodao took another sip of his wine, releasing a breath imbued with a delightful fruity aroma.
"Ah,
"You possess a way with words. Please share more," Yan Qianya replied. Were it not for the clarity in this girl's gaze, he might have believed Wen Xiaodao was speaking inebriated nonsense. "By the way, next month, there will be an auction featuring a millennium-old ginseng in a private sale. What do you think? Are you interested? Conditions. I thought we were friends. Do friends impose conditions upon one another? Chapter 97. The Enchantress. I speak sincerely. Nonsense. Could I possibly be speaking falsely? Yan Qianya suddenly understood that Wen Xiaodao wished to sever any ties with him, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. Outside, numerous individuals sought to associate with him, yet here stood someone oblivious to the kindness extended towards them. As for that little red snake, Wen Xiaodao still held a modicum of affection for it, and thus agreed to the arrangement. However, she added, "I can take care of it. But I will not abandon my little Qing. If the two snakes develop feelings for one another, I shall not be held accountable." With a laugh, Yan Qianya could no longer contain himself and sprayed the wine he had just sipped, fortunately avoiding drenching Wen Xiaodao. Otherwise, she would surely have been inclined to skin him alive. As Yan Qianya's face flushed, Wen Xiaodao passed him a bottle of water. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure, casting a gaze at Wen Xiaodao filled with skepticism. She appeared quite astute, adept at raising snakes. Yet how could she be so oblivious to their genders? Did she not realize that both her little Qing and his little Hong were female? They could only be sisters. Wen Xiaodao, though maintaining a facade of calmness, felt her heart racing like a tempest.
what?
My little Qing is actually female? I merely mentioned that casually and did not anticipate you would take it to heart. Truly, you possess not a shred of humor. Yan Qianya wore an expression that suggested he saw through her pretensions but chose to remain silent. When Xiaodao retorted, As long as I do not wish to shed my facade, no one can strip it away." In the end, Yan Qianya realized that Wen Xiaodao possessed an astonishingly thick skin, devoid of any sense of shame. "All right, you have won. Not far away, individuals were searching for Yan Qianya, and of course, some were also looking for Wen Xiaodao. However, it was evident that neither had the inclination to entertain anyone. Today marked an opportune moment for you to make your debut, yet here you are, hiding away? Yan Qianya had encountered numerous beauties, and he himself was a rare gem among men. Yet, there was something uniquely captivating about Wen Xiaodao. A fleeting glance revealed a beauty that enchanted, while a more scrutinizing look unveiled a bewitching allure that was almost otherworldly. Perhaps it was true that beauties tended to associate with other beauties. Even if Wen Xiaodao's charm sometimes appeared perilous, he would still prefer to gaze upon a beauty rather than linger with someone less fortunate in appearance. Today was the princess's birthday banquet, a gathering also intended for matchmaking, and it was clear that she was the centerpiece of attention. With my looks, I fear that my mere presence will overshadow everything else, leaving those entranced in my wake, wondering what to do with themselves, she mused. Furthermore, her own status was not to be dismissed. If these suitors were single-mindedly intent on marrying her, whom would she choose? To spare them the dilemma, it was wiser to remain in the shadows. In truth, the underlying reason was simply a sense of annoyance. She had finally escaped the life of wearing a mask, and now, as a mere temporary performer, there was no need for such dedication. Yan Qianya found himself at a loss for words in response to Wen Xiaodao's confidence, and he clasped his fists, declaring, "I am in awe. How rare and astonishing." As soon as the words left her lips, a delightful voice echoed, "Brother Qianya, so you are here." The sweetness of that voice sent chills down Wen Xiaodao's spine. It was overwhelmingly saccharine, even more nauseating than her own high-pitched tone. Yan Qianya, whose spirits had been quite elevated, felt his demeanor shift upon hearing the term Brother Qianya. The girl dashed over, and only then did Wen Xiaodao realize that beside her beloved Brother Qianya stood another woman. Although the woman's face remained obscured, the smooth expanse of her back suggested an exquisite figure, unmistakably the hallmark of beauty. Instantly, Wen Xiaodao's expression soured, her voice rising with a note of inquiry. "Who are you, and why are you with Brother Qianya?" Yet, she was mindful not to escalate matters, as such a display might undermine her capabilities and potentially disrupt the favorable circumstances. As Wen Xiaodao turned her gaze, she caught sight of the charming young girl, her expressions visibly shifting from fury to astonishment and back to ire. Yan Qianya's eyes grew serious. "Ruar, who taught you such manners? To shout in the presence of the princess at her banquet." Faced with Yan Qianya's harsh criticism, Shi Rua's eyes instantly reddened, followed by a fierce glare directed at Wen Xiaodao, as if she were a siren intent on disrupting the affections of others. Of course, had Wen Xiaodao possessed a less attractive appearance, Shi Rua might not have entertained such thoughts, for the latter was undeniably stunning. "Brother Qianya, please do not scold me. This is the daughter of my uncle. Her father sacrificed his life to save my own. She is akin to my sister. She does not understand, and for that, I apologize to you." However, Wen Xiaodao simply waved her hand, clearly disinterested in Yan Qianya's admonitions, and slowly strolled to Shi Rua's side. Her graceful movements instantly caused Yan Qianya a throbbing headache. He sensed that trouble was afoot. Sure enough, Wen Xiaodao deliberately lowered her voice, laced with a languid and seductive tone. "Little sister, pursuing a man is not done in such a manner. The more you chase, the faster he will flee. If I were you, I would not fixate on one man. There are countless men in the world. Why hang oneself on a single tree?" Yan Qianya interjected. "Wen Xiaodao, do you dare to lead Ro astray? Do you believe I won't expose your true nature?" Having said that, he patted Shi Rua's shoulder, adopting an expression that seemed to perceive the world's capriciousness. If Shi Rua remained oblivious to her misunderstanding, she would truly be a fool. The enchanting woman who had just spoken bore no signs of mutual affection with Brother Qianya. Feeling a pang of grievance, she responded, "I am sorry, Brother Qianya. It was not my intention." Chapter 98. The Law of Mishaps at Banquets. Although Shi Rua appeared youthful, she was indeed 19 years of age, slightly older than Wen Xiaodao. Yet she was addressed as sister by him, maintaining an air of innocence. Yan Qianya sighed softly before advising her to seek her mother without lingering aimlessly. He added, "The Yan family will not unite with the Shi family. There is no need for you to seek my favor through their words. As long as I remain the head of the Yan family, I will ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Shi Ruo felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Realizing that her brother Qianye believed her to be like those from the Shi family, merely seeking to repay a favor for personal gain from the Yen family. However, Yan Qianye had already turned away, seemingly unwilling to entertain any notions from Shi Ruo or offer the greedy members of the Shi family any opportunity. Once, when Xiaodao departed, her demeanor shifted dramatically from languid to commanding, captivating the attention of all who beheld her. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, questioning her identity. Who is that woman? Is today not Princess Mina's occasion? Why is she stealing the spotlight? What could her intentions be? I don't know. I've never seen her before, but given her haughty demeanor, she likely wasn't brought here as a mere guest. A considerable number of talented youths have gathered. Could she possibly be scheming to attract attention? Those sharp and cutting remarks were clearly of no concern to Wen Xiaodao, nor did they penetrate his heart. Although the Duchess of Carlisle did not attend this time, the presence of the four of them undoubtedly represented the influence of the Duchess. Simultaneously, this also constituted another trial imposed by the Duchess of Carlisle upon them. No matter how much Wen Xiaodao yearned for solitude, she could not evade it for long. After indulging in her laziness, she finally ventured out to seek out Huan and Xiang'er. She glanced around, yet found no one in sight. However, considering that the Duchess of Carlisle had arranged for people to be present, coupled with their identity and status on this day, they were not deemed significant enough to incite caution or scheming. Therefore, the cardinal rules of such gatherings should not apply to them. Yet, while Wen Xiaodao harbored such optimistic thoughts, some matters simply refused to unfold as she envisioned. As for the so-called rules of the banquet, they invariably suggest that at any gathering, misfortune is bound to befall someone, whether through false accusations, public humiliation, or malicious ridicule and isolation. The most melodramatic scenarios often involve tangled romantic entanglements. Wen Xiaodao's disdain for such soirees stemmed precisely from the fact that certain individuals relished in stirring chaos within such settings. Today, however, was a momentous occasion, the birthday banquet of a princess from a neighboring kingdom, also serving as a matchmaking event. On such a significant day, the attendees were primarily dignitaries from various nations or esteemed socialites, with many international celebrities in attendance, all possessing respectable backgrounds. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would surely refrain from causing a ruckus at such an event. Yet, the rules of the banquet, much like an unbreakable curse, remained inescapable. Just as when Xiaodao had settled into a promising vantage point, preparing to observe the guests around her, an incident erupted in the nearby small banquet hall. For reasons unknown, a foreboding sensation washed over her, recalling the Duchess of Carlisle's admonitions before their departure. Indeed, a gentleman clad in a server's attire hurried over, and upon noticing Wen Xiaodao, he spoke with an urgent tone. "Miss Ling, Lady Belle requests your presence. Your sister, Miss Xiang'er, is in trouble." Upon hearing that Huan Du Xiang'er had encountered trouble, Wen Xiaodao felt an immediate sense of relief, as if the weight that had been suspended in her heart had finally descended. This sensation was akin to the feeling that if the day unfolded smoothly, it would instead seem abnormal. The lady who had previously taken Huan Du Xiang'er away was none other than Lady Belle, who had maintained cordial relations with the Duchess Carlisle. Thus, it was unlikely she would deliberately harm Huan Du Xiang'er. "Very well. I shall accompany you to take a look." By the time Wen Xiaodao arrived, both Huan Du Jing and Huan Du had also arrived, their faces ashen. Although they had not held Huan Du Xiang'er in high regard previously, in the context of such a gathering, her disgrace reflected poorly on them as well. From a distance, she could see a fresh handprint on Huan Du Xiang'er's face, her cheeks slightly swollen, revealing the considerable force used by her assailant. One of Wen Xiaodao's virtues was her fierce loyalty. To strike Huan Du Xiang'er in such an environment was to bring shame upon Wen Xiaodao herself. Without reservation, she unleashed her formidable presence, transforming from a delicate, beautiful flower with a gentle demeanor into a ravenous man-eating plant, ready to devour all who dared obstruct her path. How dare they presume that their surname Huan Du granted them the right to be present here? What worth do they possess? Surely, it is Princess Mia who holds the true authority to speak. The voice of Wen Xiaodao was not piercing, yet it captivated everyone's attention in this somewhat stalemated situation. If I recall correctly, We entered after passing through several layers of scrutiny, with our invitation in hand. When this lady proclaimed our lack of qualifications, did that imply that her words could eclipse those of Princess Mia, the hostess? Upon Wen Xiaodao's arrival, Huan Duhang and Huan Du swiftly adjusted their demeanor, pushing aside the security personnel who were poised to act against Huan Duxiang'er, thus forming a protective barrier around her. As for the woman speaking, when Xiaodao contemplated briefly and surmised her identity, she must be none other than Duke Hannah, the daughter of the royal prince of Y Continent, who stood as the sole peer to Princess Mia's status. Though they are cousins, one a princess and the other a duchess, the disparity between them is so stark that it is hardly surprising their relationship is fraught with tension. It remains unclear who wielded the dagger of discord in such a setting, provoking a scene against Duchess Hannah. Princess Mia, as the younger sister, could only yield. For despite the disruption of the birthday banquet, it would be the Huandu family who found themselves ostracized from high society. Observing the disheveled Huandu Xiang'er, when Xiaodao approached and lifted her up, retrieving a tiny vial from her handbag, she poured a few drops of liquid and applied it delicately to Huandu Xiang'er's face. After receiving a handkerchief from Lady Belle, she gently wiped away the stains and then turned to face the contorted expression of Duchess Hannah with unwavering courage. Chapter 99. A forceful confrontation. After over a month of intensive training, Huandu Xiang'er, though still fragile, had shed her previous demeanor of a delicate flower. Had she remained in her former state, she might have been reduced to tears by now. Yet today, despite her swollen face and reddened eyes, she refrained from uttering any inappropriate remarks. This composure somewhat assuaged Wen Xiaodao's irritation, allowing her to focus on addressing the affront from Duchess Hannah. Invitations and pleasantries mattered little. Only one's preferences stood as the singular standard. If this is the case, then the invitation from the royal family of Region Y seems utterly superfluous. After all, those who graciously attend the banquet with an invitation are met with such humiliation. When Xiaodao paused for a moment, then raised her voice several notches. Despite her exquisite beauty, her demeanor surpassed that of the heads of other prestigious families they had previously encountered. Is the royal family of Region Y intent on openly opposing my esteemed Huandu clan, or are they brazenly challenging Duchess Kirill? Upon uttering those words, the onlookers, who had been merely spectators until then, were taken aback by the astonishing proclamation of the young girl. Duke Hannah, too, found herself retreating several steps in response to Wen Xiaodao's words and her formidable presence. Suddenly, the Duke came to a jarring realization. As a dignified noblewoman, she had allowed herself to be reprimanded by a mere child in front of so many esteemed figures from various nations. Her instinctive retreat was an affront to her honor. In a gathering filled with dignitaries and social elites, if this trivial incident were to tarnish the reputation of the Y Continent's royal family, her aspirations of ascending to the status of princess would dwindle to naught, regardless of her status as a prince's daughter. Thus, she resolved never to allow herself to be brought to such a shameful state. Her gaze towards Wen Xiaodao was laced with malice. This audacious girl, emerging from obscurity and believing that her association with that old witch, Carlyle, conferred upon her the air of nobility, was indeed laughable. Countless methods lay at her disposal to ensure this insolent wretch's utter demise, yet this was not the moment for such actions. She needed to mitigate the impact of the woman's earlier words as much as possible. How audacious of you to speak to me in such a manner! What an uncouth individual you are! Though I may not be the host of today's banquet, Princess Mia is my sister, and I will not permit any riffraff to diminish the elegance of my sister's gathering. Do you truly believe that by invoking the royal reputation, you can mask your vulgarity? The royal family extended an invitation. However, this does not imply that invited guests are exempt from misconduct. As the hosts, they possess the right to maintain decorum. The invitation serves merely as a token of entry, not a passport to immunity. Should it be their own family hosting a banquet, they would certainly wish to expel any guests displaying inappropriate behavior, which banquet is devoid of any disconcerting incidents. Many individuals with shallow perceptions often attempt to seize advantages for themselves during such gatherings. Upon recognizing that the previous circumstances appeared favorable for their side, Huan Duo Jing and Huan Duo Yu initially sighed with relief, only to feel their hearts sink again as the tide turned. Both of their gazes swiftly shifted towards Wen Xiaodao, eager to discern how she would navigate the predicament. In truth, Today's events were rather straightforward, orchestrated deliberately by Duke Hannah. Yet, their lack of experience rendered them ill-prepared. Given more time, the situation would undoubtedly not be as dismal as it currently stands.
For now,
They could only place their faith in Wen Xiaodao and present a united front, ensuring that no signs of dissent emerged from within their ranks. Huan Duo Xiang Heir, perhaps unexpectedly, found herself protected today by none other than the very person she despised, Wen Xiaodao, along with her two brothers who had previously looked down upon her. Suddenly, Huan Duo Xiang Heir's eyes brimmed with tears. Her former demeanor of fragility, akin to a delicate flower, had stemmed from a lack of protection, forcing her to adopt such a fade for self-preservation. Now, with the presence of her true siblings, she finally comprehended the essence of being safeguarded and the warmth of familial bonds. In a tranquil little banquet hall, the sudden sound of applause echoed as when Xiaodao displayed an air of unparalleled confidence, coupled with a subtle amusement at having perceived the intentions of certain individuals. Duchess Hannah speaks eloquently. It appears that being a host comes with such delightful privileges. When the guests become displeasing, one can chastise or scold them at will. It seems that one day, we too might host a gathering at our estate. I trust that should we need to expel or reprimand some individuals, Duchess Hannah would undoubtedly stand by our side, wouldn't she? A sudden burst of laughter, untraceable to any particular source, filled the air. Although no words were exchanged, the audience's demeanor unmistakably indicated who currently held the upper hand. I pondered what my sister might have done to provoke such a fierce response from Duchess Hannah. Turning to Huandu Xiang'er, I remarked with a hint of regret, "Look at such a beautiful face." Although Duchess Hannah is also a woman, she ought to possess a modicum of compassion, even in the absence of a man's tenderness. Then, shifting the conversation, I continued, "It is said that Duchess Hannah possesses unparalleled skills, whether in archery or combat. Many men cannot compare. As the saying goes, from the subtle, one discerns the profound. I do feel a tinge of regret for Duchess Hannah. With such temperament and prowess, it seems a pity for her merely to be a duchess." When Xiaodao has now directly and boldly pointed out that Duchess Hannah not only meddles in Princess Mia's birthday banquet, but also resorts to violence against esteemed guests, exhibiting a ruthless and cruel disposition. Such a person is unlikely to remain subdued. At this moment, Duchess Hannah's face has turned an ominous shade of anger. Compared to Mia, she is far more deserving of being the crown princess. Unfortunately, despite her superiority over many, she can only be titled a duchess, and must struggle tirelessly to even claim the title of princess. Chapter 100. A life and death battle. A challenge issued. What a fallacy. You are engaging in sophistry. It is merely a misunderstanding that you have escalated with such provocation. I suspect you are deliberately targeting the royal family. Duchess Hannah is acutely aware that if she does not refute this assertion, allowing the woman before her to solidify her earlier claims, she would be facing legitimate accountability from the royal family. At Princess Mia's birthday banquet, an unexpected incident transpired. As the host, it was only natural for the family to be aware of the situation immediately. However, the steward responsible for all matters concerning Princess Mia was conspicuously absent, as if they were entirely oblivious to the unfolding drama. The attendees, none of whom were fools, had initially gathered with a sense of detached curiosity. But it became evident that before the two contenders settled their scores, the true hosts of the event would not make an appearance. The anticipation shifted to witnessing who would emerge victorious from this clash. In the realm of adulthood, relationships are often overshadowed by self-interest, devoid of camaraderie. Whether it be Hannah, who harbored rebellious aspirations, or the Huandu clan, intent on claiming all that belonged to the Kunta family, neither was favored by Princess Mia. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, the steward would nonchalantly utter a few words to wrap up the affair, rendering any further involvement at this juncture unnecessary. At this moment, Huandu Xiang'e had wholeheartedly placed her trust in Wen Xiaodao. Without reservation, she recounted her previous experiences accompanying Lady Belle to broaden her horizons. Naturally timid and not particularly astute, she dared not cause a scene, choosing instead to remain closely aligned with Lady Belle. Initially, all seemed well, but later, a few unfamiliar individuals began to hurl baseless accusations, claiming that they were usurping what rightfully belonged to others and displaying utter shamelessness. Having once embodied the archetype of a naive flower, Huandu Xiang'er was all too familiar with such veiled remarks, instinctively on the verge of tears. Yet, she suddenly recalled that her current status was no longer the same. She need not revert to her former self. Consequently, she turned her gaze toward the accusers, who, upon being noticed, exhibited no sense of shame and only grew louder in their tirades. Even Lady Belle found it intolerable and promptly escorted Huandu Xiang'er to a smaller banquet hall. It was unclear what the misguided individuals were thinking. Perhaps they believed Huandu Xiang'er was intimidated and thus followed her inside. However, many present held considerable status, and even those gossipmongers could only remain compliant in their newfound environment. Later, feeling parched, Huandu Xiang'er informed Lady Belle and proceeded to retrieve a beautifully bottled drink from a golden cabinet within the small banquet hall. Just as she unscrewed the cap, she was abruptly shoved to the ground, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was not until a resounding slap struck her face that she grasped the reality of her assault. The beverage from the golden cabinet was a special royal reserve, designated exclusively for the imperial family. Whether it was a mistake by the servants or a deliberate placement for the esteemed guests at this gathering remained unclear. Regardless, for the sake of a single bottle of drink, Huandu Xiang'er endured such humiliation, her dignity trampled upon. The esteemed Y-continent royalty, reduced to such pettiness over the actions of its guests, would likely elicit sympathy rather than condemnation. After all, it was merely a bottle of beverage, was it not? If it is indeed as precious as claimed, then it should be carefully stored away, rather than displayed in a bustling location, which merely invites consumption. After Huandu Xiang'er's words echoed in the banquet hall, many attendees nodded in agreement. They had initially been too astonished, but now they were beginning to comprehend the truth of her statement. It appears that the royal family of Y-continent is not as affluent as rumored. After all, it is merely a bottle of beverage. No matter how extravagant it may be, it ultimately possesses its own value. The Duke of Hannah, over a single bottle of drink, has struck my sister, trampling the dignity of both the Huandu clan and Lady Carlisle into the ground, which is utterly absurd. Subsequently, releasing Huandu Xiang'er's hand, she removed a jade hairpin of exquisite emerald hue from her hair and summoned a servant. She then cast the hairpin onto the servant's tray, declaring, "This hairpin was part of Lady Carlisle's dowry, a rare imperial green treasure. I believe it suffices to compensate for a bottle of royal specialty beverage." In the distance, Yan Qinya observed Wen Xiaodao, her hair cascading freely, yet she exhibited not a hint of disarray. On the contrary, she appeared more carefree, even radiating a primal wildness from within. A slight smirk played upon his lips as he realized that this woman would never be at a disadvantage. The compensation of a jade hairpin of imperial green caliber was tantamount to humiliating the royal face of Region Y, rubbing it into the ground. Those who had previously looked down upon Duchess Carlisle for hastily seeking an heir were likely now filled with trepidation. Who could have anticipated that Wen Xiaodao would be so resolute, disregarding even the dignity of the royal family? Of course, Yan Qinya felt that the royal family of Region Y had brought this upon themselves. They wished to play the role of the cunning bird, yet failed to consider whether Wen Xiaodao would be willing to cooperate. Now that the issue of compensation had been resolved, it seemed appropriate to address the matter of Duchess Hannah reprimanding my sister. Although our Huandu clan has faced tribulations, leaving only the four of us and Duchess Carlisle, we are still a distinguished family of high social standing. Duchess Hannah's severe actions today clearly indicate her lack of regard for the Huandu clan. As soon as the words left his lips, a palpable killing intent radiated from Wen Xiaodao, her battle spirit surging dramatically, causing discomfort among those present. This aura of menace instilled a sense of fear within them. I, Huandu Ling, challenge you to a life and death duel. Will you accept it or not? Chapter 101. You underestimate my resolve to win. Upon the utterance of the words life and death duel, a collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. Who is this woman named Huandu Ling? Has she lost her sanity? To dare issue a challenge for a life and death battle against Duke Hannah, who stands as the most formidable warrior among the royal family, second only to Prince Yao, is nothing short of audacious. This delicate-looking Huandu Ling, with her seemingly fragile demeanor, has indeed summoned the courage to propose such a perilous contest. In truth, I find this Huandu Ling to be a remarkable junior. A family may shelter many, yet if its members lack the spirit to uphold the family's honor, they are but mediocre souls. Indeed, even if Huan Deling were to ultimately fall in this duel, she would still emerge with her dignity intact. Her name would resonate throughout the entirety of Y continent. Perhaps it is the unpredictable nature of Wen Xiaodao that has taken everyone by surprise, causing a subtle shift in the expressions of Huan Dujing and Huan Diyu behind her. However, they quickly rallied their voices in unison. Indeed, Lingo's words echo our sentiments. Life and death duel. Duke Hannah, will you accept or decline? Today, their predicament, if they cannot stage a comeback, will undoubtedly culminate in utter chaos. It would be better to take a bold gamble, even in defeat. They would emerge as heroes in the eyes of many. Of course, they are acutely aware that this situation is primarily a result of the Y continent royal family's excessive tyranny. The Huandu family consists solely of these four individuals, and the Y continent royal family would never dare to truly eliminate them. At most, they would inflict severe injuries. Otherwise, they would bear the grave accusation of annihilating an entire family, potentially provoking a retaliation from Duchess Carlier. Thus, standing resolutely behind Wen Xiaodao at this moment is their best course of action. Both Huandu Jing and Huandu can comprehend this, so how could Hannah be oblivious? She is evidently caught in a dilemma. If she agrees, she may only succeed in rendering these individuals worse than dead, and winning would not earn her any accolades. Instead, it would likely invite scorn. Conversely, if she refuses, she, as the daughter of a prince, would completely tarnish the royal family's reputation. With the looming threat of exile from the royal family, in this moment, Hannah regrets her earlier impulsiveness, believing it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Why did she take matters into her own hands? Just then, when Xiaodao stoked the flames, gazing at her with a haughty demeanor. What is the matter? Does this require much contemplation? You didn't hesitate when you were striking others. At that moment, an exceedingly untimely voice interjected. A battle of life and death? Ah, how intriguing. Young lady, with but a mere flutter of your lips, you presume yourself to be the champion of justice? Are you acquainted with the concept of a life and death struggle? This is a true contest where mortality is at stake. Merely due to a trivial dispute, you compel Duchess Hannah to engage in such a perilous game? It seems you are aware that your lineage has dwindled to just 4 of you, naturally garnering considerable sympathy from many. Should a tragedy befall you, the ensuing public sentiment would undoubtedly rally in your favor, perceiving the royal family of Y continent as tyrannical oppressors. I dare say you are adept at manipulating the tides of public opinion. It is quite possible that the royal family of Y continent may intervene, compelling Duchess Hannah to show mercy towards you. In such a scenario, while you may sustain injuries, you would nonetheless achieve the honor of a valiant defeat. A tangible benefit indeed. I must admit, young lady, your cunning is profoundly intricate. It appears you aim to ascend by stepping over the royal family of Y continent, all the while proclaiming your actions are for the honor of your family. Yet, I suspect it is merely a quest for personal acclaim. The speaker, Wen Xiaodao, was not familiar with the man before her. However, she observed the crowd, which had previously reveled in the spectacle, now resembling quails, silently parting to create a path. It was evident that this man held a significant status. Although he had openly revealed the secret intentions of Huan Duyu and Huan Duojing, he seemed unaware that Wen Xiaodao had anticipated such a revelation long ago. Thus, this minor incident hardly perturbed her composure. The other 3 members of the Huan family, lacking in experience, appeared visibly embarrassed upon having their thoughts exposed. In contrast, Wen Xiaodao maintained an air of indifference, as if she were not the subject of the discussion. Yan Qinya, upon spotting the man, had initially shown a slight change in expression. Even he felt compelled to show deference. He feared that Wen Xiaodao might be overshadowed by this individual. However, upon witnessing her unwavering demeanor, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. With a smile, Wen Xiaodao turned her gaze to the middle-aged gentleman and inquired, "Might I ask what insights you have to offer, sir?" The middle-aged man observed that Wen Xiaodao remained as steadfast as a mountain, which enhanced his impression of her. At her age, such composure was indeed commendable. However, given his amicable rapport with the prince, his presence here was evidently to extricate Duchess Hannah from her predicament. As for the young lady, he could only express his regrets. Such a promising talent was being stifled before she could fully flourish. In my opinion, it would be better for everyone to reconcile over this trivial matter. If compensation could be arranged, why couldn't Duchess Hannah offer the same? A simple proposal would suffice, and I would ensure she would not negotiate further. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation, revealing the man's extravagant wealth. Under different circumstances, others might have endured such indignity. As maintaining a good reputation is crucial for future business dealings, it allows one to command exorbitant fees. Just like when she initially assumed the role of head of the family, she needed to instill confidence in her capabilities to deter any misconduct. In a bid to maintain appearances, she reluctantly offered a substantial compensation in the form of a royal green jade hairpin. In any case, should the price fail to meet her satisfaction, she would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Ah, so this is the solution you propose? Alas, I do not share your perspective, for you have overlooked a crucial element. Your predictions never accounted for the possibility that I would emerge victorious. Chapter 102. Competing in Ruthlessness? The middle-aged man initially believed that his formidable presence would easily subdue this ambitious woman. However, he never anticipated that she would audaciously refuse him, boldly proclaiming her conviction of victory. This, perhaps, stands as the most amusing jest he has ever encountered, a novice daring to assert her triumph. Others, upon witnessing this man, had already presumed that the previously impressive young lady would relent, yet they were taken aback by the unexpected twist. This young woman declared her intention to prevail. Wen Xiaodao, possessing a face that could enchant the masses, now radiated with an exuberant confidence and vitality. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged man had earlier felt an unbidden desire to break her spirit. He harbored a disdain for all women who defy convention, and now he began to comprehend the underlying reason. She epitomized the very type he loathed most. Throughout millennia, history has borne witness to countless femme fatales. Are they not all women who manipulate men, sowing discord and chaos? Had he not been a man of steadfast character, he might have been utterly captivated by the enchanting young lady before him, willingly bending to her every whim. In the past, his father had fallen prey to a deceitful woman who, discontent with his familial ties, had driven him to the unthinkable act of threatening the lives of his own wife and child. Were it not for the elders who valiantly intervened, he feared he would have been left with naught but bones. Upon seizing power, his first act was to cast that woman and her offspring into the jaws of wild beasts, forcing his father to witness the grotesque transformation of the woman he had once adored, a woman for whom he would have sacrificed everything. In a final act of vengeance, he plunged a dagger into his father's heart, driven by a desire to uncover the true darkness within.
Now,
the woman before him was 1,000 times more beautiful than that former temptress, her allure magnified manifold. Such a woman could only bring calamity to countless souls. Did he not notice how the young scion of the Yen family was already entranced by her? If the Yen family's influence were ultimately wielded in her service, her capacity for destruction would surely eclipse that of the woman from his father's past. Unbeknownst to Wen Xiaodao, the middle-aged man across from her was lost in such reflections, drawing comparisons between her and the infamous seductresses of history. Had she been aware, she would have longed to cast aside the poison in her grasp, indignantly questioning who he dared to look down upon. She was a woman destined to carve out her own empire, not a mere harbinger of ruin. Men would only serve to hinder her quest for dominion.
what?
Do you not believe me? Then I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Let us settle this with a game of chance, shall we? Right here, without the need for any elaborate preparations, and you need not worry about any unforeseen complications. However, I do comprehend your earlier concerns regarding the reputation of the royal family, which may compel Duchess Hannah to concede. This can be easily resolved. All we need is for the Duchess to desire victory, and there would be no room for concession. I have heard that Duchess Hannah is the most formidable woman within the royal circle. Therefore, let us engage in something intriguing. Let's compete in archery. Specifically, blindfolded archery. This way, the inability to see eliminates the possibility of yielding. Since this is a battle for life and death, mere target practice would entail too many uncertainties. If we are to play, let us elevate the stakes. Let us use each other as targets. Each participant shall shoot 5 arrows, aimed at specific locations: the head, both arms and both legs. Only if one can shoot all 5 arrows without inflicting even the slightest harm upon the other shall they be deemed the victor. Should one hit the other while they are acting as the target, they shall be considered the loser. To add an exhilarating twist, let us wager our fortunes against one another. The victor, having harmed none, would claim the spoils of the defeated. What do you say? Perhaps it was the extraordinary words of Wen Xiaodao that resonated deeply, as many silently contemplated her meaning, and in an instant, their gazes towards her transformed. This young woman exhibited a fierce tenacity, akin to a reincarnation of madness. Now, it seemed even the imperial family of Y continent could not intervene, for this life-or-death battle was inevitable. In a bid to silence dissent, a so-called prize mechanism was hastily established. This confrontation morphed into a necessity for both parties to strive for victory without inflicting harm upon one another. Otherwise, they would face not only disgrace but also the forfeiture of their entire worth. Any attempt to cause injury, or even to deliberately shoot and kill the opponent, would irrevocably sever their own future prospects. This strategy was indeed remarkably astute. At this juncture, no one could underestimate Wen Xiaodao. In fact, many began to covet her position. The Huan family, on the verge of annihilation, was reduced to a mere 4 offspring. Were it not for the survival of Duchess Carlyle, who would extend them any favor. Huan Dongjing and Huan Du's greatest asset was perhaps their ability to read the room. Now that Wen Xiaodao had elevated the situation, they were obliged to rally in support. Sister, we too shall stake our fortunes. In truth, they possessed not a whit, yet at this juncture, how could they possibly concede? Wen Xiaodao, dissatisfied with the magnitude of her own gathering, had someone fetch a piece of paper, upon which it was inscribed that regardless of her fate, she would not shirk her obligations. The estate of the Duchess Carlyle was to be bequeathed to the 4 of them, with only the heir permitted to dispose of it at will. To silence the naysayers who might claim that should Wen Xiaodao falter, they would not recognize her as the heir nor acknowledge her declarations, she boldly insisted that Huan Duhang, Huan Duyu, and Huan Duxiang each affix their signatures.
Consequently,
the names of all 4 candidates were inscribed upon the document, rendering any dissenting voices devoid of credibility and unable to utter their objections. Chapter 103. Yan Qinya takes the lead. Herein lie the signatures of the 4 of us. I remain steadfast in my wager that I shall prevail. And you, Duchess Hannah? Wen Xiaodao seemed to have monopolized the conversation, leaving nothing for anyone else to say. Duke Hannah, seated opposite her, felt as if she had provoked a rabid dog. She glanced at the middle-aged man beside her, recognizing that he was there to assist her, and seemingly wished for her to speak further. However, the middle-aged man was equally perturbed by Wen Xiaodao's audacious maneuvers. She had anticipated all his moves and blocked every avenue of discourse. Should he utter anything further, it could tarnish his reputation. While accusations of cruelty and ferocity did not concern him, the stigma of being perceived as someone who bullied the weak would be unbearable. Especially if his adversaries caught wind of it, such a notion would be enough to infuriate him. Hannah, reluctantly, nodded in agreement. The venue for the royal banquet was indeed impressive, spacious and grand. Behind the banquet hall lay an expansive equestrian area, along with a martial arts training ground and an archery range, making the preparations for a contest exceedingly simple. As the situation escalated, Princess Mia could no longer remain passive. Today marked her birthday, and she had her sights set on a suitor. However, her unrestrained cousin's antics had stirred chaos. Moreover, she felt incensed with her own family. The incident amounted to nothing more than a slap.
what was so extraordinary about that?
They were of royal blood. Physical altercations were trivial matters. Many within the royal lineage had even been known to take lives, yet no challenges had been issued. If blood were to be shed today, it would truly make her ill. The crux of the matter was that she had not even made an appearance. Should this incident be discussed in the future, it would undoubtedly be said that she, the royal princess, was merely a decorative figure, having contributed nothing of substance. It was too late to intervene now. Just as Princess Mia was consumed by anxiety, a palace official approached her, delivering the king's decision, which instantly calmed her. Indeed, how could she allow her impatience to lead to disarray? Although her cousin Hannah was unbearable, her capabilities were indisputable. Were it not for her brother, Prince Yao, the entire royal family might struggle to contain Hannah's ambitions. She could very well ascend to the rank of Grand Princess, becoming the second in line for the throne. For years, Hannah had merely held the title of Duke, a precaution to prevent her from becoming desperate. As long as she was not the Grand Princess, even if something unfortunate befell Prince Yao, Princess Mia would remain, and if anything happened to her, Prince Val would still be there. The situation has changed. If they lose on their own accord, no one can be blamed, and their lives will remain unscathed. This time, we are undoubtedly destined for a resounding victory. Princess Mina continues to feign ignorance, yet none of the individuals present are fools. Many have heard of this extraordinary life and death challenge. The allure of a princess's birthday celebration or a matchmaking banquet has utterly diminished. Numerous attendees, chuckling, have expressed a desire to rest, swiftly retreating to the backstage area. Consequently, those who had previously sought excuses now encounter those who claim they needed a break, and an unspoken understanding prevails as they collectively pretend not to notice. At this moment, who among them does not yearn to partake in the excitement? Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Shall we play some bets? This could certainly be entertaining. We are a group that often wagers on trivial matters. It would be illogical not to stake something on such a significant event. Let us appoint a bookmaker.
I wonder what the odds will be.
I am certainly betting on Duchess Hannah to win, as she has previously claimed the champion title in archery.
Besides,
Today's contest is not merely about causing harm. It is a true test of skill, and regardless of the outcome, it promises to be a visual feast. Let us choose Yan Qianya as our bookmaker, for he is the wealthiest among us, despite being of similar age. This is a splendid idea. Let us proceed with him. The venue is still being arranged, and a considerable number of individuals have already sought out Yan Qianya, urging him to take on the role of host. Although many present are the scions of esteemed families, a few minor targets are trivial to them. However, with such a multitude gathered, they collectively represent countless minor objectives, an overwhelming burden for them to bear. Yan Qianya was genuinely taken aback. He had merely come to observe the spectacle, only to find himself ensnared by others.
yet,
When wealth is presented before him, it is impossible to resist the allure of profit. He readily acquiesced, and immediately a swarm of people rushed over to make purchases. 80% of them opted for the Duke of Hannah, while there were many who appreciated Wen Xiaodao. The nature of this competition had shifted away from the intent to eliminate opponents, allowing them to buy in with a clear conscience. Naturally, the prospect of profit held paramount importance. Some who backed Wen Xiaodao did so out of admiration for her bravery, wishing to offer encouragement, while others were simply captivated by her beauty. In their words, such a lovely young lady would be exceedingly pitiable without support. Additionally, there were notable figures from other nations, politicians and dignitaries, who, at this moment, were particularly mindful of their reputations and refrained from engaging in such matters, unwilling to jeopardize their standing over trivial monetary gains. Ultimately, the odds for the Duke of Hannah stood at 5-1, meaning that a minor wager could yield a mere 20 million if victorious. In contrast, Wen Xiaodao's odds were 1-2, where a small stake could yield 2 minor objectives upon winning. There were no objections regarding these odds from anyone present. Wen Xiaodao learned of this fortunate opportunity only upon hearing Lady Belle mention it. When the prospect of profit arises and one fails to seize the moment, one must accept the consequences. Without hesitation, she dialed Qin Fan, instructing him to withdraw all the cash under her name. With an air of confidence, she strode directly to Yan Qianya and proclaimed, "I wish to purchase as well. I am determined to secure my victory." Yan Qianya, taken aback, had already calculated that if he were to buy Wen Xiaodao's victory, acquiring 20 minor objectives would effectively drain the funds that had previously been invested by others.
now,
With Wen Xiaodao seeking a share of the spoils, he felt a pang of discomfort, realizing his potential earnings would diminish significantly. However, as the principal party involved, Wen Xiaodao's pursuit of profit hinged on her own diligence. To deny her the opportunity to invest would be rather unfair. Chapter 104. Fearless in life. Unfettered by fear. End of the tenfold surge. How much do you intend to purchase? 5 minor goals, Yan Qianya pondered silently, realizing that his little treasure trove was about to diminish once more. After purchasing with the funds, Wen Xiaodao inquired if Huan, Du, and Jing wished to partake in the investment. The trio promptly shook their heads, still trembling from the day's significant undertaking, unable to recover from their initial shock. As for gambling, they deemed it unwise. Their hearts could scarcely endure such stress. Once when Xiaodao departed, Yan Qinya felt increasingly irked at the thought of his wealth diminishing. Why should he suffer such a loss? He began to scour through those who had yet to arrive at the back court, managing to unearth a few unsuspecting fools. At last, the accounts balanced out, bringing him a sense of relief. The venue was finally prepared, and the referee was none other than the middle-aged man who had previously displayed a distinct animosity towards Wen Xiaodao. However, when Xiaodao paid no heed, the referee was merely a pawn in this game. The true arbiters were those who had invested their hard-earned money. After all, they had all staked their fortunes in the contest. Should they lose, they would accept it. Yet if any foul play occurred, it would be akin to robbing them of their livelihood. Those who ventured here to gamble openly were not of lowly status. They were a formidable crowd. Undoubtedly, anyone attempting to deceive them would face repercussions. Yan Qinya had also invested his share. Noticing the absence of fear in Wen Xiaodao's gaze towards the man, he understood that while the man held a high position, he was not formidable enough to intimidate Yan Qinya. Who shall shoot first? Wen Xiaodao, with an indifferent gesture, signaled for them to proceed. The two stood at opposing ends, separated by a distance of approximately 200 meters. To hit the target from such a range, not only would one need to shoot blindfolded, but also account for the wind's effect on the trajectory of the arrow. The technical complexity of this feat was well understood by all present. At this moment, Huan Duxiang'er's face had nearly returned to normal, with only a hint of redness remaining. Upon seeing Wen Xiaodao standing there, exuding an air of authority, her heart raced uncontrollably. In her youth, she had often dreamed of encountering a gallant prince to rescue her. However, she now realized that salvation need not come from a prince on a white horse. It could just as easily emerge from an extraordinary queen. Indeed, from this point onward, Wen Xiaodao would no longer merely be her younger sister, but rather the queen reigning in her heart. If not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have longed to shout in exhilaration. Now, she understood why her affluent classmates had so fervently pursued the role of the valiant general played by Su Meng, crying out in desperation to have Su Meng bear their children, because she was simply too captivating. Lady Belle today truly felt as if she were riding a roller coaster. Following the Duchess's instructions, she had merely assisted in introducing two young ladies, only to find herself embroiled in such a tumultuous affair. Moments ago, she had timidly reported the events to the Duchess, anticipating a stern reprimand. To her astonishment, the Duchess merely replied with a calm acknowledgement, leaving no further commentary. This response prompted her to question her own actions. Had she perhaps risen from her slumber in an improper manner? How could everything have turned so utterly upside down? Anna, the housekeeper, had been aware of this matter even earlier, for she too had harbored intentions to test the four individuals. Naturally, arrangements were made to observe their performance. Yet, she could hardly have anticipated that a month prior, the seemingly delicate Miss Ling would exhibit such unwavering resolve, daring even to confront Mr. Ryan, compelling him to retreat. Duchess Carlyle, this Miss Ling, unexpectedly possessed a formidable strength beneath her gentle exterior. While others might perceive Wen Xiaodao as excessively forthright and perhaps unlikable, to Duchess Carlyle, this child seemed like a divine answer to her prayers, a specially sent heir. Although she had maintained a low profile over the years, it did not signify a lack of ruthlessness. In her youth, she wielded an iron fist, which allowed her to keep the myriad of formidable forces at bay for so long. Now, as she aged and her health declined, many believed this once mighty tiger had lost its teeth, lying in wait for an opportune moment to devour her entire influence. To her astonishment, Ling displayed an indomitable spirit reminiscent of her own past, effortlessly exposing the ulterior motives harbored by the royal family with just a few words. To strike at the face of the Huan family and expect to withdraw unscathed was sheer folly. As for Wen Xiaodao and the others wagering their entire family's foundation, Duchess Carlyle did not perceive this as overstepping. Rather, she admired Wen Xiaodao's audacity, noting his swift and precise actions that left the royal faction too intimidated to resort to any underhanded schemes. Should Wen Xiaodao suffer any injury, it would signify their defeat. It was indeed a heartening turn of events. Splendid, splendid, splendid. For many years, Anna the housekeeper had not witnessed such joy from the Duchess, who repeatedly exclaimed 3 words of delight. As for the other 3 young masters and ladies, although their performances did not shine as brightly as Miss Linger, they demonstrated a commendable ability to swiftly analyze the pros and cons when confronted with challenges. They followed the lead of Wen Xiaodao without hesitation, contributing their efforts without lagging behind, which earned her newfound respect. A family cannot thrive with merely a leader. The support of the flock is equally essential. Even a smaller family can flourish if they work in unison. In that moment, it seemed as though Anna the housekeeper had released a pent-up breath, realizing that the offshoots of the Quinta family would never rise to prominence in this lifetime. It is well known that the further one is from the forefront, the greater the pressure they endure. After the attendants presented the inspected bows and arrows for both parties to examine, Hannah suddenly interjected, "If neither of us hits the target, who is the victor?" When Xiaodao shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Then we shall continue until a winner is determined." "Do you truly worry that there will not be enough bows and arrows here, or perhaps that the targets behind us are insufficient?" Hannah felt a moment of panic. She certainly did not believe she would lose. However, when Xiaodao's nonchalant demeanor caused her some concern. If this foolish woman were to misfire and strike her in the head or the heart, or even in her arm, even if she ultimately emerged victorious, the cost would be dire. In an instant, Hannah's mind was consumed with conspiracy. Could it be that this woman truly was a lunatic? In pursuit of avenging that slap, one is willing to sacrifice the entire family legacy. At this moment, Hannah's heart was unexpectedly filled with trepidation. When Xiaodao regarded Hannah's suspicious demeanor with disdain, for only those unafraid of death can truly be fearless. Chapter 105. The first arrow. When Xiaodao held the bow and arrow, weighing them in her hands. Upon inspecting the arrowhead, she discovered it was merely made of soft iron, possessing limited lethality. In comparison to the finely crafted steel heads, it could only be deemed a mere toy. This was likely the type of arrow used for training. It seemed that the royal family of Y Continent harbored a particular fear of casualties. Alas, they underestimated her. The events of the day were not solely about venting frustration. "Have you all made your decision? Who will go first?" Duchess Hannah looked at Wen Xiaodao with evident apprehension, as if she were a woman perpetually scheming. However, Hannah had not entirely misjudged the situation. Yet, Wen Xiaodao would never concede to such an admission. Alternatively, we could settle this with a game of chance. That would indeed rely on luck. At present, regardless of who steps forward to assert who deserves priority, their arguments lack persuasiveness. A decisive confrontation may be the only means to gain universal acceptance. This time, when Xiaodao has been defeated and a palpable tension gripped Huandu Xiang'e and her companions, it was evident to all that the pressure only intensified for those who remained in the rear. However, the challenge had commenced, and they found themselves bereft of the right to voice their opinions. The Duchess Hannah likely did not anticipate that such a reversal of fortunes could truly occur.
Indeed.
Lady Luck began to smile upon her. After all, how could a paragon of nobility like herself be subdued by an obscure country girl? For individuals like the Duchess, seizing even the slightest opportunity could lead to a rapid resurgence. In her eyes, any sense of defeat had vanished. She was determined to decisively vanquish this audacious young girl. Engaging in a psychological battle with Wen Xiaodao, her gaze bore a mocking glint, reminiscent of a hunter observing its prey in its final throes, an exhilarating sensation. "You should be cautious," she warned. "My arrows are quite sharp. Do ensure you do not soil your trousers out of fear. And do not entertain thoughts of evasion. Should you attempt to flee, you will still face defeat." When Xiaodao merely smiled nonchalantly. "Is that so? I shall await with bated breath." This time, it is evident that neither party has any intention of seeking a peaceful resolution. The method employed is not merely a solitary arrow aimed at one individual. Rather, in an effort to heighten the adversary's trepidation, the target is compelled to forego a blindfold, forced to witness the arrow's approach with wide-open eyes. Merely contemplating this spectacle evokes a sense of astonishment, as these seemingly delicate women reveal a ruthlessness that casts many men into a diminished light. One must ponder whether the first arrow from the Duchess Hannah will serve as a formidable warning to Huandoling. Undoubtedly, I would not expect otherwise. My curiosity lies in how long Huandaling can endure this contest. It has been ages since I have witnessed such an exhilarating scene. Rare and extraordinary. If you were to visit underground boxing arenas, you would find that far more thrilling encounters abound. What merit is there in watching burly men engage in combat?
Today,
We are privy to a duel between two noble women, a spectacle that is surely unparalleled. Were it not for the formidable nature of Duchess Hannah, I would be inclined to share this moment on social media, allowing those absent to glimpse what they have missed. Enough of the idle chatter. Let the contest commence. After Wen Xiaodao and Duchess Hannah took their positions, Wen Xiaodao spread her arms and leaned against the target, her demeanor relaxed as if she had merely come for a leisurely outing. Although injuring someone would result in defeat, no one had ever claimed that intimidation was prohibited. To achieve a resounding victory while instilling fear in the opponent, one must grasp the crucial distance during archery, akin to hitting the bullseye, infinitely close yet inflicting no harm. Duchess Hannah, after taking aim, had a blindfold placed over her eyes. This blindfold, of course, could not be tampered with, for after the conclusion of each round, the participants would exchange blindfolds. Should any deceit be uncovered, the repercussions would extend far beyond mere tarnished reputations. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, Duchess Hannah's first arrow swiftly soared towards Wen Xiaodao's head, testing the limits of psychological fortitude. Those untrained in such disciplines would inevitably react instinctively, fleeing at the sight of impending danger. Heavens! Duchess Hannah's arrow bore an impressive combination of power and speed, nearing 90% of its maximum potential. Truly, she was deserving of her title as the foremost Duchess of the Y continent royal family. The arrows here were originally intended for training purposes. Thus, at the very moment the archer released her shot, the colossal electronic screen beside her had already analyzed the data of Duchess Hannah's first arrow. Oftentimes, the human eye cannot discern subtle discrepancies. However, once everything is quantified, the outcome of the competition can be referenced. With a resounding thud, the arrow landed firmly above Wen Xiaodao's head, a mere 5 centimeters away, an exceedingly minimal margin of error. Supporters of Duchess Hannah erupted in exhilaration upon witnessing this data. Such perfection in the first shot was a testament to her prowess. Just moments prior, when the arrow was aimed at Wen Xiaodao, she exhibited not the slightest tremor.
indeed,
As the high-definition cameras tracked the arrow's trajectory, many rejoiced at Duchess Hannah's achievement, yet a number also harbored a modicum of admiration for Wen Xiaodao. Even they might not possess the composure she displayed. Wen Xiaodao glanced up at the arrow above her and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Duchess Hannah, on an impressive first shot.
now,
It is my turn." The attendant swiftly rode over on a balanced scooter and retrieved the Duchess Hannah's eye mask. After a brief inspection, Wen Xiaodao set it aside and picked up her own eye mask. In contrast to the Duchess's earlier meticulous aiming and predictions, Wen Xiaodao's approach was refreshingly straightforward. Once the Duchess had assumed a wide stance, she did not engage in any further preparations. Instead, she simply donned her eye mask, drew her bowstring, and executed the entire motion in a seamless flow that lasted no longer than 3 seconds. Chapter 106. The Art of Persuasion. Good heavens, has this woman lost her mind? Has she truly begun shooting, believing herself to be an archer of divine prowess? Look at the big screen. The display boldly proclaimed that Wen Xiaodao's arrow boasted a power rating and speed rating of 100. This revelation astonished everyone present, including the 3 members of the Huan family, whose expressions of disbelief were utterly genuine. Could it be that their sister was indeed a prodigy? After merely a few days of training, she had reached such remarkable proficiency? The data clearly indicated that Wen Xiaodao had harnessed the full potential of the bow, which, though intended for training, was certainly not a mere toy. This display of skill effectively slapped the faces of many spectators in attendance. With a sharp twang, her arrow flew and struck perilously close to the Duchess's leg, embedding itself deep within the target. Subsequently, the electronic screen once again displayed the distance between the arrow and Duchess Hannah, a mere inch apart. Although the 2 archers were positioned differently, based solely on the data, it was evident that Wen Xiaodao had emerged victorious. Nonchalantly, Wen Xiaodao removed the blindfold and tossed it to a nearby attendant, instructing him to present it to Duchess Hannah for inspection. Upon glancing at the results, He smiled lightly and remarked, "It seems fortune has favored me this time. I have not brought shame upon myself." "Not far away, mister." Rain felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, thinking to himself, "Is this what you call good luck?" Now he has come to understand that the woman before him from the Huan family is not only deeply calculating, but also exceptionally capable. More importantly, in such a setting, she knows precisely how to exert pressure on her opponent. From the very first round, Hannah's defeat was already predetermined. She chose to aim at the head, the target that instills the most intimidation. As the competition progresses, the likelihood of errors increases and the opponent's fear deepens. When Xiao Dao evidently reserved her shot at the head for last, the data from the first arrow was strikingly impressive, and it is likely that Duke Hannah has entirely relinquished any hope, for she now fully comprehends that when Xiao Dao is a formidable adversary. Through this round, Mr. Ren no longer doubts the archery skills of either participant. What remains to be contested is how to draw ever closer to the target. When Xiao Dao has always been one to stake her life in the game, having danced with death countless times, the fear that mortality brings has long been shattered within her. Conversely, a person of Duke Hannah's stature, a favored child of fortune, would never shy away from risking her life. Thus, the final arrow became a fatal blow delivered by Wen Xiaodao. In the subsequent arrows, second, third, and fourth, Wen Xiaodao's performance evidently surpassed expectations. Although it was initially stated that the victor would be the one who could hit the target without harming the opponent, there was no mention of quantifying scores. However, in the end, Duke Hannah was left with only the position of Wen Xiaodao's arm in her sights. Even if struck, the most severe consequence would merely be the loss of an arm, a scenario that, given current medical technology, might be deemed minimal. Yet, when Xiaodao's arrow was aimed directly at Duke Hannah's head, her composure was remarkable. With a resounding thud, Duke Hannah's final arrow clearly faced some influence. Although it hit its mark, it was already an 8-centimeter deviation from Wen Xiaodao's arm. This distance, strictly speaking, would be considered outside the 10-ring score. Wen Xiaodao remained unfazed, as if blindfolding herself was merely a formality, devoid of any actual effect. Duke Hannah watched in disbelief as the arrow approached ever closer. Being an expert archer herself, she could already assess that this arrow would come perilously close, even though she was acutely aware that the rural woman opposite her would not dare to truly strike her. The fear within her continued to escalate. As the arrow neared, a flicker of anxiety arose within her. What if her judgment was flawed? She was gambling with her life to acquire the possessions of the Huan family and that old witch, Carlyle. Regarding these members of the royal family, she harbored a clearer understanding than anyone else. If anything were to befall her, all her assets would be seized by the royals, leaving her with nothing in the end. At that moment, Hannah trembled slightly, yet she dared not flee. If she were to escape today, she would forever lose her place in high society. With a resounding thud, when Xiaodao's arrow grazed Hannah's scalp before embedding itself in the target behind her, its fletching quivering from the force of its flight, Duke Hannah swallowed hard as a crystalline bead of sweat slowly traced down her cheek. This scene was, of course, captured by the electronic display, contrasting Wen Xiaodao's leisurely demeanor with Duke Hannah's evident tension. However, according to their previous agreement, this did not determine a victor, so they had to proceed to the next round. In the second round, Wen Xiaodao emerged victorious in rock, paper, scissors, granting her the privilege of the first arrow. With unwavering composure, she knocked her bowstring, and everyone anticipated that she would replicate her earlier strategy, targeting an arm or thigh. Yet, to their astonishment, they were mistaken once more. This time, Wen Xiaodao aimed directly for the head. It was no jest. She had painstakingly unsettled Hannah's composure, and now was the time to capitalize on that advantage, shattering her psychological defenses in one decisive strike. The first arrow was, of course, aimed at the fearful crown of Duke Hannah. Poor Duke Hannah, who believed she was adequately prepared, was caught off guard by the arrow hurtling toward her forehead. Had it not been for her years of unwavering resolve, she would likely have crumpled to the ground in terror. Mr. Ryan now understood with utmost clarity that he could no longer perceive this woman as merely a beguiling enchantress, adept at ensnaring men for her own gain. This woman was unmistakably an ambitious matriarch, unashamedly asserting her power. Even though the competition is still ongoing, Everyone present is acutely aware that Wen Xiaodao has already emerged victorious. Duke Hannah, on the other hand, is merely enduring the struggle. Huandu Xianger's complexion has transformed from a previous pallor to one of profound anticipation. With Wen Xiaodao shielding her from harm, she feels empowered to navigate her world with confidence, free from the fear of arbitrary assaults. Anyone who dares to provoke her should brace themselves for a fierce retribution from Wen Xiaodao. Suddenly, she realizes that she could become an ardent admirer of Wen Xiaodao, the kind who follows his every command without hesitation. Chapter 107. The Absence of Chivalry, Part 3. As the conclusion of the second round approached, the visage of Duchess Hannah had turned a ghastly shade of ashen gray. She had never fathomed that she would be driven to such a state by a mere upstart. It seemed that all present were now acutely aware of her disarray, witnessing the once proud archery champion being thoroughly outmatched in her own domain. This revelation brought her to the brink of collapse. When the third round commenced, Duchess Hannah finally comprehended why Wen Xiaodao had never broached the subject of quantifying archery scores, opting instead for this relentless series of contests. This was not merely an oversight on the part of the woman, it was a meticulously orchestrated scheme, aimed at systematically dismantling her pride and exposing her humiliation before the gathered crowd. Once again, it was Wen Xiaodao who triumphed in the game of chance. Duchess Hannah presumed that this time, Wen Xiaodao would aim directly for her head, intensifying the pressure upon her. Thus, she prepared herself with utmost vigilance. To her astonishment, however, Wen Xiaodao targeted her arm instead. This, too, was another of the cunning stratagems devised by that wretched woman. By refusing to specify the order of the shots, she retained the freedom to act at her whim, leaving Duchess Hannah utterly unprepared for the onslaught. The tenacity exhibited by Lady Hannah is evident to all who possess the capacity for observation. They can even begin to fathom the ire and helplessness that beset the Duchess. This subtle, yet sharp torment, akin to a playful taunt, is unmistakably intentional, as though she were toying with her prey. This woman is truly formidable. I shall certainly avoid antagonizing the Huandu clan and the influence of Duchess Carlyle in the future. Her thirst for vengeance is astonishing, and the manner in which she inflicts pain is utterly deplorable. Lady Hannah has indeed encountered a formidable challenge this time. One cannot help but wonder if she regrets standing up for the foolish members of the Quinta family. In her quest to defend a group of inconsequential individuals, she has unwittingly offended an adversary whose true nature she is entirely unaware of. Is she not digging her own grave? You suggest that Lady Hannah is defending the Quinta family? Surely not. The true heirs of the Quinta lineage are Duchess Carlyle, while those she defends are mere collateral, their status significantly inferior. Is Lady Hannah's mind truly so unhinged? Who can say? Regardless, once today passes, it is likely that Lady Hannah will find herself unable to retain her very title. The royal family of Y Continent has certainly suffered a significant loss of face this time. Although it appears to everyone that Lady Hannah is on the verge of collapse, she possesses a degree of skill, as evidenced by her ability to endure until the fifth round. In the present moment, she unexpectedly yearned for the appearance of Prince Yao. Had he been present, her defeat would not have been so disheartening. Subsequently, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Despite being cousins with Prince Yao and his companions, she had always harbored a sense of resentment towards them, thus failing to afford them the respect they might have deserved. Now, how could they possibly come to her aid? During the second arrow of the fifth round, Duchess Hannah suddenly felt a constriction in her breathing, as if an invisible hand were tightening around her throat. She realized that she had utterly lost. As she closed her eyes, bracing herself to accept this cruel reality, a voice she recognized all too well resonated. "Miss Huandu, may we pause the competition? It appears my cousin is experiencing some distress." At this juncture, feigning illness was undoubtedly a most humiliating endeavor. Yet it was evident to all that Duchess Hannah looked as though she were on the brink of death. And since it was Prince Yao who spoke, they naturally opted to play the role of bystanders, reluctant to shatter the facade of tranquility. When Xiaodao removed her blindfold, her gaze landing precisely on Prince Yao, and she could not help but internally assess, this man exudes an air of danger. Her objective was to make a name for herself, not to incite animosity at the expense of Duke Izhou. Particularly with the man before her, her intuition warned her to tread carefully. It was best to avoid provoking him to the utmost. She promptly resolved to withdraw, while the situation still favored her. Certainly, today is merely a contest. Yet I initially perceived that the Duchess Hannah was rather indifferent. I assumed she was eager to establish a clear victor, which is why I continued to indulge her. I then turned to the Duchess with a benevolent demeanor, saying, "Duchess Hannah, if you are unwell, you should have mentioned it sooner. This commotion has led onlookers to believe that your current condition is a result of my pressing you. It seems that people have truly experienced the phenomenon of unjustly casting blame onto others while themselves evading accountability. At the same time, I reminded myself to be cautious in the presence of the Huandu clan. They ought to behave themselves. This woman exhibits a blatant disregard for honor." The Crown Prince, initially believing he would need to utter more words to persuade this formidable individual, who had driven his once invincible cousin to the brink of despair, was taken aback by how readily she acquiesced. He soon deduced the reason behind her compliance. This woman possesses both strength and intellect, coupled with stunning beauty, rendering her exceedingly perilous. As for whether Duchess Hannah retains any semblance of dignity, the Crown Prince is indifferent. Were it not for the need to uphold the reputation of the Y Continent's royal family, he would certainly not have intervened. Allowing Hannah to retain even a modicum of dignity is the utmost he can offer. As for the matter of resuming the competition, I wonder when Miss Huandu intends to continue? The Radiant Prince is indeed a captivating individual, as he seemingly coerces Wen Xiaodao into acknowledging the nullification of the competition. Regardless, Wen Xiaodao has achieved her purpose for the day, and is thus unconcerned about granting others a semblance of dignity. After all, she is a person who, even in the face of adversaries, does not mind conceding a step back at times. Given that Duchess Hannah is unwell, what is the point of continuing the contest? Health takes precedence, and this competition is merely a trivial skirmish among young ladies. Moreover, today I have had the pleasure of witnessing the prowess of the archery champion, which, in retrospect, can be considered a gain for me. I propose we regard today as a draw. Chapter 108. To achieve great things, one must have vision. Additional chapter. A recompense for yesterday's oversight. The Radiant Prince likely did not anticipate that the previously aggressive woman would now exhibit such amiability. As if the individual who had relentlessly overshadowed Hannah were not herself. Naturally, since Wen Xiaodao intends to maintain the dignity of the Y Continent royal family, he would not genuinely treat it as a draw, for that would be an unseemly display. Since Miss Huandu has expressed her sentiments, we must acquiesce. We cannot allow this to hinder our primary affairs. By the way, I possess a particularly exquisite gemstone that would befit a beauty such as Miss Huandu. Observe. The demeanor of a crown prince is indeed unparalleled. His stature and poise clearly demonstrate an intention to silence Wen Xiaodao, while ensuring that those present do not perceive the Y Continent's royal family as miserly after having gained such advantages. Yet, through the artful manner of his discourse, he transformed this rather unfriendly atmosphere into one of remarkable harmony. Given that the gift was presented, it would be unreasonable for Wen Xiaodao to decline. Thus, in light of Prince Yao's fervent generosity, Huandu Ling graciously accepted, expressing her gratitude to Prince Yao. As for the previous gambling game orchestrated by Yan Qianya, it appears there were no discernible wins or losses. After all, who could have anticipated that the Duke Hannah would be so utterly overwhelmed, leaving Prince Yao to salvage the remnants of dignity? This sensation is akin to the delight of finding money. While they reveled in their fortune, those who had wagered on Wen Xiaodao's victory were far less jubilant, as their imminent triumph was thwarted by the need to consider the sensitivities of the Y Continent's royal family, resulting in the unfortunate loss of their hard-earned wealth. In this matter, Yan Qianya had invested 20 small objectives, representing a significant portion. Such a statement, if disregarded, would be tantamount to erasing its existence. Even if Yan Qianya himself were to remain indifferent, the royal family of Y Continent would not dare to treat this incident as though it were inconsequential. While Yan Qianya may not wield the intricate influence of Mr. Ryan, he nonetheless possesses several international freight routes. The Y Continent royal family, supporting numerous individuals, cannot simply thrive on mere whims. They have their own enterprises to manage. Offending Yan Qianya, even if he were magnanimous and refrained from laying traps, would render the attainment of any preferential treatment quite challenging. In business, time equates to money. Meanwhile, Wen Xiaodao stretched his neck before tossing the bow and arrow to a nearby attendant. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Mr. Ryan, the referee who had come to serve as a mere tool. Judging by the expression on his face, it was evident that this man had likely never encountered such a humiliating situation in his life. Duchess Hannah finally regained her composure. However, since Crown Prince Yao had concluded the challenge on the grounds of her ill health, she was obliged to feign sickness. When the attendant arrived with medical personnel, he conveyed the Crown Prince's instructions in her ear. Duchess Hannah, Crown Prince Yao has presented you with precious gems to preserve your dignity. As for the previous wager concerning Miss Huandaling's accounts, you shall have to address it yourself. Having just regained her composure, Duchess Hannah's complexion paled even further. There was no longer a need to feign illness. She was genuinely unwell. Although she managed to preserve her dignity in the competition, her reputation had suffered irreparably. Yet, she found herself unable to refuse. While most of these individuals could not overshadow her status, they were far from insignificant, and her relationship with them was tenuous at best. Severing their financial prospects to salvage her own pride would be unwise, even if she feigned indifference and refused responsibility. Members of the Y Continent royal family would readily invoke her name to utilize her assets to compensate for their losses. It would be more prudent for her to act on her own accord. I have truly underestimated you. It seems that a woman with a tough exterior is not necessarily devoid of capability, remarked Mr. Ryan, his words laced with subtle sarcasm before he turned to leave. In response, Wen Xiaodao made a face at his retreating figure, clearly finding him insufferable. His assessment of her abilities was of no consequence to her. Having traversed a psychological journey from hell to heaven and back to reality, the trio, including the ever-spirited Wen Xiaodao, had finally found their calm. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Upon receiving such praise, Wen Xiaodao displayed no modesty, lifting her chin defiantly.
Of course.
If I lacked skill, would I dare to be so audacious? This was followed by a flurry of enthusiastic compliments that left Wen Xiaodao elated. When Yan Qinya arrived, he tossed a card in her direction, stating, "This is for you." Wen Xiaodao instantly comprehended the situation. This was an unexpected compensation. Without hesitation, she tucked it into her bag. Following her previous display of strength, the trio was now met with respect, and no one dared to deliberately target or ostracize them. After all, should they inadvertently provoke that fierce woman, there would be no gallant prince to come to their rescue. With no outsiders present, Wen Xiaodao's expression shifted to one of grimace. Although it appeared she had won effortlessly, her arms were on the brink of numbness, a manifestation of overexertion. Had it not been for the extensive medicinal baths and diligent practice over the past 2 years, she would not have been able to shoot arrows with such precision. After retrieving the medicine from her bag and undergoing a steam treatment, she finally felt rejuvenated. With Xiao Qing on guard, her tension eased, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. The sky gradually darkened, and the birthday banquet was about to commence. Princess Mia, adorned in her finest attire, radiated a smile brimming with happiness and confidence. Elder brother, Linger has yet to come down. She has been asleep for nearly an afternoon. I wonder if she is hungry. Should I go and wake her? Huan Du Xiang Air was unaware if it was due to newfound support, but she no longer exuded that previous sense of insecurity. Had it been earlier, when the princess made her appearance and when Xiao Dao remained obliviously asleep, she would have felt a twinge of anxiety. Now, however, she seemed oblivious to the fact that when Xiao Dao had just openly affronted Duke Hannah, disregarding Princess Mia's dignity, which was indeed inappropriate. In Chapter 109, A Midnight Fright, today as updates have concluded, Huan Du shook his head, stating, "Let us not meddle in Ling Er's affairs. She is well aware of her own situation. Moreover, I believe Princess Mia would not wish for Ling Er to be present. Whether it be when Xiao Dao's unparalleled beauty or her past actions, they would undoubtedly eclipse some of Princess Mia's radiance, which is rather unfriendly to the host. When Xiao Dao was exceptionally formidable when she chose to be, yet she could also be remarkably discreet. Huan Du seemed to have grasped how to interact with the sister of the next heir to the Huan Du family, to focus on oneself and refrain from unnecessary actions. At that moment, Huan Du Xiang Er sought to deepen her relationship with Wen Xiao Dao, feeling a sense of security she had never experienced before. Compared to men, It was evidently this blood-related sister who seemed more reliable. As Princess Mia's birthday banquet concluded, it was announced that she was to be wed to the heir of the Shalia family. Upon hearing this, Huan Duyu and Huan Dujing exchanged glances, seemingly comprehending why, despite the earlier chaos, Princess Mia appeared utterly oblivious. It turned out that she was aligning with the Shalia family, effectively suppressing them. Although the Duchess of Carlisle did not directly convey her thoughts, the inhabitants of the estate subtly informed them of the complex entanglements between the Quinter family, the local residents, and the tumultuous relationships within the Shalia family. Had it not been for the presence of these four individuals, the Duchess of Carlisle and the collateral branches of the Quinter family would undoubtedly have been embroiled in a relentless feud. The Shalia family, poised to reap the benefits, now found themselves as mere spectators, helplessly watching a significant fortune slip into their grasp. In the world of high society, where all are driven by profit, genuine human sentiment is conspicuously absent. As the soiree concluded, she finally opened her eyes, feeling as though she had been revitalized. The vigilant Zweiking dutifully perched on the doorknob, bending his body, his head swiveling in a manner reminiscent of a watchful patrol. After when Xiaodao handed a small red pill to Zweiking, she promptly tucked it into her handbag. On the return journey, when Xiaodao opened the jewel box, gazing at the gemstone within, even she, accustomed as she was to an array of jewels, could not help but feel a flicker of admiration for this particular gem. It must surely be one of the treasures of the royal family of Y continent, with a rather unique name, the Eye of the Storm. Huan Duxianger looked enviously at the deep blue stone, roughly the size of an egg, wishing to touch it. Just as she was about to speak, a thunderous bang erupted as the car tire burst. Had it not been for the driver's exceptional skill, they might have flipped over. The convoy of security vehicles immediately came to a halt, with the guards emerging, weapons drawn, surrounding Wen Xiaodao's car in a protective formation. It was soon discovered that the tire had been sabotaged, prompting an immediate communication with the manor. They needed to find a secure location to await reinforcements. Miss Linger, the backup will arrive in 20 minutes. We must locate a safe spot. The flat terrain here makes us an easy target for enemy snipers. Perhaps due to the astonishing events at Princess Mia's banquet, the bodyguards now subtly regarded Wen Xiaodao as their leader. Hiding together as a large group makes us an obvious target. If the adversaries are determined to eliminate us, our collective presence could lead to our downfall. We should disperse into smaller groups, thus scattering the enemy's focus as well. As the elder brother, Huan Du initially felt a sense of disarray, particularly since this was his first encounter with such a situation. However, after Wen Xiaodao articulated his thoughts, Huan Du came to realize that this might indeed be the most prudent course of action. Very well, let us disperse. Everyone, remember to synchronize your locations with those who are coming to support at the manor. Every escape is a victory. The vehicle carrying Wen Xiaodao and his companions was under strict surveillance, and in such circumstances, the emergence of this predicament was troubling. Wen Xiaodao could not help but suspect the presence of a traitor within their ranks. Of course, it was also plausible that those who had previously targeted the Huan Du family had struck again, even though they had scattered. Each individual was accompanied by 4 bodyguards, a configuration that provided a commendable degree of safety for their escape. Let us move. Huan Du Xianger, the most timid among them, chose a path toward the manor, ensuring that if there were no interception, she would be the first to receive aid. Wen Xiaodao, on the other hand, headed directly toward the venue of the earlier banquet. The 4 bodyguards accompanying him were all imposing and seasoned warriors, which instilled a sense of security. Those who had been waiting for Wen Xiaodao and his companions to fall into their trap were utterly unprepared for the fact that these 4 fledglings had chosen to disperse, leaving them at a loss as to which one to pursue. After Huan Duling, as her words fell, a considerable number of individuals surged towards Wen Xiaodao. If she had known that she had become the target of these people solely due to her prominence and value, she might have been brought to tears. Indeed, the saying "the bird that sticks its head out gets shot" proved to be an undeniable truth. Miss Linger, someone is closing in on us. Please hold on tight. I must accelerate. On the midnight road, the bodyguard drove the vehicle with a velocity that felt nothing short of exhilarating, pursued by numerous assailants behind them. This was a true depiction of a harrowing midnight chase. After nearly half an hour of frenzied driving, they finally managed to create some distance from their pursuers. Arriving near a mountain hollow, the bodyguard was quite familiar with the area. If they could hide within the hollow, their chances of escape would significantly increase. They only needed to hold on a little longer until reinforcements arrived, allowing them to shift from a position of vulnerability. After the bodyguard outlined his strategy, Wen Xiaodao decisively nodded. However, upon stepping out of the vehicle, she found herself somewhat disoriented, her legs lacking strength as they touched the ground. One of the bodyguards, noticing her condition, swiftly lifted Wen Xiaodao with ease, as if carrying a gas canister, and hurried towards the mountain hollow. Chapter 110. Indistinguishable between human and ghost yet. Just as the bodyguards were about to enter the mountain hollow, Wen Xiaodao suddenly called out, "Wait!" Everyone immediately halted, and she was gently set down. Fortunately, her earlier dizziness had subsided somewhat. Miss Linge? The lead bodyguard appeared somewhat perplexed, with pursuers close behind. They were on the verge of entering the mountain hollow. Suddenly halting here seemed inexplicable. Observing his surroundings, Wen Xiaodao inhaled deeply before resolutely declaring, "We must withdraw from this place." Despite the apparent lack of coordination, Wen Xiaodao felt no inclination to impress or compel these individuals to unconditionally trust her judgment. She promptly elucidated the reason. This area has been prearranged by someone. Venturing in would be tantamount to courting death. However, what Wen Xiaodao refrained from disclosing was that she herself would encounter no peril inside, as the interior was predominantly fraught with toxic barriers and formations. Those unfamiliar with such dangers would find themselves ensnared, slowly succumbing to the insidious poison, with no remedy in sight. "Then where shall we proceed?" they inquired. "First, we shall create a false scenario to mislead them into believing we have entered the mountain hollow. And then we will head east. The rationale for this eastward direction is clear. It is the only path against the wind. This area is laden with toxic barriers, and should we attempt to flee with the wind at our backs, we may not survive to tell the tale." To become a bodyguard for the manor is no trivial matter, and the individual swiftly grasped the implications of Wen Xiaodao's intentions. The remaining three promptly set about their arrangements, preparing to erase their tracks as they made their way eastward, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, the distance was not great, and soon they were met with a cacophony of anguished screams, evidently from those who had been lured into the valley. The chilling cries caused the four bodyguards to tense up, their faces taut with apprehension. Had it not been for Wen Xiaodao's timely intervention, their fates might have taken a dire turn. "Let us depart. There is no need for further cleanup now." Meanwhile, on the other side, Huan Duxiang'er was indeed fortunate. She had scarcely fled when, despite the pursuing enemies, the bodyguard escorting her proved to be no novice. After a series of tense standoffs, they finally awaited rescue. Qin Xiong trailed behind these individuals, realizing that their employer had split up in their escape. Without hesitation, Qin Xiong inquired about Wen Xiaodao's direction and their designated position, then promptly followed the path towards Wen Xiaodao. Along the way, anxiety gnawed at him. Although he was aware that others were by Wen Xiaodao's side and that Wen Xiaodao was not easily harmed, the uncertainty lingered.
Now.
Qin Xiong truly regretted not insisting on accompanying them. Even if he could not enter the banquet, at least he could have waited outside. Who could he trust among these individuals? Who could harbor genuine loyalty? As he pondered, he suddenly noticed one of the support personnel accompanying them casting an unnatural glance in a certain direction. This demeanor remarkably resembled Lin Lin's furtive manner whenever he discreetly messaged someone while carrying another person. Reacting instinctively, he swiftly seized the man's hand and demanded in a stern voice, "What are you doing?" At that moment, everyone was anxious, aside from checking their locations, who had the presence of mind to attend to their phones. Even if there were no ulterior motives, Qin Xiong found the man's behavior exceedingly unprofessional. The others in the vehicle, upon hearing Qin Xiong's voice, reacted strangely, as if startled by an unexpected revelation, swiftly dividing into two factions. As Qin Xiong's words echoed, several individuals erupted in fury, launching themselves to attack others. The driver abruptly halted the vehicle, casting a malevolent glance at Qin Xiong. Instantly, he felt a chilling apprehension. Had he not had the foresight to question earlier, these individuals might never have revealed themselves. Even if the boss had indeed been rescued by them, it would have ultimately led to calamity. These individuals are all confidants of the Duchess of Carlisle, nurtured over many years. The current situation leaves Qin Xiong utterly perplexed. He cannot discern whether these individuals are indeed traitors or if the Duchess merely harbors suspicions about them. Unable to differentiate between friend and foe, Qin Xiong's approach becomes merciless. He resolves to eliminate anyone who confronts him. His fierce demeanor instills a sense of trepidation among those who temporarily align with him. Despite the multitude of doubts swirling in his mind, Qin Xiong refrains from openly confronting the issue, especially with 4 unknown individuals accompanying Wen Xiaodao. After dealing with the visible threats, his vigilance reaches an apex. At present, aside from Wen Xiaodao, he places his trust in no one. Suddenly recalling his employer's prior admonition that he should undertake no actions without her explicit instruction, Qin Xiong addresses those preparing to continue their journey. If these individuals accompany us, they will undoubtedly cause trouble. However, leaving them here is also not an option. Should someone come to rescue them, we would be left with no leads. This territory is entirely unfamiliar to me and may prove unhelpful. Therefore, why not entrust their watch to me while you hasten to provide support? The words of Qin Xiong did not raise suspicion among these individuals. However, despite this, he harbored no trust towards them. Once everyone had departed, Qin Xiong swiftly rendered the bound captives unconscious and dragged them to the roadside, covering them with weeds. He then ascended a nearby tree to await developments. After a considerable time, to his astonishment, individuals did indeed appear, heading directly towards the very spot where they had just been. At this moment, Qin Xiong felt an absence of any illusion of safety. It was evident that the depths of this estate were indeed profound.
Contemplating this,
He quickly sent a message to Wen Xiaodao, alerting her that the individuals emerging from the estate were untrustworthy. By the time Wen Xiaodao received the message, it was somewhat too late, for she had already been escorted by 4 bodyguards to a seemingly long-abandoned small farmhouse. Chapter 111. Even a prisoner must observe courtesy in order of arrival. This small farmhouse exhibited signs of decay, yet its contours still suggested that it had once been quite splendid. What is the meaning of this? Fortunately, from the outset, Wen Xiaodao had placed her trust in no one. Thus, even when she had been stabbed in the back, she felt no significant distress. Presently, she maintained an air of composure, her voice steady, betraying no hint of fear. My apologies, Miss Ling, but we are merely following orders. Rest assured. We mean you no harm. You only need to cooperate with us. The man at the forefront displayed a remarkable courtesy towards Wen Xiaodao. For had it not been for her intervention earlier, they might have all met a grim fate. Thus, despite having received orders that placed them in opposition to her, they still regarded her with a certain level of respect and refrained from imposing any restrictions upon her. Not even the bag in her possession was seized, although they were aware that it contained a mobile phone. However, in this location, all signals were effectively jammed, rendering the device little more than a mere ornament. Miss Ling, please remain here patiently and refrain from any attempts at resistance. We harbor no intention of causing you harm, they advised. Wen Xiaodao was far from foolish. She recognized that these individuals still held her in some regard. Why would she provoke them and invite trouble upon herself? Very well, I understand, she replied. Upon being ushered into one of the rooms, Wen Xiaodao once again felt that her acute sense of smell was more of a curse than a blessing. The musty odor within the chamber was so overpowering that it nearly overwhelmed her. Fortunately, having been prepared, she swiftly retrieved a powder from her bag and scattered it about the room. Instantly, a swarm of various insects erupted from the corners, seemingly fleeing from a formidable predator, scurrying for their lives in a frantic escape. The musty odor has finally dissipated somewhat, allowing Wen Xiaodao to find a chair that appeared marginally cleaner to sit upon. Her phone displayed a message from Qin Xiong, who succinctly recounted the events they had previously encountered. Now that circumstances had unfolded in such a manner, she patiently awaited further developments, confident that the individuals behind the scenes would eventually reveal themselves. After an undetermined passage of time, the once sturdy bamboo leaves, now rolling on the ground, suddenly darted towards Wen Xiaodao, as if startled by some unseen force. This was the first time Wen Xiaodao had witnessed such palpable fear in the bamboo leaves, which typically frolicked with abandon in her presence, displaying not a hint of trepidation. After soothing the agitated leaves, she awaited the arrival of visitors. Before long, the sound of footsteps resonated outside. However, the noise was somewhat chaotic, indicating that a considerable number of individuals had arrived, some appearing to have been forcibly brought along. When Xiaodao discerned this due to the footsteps clearly divided into two factions. When the door swung open, she was greeted by a familiar face, Mr. Rain, who seemed taken aback to see Wen Xiaodao in the setting. Clutching his injured arm, he entered with an air of nonchalance, neglecting to acknowledge her presence as he found a spot on the floor to sit. Accompanying him were several others, all bearing injuries and similarly thrown into the room. The door closed behind them, and when Xiaodao observed that those escorting Mr. Rain were not the same guards she had encountered previously, they were complete strangers. Upon noticing Wen Xiaodao, a flicker of surprise and even a hint of greed crossed their faces, but it was swiftly replaced by a clear expression of wariness, leading them to lock the door once more. At least Wen Xiaodao had the comfort of a chair. The ground was quite cold. Thus, as she watched Mr. Rain and his companions enter without demanding her to relinquish her seat, she finally perceived this arrogant man as somewhat worthy of consideration. The atmosphere, eerily calm for an extended period, was finally disrupted when Mr. Ren could no longer contain himself. Turning to Wen Xiaodao, he inquired, his tone laced with a tinge of complexity, "What brings Miss Huandu here?" When Xiaodao glanced at Mr. Ren, whose arm had been grievously wounded, despite his pallid complexion, he emitted not a sound of pain and even had the composure to question her. This earned her a measure of respect for the man. Naturally, she possessed medicine, but she was no saint, unwilling to selflessly offer aid. She continued to ignore his injury, pondering how he could possibly think she had simply wandered into this predicament. The room they occupied was likely the finest in the vicinity, yet the confinement of male and female captives together stirred within her a profound sense of dissent. Mr. Ren, perhaps unprepared for the day he would initiate a conversation only to be met with such retort, exhibited no anger. After all, who could find mirth in being imprisoned? The fact that he remained calm could be deemed commendable. Mr. Ren was not perturbed by Wen Xiaodao's remarks, for he understood that she was not one to engage in polite discourse. However, his subordinates could not tolerate their leader being affronted. They glared at Wen Xiaodao, their eyes blazing with menace. "How dare you speak to Mr. Ren in such a manner?" Wen Xiaodao shot a disdainful glance at the one who had spoken, her tone dripping with mockery. "Please, you're no better than a fellow prisoner. What makes you so special? Moreover, I was here first. Do you even grasp the rules? What rules are in place? Is it possible that being apprehended still necessitates a consideration of precedence? This woman must surely be suffering from some grave delusion." When Mr. Ryan's subordinate, Wen Xiaodao, dared to speak out, he retorted sharply, "Silence. One must not be disrespectful to Miss Huan." The subordinates were taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment, as if they had encountered a specter. They were utterly shocked. Previously, Mr. Ryan had never shown any semblance of civility towards exceptionally beautiful women. Yet now, he not only initiated conversation but appeared entirely unfazed by being rebuffed. What could this mean? Is it possible that this woman lacks beauty? She unmistakably possesses an ethereal charm. Chapter 112. The Death List, Part 3. Why were you apprehended? Mr. Ryan cast a surprised glance at Wen Xiaodao, evidently taken aback by the latter's audacity in asking. This was not a matter shrouded in secrecy. A few pests believed that colluding with outsiders would enable them to seize power. Wen Xiaodao. Very well. The individual in question has been apprehended. At least there exists a rationale for it, and she is aware of who her adversary is. However, her plight is far more dire, as she remains oblivious to the identity of those who conspire against her. It is astonishing that even the trusted bodyguard of Duchess Carlyle can be manipulated. Either these individuals were planted from the outset as saboteurs, or Duchess Carlyle intends to eliminate her. Yet, upon encountering Mr. Ryan, Wen Xiaodao dismissed the latter possibility. If it were truly Duchess Carlyle's intent to dispose of her, there would be no need to involve Mr. Ryan, whose influence is not something Duchess Carlyle could easily contend with. Thus, today, she could well be the one at risk of being eliminated. Otherwise, those bodyguards would not have exerted themselves to escort her away. Miss Huan, there is no need for excessive concern. My people will arrive shortly. The implication being that, although he may not harbor a fondness for her, He is not the type to stand idly by in the face of danger, and he will ensure her rescue. At this moment, the two factions outside are far from harmonious, for bodyguards threaten others with firearms, demanding their withdrawal, evidently emboldened by their numbers, attempting to seize territory. Do not overstep your bounds. We were here first. The leader, enveloped entirely in a shroud of black fabric, obscured even to the point of concealing his eyes, exuded an aura of emptiness beneath the dark veil. His voice echoed like that of a specter. Even your master dares not address me in such a manner. What do you consider yourselves to be? Were it not for the fact that we share the same vessel, I would ensure your complete obliteration. A flicker of internal conflict surged through the bodyguard's mind. He realized that should they withdraw today, it would equate to surrendering Miss Linger into the hands of these individuals. Although their master stood in opposition to Miss Linger, she had bestowed upon them a debt of gratitude for saving their lives. The notion of delivering her into the grasp of these men felt inherently wrong to him. If I were in your position, I would harbor not an ounce of pity for the enemy, lest I find myself unaware of the manner of my own demise. The bodyguard ultimately chose to withdraw. Indeed, from the very beginning, they stood in opposition to Miss Linger. Their master was the illegitimate son of the venerable Mr. Kunta. Regrettably, Duchess Carlyle has never acknowledged his existence. In fact, to evade a DNA verification, she incinerated Mr. Kunta and obliterated all pertinent DNA data. Consequently, even if the master could prove his connection to the Kunta lineage, he would remain unable to substantiate his claim as Mr. Kunta's son. They were entrusted to the master by Mr. Kunta, who foresaw that upon his demise, Duchess Carlyle would undoubtedly refuse to accommodate him. Thus, it was a father's way of securing a measure of assurance for his son. The master has awaited many years for Duchess Carlyle's passing, hoping to inherit everything as the legitimate heir. Yet, she has preemptively thwarted his aspirations by having already established a will. Should he refrain from taking action now, he would find himself utterly bereft. After the bodyguards stepped aside, the figure shrouded in black cloth, led by subordinates, made its way towards the room where Wen Xiaodao and the others were imprisoned. Zhu Yeqing immediately clung tightly to Wen Xiaodao, as if anticipating some dreadful event. Zhu Yeqing's unusual behavior heightened Wen Xiaodao's vigilance significantly. As the door swung open, Wen Xiaodao was overwhelmed by an indescribable stench, yet Mr. Rain and the others seemed oblivious to it. So, you are Huandaling? Indeed, you possess an enchanting beauty. Although the speaker's voice was deep and laced with a sinister undertone, Wen Xiaodao discerned a hint of jealousy resonating from the person's words. Only another woman could harbor such envy towards another woman's beauty. Thus, the figure wrapped like a mummy must be a woman, and quite possibly one whose beauty had been marred. The foul odor emanating from you is palpable. Do you not perceive it? If I am not mistaken, you are indeed a woman, and once a remarkably beautiful one at that. It is no wonder that upon seeing me, your tone is imbued with both awe and jealousy. While I am unsure why your voice is transformed in this manner, I surmise you have exhausted numerous methods to no avail. Furthermore, you are a master of toxins. All manner of serpents, insects, and vermin tremble in your presence. Am I correct? The expression of the woman in the black robe remained concealed from all. Yet within her heart, the words spoken by Wen Xiaodao stirred a tempest of tumultuous emotions. The individuals behind her were rendered speechless, astonished to discover that this enigmatic figure was, in fact, a woman. It was no wonder she could overpower Duke Hannah. Her perceptiveness was undeniably remarkable. Regrettably for her, death awaited. However, she need not worry, for I shall don your visage and re-emerge before the world in your stead. As for Mr. Rain, a man of considerable experience, if he remains oblivious to the intentions of these individuals, he has truly wasted his years. The reason these people have been apprehended is to facilitate a skin exchange, thereby usurping their identities. Momentarily, one might be at a loss for words. Has modern cosmetic technology not advanced sufficiently? Is skin exchange not a notion confined to myth? When Xiaodao felt a wave of revulsion. Back when she was still Wen Jin, she had heard her master speak of a forbidden technique within the poison sect, an insidious and strange art that allowed for the replacement of human skin, enabling one to assume another's identity, leaving the unsuspecting forever ignorant of the truth. Such beings could scarcely be deemed human, as they had reduced themselves to mere vessels. akin to crafted puppets. When confronted with such individuals, there exists but one course of action: extermination. Wen Xiaodao harbored no mercy for those marked for death. Whether they sought her skin or practiced the forbidden arts deserving of obliteration, they had already secured their place on her inevitable death list.
Is that so?
If you wish for my demise, we shall see if you possess the capability to achieve it. Chapter 113. Wait for me. Mother, an additional update. When Xiaodao was acutely aware of the woman's venomous nature. The poisons she currently possessed were utterly ineffectual against this individual. Thus, she had no choice but to take a risk. The first step was to find a way to provoke her. It is only in moments of anger that one loses a fragment of their rationality. Although the woman in the black robe recognized Wen Xiaodao's formidable prowess, at that moment, Wen Xiaodao had nothing in her possession except for a handbag. What power could she possibly wield? Had it not been for Wen Xiaodao's previous display of brilliance and her stunning beauty, they would not have impulsively decided to capture her. Surely, you do not entertain the notion that someone might come to your rescue? Awaken, foolish girl. Tales of heroes saving damsels and cavalry appearing from the heavens are mere fairy tales designed to enchant naive maidens. Beauty without the means of self-preservation is a calamity. If one must place blame, it can only be directed towards your unfortunate fate. Upon speaking, the woman in the black robe appeared to be in high spirits, bursting into laughter. Yet, her voice bore an unsettling peculiarity, casting an eerie ambience in the dark night, leading even the most skeptical souls to feel as though they had encountered a ghost. Mr. Rain harbored a deep disdain for beautiful women whose hearts were tainted with malice. However, Wen Xiaodao evidently did not fall into this category. Furthermore, when the woman spoke of exchanging skins, she showed no intention of avoiding him, implying either that she regarded them as mere corpses or that they too were among the unfortunate souls to be exchanged. United in their plight, Mr. Rain considered himself a man of great responsibility and found it intolerable to witness such audacity from these individuals. It was particularly galling, especially given the woman's repugnant voice, which compelled him to voice his scorn. No wonder there is an old saying, to know a person by their face, but not their heart. Even if you ultimately don the beautiful skin of Miss Huan, it cannot conceal the harshness of your discordant voice, nor the foul stench that emanates from your being. Unfazed by Wen Xiaodao's rebuke, the woman in the black robe felt no discomfort. After all, why should she feel perturbed by an insignificant insect she could easily crush? However, when subjected to humiliation by a man of immense power, she felt as if ants were gnawing at her flesh. Even though this man would soon become a lamb for her slaughter, his words still pierced her heart with a painful sting. Damn it, you truly deserve to perish. As the fury of the woman in the black robe reached its zenith, Wen Xiaodao understood that the moment had arrived. Swiftly, he employed a sharp instrument to slice open his palm, and droplets of blood gushed forth with urgency. Without hesitation, he cast his own blood towards the woman in black. Simultaneously, the hidden weapons on his wrist, now tainted with his essence, were unleashed towards her. His blood was toxic, and so were his concealed weapons. The amalgamation of these two poisonous elements concocted a particularly insidious venom, specifically designed to counteract those adept in the art of toxicity. A series of anguished screams echoed through the air, and the woeful state of the woman in black was not solely a consequence of Wen Xiaodao's poison. Rather, it was significantly exacerbated by the backlash of her own toxic arts. Previously, when the woman in the black robe was beset by the blood thrown by Wen Xiaodao, she instinctively fortified her defenses. However, she failed to anticipate the subsequent wave of hidden weapons, remaining oblivious to the fact that the true lethal strike lay within those very weapons. This was Wen Xiaodao's trump card, and she feared that if she ever encountered someone well-versed in toxic arts, she would find herself at a disadvantage. It now seemed evident that preparedness is indeed one of the secrets to longevity. Yet, Wen Xiaodao was also suffering, for the stench was becoming increasingly pronounced, to the extent that even those who had previously been oblivious to it began to notice. When Mr. Rain humiliated the woman in black, commenting on her foul odor, he merely echoed Wen Xiaodao's words. Upon truly perceiving the stench, he suddenly comprehended the anguish of those sensitive to odors. If he were to endure such smells frequently, he would prefer to be devoid of a nose altogether. When Xiaodao's hand continued to bleed, while the bodyguards behind the black-robed woman regarded her with heightened vigilance. If they had previously dismissed this now captive woman, witnessing her bring down the black-robed gentleman rendered them utterly motionless, despite Wen Xiaodao's seemingly harmless demeanor.
Bang!
Simultaneously, an explosion echoed from outside, inciting further panic among those within. This location, hastily chosen, was not particularly fortified. The expressions of Mr. Rain's associates blossomed with delight, clearly believing that the newcomers were allies come to rescue them. Amidst the chaos, only Wen Xiaodao remained composed, retrieving a hemostatic powder from her bag and applying it to her wound. A soothing sensation enveloped her, the bleeding gradually ceasing, and the injury visibly began to mend. What should be done? The black-robed gentleman was deceased, and this woman was a devil. Wen Xiaodao likely did not realize that by eliminating a mere monster, she had instilled such profound terror, rendering those armed individuals akin to captured victims. Little did she know that in the eyes of these men, the woman in black was a demonic entity. One could only imagine the fear that would arise from a person capable of easily vanquishing a devil. Indeed, such a figure would be far more terrifying. What truly instilled dread was the first-hand witness of Wen Xiaodao transforming the black-robed gentleman using only her blood and hidden weapons. This led them to subconsciously perceive her as akin to the black-robed gentleman. To fall into the hands of someone like her was to experience a fate worse than death. In the heat of battle, a mere moment can reverse the outcome. After being intimidated by Wen Xiaodao, they hesitated to retaliate, thus forfeiting their chance at victory. Even when they finally realized their predicament, it was too late. When Wen Xiaodao finally encountered Lao Ji, though she was saved, her countenance was terrifyingly dark. Wen Xiaodao exclaimed, "You all better wait. If I don't butcher you until not a single hair remains, I shall never show my face to anyone again." Chapter 114. Am I being wronged? Another day of endless updates. Mr. Ryan, unfamiliar with the old G, initially believed that they had come to his aid, only to find that his hopes were in vain. The old G felt even more wrong than Do Yi as he pondered the absurdity of his predicament. What connection did he have to this situation? He was merely a watcher, occasionally relaying messages. Now, he found himself thrust into the limelight, forced to play the role of a subordinate. This has nothing to do with me. However, upon observing the displeasure on Wen Xiaodao's face, he reluctantly accepted the heavy burden of blame. I have already informed Qin Qiong. He will be here shortly, he stated. Wen Xiaodao snorted disdainfully before elegantly striding away in her high heels, which no longer seemed to match her graceful demeanor. Once her figure disappeared from sight, the old G transformed dramatically. He retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and hastily scribbled a few lines, presenting it to Mr. Ryan with an exasperated expression. Although we fortuitously saved Mr. Ryan this time, I trust he is not the type to be ungrateful. Here is the account, Mr. Ryan. Please proceed to transfer a fee. Ryan. Am I being extorted? His associates should be arriving here shortly. After all, he had intentionally brought only a few people to lure out the traitor. The real forces are still behind. This explains why he remained unperturbed even after being captured, even finding the composure to comfort Wen Xiaodao. Unfortunately, old G would not afford Mr. Rain any time to reflect. He swiftly thrust a piece of paper into Mr. Rain's hands and hastily retreated with his men, fearing that his hastily appointed savior might turn out to be a mere fade. Not long after their departure, Mr. Rain's men arrived, following the markers left behind. Upon seeing the obvious signs of battle, they were momentarily taken aback. It wasn't until they confirmed that Mr. Rain was unharmed that they breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon learning that Mr. Rain had been forcibly extorted, his subordinates were enraged and hastily prepared to investigate the audacious perpetrators. Yet Mr. Rain restrained them and instructed to transfer a sum of money to the account in question. For men like them, money was the least of their concerns. Issues solvable by wealth were no issues at all. No one could fathom Mr. Rain's intentions or why he was so amenable. In the car, Wen Xiaodao emanated an aura that discouraged intrusion. Old Ji wished to clarify matters, but feared inciting her wrath. Knowing well that placing a delicate young lady in such perilous circumstances was somewhat excessive. Upon arriving at their destination, Old Ji resignedly opened the car door. Uncertain of how to explain certain matters, It was perhaps best for Wen Xiaodao to witness the reality herself. Facts speak louder than words. Wen Xiaodao was not one to wallow in pretentiousness. Her anger stemmed from the deception, even if she was clever enough to adapt, realizing she was a bait. The feeling of being kept in the dark and distrusted was truly disheartening. Yet, as she exited the vehicle, her previous fury evaporated upon seeing a dozen bodies sprawled on the ground, seemingly devoid of life. Ming was drenched in blood. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, he could easily be mistaken for a corpse. Old Ji then revealed that once when Xiaodao had expressed her intention to attend Princess Mia's birthday banquet, Ming had recognized the implications, especially with the rumors that Duchess Carlyle intended to bestow her title upon the heir of the Huan family. The probability of this scenario had escalated to 80%. To ensure Wen Xiaodao's safety, Ming had made considerable arrangements, even calculating Mr. Rain's involvement. Otherwise, how could it have been so fortuitous for Mr. Rain to be confined with Wen Xiaodao? Ming reasoned that should any unforeseen incident arise, having someone of Mr. Rain's caliber nearby would offer Wen Xiaodao an added layer of security. As for why he chose not to inform Wen Xiaodao, it was due to his awareness of emerging issues around him. He would not casually disclose that she was under his protection. This was precisely why Ming had activated Old Ji as a pawn in this intricate game. The individuals now lying on the ground were slain by Ming himself. These men had been by his side for many years, and who would have suspected that they were traitors? Wen Xiaodao. If she is still angry now, it seems rather untimely, for after all, Ming was only acting to safeguard her identity and ensure her absolute security.
Yet,
one wonders how she managed to outmaneuver that arrogant man, Ryan. What has become of him? Old Ji nodded, acknowledging that their losses in drawing him out were considerable. Several factions were involved in this endeavor. Alas, it can only be said that the Huan family has truly fallen upon misfortune, being targeted by multiple parties simultaneously, thus facing utter calamity. Subsequently, when Xiaodao realized that the Huan family had likely attracted the attention of the god of misfortune, any family caught in the crosshairs of such individuals would find little peace, having unwittingly drawn the gaze of so many. The Huan family possessed a treasure map, which had come to light, and years ago, due to Duchess Carlyle's desire to adopt a child from her maternal family, certain individuals were incensed. There were also rumors that a certain lady of the Huan family had included a legendary poison manual in her dowry. The outcome, of course, was that the treasure map of the Huan family vanished. Duchess Carlyle lost her familial support, and that manual fell into the hands of others. A once prosperous family was thoroughly divided. The traitors around Ming were indeed those who sought to uncover the secrets of the treasure map. Chapter 115. Personal instruction. Those who harbor resentment towards Duchess Carlyle are merely a select few. After all, even the estate's guards can be swayed, making it easy to deduce the identities of those involved. As for the toxic tome, it is likely that when Xiaodao has discerned its contents, which probably pertain to forbidden arts, the dissemination of such knowledge poses a significant threat. As for treasure maps, when Xiaodao holds no interest in them, she understands that any association with such maps inevitably leads to loss of life, and it is best for her to remain uninvolved. However, since someone has managed to place individuals close to Ming, it stands to reason that he must be aware of the treasure map, perhaps even linking it to the jade pendant he covets. Boss, are you alright? I'm fine. Let's go. Once when Xiaodao departed, Ming feebly opened his eyes, casting a sharp glance at Lao Ji, clearly perceiving his meddlesomeness. Was there truly a need for explanation regarding his actions? Lao Ji, feeling somewhat guilty, dared to speak up. Ninth Master, please don't take offense at my words. Sometimes, you ought to temper your disposition. We understand your true nature and would never misinterpret you. However, for someone like Xiaodao, you must take extra care to cultivate a relationship. She is an extraordinary young woman, and it is imperative that she does not feel undervalued, whether in terms of monetary matters or emotional regard. You must ensure she recognizes your esteem for her. At that moment, Ming chose to disregard Lao Ji, closing his eyes and adopting an attitude of indifference, akin to a turtle reciting scripture, refusing to listen. Lao Ji could not help but sigh inwardly. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders often leads to immediate consequences. Engaging in mere tasks is futile. One must possess the ability to articulate thoughts. How many characters and tales have encountered misfortune simply because they lacked a voice? Observing the overly clingy Huan Duxiang, when Xiaodao felt that the previous version of her, the innocent flower, was far more endearing as she did not evoke any discomfort within her. Huan Duxiang, who initially wished to cultivate a closer bond with Wen Xiaodao, could only reluctantly distance herself, lamenting the lost opportunity to connect with her sister Linger. Yet, gazing at the vivid scar etched in her palm, Wen Xiaodao's spirits were far from elevated. This was merely a minor adversary. Yet it had compelled her to resort to such measures for self-preservation. What would happen when faced with more formidable foes? She found herself devoid of the 12 shadow guards, and even her concealed weapons were of a rudimentary nature. Alas, it all boiled down to her current lack of allies and influence, even in her most vulnerable state. She had never found herself in such a predicament. The following day, upon awakening, when Xiaodao discovered that the wound on her palm had completely healed, leaving only a faint pink mark. After having breakfast, she was summoned to the study by Duchess Carlyle. "It seems you are looking well. I am already aware of yesterday's events. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation. Although you have only undergone this intensive training for a little over a month, I have witnessed your remarkable growth. You are exceedingly well suited for the position I currently hold." Duchess Carlyle had yet to mention the illegitimate son of the old Kunta, focusing entirely on nurturing Wen Xiaodao to become a worthy heir. In the following days, although nothing significant seemed to transpire within the estate, it was evident to all that things had changed, with numerous individuals being dismissed. Wen Xiaodao commenced a more rigorous training regimen as an heir, while Huan Duyu and his companions were equally engaged in an intensified curriculum. This time, no one voiced complaints about the arduousness of their training. Even Huan Duxiang, who had always been prone to tears, seemed transformed, diligently pursuing studies suited to her capabilities. After 3 months of clandestine training, Wen Xiaodao's performance had far surpassed what Duchess Carlyle had imparted. Initially, the Duchess had believed Wen Xiaodao to be the only one capable of bearing the responsibility, thus pouring her heart into her instruction. Now, however, her fondness for Wen Xiaodao had deepened considerably. Had her health not been failing, perhaps the Duchess would have been willing to invest even more time in mentoring her. Wen Xiaodao felt a twinge of regret. The only thing she could truly do was to alleviate some of the elderly lady's suffering when the time came. Even though the Duchess of Carlisle said nothing, Wen Xiaodao already sensed that the upcoming banquet would be grand. It is regrettable, however, that she does not genuinely belong to the noble lineage of Huandaling. She fears that she might disappoint the Duchess's goodwill. Chapter 116. She is an impostor, yet she is not easily trifled with. Her reputation has grown significantly in Region Y, and the true heir of Huandaling, should they wish to secure their position, would undoubtedly seek to elevate themselves at her expense. Wen Xiaodao does not harbor baseless suspicions. Rather, it is a reflection of the treachery that pervades human nature, making one perpetually vigilant. If these individuals were to conspire against her during her acceptance of the legacy, accusing her of being a fraud, she would show them no mercy and would not hesitate to sever ties. Upon hearing the subtle warning in Wen Xiaodao's tone, Ximing felt a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps he had not anticipated the depth of her wariness towards him, even suspecting that he might ally with outsiders to betray her. At that moment, he began to understand the earlier words of old Ji. Despite his many selfless actions, if he remained silent, how could others discern his intentions or believe in his integrity? Instinctively, he began to clarify. "Rest assured, you are my advisor, and I am undoubtedly on your side. Anyone who dares to bully you is opposing me." Though his explanation sounded somewhat dry, Wen Xiaodao took it to heart. After all, they were allies, and it would be unwise to jeopardize her position for the sake of that woman. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." Observing the eager expressions on these faces, Wen Xiaodao suddenly felt a pang of cruelty, as she had instilled hope in them only to shatter it herself. She could only wish that the true Huandu Ling would not disappoint. Otherwise, she would indeed be a sinner. Huandu Xianger, noticing Wen Xiaodao's discontent, approached her with concern. "Sister Linger, what troubles you? You seem rather unwell. Perhaps you are too fatigued? The ceremony is tomorrow, and if you are feeling exhausted, it would be wise to rest." The current Huandu Xiang'er, though bearing the same visage as the Qi Yangyang of their first meeting, had transformed entirely. She was no longer the same person. One could hardly believe that the once dominant Jiang Xishao had now become a mere follower. It was truly a sight to behold. I am indeed somewhat fatigued. I shall rest for a while. Should anything arise, please do not hesitate to summon me. Yet, why did she feel such an internal conflict? She found herself worrying that if the true Huandu Ling could not uphold the Huandu family or this grand estate, what would become of her? Lost in these thoughts, she gradually drifted into slumber. Her dreams were a chaotic medley of disarray, preventing her from relaxing and leaving her even more fatigued. Had it not been for a sudden, urgent knocking at the door, she might have remained ensnared in her dreams. Miss Ling. When Xiaodao opened her eyes, her mind swiftly clearing. She stood and adjusted her attire before opening the door to find a Kai, who had been attending to her, wearing an expression of deep concern. The Duchess requests your immediate presence at the main building. Very well, I shall go at once. Upon reaching the main building, the usually bustling hall with numerous servants was eerily vacant, save for Anna, the housekeeper, who regarded her with an expression of regret and discomfort. You may ascend. The Duchess awaits you, she said, with a nod, when Xiaodao ascended the stairs, feigning ignorance of the situation. Upon entering the study, she beheld the silhouettes of two individuals. Upon hearing Wen Xiaodao's entrance, the Duchess of Carlisle maintained her characteristic composure and poise. Linga has arrived. Please take a seat. Upon hearing Duchess Carlisle address Wen Xiaodao as Linger, both Wen Zhong and the true Huanduling experienced a palpable shift in their expressions. Their initial intention was to await Wen Xiaodao's grand emergence during the illustrious ceremony of succession, intending to trample upon her reputation in the process. However, following Si Ming's ominous warning and witnessing Wen Xiaodao's extraordinary prowess, they found themselves losing control and hesitated to make their move. Fearing that should Wen Xiaodao strive to monopolize this identity, they might never secure the opportunity to unveil the truth. This would result in a calamitous loss, both personally and strategically. Presently, Wen Zhong is engulfed in regret. Had he foreseen that this substitute would be so unruly and ostentatious? He would never have conceived such a plan. Even now, should they attempt to assert that Wen Xiaodao's actions were deliberate, fully aware of her fraudulent status while audaciously slapping the face of a noble duchess from the Y continent, it would merely reflect their own shortcomings. A mere substitute lacks the elegance and grandeur expected. Do they not comprehend that interactions among noble women must never be so crude? However, even if they possessed a myriad of reasons to wish to trample upon Wen Xiaodao, they could only express that Wen Xiaodao's identity was a mere mistake, not a deliberate act. After all, it was he who initially arranged for the substitute, and it was he who intended for Wen Xiaodao to mislead the enemy on behalf of Huandu Ling. He could hardly assert that this counterfeit was something he had orchestrated from the beginning to pave the way for the original. Should he dare to say such a thing, it would surely provoke the wrath of his esteemed aunt. As a member of the Huandu family, having a substitute is one matter. But if even the contest for the heir is entrusted to the substitute, what purpose does the original serve? His esteemed aunt. Before Wen Zhong could utter another word, he was silenced by the reprimand of Duchess Carlisle. It is not yet your turn to speak. Duchess Carlisle gazed at Wen Xiaodao, and a flicker of faint compassion blossomed within her heart. This child, perhaps, has never realized that she is but a substitute. Her tireless efforts in study and her fearless stance in front of her family all stem from her belief that she truly belongs to the Huandu family. Chapter 117. A man with a soft heart is best avoided. Part 3. Now, to suddenly inform this child that she is no longer a member of the Huandu family, and that the ceremony tomorrow bears no relation to her, is indeed rather cruel. Good child, come here, Wen Xiaodao calmly approached. It was only then that she clearly discerned the appearances of Wen Zhong and the true Huandu Ling. How shall I put this? The bloodline of the Huandu family is undeniably formidable. Previously, Qi Yangyang, with her delicate and frail demeanor, remains vividly etched in memory. After undergoing rigorous training over the past 6 months, she has transformed into Huandu Xiang's Qi Yangyang, finally shedding her previous image of a fragile flower. Now embodying the grace of an accomplished young lady, the authentic Huandu Ling bears a striking resemblance to the refined Huandu Ling that has been cultivated. making it evident at a glance that they are indeed sisters. Linger, there is something I must tell you today. However, the Duchess of Carlisle is not one to beat around the bush, and she swiftly conveyed the matter at hand. This scene had long been played out in Wen Xiaodao's mind, so she merely revealed a fleeting expression she deemed most appropriate for the moment, only to quickly suppress it. Duchess Carlisle felt a deeper sense of regret. In her heart, even if Wen Xiaodao lacked the bloodline of the Huandu family, she still believed that Wen Xiaodao was more suited to be the head of the Huandu clan. The genuine Huandu spirit before her, while undoubtedly commendable, paled in comparison when standing beside Wen Xiaodao, both in beauty and demeanor. Of course, after her assessment, this authentic Huandu spirit, raised with the upbringing of a noble family, was still far superior to the other three candidates and was undoubtedly fit to assume the role of the Huandu family head. She was even willing to part with the dowry bestowed upon her by the Huandu family, intending to present it to Wen Xiaodao. However, her intentions had shifted, and she was no longer inclined to offer what she had initially planned to give. The ceremony had been altered, and Duchess Carlisle still had the decency to inform the guests. As for their reactions, she could no longer concern herself. She had little time left to live. Was she not entitled to live according to her own desires? After everything was explained, it seemed as if Duchess Carlisle had suffered a significant blow. She waved her hand at Wen Zhong and Huan Duling, signaling them to leave, yet she kept Wen Xiaodao behind. As Huan Duling departed, she cast a subtle glance at Wen Xiaodao and bit her lip. Although she felt somewhat constrained, she understood the importance of the greater good. Nevertheless, she did not regret sending Wen Xiaodao ahead to scout the way for her. The only thing she regretted was not warning Wen Xiaodao against abusing her identity for her own whims. Now, the entirety of Y Continent was aware that Huan Duling, the new head of the Huan family, was not one to be trifled with, which caused her some distress. The lessons she had learned over the years were entirely different from Wen Xiaodao's approach to matters. With everyone gone, Duchess Carlisle looked at Wen Xiaodao with eyes still filled with affection, asking, "Do you feel wronged?" She contemplated for a moment, considering that if she were in Wen Xiaodao's position today, she would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of grievance. Having been manipulated throughout her life, just when she believed she had finally found her footing, she was informed that it was all an illusion. It is not uncommon for those with a slightly weaker temperament to succumb to darkness. Furthermore, the Duchess of Carlisle sensed that if Wen Xiaodao were to embrace malevolence and completely seize the identity of Huan Duling, no one could rival her. Witnessing Wen Xiaodao's calm demeanor now stirred empathy within her for the young girl. There is little to feel aggrieved about, although at times, certain individuals are destined from birth to walk a predetermined path. Many accept their fate while others resist it. I suppose I belong to the latter group. I refuse to acquiesce to fate, yet I believe that the gifts of destiny have already been inscribed with their value. And I am acutely aware of what I should seek and what I should forego. The Duchess of Carlisle let out a faint sigh before retrieving a thick stack of documents from her drawer and handing them to Wen Xiaodao. I had originally intended to present this to you at the ceremony tomorrow. These are my personal possessions known to but a few. I am well aware of the current state of the Huandu family, and you, still a young child, should not have to bear such a heavy burden. I merely wish to provide you with some means of protection. Yet, to my astonishment, you are not a child of the Huandu lineage. Despite the time I have spent mentoring you, in my heart, you are no different from any child of the Huandu family. Alas, the world insists that bloodline is the most significant aspect of inheritance. Were my body able to endure for another year or so, I would wholeheartedly support you in becoming the head of the Huandu family. With you at the helm, I believe they would all yield to you. Wen Xiaodao was taken aback by the Duchess's words. Who would be willing to entrust their family estate to an outsider, especially when their own bloodline was at stake? Yet, he could only perceive a sardonic smile upon the Duchess's face. Sometimes, an excessive fixation on bloodline can bring about consequences no less severe than those resulting from its severance. Perhaps the floodgates of conversation had been opened, or perhaps she sensed that this would be her final meeting with Wen Xiaodao. For the Duchess began to recount tales of her past with her husband and the entanglements with her in-laws. After listening, Wen Xiaodao suddenly felt a deep sense of unworthiness for Duchess Carlisle. Such a capable and perceptive woman from a noble family had endured a life of profound sorrow. It is often said that marrying an unworthy spouse can bring misfortune for 3 generations. If she were to wed a man devoid of discernment, it would indeed spell calamity for her entire family. Fortunately, that man had passed away early. Otherwise, Duchess Kirill's existence would have been even more wretched. Although that illegitimate child was not the primary cause of the destruction of the Huandu family, even in his absence, they would have met their demise due to the treasure map. However, the presence of such a person, filled with malice towards both Duchess Kirill and her maternal family, is truly repugnant. Ultimately, when Xiaodao chose not to reveal the truth behind the annihilation of the Huandu family to Duchess Kirill. Good child, promise me you will leave this place tonight. Without the identity of the Huandu heir, there are those who will not spare you. These resources will suffice for a lifetime of security. Consider it my compensation to you on behalf of the Huandu family. With your keen intellect, I am confident you will thrive in the future. Additionally, always remember, a man with a soft ear is one to be avoided at all costs. Chapter 118, Departure, Revised, when Xiaodao ultimately left the study, with heavy steps. Butler Anna was waiting outside, and upon seeing Wen Xiaodao emerge, she too felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Miss Ling. Miss Wen. The helicopter arranged by the Duchess is ready for you to depart at your convenience. Anyone with a fragile heart would likely be in tears at this moment, for their identity has just been revealed, and they are being whisked away. However, Miss Wen is not one to misinterpret the situation, and the Duchess, too, is aware that Miss Wen will not misconstrue the circumstances, creating a silent understanding between them. Understood. I shall take special care of the Duchess's health. After some contemplation, Miss Wen handed her medicine to Butler Anna, saying, "This is the medication I prepared. Should the Duchess reach that critical juncture, it may alleviate her suffering and grant her an additional day to arrange her affairs." Though Miss Wen did not explicitly state the nature of the medication, Butler Anna comprehended its significance, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Despite lacking any blood ties, Miss Wen genuinely cares for the Duchess. Rest assured, I will oversee everything. Anna reassured. The Duchess has already sent word to notify the guests. I believe news of your connection to the Huandu family has spread. It would be wise for you to leave this place of turmoil sooner rather than later. Just as they prepared to depart, Huandu Xiang'er, disregarding her disheveled appearance, rushed over in a state of panic, exclaiming, "They say you are not my sister Ling. You must tell me that is not true." Huandu Xiang'er, entirely reliant on Wen Xiaodao as her lifeline, though she now stands much stronger than before, still feels that without Wen Xiaodao, her world would collapse. Regardless of whether the newcomer is her biological sister or resembles her, the mere presence of this newcomer forces Wen Xiaodao to depart, igniting a profound resentment within Huandu Xiang'er towards the newly arrived Huandu Ling. We are sisters who have shared both joys and hardships together. How dare she usurp the foundation you have built? We willingly conceded the position of family head to you, but why should she take it from us? Huandu Xiang'er may be a delicate flower, yet that does not equate to her being a fool. She is uncertain of the newcomer's true nature, but she is acutely aware that this woman has been nurtured within a prestigious family, embodying the very essence of hypocrisy, akin to Madame Jiang. When she was a commoner, the disdainful gaze Madame Jiang cast upon her resembled that of someone regarding refuse, yet when she became Huandu Xiang'er, that gaze shifted entirely. Why should you leave? Why on earth? As these words escaped her lips, Huandu Xiang'er was momentarily taken aback, and then tears cascaded down her cheeks. She fully understood the weight of Wen Xiaodao's words, having experienced it firsthand. Merely by virtue of being a member of the Huan family, she had ascended from the depths of despair to the heights of paradise. How could she possibly depart? Does the Huan family truly lack for one more mouth to feed? If necessary, I would gladly share half of what belongs to me with you. When Xiaodao reached out to gently stroke Huandu Xiang'er's head before speaking, if I were to lose the bloodline of the Huandu family, what would my presence there signify? Am I merely a servant or a subordinate? Moreover, do you believe those individuals would accept me? Upon hearing this, Huandu Xiang'er could only sorrowfully release her grip on Wen Xiaodao's hand. Indeed, she remained the young lady of the Huandu family, capable of being bullied. Had it not been for Wen Xiaodao's intervention, she too would have succumbed to mistreatment. Yet now, Wen Xiaodao was no longer a member of the Huandu family. Setting aside other matters, Just her appearance might attract considerable trouble, and no one in the Huandu family could safeguard her. When Xiao Dao resolutely shook her head, "No. From now on, you shall be a young lady of the Huandu aristocracy, part of the elite circle, while I am merely an ordinary person. If our paths cross too frequently, it would not bode well for either of us." The underlying reason was perhaps that when Xiao Dao found it increasingly difficult to tolerate Huandu Xianger's tearful demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately added, "If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to seek me out, but do not reach out to me in your daily life." Huandu Xianger felt an overwhelming sense of distress and uttered, "Wait a moment." When Xiao Dao thought, "Is she treating me as a benefactor for a beggar? After all, she is quite wealthy." Nevertheless, when Xiao Dao accepted the gesture to prevent Huandu Xianger from shedding tears again, as she had a profound aversion to weeping women. Just as she prepared to depart, Huan Diyu and Huan Dujing arrived, straightforwardly handing Wen Xiao Dao a card each. "This is what we have saved. Though it is not much, it represents our heartfelt intentions. As you are aware, regarding our mobile devices and the like, should there be anything you require assistance with in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." It is worth noting that for two individuals who initially intended to maintain a low profile, the fact that they could express such sentiments is indicative of the success of Wen Xiaodao's plan to ensure that the main character would live perpetually in her shadow. Yet, why does she feel a twinge of discomfort? "I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourselves." Upon concluding her words, Wen Xiaodao and Qin Xiong boarded the helicopter prepared by the Duchess of Carlisle.
What?
Are you saying that the one who previously defeated Duchess Hannah in a dramatic display was an imposter? The true Huan Dueling is someone else entirely? Chapter 119. A change of personnel, then a casual gift will suffice. End of the 10,000 updates. How could such an event transpire? My heavens, this is utterly surreal. All those who received the news were left utterly astonished, caught in a whirlwind of disbelief. When Xiaodao had merely made a fleeting impression at Princess Mia's birthday banquet, offending only a handful of individuals. After all, those who narrowly avoided financial loss due to Wen Xiaodao's declaration of a draw were grateful, while those who wagered on his victory reaped considerable rewards, thus fostering no animosity. Of course, it is true that even in the absence of enmity, Wen Xiaodao's current lack of status rendered him inconsequential in social standings. Consequently, several notorious figures from various circles began to await their opportunity to ensnare Wen Xiaodao. Meanwhile, the entourage of Duke Hannah cautiously deliberated on strategies to bring Wen Xiaodao into their fold to placate the Duke. Little did they know, Duke Hannah merely cast a glance at the sycophant who had misstepped and coolly uttered a single command: "Leave." Those who have never crossed swords with Wen Xiaodao may mistakenly believe that her loss of status renders her a mere plaything, akin to those once lofty young ladies who, after the fall of their families, find themselves stripped of protection. However, Duke Hannah, having engaged with Wen Xiaodao, understands all too well the depths of her cunning. Faced with the oncoming arrows, she exhibits not a flicker of fear, for she is certainly not one to embrace death easily. How foolish these imbeciles are! Should a confrontation arise, they might not even comprehend the very notion of mortality. Subsequently, she admonished her subordinates, making it abundantly clear that any disobedience would not be met with leniency. As for Mr. Ryan, he initially intended to present a grand gift to celebrate Wen Xiaodao's ascension as the head of the Huandu family. However, upon hearing reports that the leadership had changed and that the previous Huandu spirit was a mere faade, he ordered a reduction of the lavish gift by half. Though he possesses considerable wealth, he is not one to squander it frivolously. For those with whom he shares no bonds, a token of respect suffices. His subordinates were left bewildered. Wasn't it agreed that money was no object? Wasn't it stated that matters easily resolved by financial means were trivial? Such a sudden display of frugality was indeed a stark departure from their previous understanding. Now that the personnel have changed, a mere token of respect will suffice. Of course, a considerable number of individuals still attended, some due to close relationships, others unable to decline, and yet others driven by curiosity, eager to discover what the illustrious Huanduling truly embodies and whether it retains its former grandeur. When they finally beheld her, although she was indeed a beauty, exuding gracefulness and poise, she appeared to be well-bred. Yet, such individuals were far too common in their experience. Most noble daughters possessed similar attributes, thus evoking little profound sentiment. Conversely, individuals like Wen Xiaodao, who displayed a fierce temperament at the slightest disagreement, were a rarity, instilling a sense of trepidation and yet an irresistible urge to draw closer for observation. Huan Deling had often envisioned what it would be like to inherit her ancestors' splendor, but the current spectacle far exceeded her imaginings in grandeur. However, an overwhelming sense of frustration enveloped her, for she was fully aware that when Wen Xiaodao was the heir, the celebrations at the estate had been even more magnificent. Not even the likes of Princess Mia, Crown Prince Yao, or Duke Hannah, who held past grievances against Wen Xiaodao, had sent their presents. Instead, they merely dispatched tokens of goodwill. The absence of any familiar faces spoke volumes. It is evident that, despite Wen Xiaodao being an exceedingly disagreeable individual, these so-called influential figures still feel compelled to show her a modicum of respect. However, she finds herself overlooked by them entirely. Although the items exchanged later remain quite valuable, and the quantity merely appears halved, anyone who has witnessed the original list of gifts would recognize how perfunctory the current one is. To add insult to injury, there was a clear agreement that she, as the head of the family, would oversee all matters concerning the clan. Yet now, while the possessions of the Huandu family have indeed been allocated to her, the Duchess of Carlisle made a declaration at the ceremony stating that the other three inept individuals are also part of the Huandu family, albeit lacking in capability, thus necessitating the division of some of their belongings as personal property. This blatantly implies to all present that this esteemed lady harbors doubts about her ability to provide a good life for the remaining family members. Once, when Wen Xiaodao held sway, everything was rightfully hers. Now, she finds herself with but a fraction of what she once possessed. Wen Zhong is equally dissatisfied and intends to speak with Butler Anna. However, Butler Anna merely retorts that those who serve as vassals must possess the awareness befitting their role and should refrain from meddling in the affairs of their masters. Instantly, Wei Zhong's expression turned particularly grim. As if that were not enough, perhaps out of disbelief, the estate where Duchess Carlisle resided was entrusted to Steward Anna for management, leaving Huan Deling unable to intervene. After the ceremony concluded, Huan Deling was driven to tears by her anger. She was the favored daughter of heaven, the most esteemed scion of the Huandu lineage. Why should she be suppressed by that mere substitute, Wen Xiaodao? Ultimately, she attributed this predicament to Wei Zhong, believing that had it not been for his ill-advised suggestion, she would not have found herself in such a humiliating situation. Completely disregarding the fact that without Wen Xiaodao shielding her, the illegitimate son of old Kunta could have easily brought about her demise, jeopardizing her current position as the head of the family. In recent months, Huandu Xiang'er had not been idle. Under the guidance of young master Jiang Si, she had gathered several trusted confidants. Initially, she thought their efforts insignificant, but with the change in leadership, their value immediately became apparent. What, after all, is the purpose of having confidants? They are indispensable for eavesdropping and strategizing. Indeed, news from Huan Deling's side soon reached her ears. In Chapter 120, it is evident that a wealthy woman must pursue her career. Without even lifting her eyelids, Huandu Xiang'er coldly remarked, "The Huandu family does not belong solely to her. Even if she is the head, we can still manage to secure an elder position, which elders' meals are dictated by the head's whims." The more I ponder, the more I feel that this Huan Deling, claimed to have been secretly nurtured within a prestigious family, is rather limited in vision. If it were Wen Xiaodao who had ascended to the position of head of the family today, the situation would undoubtedly be vastly different. At this moment, she seems to grasp, albeit slightly, the sentiment behind Wen Xiaodao's frequent exasperated remarks about broadening her perspective. It is indeed quite disheartening. Wen Xiaodao is currently reclining on the most renowned beach in Wei Province, basking in the sunlight. To be candid, whether in her previous life of immense power or in this life of abundant wealth, she has never relished such enjoyment as she does now. Truly, wealth is a blessing. Thus, the life of a landlord must be embraced with vigor. She must remain affluent and ensure that no one dares to provoke her. "Boss, Tang Ping has arrived. Please let him in." As Tang Ping followed Qin Xiong into the room, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He was aware that Qin Fan had transitioned directly into business and that his employer wielded considerable influence. However, He never anticipated that Qin Fan's boss would possess such formidable capabilities, with extensive holdings even in Y province. Were it not for his favorable relationship with Qin Fan, this significant client might not have been within his reach. Miss Wen, greetings. Please take a seat. I have reviewed your resume, and it is quite impressive. However, before we proceed, I have a minor personal suggestion. I wonder if lawyer Tang would be interested in hearing it? Tang Ping replied, "You are a major client. Even if you were to utter something insignificant, I would still deem it worthy. Whatever you wish to say, I am all ears." Please, Miss Wen, go ahead. I desire to clarify my identity. Qin Fan has likely informed you that I seldom meet with ordinary individuals in person, preferring to delegate such matters to him. Your ability to stand before me indicates your exceptional competence and trustworthiness. Please take a moment to review these documents. Up until now, Tang Ping has believed that when Xiao Dao merely sought his assistance in managing inquiries regarding the two ancient castles, his relationship with Qin Fan is quite amicable, yet their paths diverge significantly. Initially, he went abroad for the sake of his girlfriend, unaware of the harsh realities of the outside world. Without connections or resources, even his talent struggled to earn him the trust of others, relegating him to accept only the most minor cases, barely sustaining himself over the years. Those who once shared his circumstances in the country have now blossomed into renowned lawyers, reaping fame and fortune, while he remains unrecognized. However, he harbors no grievances. Every choice he made was his own. He continues to work diligently, never contemplating actions that would betray his conscience. Regrettably, while he persevered, his girlfriend could not. Upon graduation, she married a wealthy heir, leaving him, the devoted partner who overcame numerous obstacles to study alongside her, as a mere joke. He meticulously documented all potential contingencies associated with the castle transactions. Yet now, what could Qin Fan's employer possibly want with a stack of documents? Is it that he no longer wishes to proceed with the sale? However, he did not inquire further. Instead, he directly opened the documents for review. Upon glancing at the table of contents, he found himself momentarily astonished. Was it not said that there were only two ancient castles? What are all these items?
These.
What are these? Of course, they are my possessions. If I were to entrust you with the management of these assets, do you possess the confidence to handle them competently? Tang Ping had indeed longed for an opportunity to prove himself. Yet he had never anticipated that a golden opportunity would fall from the sky, as if it were a pie that could crush him. This was not merely an opportunity. It was akin to being granted a direct ascent to the heavens. Miss Wen, I would prefer if you referred to me as boss. If you merely assist in managing my assets in the capacity of a lawyer, my trust in you would be limited. However, if you harbor ambition and possess the confidence to manage these properties well, I am willing to delegate authority to you. Tang Ping's heart raced so rapidly that he could scarcely ascertain its pace, yet he was certain he felt faint. At that moment, he was exceedingly grateful for his robust health and the absence of any heart ailments. Did you, at that time, convey similar sentiments to Qin Fan? Tang Ping now seemed to grasp why Qin Fan chose to forsake a promising future. If one could be the principal party, why settle for being the subordinate? Especially when one wields considerable power as the principal. May I have a moment to contemplate this? Certainly. I will depart from Y continent tomorrow. You have the entirety of the night to ponder. Once you have reached a decision, simply approach Qin Xiong. Very well. I shall take my leave now. When Qin Xiong entered, he observed Wen Xiaodao in a state of indulgent enjoyment. He subsequently recounted the events following Huandoling's ascension to the head of the family. While others might struggle to ascertain Wen Xiaodao's true identity, Wen Zhong and his associates were well aware of many details regarding him. Should this individual prove to be petty and vindictive, they could find themselves in considerable trouble. How many families could simultaneously receive congratulations from the Y continent royal family and Mr. Rain? Without my groundwork, they would likely be in a far worse predicament. Why should they be allowed to revel in their success, while I am denied my due recognition? Ultimately, they have achieved much without any effort. And if their greed knows no bounds, they cannot blame me for being merciless. Those influential figures, after all, bestow gifts primarily for the sake of the boss's favor. In the end, it is Huandoling who stands to gain immensely. Chapter 121. Her beauty is worthless in the face of talent. The properties bestowed upon Wen Xiaodao by Duchess Carrier were partly motivated by guilt and compassion. Yet there was also an underlying intention to win favor and cultivate a relationship with him. Moreover, the Duchess of Carlisle was acutely aware that without the presence of the Wen's family, the Huandu family could not guarantee its stability. This was, in essence, a request for assurance from Wen Xiaodao, ensuring that should any misfortune befall the Huandu family in the future, she would intervene. By accepting these enterprises, Wen Xiaodao effectively acquiesced to the Duchess's request, vowing to oversee matters responsibly. Otherwise, she would not have made such a promise to Huandu Xiang'er upon her departure, assuring her that should any issues arise, they could seek her assistance. The value of Wen Xiaodao's promise was indeed significant. Ultimately, the members of the Huandu family were truly fortunate. As night fell, Qin Xiong received a call from Tang Ping, informing him that he had accepted Wen Xiaodao's invitation. This did not surprise Wen Xiaodao in the least. Any man with ambition would seize such an opportunity. Let your brother connect with him. Soon. Our family's rental business will also encompass overseas operations and enterprises. Understood, boss. Initially delighted by the expansion into foreign territories, Wen Xiaodao found her joy dissipating by midnight. This was, after all, not her territory. It had scarcely been long before her whereabouts were discovered, and soon two unexpected visitors arrived. The first was Mr. Ren, whose influence was reminiscent of an octopus, seemingly omnipresent. Wen Xiaodao resided in a splendid villa within the finest resort area. Upon Mr. Ryan's arrival, he leisurely strolled around, his arm in a sling, presenting a rather comical sight. Wen Xiaodao, reluctantly roused from her slumber, wore an expression that clearly conveyed her annoyance at being awake. This amused Ryan, who, abandoning his leisurely wanderings, took a seat with an air of familiarity. It seems your life is rather carefree. The rumors of you being a mere impoverished girl are evidently more fiction than fact, he remarked. Wen Xiaodao casually crossed her legs, exuding an aura of confidence akin to that of a formidable leader. With a nonchalant tone, she replied, "What? Do you think I'm some sort of undercover agent sent by a powerful family? Not at all. I simply find it amusing that they are so blind as to mistake a fierce tiger for a mere kitten. Any woman described as a mother tiger would likely take offense." And Wen Xiaodao, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, "Speak plainly. What do you want at this late hour? Disturbing someone's peaceful dreams is rather unscrupulous, don't you think?" To her surprise, the formerly arrogant Mr. Ryan now resembled a scoundrel. Disturbing dreams? What does that concern me? As long as I can eat well and sleep soundly, that suffices. As for why I sought you out at such an hour, it is simply because I had a restful day. It was astonishing that someone could be even more audacious and shameless than Wen Xiaodao herself. How infuriating! Relying on one's power and influence to act so outrageously, she would make him pay for it. Indeed, if it were not for Wen Xiaodao's good temperament, one could easily envision a venomous attack directed at that despicable creature, teaching it a lesson on the perils of hubris. Perhaps even divine retribution would intervene. I see you possess considerable skills. Should you find yourself without a haven, you are welcome to join my ranks, for I am known to be quite generous towards those who serve under me. When Xiaodao remarked, "Ah, it is indeed burdensome to be so exceptionally talented. Everyone seeks to curry favor with me. Previously it was Si Ming, and now it is Mr. Ryan. Yet, alas, I am but an ordinary individual with aspirations of merely being a landlord. I appreciate Mr. Ryan's goodwill, but I must confess my aversion to being subordinate. I relish the freedom of an unencumbered life. I fear I shall disappoint Mr. Ryan. The hour grows late." Before she could finish her thought, she was interrupted. "I believe you should reconsider. Do you recall who that dark-robed gentleman was whom you had dispatched? If word were to spread that you were responsible for his demise, do you think you could continue to live in peace? However, should you choose to remain by my side, the situation would be entirely different. Even if it were known that my people were involved in her death, none would dare to confront you openly. Is there not a saying that goes, 'It is good to stand beneath a great tree for shade'? Indeed, the nature of men often leaves much to be desired, especially those whose deceitful hearts are riddled with ulterior motives. It is truly baffling, however, that despite her disdain for being judged by appearances, these men fail to recognize her beauty and instead approach her with threats. treating her as if she were merely a subordinate rather than the exquisite woman she is. Is it not a travesty that her striking visage goes unnoticed? Miss Wen finds herself in a state of indignation, pondering the absurdity of being seen as anything less than a cherished jewel. She contemplates the gravity of the situation. This is my contact number. I hope to receive your call promptly. After all, should one bear the brunt of blame? It is of little consequence if the wrongdoer is a comrade. However, if they are an outsider, clarity must be sought without delay. How perplexing it is that some, blinded by their ignorance, would wish to recruit her as a mere subordinate when she possesses the allure to bring nations to their knees. As Mr. Ryan departed, he vanished as swiftly as a gust of wind, leaving Qin Xiong to observe his boss's anger. Yet, instinctively, he sensed that the ire stemmed not from the threats faced, but from some deeper, more enigmatic source. The doorbell chimed once more, and Qin Xiong went to answer it. To his surprise, it was none other than Prince Yao. At this late hour, he found himself at a loss for words. Who could possibly disturb one's rest at such an hour? It was no wonder the boss was irate. Qin himself felt a simmering irritation. As Prince Yao stepped inside, a fleeting glimmer of unobserved anticipation flashed in Wen Xiaodao's eyes. Surely, this esteemed guest had arrived drawn by her beauty. To her astonishment, however, Prince Yao inquired, might Miss Wen have any delightful engagements? If not, would she be interested in becoming my palace official? She knew all too well that her beauty paled in comparison to the value of talent. The powerful were perpetually enamored with the essence of her soul, hidden beneath her exterior. If she were but a little less attractive, perhaps she would find contentment in such circumstances. Yet, as a peerless beauty, she could not help but wonder, did these individuals truly remain unaffected by her captivating allure? Chapter 122. The Eccentric Quartet of Chinibu, Part 3. The Crown Prince's chief steward must undoubtedly be a person of utmost trust.
Now,
he has extended an invitation to Wen Xiaodao for the position, which is particularly significant given that she hails from a foreign land. This clearly underscores the Crown Prince's high regard for her. Wen Xiaodao, however, is overwhelmed with a sense of unspoken frustration. She is not the type who seeks to prove herself solely through talent. Instead, she yearns for a life of leisure. There are a few foolish magnates who lament and cry out to offer their contributions, yet she reflects, I possess some assets back in my hometown, and my life is quite satisfactory. I am inherently a person who delights in fun and merriment. Such aspirational roles do not suit me. The Crown Prince, in his former days, struggled to comprehend the concept of squandering potential. For someone of his noble birth, anything within his grasp was deemed fortunate to be present before him. Now he finally understands this sentiment. Before him stands Wen Xiaodao, who, despite possessing ample capability and an immeasurable future, exhibits such a lack of ambition. He does not suspect that she is deceiving him, for he can see in her eyes the yearning of one who merely wishes to languish through life. Suddenly, the Crown Prince finds himself at a loss for words. Prior to this encounter, he had prepared an array of enticing conditions, anticipating that Wen Xiaodao would readily take the bait. But now, he faces a fish so disinterested that it cannot even be coaxed to open its mouth. How does one catch such a creature? The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and in the end, Prince Yao chose not to squander his precious time and departed. Qin Xiong increasingly sensed that the boss was not pleased. Rather than feeling elated at the rejection, he appeared discontent, though it was evident that this was not a mere ploy of seduction. What, then, was the cause of such disquiet? Undoubtedly, it stemmed from seeming mischief, resulting in those around her being unable to perceive her astonishing beauty, instead focusing solely on her remarkable talents. Why should they assume she was destined only to be a mere laborer? Upon returning home, Wen Xiaodao remained irate. To Qin Xiong, this clearly indicated a significant issue. Just how resilient was his boss? Captured by that twisted murderer, yet not exhibiting any anger, she now found herself seething from the previous night's events into the present. The news had proclaimed that a woman's anger could be detrimental to her health. Thus, he hastily contacted Lin Lin, urging her to come over to assess the situation, hoping her presence would provide some comfort. Wen Xiaodao swiftly recast the characters and events using codenames, and after concluding her account, she exclaimed with indignation, "On what grounds do they believe I am only worthy of being a laborer? Why can I not aspire to be a cherished lady of wealth and luxury? Were it someone else, one might perceive Wen Xiaodao as being overly dramatic. How many would feel incensed at having their abilities overshadowed by their beauty? Yet, Wen Xiaodao was an anomaly, reacting in precisely the opposite manner. However, Lin Lin is indeed a peculiar character. Upon hearing Wen Xiaodao's words, she became infuriated and slammed the table, exclaiming, "These despicable individuals! Do they not understand the concept of nurturing a beauty? They only wish to exploit you for labor. We are not lacking in funds. Let us disregard them." Lin Lin's tirade did not end there. She proceeded to call Lu Yumei and Mu Yu. The four of them, reminiscent of their days in the same dormitory, surrounded and berated those individuals until they were thoroughly chastised. Finally, Mu Yu suddenly remarked, "Xiaodao, your luck is truly remarkable, akin to the malicious second female lead in a novel, strikingly beautiful, yet unloved by anyone, rendering that exquisite face a mere waste." A silence enveloped the phone for a considerable time, before Mu Yu tentatively inquired, "Did I say something wrong? Am I truly the malicious second female lead? I neither covet men nor seek to usurp a career. Even if I were the second female lead, I would be a mere idle one." Well then, what began as a constructive conversation had veered off course, yet the four of them seemed unfazed by this deviation. After all, was this not their everyday routine? This is perhaps why they are regarded as outcasts in the eyes of others. After a day of adjustment, when Xiaodao began to collect debts, this task, while not particularly difficult, was far from simple, and it weighed heavily on her heart. More importantly, it seemed to provide her with some insight into the nature of her current body, which appeared to be a magnet for unrequited affection. Despite possessing astonishing beauty, everyone merely wished for her to play the role of a subordinate. Alas, expressing such sentiments only brings tears. This blow must be compensated by seeming, a form of emotional restitution. If Wen Xiaodao were to voice her thoughts, she would argue that there was no point in nursing her wounds. Especially since they would not heal, it would be far better to embark on a course of action. Naturally, Wen Xiaodao would never admit that she was merely venting her frustration, even if she held a slight belief in superstition. She felt certain that Ximing's failure to initiate things properly had inexplicably relegated her to the role of the second female lead. Ximing considered himself to have a fair understanding of Wen Xiaodao, yet upon witnessing her glaring at him as if she wished to consume him whole, he could not help but feel a shiver of apprehension. What had he done to offend this formidable lady? Hadn't he followed Lao Ji's advice to connect with his subordinates and offer comfort, ensuring they felt a sense of belonging? Was that not sufficient? He then donned a congenial expression as he gazed at Wen Xiaodao, saying, "Xiaodao, is there anything else you require? If so, please do not hesitate. We are all on the same side." Wen Xiaodao gazed at Ximing, who appeared somewhat unhinged, casting a disdainful glance before presenting her meticulously prepared compensation. Even though Ximing had mentally braced himself, he could not help but gasp in astonishment upon seeing an amount that exceeded his expectations by half. What was this about sharing heartfelt conversations with subordinates?
Bah!
Wen Xiaodao was merely a sycophant, one who could not be indulged. Chapter 123. A heaping dose of melodrama. Additional update. Is this not an audacious pretext? Where? Ultimately, the right to interpret lies with me, does it not? Ximing felt a wave of weariness wash over him. He was not adept at reasoning with women, and in the end, he had no choice but to begrudgingly part with his money. Fortunately, he had a substantial fortune, or else, with Wen Xiaodao's exorbitant demands, he would inevitably find himself selling his own soul one day. By the way, weren't you seeking a millennium-old ginseng? The last time I encountered one at an auction, I took the liberty of purchasing it for you. Here is the invoice. Initially, Ximing intended to present it as a gesture of goodwill to Wen Xiaodao. But upon realizing just how adept she was at making money, he resolved to be more prudent. Otherwise, he would soon find himself devoid of any marital funds. Unbeknownst to Wen Xiaodao, this transaction harbored a hidden legal entanglement. After inspecting the ginseng, she confirmed it to indeed be a millennium-old specimen, and its qualities seemed quite commendable. The price was also reasonable, prompting her to promptly transfer the funds back to Ximing. The entire process was remarkably swift and straightforward, devoid of the haggling that had characterized their previous discussions regarding compensation. Seeming couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, after all. Was it not challenging for a young lady to earn her own keep? Was it merely a matter of demanding a little more? His family is prosperous enough. Could they truly be short of such trivial wealth? Why must one quibble over a single ginseng? The image of old G's face, filled with disappointment, resurfaced in his mind. He realized he ought to reflect on his own conduct. He intended to utter a few words to ease the tension, but to his surprise, when Xiaodao abruptly stood and declared her intention to leave, as if her purpose in coming here was solely to settle the bill, rendering all other matters irrelevant to her. This left Ming increasingly aware of his own excesses, compelling him to wait for another opportunity to make amends. Upon returning home, when Xiaodao did not simply recline idly. Instead, she headed straight to the farm. There, some high-quality organic produce had begun to be sold, and business was thriving. However, due to the limited supply, Qin Fan's phone rang incessantly each day, with acquaintances from Jiangzhou and even some from Kyoto reaching out. Who among them could truly afford to quibble over a few yuan for vegetables? As long as the quality was excellent, that was all that mattered. Ultimately, overwhelmed by demand, Qin Fan enlisted the help of several junior students from various majors to assist him, finally liberating himself from the busy work. When Xiaodao arrived at the farm, she observed numerous individuals driving in to personally harvest the vegetables. Calculating the time, she believed her medicinal herbs should be ready for harvest, and the toxins within her body were likely nearing a resolution. Armed with her access card, she proceeded into the farm, intent on reaching the medicinal herb base, only to be stopped by someone. Who are you? Why are you disregarding the instructions? Moreover, this area is not accessible to customers. Please leave immediately. When Xiaodao, donning a baseball cap that obscured part of her visage, was not clearly recognized by the newcomer, who mistakenly believed they had encountered the wrong person. How amusing. Could it be that she sought to gain attention through dubious means? Spare us the theatrics. This ploy has been overused by countless others. A somewhat acerbic voice chimed in, and upon looking over, when Xiaodao beheld an individual clad in a staff uniform, the tone conveyed that she had committed some egregious offense against the masses. When Xiaodao merely turned to her and inquired, "What are you talking about? Furthermore, you are wearing a staff uniform, are you not? It is working hours. What brings you here?" The woman appeared to have been struck at a particularly sensitive point, her anger flaring as if she were ready to rush over and slap Wen Xiaodao. However, she refrained from causing a scene, knowing that escalating the matter could jeopardize her position. The man who initially called out to Wen Xiaodao was equally startled by the commotion. An influx of individuals inexplicably drawn to the herbal center had become a recent nuisance. This place, with its high-voltage electricity, was perilous. And he had originally been engaged in the courteous reception of guests, a role both comfortable and dignified. Now he found himself relegated to monitoring the situation, which was quite irksome. As he noticed yet another approaching figure, his tone turned brusque, not anticipating that he would encounter this troublesome individual. Each time a young and attractive woman appeared, this troublesome presence seemed to activate like a radar, either making sarcastic remarks or speaking disrespectfully, tarnishing their reputation considerably. Yet, this troublesome individual was someone of considerable influence, making it imperative to tread carefully. If only he had not called out so loudly, perhaps this troublesome individual would have stayed away. When Xiaodao, however, held firm faith in Qin Fan, believing he would not draw any peculiar individuals to their establishment. Rather than succumbing to frustration, she chose to call Qin Fan directly. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was attending to several visiting leaders in the cafeteria when he received her call. A surge of joy filled him, assuming it was the boss who had arrived. He promptly briefed his junior on the reception duties and made his way to find Wen Xiaodao. Approaching with a buoyant spirit, he was met with the sight of that woman, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster. And he couldn't help but feel that perhaps he should have sought a blessing before leaving home today. In the presence of outsiders, Wen Xiaodao was known as Assistant Wen, while Qin Fan was addressed as Director Qin. Brother Qin Fan, three individuals, each greeting in their distinct tones, amplified Qin Fan's discomfort to an unbearable degree. He wished he could burrow into a hole and disappear. Who is she? Zhou Yun gazed at this woman, whom she found immediately irksome, yet evidently familiar with Qin Fan. Their relationship seemed rather amicable, particularly as Qin Fan affectionately referred to her as Little Knife, igniting a wave of jealousy within her. The tone of her inquiry momentarily stunned Wen Xiaodao, for Qin Fan had been reporting many matters to her over the past few days. Yet he had never mentioned his connection with such an eccentric woman. Wen Xiaodao had never been one to mind if her partner engaged in romantic relationships or marriages. Nor did she care much about the nature of their companions, as long as it did not interfere with her own affairs. However, now, Wen Xiaodao could not shake the feeling that this woman was anything but well-behaved. This was indeed her farm. Why did it feel as though she were a thief intruding upon it? Wen Xiaodao regarded Qin Fan with a silent demand for an explanation, skeptical that he could be so indiscreet as to allow someone to offend her. Qin Fan felt an urge to throttle Zhou Yun. Had he not faced enough challenges to reach where he was today? If this individual tarnished his reputation in the eyes of his employer, who would bear the responsibility?
Xiaodao.
Allow me to introduce this young lady, Miss Zhou Yun, the cousin of Executive Director Zhou Lan, here to participate in a social practice program as a student from Jingbei Academy. Chapter 124, The Troublemaker, 10,000 Updates. Zhou Lan realized that the seemingly respectable CEO was, in fact, the reason her cousin turned out to be such a disappointment. At that moment, when Xiaodao lost her inclination to inquire further, she merely nodded before turning to head towards the herbal medicine base. With Qin Fan present, no one dared to obstruct her passage. When Xiaodao entered without hindrance, the man stationed there, astonished to see someone enter a place where even Mr. Qin seldom ventured, suddenly recalled that this young lady, known as Xiaodao, was reputed to be Mr. Qin's special assistant. Mr. Qin, fine. This is no concern of yours anymore. Go tend to your own matters. The man promptly took off, leaving Zhou Yun glaring at him, her expression akin to that of a scorned lover. Qin Fan felt as though a herd of alpacas had galloped through his mind. Miss Zhou, earlier you mentioned that this was your social practice course. Out of respect for Director Zhou, I have already made concessions. What more do you desire? This place is a realm of commerce, and you have disrupted it on several occasions. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to seek recompense from Director Zhou for the ensuing losses. Previously, Qin Fan bore it in silence, considering the benefits of maintaining cordial relations, especially with the Zhou family, a prestigious lineage he preferred not to offend. Particularly the young Miss Zhou, the current head of the family's youngest daughter. After all, one must consider the greater picture. However, this matter has now escalated to the attention of the boss. Should he fail to address it, he risks raising doubts about his capabilities, especially given the boss's business ventures have now extended to Y continent. As the CEO of this headquarters, he cannot afford to falter in managing his subordinates. You dare to threaten me, Qin Fan? Who do you think you are? I have afforded you respect, yet you truly believe yourself to be of significance, do you? What a pitiful company, what a wretched farm. Do you not realize that with a mere word, I could bring your enterprise to ruin? The pampered young lady often exudes such audacity. Qin Fan does not seek trouble, yet that does not imply he is fearful. Miss Zhou, I have articulated my sentiments clearly. I do not harbor any affection for you, now or in the future. Even if you are a daughter of the Zhou family, my feelings remain unchanged. I implore you to maintain a sense of decorum. Furthermore, if you truly believe that a single utterance from you could obliterate all my endeavors, then by all means proceed. I am eager to witness whether the head of the Zhou family truly dotes on you to such an extent that it clouds your judgment. After conveying his thoughts, he promptly called the assistant of Officer Zhou in front of Zhou Yun, urging him to come and take the person away. Simultaneously, he requested a printout of the losses incurred due to Zhou Yun, intending to present it to Officer Zhou's assistant. Since Zhou Yun had made her confrontational stance clear, there was no need for him to maintain any politeness. He would not indulge her. Moreover, his mentor supported his current endeavors and had a great fondness for the high-quality vegetables they cultivated. It was absurd to think that just because he disdained the daughter of the Zhou family, the entire establishment should be obliterated. Did they truly perceive him as a mere rustic, easily intimidated? Jiang Zhou was under the jurisdiction of Officer Zhou, who was desperately trying to build his achievements and enhance his credentials. Was it conceivable that he would deliberately raise the enterprises under his governance? It was preposterous. Zhou Yun's face flushed with indignation. In the past, whenever anyone dared to disrespect her, Her mere utterance of such words would compel others to compromise and apologize. Yet now, this man had the audacity to mock her so coldly. Was this a slight against her or a derision of the Zhou family? She even humbled herself by donning such unattractive attire merely to draw closer to this man, enduring several days in this filthy environment. Despite her disheveled state, he still had the audacity to disregard her dignity. Yet, Zhou Yun had not completely lost her composure. Previously, Qin Fan found her quite bothersome, but he indulged her whims. Today, however, his behavior was evidently peculiar, triggered by the presence of a woman named Xiao Dao. At that moment, even if Qin Fan were to kneel before her in supplication, she would no longer extend him an ounce of grace. Soon, the assistant to Officer Zhou arrived. Observing the third Miss's agitated demeanor, he felt a wave of apprehension. Qin Fan promptly handed him the list of losses, stating, "Miss Zhou claims that our farm has offended her, and she will ensure our ruin in due time. Given that we have become such adversaries, we shall no longer supply vegetables to the Zhou family. We cannot risk being blamed for any ensuing troubles, lest we be unjustly accused of wrongdoing. As mere commoners, we cannot bear such burdens." His pointed remarks left Zhou Lan's assistant momentarily stunned. As a trusted confidant of Zhou Lan and a reserve talent prepared by the Zhou family head, he was well aware of the connections between Qin Fan's employer and Master Jiu. The audacity of the third Miss to declare that the Zhou family would dismantle land belonging to Master Jiu was astonishing. If such words were to reach Master Jiu, what fate awaited the Zhou family? Young Master Lan, it appears that Miss San has truly embroiled herself in a significant predicament this time. The land surrounding the farm was acquired with the assistance of Master Jiu, and one must remember that even in the act of punishing a dog, the master must be considered. Regardless of the nature of the relationship between Qin Fan's benefactor and Master Jiu, the remarks made by Miss San will render it exceedingly difficult for Master Jiu to respond appropriately. It may necessitate your personal intervention. Zhou Lan was currently inspecting a century-old distillery owned by his family, striving to devise means to expand its production capacity. In pursuit of improved performance, he was diligently considering ways to stimulate the economy. However, much to his dismay, he found himself grievously betrayed by someone from within his own ranks. His connection with Si Jiu, albeit rooted in childhood camaraderie, had led him to solicit assistance on several occasions, for which he had felt compelled to impose.
Now,
the individual under Si Jiu's protection has been threatened by his own sister. Even if Si Jiu possesses a boundless heart, it is improbable that he would remain entirely unperturbed. It is no wonder that when Zhou Yun expressed her intention to visit, his mother exhibited such a conflicted demeanor. It seems this troublemaker has only grown more formidable with time. Chapter 125. The residual influence of the ninth master. The events transpiring outside bore no impact on Wen Xiaodao whatsoever. This medicinal herb base, for which she had invested considerable effort, yielded results far superior to those achieved by simply planting in the secluded valleys. Initially, there was a small workshop dedicated to her own endeavors at the farm. However, the flourishing crops now attracted a constant stream of visitors. Aware of the toxicity of these herbs, Wen Xiaodao prudently refrained from taking any risks. It was Qin Xiong's first visit to this herb base, donning a gas mask that made him appear as if he had ventured into a perilous zone. Yet, upon encountering the vibrantly colored flowers within the base, especially after being informed of their potent toxicity, he felt a shiver coursing through him. The longer he remained in the presence of the boss, the more he recognized her remarkable prowess. Lin Lin and the others were cognizant of Wen Xiaodao's health issues, understanding that she required these toxic plants for treatment. Thus, they tacitly refrained from inquiries or interruptions. Meanwhile, Ximing had reached out to Wen Xiaodao, seemingly to reassure her that she could focus solely on managing the farm without concern for other matters. Qin Fan had never intended to sever ties abruptly. However, Zhou Yun's actions before the boss had nearly shattered his reputation, an unforgivable offense that overshadowed all else. Fortunately, Zhou Lan has always been a person of action. He had previously expressed his approval of the vegetables produced by Wen Xiaodao's farm. It was heard that the breeding farm there would soon be launching its first batch of chickens, ducks, fish, and rabbits. He was contemplating having the relevant personnel further develop these essential industries, hardly paying attention to Zhou Yun's temper. However, She was his own sister and the beloved daughter of his elder uncle, so he could not simply send his assistant in his stead. Not only would that be inadequate, but it might also sow discord with his aunt. Upon returning to Kyoto, Zhoulon took it upon himself to seek out his uncle to offer his apologies. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning that the land had been secured with the assistance of Sijio. He felt that it was merely a matter between juniors, and he just needed to express his contrition. If his uncle were to learn the truth, as the head of the family, he would have to personally prepare gifts to apologize. Uncle, my sister has been wrong this time, and it is my failure as her elder brother to protect her. However, Qin Fan is no pushover either. Although he is now engaged in business, he still maintains extensive connections in the legal field. His several senior brothers hold significant power, and Dean Lung places great importance on him. If the situation escalates to an irreparable state, it would undoubtedly have repercussions for our family. As the patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou's head was acutely aware that there was no way to conceal the information he sought from Zhoulon. He understood that his daughter had undoubtedly gotten herself into trouble. Regarding the individual known as Sijio, he felt a certain apprehension, despite being Sijio's elder in years. He recognized that Sijio was not only his equal, but could even overshadow him. Zhoulon refrained from mentioning the matter, and he feigned ignorance. For once the truth was laid bare, he would be compelled to apologize to a younger person, which would be a blow to his dignity. At this moment, Zhou's head was grateful that his nephew had maintained a favorable relationship with Sijio during their childhood. Otherwise, they would have genuinely encountered insurmountable difficulties. Zhoulan's mother, Yao Shi, observed her son in such a frenzied state and found herself blaming Zhou Yun, the source of trouble. My sister-in-law is truly something. She is unwilling to discipline her own daughter, who only knows how to cause chaos. Previously, her antics were confined to our family, but now they have begun to ensnare my son as well. Yet, despite her grievances, she could only vent her frustrations within the confines of her own courtyard, for her husband was the one in charge of the household. Nonetheless, it did not prevent her from harboring a growing dislike for her sister-in-law's indulged daughter. Madame Zhou, observing the considerable damage her daughter had inflicted upon her room, finally spoke up. Have you vented enough? Zhou Yun immediately felt overwhelmed with grievance, tears brimming in her eyes. Mother, they have gone too far. I am, after all, the third young lady of the Zhou family, for him to even be considered fortunate to have caught my eye. And yet he dares to scold me and demands compensation. How could Madame Zhou remain unperturbed upon witnessing her daughter's distress? She is the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, with a formidable maternal lineage that lends her considerable confidence. My dear girl, how many times must I remind you that a young lady from a prestigious family must avoid being impulsive and hasty? The desires you hold can be effortlessly fulfilled with a mere hint, as there are many who would gladly present them before you. Yet, you persist in your restless manner, demanding immediate gratification, and when denied, you resort to uproar. When will you learn to exhibit the composure of your elder sister? It is my fault. For years, I have indulged you as the youngest daughter, accommodating your whims and pampering you, while our siblings have also yielded to your caprices, allowing you to act recklessly. As for Qin Fan, he is, in essence, rather unremarkable. However, he possesses a commendable network, and several of his senior colleagues maintain good relations with your elder brother. His mentor commands such respect that even your father would defer. If you were to push him too far, causing a stir, it could tarnish your reputation. Can beauty truly contend with rubble? Your father and I have made a decision. Tomorrow, you will be sent abroad to join your sister. It is high time you learn from her, for you surely do not wish for your worth to be solely defined by your family's matrimonial arrangements. Chapter 126. The poison is extracted. Mother, what do you mean? Sending me away?
Why?
I merely spoke out of anger. Is father truly afraid of those people? At this moment, Madame Zhou found herself engulfed in regret. After giving birth to a pair of twins, both of whom excelled, her social standing soared. Following the arrival of her youngest daughter, she had harbored the belief that this child should be nurtured in a carefree environment. Little did she anticipate that this would lead to a misguided upbringing. Despite her numerous admonitions, the foolish girl remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Indeed, The Zhou family could suppress the faction led by Director Leng, yet to confront them merely to vindicate her youngest daughter came at an exorbitant cost. The Zhou family was not solely the domain of the primary branch. The elders and members from other branches would never permit such a trivial matter to impose a significant loss upon the family. Furthermore, even though Zhou Yun was the daughter of the family head, her abilities paled in comparison to her elder sister, Zhou Yi, and she lacked the gentility exhibited by the daughters of other branches. Rather than contributing positively to the family, she often brought trouble, and the mere act of refraining from punishment was already a considerable act of tolerance. To seek retribution over such a trivial issue involving Zhou Yun by opposing Director Leng and potentially offending Si Jiu was nothing short of madness. Thus, it was inevitable that Zhou Yun would be the one sacrificed. Consequently, sending Zhou Yun away to avoid the storm was also a way to convey the family's stance to Si Jiu. However, Madame Zhou had no intention of divulging this to Zhou Yun. Firstly, the girl might genuinely fail to comprehend it, and secondly, Madame Zhou wished to impart a lesson to her daughter. She wanted to prevent Zhou Yun from continuing to believe that no matter the chaos she created, the family would always be there to catch her fall, thus fostering an ever-increasing sense of lawlessness. In the end, Zhou Yun was packed up and sent away. On the day of her departure, she wept profusely, expressing her disdain for the head of the Zhou family and Madame Zhou, which incited such distress in Madame Zhou that she suffered a heart spasm. Yet, despite this turmoil, Madame Zhou could not bring herself to blame Zhou Yun. Instead, her ire was directed towards Qin Fan and Wen Xiaodao. Had they recognized the value of her daughter, she would not have had to part with her, leading her daughter to harbor animosity towards them as well. If it were not for the need to provide an explanation to Lord Si Jiu, this incident would never have transpired. I shall remember these two individuals. I find it hard to believe that Lord Si Jiu could genuinely hold them in his thoughts.
Meanwhile,
when Xiaodao remained in his small laboratory for an entire week before emerging, he had finally processed the herbs. During this time, only Qin Xiong brought meals to the adjoining room. Had it not been for Wen Xiaodao's daily sustenance, Lin Lin and the others would have been quite concerned about his well-being, fearing he might perish from hunger or thirst. You have finally come out. It was quite alarming. You've never stayed in there for so long before. Lin Lin observed that aside from Wen Xiaodao's somewhat fatigued expression, there were no other apparent issues. After a sigh of relief, she began to voice her grievances. These medicinal herbs are exceedingly precious. This is all I have. The cultivation of these materials is quite challenging. Wen Xiaodao, you must exercise utmost caution. If you inadvertently waste them, it would take at least another year and a half for me to remedy the poison. Very well. As long as you are all right. I must head to the martial arts school. There have been too many trivial matters lately. That little rascal Yume has not shown her face in ages, always ensconced in the distillery, fixated on her wine. All right, you go attend to your business. Qin Xiong brought some supplements to Wen Xiaodao and remarked, it seems that Mr. C is aware of the medicinal materials you provided him to resolve the issue with the 100-day red. He has planted them at the farm's herbal base and has arranged for guards to be stationed there overnight. My brother, fearing potential troubles, has acquiesced. Wen Xiaodao had never intended to conceal from anyone the fact that she had saved a life, particularly not from Si Ming, whose intellect made such concealment nearly impossible. Initially, she believed that since it was a farm, few would venture there. She had also installed specific protective measures. However, she remained wary of those with ulterior motives who might seek their own demise. Additionally, the crops at the farm were thriving, drawing the attention of many. She had contemplated asking Qin Fan to recruit more personnel to safeguard the herbal base. To her surprise, Si Ming had dispatched individuals, which simplified matters. After all, compared to hiring outsiders, Wen Xiaodao found Si Ming's associates to be considerably more reliable. Understood. I will leave these matters to your elder brother to manage. Wen Xiaodao fell into a moment of contemplation before speaking. These matters are of no concern to us. Henceforth, there is no need for further inquiry. However, we must remain vigilant regarding Wen Zhong's activities. In Huabei province, we lack a solid foundation. So I would appreciate it if you could reach out to Suda and enlist his assistance in monitoring the situation. Wen Xiaodao had never underestimated anyone's potential for destruction. As long as she deemed an individual capable of causing harm, regardless of their status, she remained cautious, knowing that the worst outcome would merely be a waste of resources. Very well, I shall contact Director Su at once. After processing a number of documents that required her approval and signature, Wen Xiaodao resolved to begin her detoxification. The bamboo viper, initially basking leisurely in the sunlight, was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, before it could comprehend the source of its unease, it was seized by Wen Xiaodao. Last time, you were frightened by that woman in the black robe, which indicates that the medicinal baths I previously prepared for you were insufficient. This time, I have concocted an even larger batch of detoxifying baths. Fear not. Once you have soaked in them, you will emerge formidable and, indeed, more venomous. The bamboo viper inwardly cried out for help. Someone, please save me. There's a pervert here tormenting a snake. Alas, no one heeded its silent pleas, even as its tail wrapped tightly around a branch, forcing it to splinter. It could not thwart the advances of this deranged woman, who dragged it away and unceremoniously tossed it into a cauldron of boiling medicinal concoction, teetering on the brink of cooking the snake alive. Wen Xiaodao swiftly secured the lid on the small bucket and bound it with rope, fearful that the bamboo viper might not withstand the torment and escape. Once the bamboo viper was adequately contained, Wen Xiaodao herself commenced her own detoxifying soak. As she lowered her body into the bath, it felt as though countless needles were piercing her skin. This was merely the beginning, for soon it seemed that something began to seep into her very bones, scraping and gnawing at her insides. Aware of the impending pain that awaited her in the detox process, Wen Xiaodao had wisely prepared a tooth-grinding stick, firmly clenching it between her teeth, bracing herself against the overwhelming sensations. Chapter 127. Lin Lin Enduring Online Bullying, Part 3. Initially, the pitch-black medicinal bath gradually became lighter, eventually transforming into a crystal-clear solution. Then, dark red liquid began to seep from Wen Xiaodao's skin, tainting the once clear bath with a vivid crimson hue. This agonizing process rendered Wen Xiaodao unconscious. And this was merely the first infusion. There were still an entire 8 more to endure. Beside her, the small bucket containing Zweiking had already overturned, and those unaware might have thought it had perished. When Wen Xiaodao regained consciousness, the medicinal bath had thickened somewhat, indicating that the initial detoxification had yielded satisfactory results. Next came the second infusion, and without elaboration, Wen Xiaodao felt as if her entire skin had been replaced. The quality of the herbs was indeed exceptional, their efficacy unparalleled. This toxin was something most would dare not confront, as it could inflict unbearable pain. Wen Xiaodao placed the remaining fragments of a millennia-old ginseng in her mouth, completely oblivious to when she had succumbed to the pain. Fortunately, she had now acclimated to such suffering. She could withstand the subsequent infusions without losing consciousness. The desire for vengeance, which had never truly existed, surged to unprecedented heights. Damn it, should I discover who inflicted this poison, I shall ensure that they experience a torment 100-fold worse than this. 3 days after the final medicinal bath, Wen Xiaodao could distinctly sense a profound transformation within her. The frailty that had previously shackled her due to the poison had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The vitality within her body surged forth. However, what astonished Wen Xiaodao the most was the emergence of a mysterious emblem upon her chest, one she had never encountered before. In her youth, while perusing the vast collection of tomes within the Wen family's library, she could not claim to have read every single text. Yet her extensive reading had never revealed such a symbol. Although she could not decipher its meaning, a sudden weight settled in her heart. Individuals born with such symbols were often signs of ancient, enigmatic families, referred to as totems, emblematic of their lineage. To her surprise, the poison that had afflicted her in the past had managed to suppress her totem. This led her to ponder whether those who had wronged her intended not only to stifle her physical prowess and beauty, but also to obscure the existence of such a totem. When Xiaodao felt a sense of unease, having dispelled the poison from her original body, was she now ensnared in an inescapable vortex? Gazing into the mirror, she observed that her visage bore a striking resemblance to its former self, yet the contours appeared markedly sharper, and the allure in her eyes had intensified. Although it was still her original face, it now emanated an incomparably greater beauty. With a sigh, she mused that fortune and misfortune often intertwine. One cannot evade destiny. The totem upon her chest vanished after she dried herself and donned clean garments, yet it reappeared when she encountered warm water. It resembled neither flower nor beast, an enigma that left her perplexed. Ultimately, she applied a specific potion to mask the symbol, allowing her a moment of relief. After being submerged in a small bucket for 5 long days, the bamboo leaf green, her unyielding companion, was finally retrieved. Once of vibrant green, it now shimmered with an even more brilliant hue, feeling as though it had perished countless times. Freed from its confinement, it longed to languish, utterly still, resembling a lifeless serpent. When Xiaodao poured out 2 small red pills and remarked, "Your body can now withstand these 2 pills. How do you feel?" The seemingly lifeless bamboo leaf green immediately sprang to life, discarding its lethargy. It was impossible for it to truly give up, for the sake of sustenance. It would gladly steep for another 10 days. When Xiaodao, bemused, patted the head of the bamboo leaf green. "I always knew you were a glutton.
You can have 2 pills every day from now on."
Do not jest. These medicinal herbs are not suitable for everyone, and I cannot cultivate such a large quantity. Lin Lin suddenly recalled an ancient text she had read, which stated that the skin of an enchanting beauty, when a droplet of water falls from the arm, should slide off effortlessly, remaining a perfect droplet. "May I borrow your arm for a moment?" "What for?" "Do not concern yourself with the details. Just lend it to me." Unable to refuse, when Xiaodao reluctantly extended her arm, Lin Lin then let a droplet of water fall upon it, and indeed, it slid off as an intact sphere. A surge of envy and jealousy welled up within her, prompting her to cling to Wen Xiaodao, insisting that she too desired such flawless skin. If Wen Xiaodao refused, she threatened to release the video of their escapade through a dog hole. Wen Xiaodao responded, "Could you not resort to such threats? That will hurt. Are you certain you can endure it? Moreover, once we begin, there is no turning back. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain, and I shall bind you and cast you into it." At that moment, Lin Lin hesitated. If it was painful enough for Wen Xiaodao to express concern, it must indeed be quite unbearable. Perhaps I should reconsider? Suit yourself. What they believed to be the conclusion of the matter took an unexpected turn the following day, as Lin Lin stormed up to Wen Xiaodao, demanding vengeance. "With my meager skills, you expect me to assist you in seeking revenge? I believe you have mistaken your ally. As for the notion of using money to harm others, only a fool would resort to such actions. Lin Lin would never permit herself to seek vengeance in such a manner. Yesterday, while browsing videos, I stumbled upon a content creator discussing a so-called skin challenge. Intrigued, I watched, only to hear the top influencer proclaim that claims of skin as smooth as jade, impervious to water, are mere fabrications. Such flawless skin does not exist. I urged viewers not to succumb to such delusions, and in response, I was subjected to a barrage of online harassment. Her fans, blinded by loyalty, uncovered my identity and accused me of seeking attention, labeling me as envious of their beloved starlet. Many have begun to boycott the martial arts school, and several of its students have been adversely affected, with some contemplating withdrawal from their classes. While I can endure the online vitriol, the thought of the students being impacted to the point of leaving is akin to desecrating my family's legacy, an affront that demands retribution. Chapter 128. Riding the wave of popularity. Additional update. Initially, when Lin Lin mentioned being targeted online, Wen Xiaodao remained indifferent. However, upon hearing that these individuals had begun attacking the martial arts school and urging its students to withdraw, it became personal, not only for Lin Lin but also for Wen Xiaodao. How dare they jeopardize our business? If Lin Lin's school suffers, how will she collect her rent? To inflict financial loss upon a landlord is the utmost provocation. Speak up. How shall I exact revenge for you? Certainly, it is time to deliver a resounding slap to those ignorant simpletons. This time, I shall borrow your strong support. Wen Xiaodao. Forget it, for the sake of rent, and without revealing my identity. What is there to fear? Then, the two who were just criticized, without any significant issue at hand, immediately grew irritable at the mention of business matters and promptly agreed to take action. Lin Lin, being quite cunning, decided to go live to clarify matters, lest anyone accuse her of fabricating her videos. Is she the type to boast? Should I issue a preliminary announcement to ensure a decent viewership, given the outrageousness of these foolish fans? It is unclear what Lin Lin has done. But half an hour later, numerous discussions emerged online regarding Lin Lin's challenge to confront the foremost internet celebrity, Dodo, and her fervent admirers. In any gathering, there exists a community, especially within the realm of fame and fortune. The leading internet sensation, Dodo, undoubtedly has her fair share of adversaries. Oftentimes, the enemy of one's enemy becomes an ally. Presently, many individuals are intentionally inflating the excitement surrounding this event. Lin Lin's strategic maneuvering has swiftly achieved its intended outcome. Even before the live broadcast commenced, Lin Lin's streaming room was already buzzing with over 1 million viewers. Some are merely curious to discern what audacity this ordinary individual possesses to challenge the preeminent internet figure, Dodo, and to confront her devoted followers. Others are simply there for the spectacle. Regardless of the outcome, Dodo is destined for misfortune, given that she has consistently allowed her zealous fans to create numerous adversaries. Additionally, many bystanders are eager to ascertain whether the legendary beauty, likened to delicate jade, is indeed authentic. This time, Dodo truly faces bad luck, encountering a contentious individual. Is it not apparent that certain fans have yet to temper their fervor? Merely stating that not having seen something does not equate to its non-existence has subjected them to online harassment, adversely affecting the business of their family's martial arts studio. Disrupting one's livelihood is akin to taking away one's parents. Should one not be permitted to resist? Indeed, due to a single utterance, they nearly obliterated another's enterprise. And when faced with resistance, they label it as contentiousness. Given that someone dares to initiate a live broadcast, perhaps there is veracity to their claims. At that moment, a certain individual may find themselves confronting a harsh reality. Upon encountering the disparaging remarks circulating online, Dodo felt her face flush with indignation. When she first embarked on her career, it was her impeccable complexion that garnered her a considerable following. Now, a film company has presented her with a script, offering her the role of a stunning female assassin, which includes numerous scenes highlighting her flawless skin. The sudden emergence of such controversy has drawn the scrutiny of many. And regardless of how the situation unfolds, it will undoubtedly have significant repercussions for her. To make matters worse, her manager continues to place blame on her, asserting that her lack of discretion in speech is to blame. They have even lamented in the fan group about individuals targeting her, inadvertently inciting her fans to engage in online harassment against innocent bystanders. I have repeatedly cautioned you about the necessity of exercising utmost caution in this industry. Just look at the chaos that has ensued. Previously, your remarkable skin had propelled several domestic brands into the limelight, earning you a stellar reputation and public goodwill. The company was already preparing for your transformation, yet you have managed to create such turmoil. How am I supposed to navigate this situation? Dodo, unable to contain her frustration, retorted, "That person is deliberately instigating trouble. The exaggerated flattery of my skin being as delicate as jade and impervious to damage, do they truly believe it to be a mere tale? I've just clinched first place in the skin challenge competition, and now this individual has chosen to provoke my misfortune. I want them to understand that sometimes speaking carelessly comes with a price." The agent was rebuffed, rendering him speechless. Nevertheless, this young lady, with her privileged background, first garnered attention when a photograph was taken of her at school, showcasing her flawless beauty and skin that could withstand the scrutiny of high-definition lenses. The agency had expended considerable favors to secure her contract, and now it was too late for any words to change the situation. All she could do was manage the crisis to the best of her abilities, though it was impossible to emerge unscathed. Observing that the atmosphere had reached a critical juncture, Lin Lin found a suitable spot and commenced the broadcast. Today, allow me to showcase what it truly means to possess skin as delicate as jade, impervious to the slightest drop of water. Here, I must clarify that I, Lin Lin, am a practitioner of martial arts, who has always adhered to the principles of integrity and honesty in both life and deeds. I would never resort to falsehood. As members of this martial world, we are ever faithful to our word. Beside me, the earnest Qin Xiong, diligently cracking walnuts, found himself at a loss for words. Even at this moment, Lin Lin was still promoting his own martial arts school. A glance at the live stream revealed an audience of over 500,000, effortlessly drawing in such traffic. He began to question whether Lin Lin's anger over the online bullying stemmed from genuine concern for his school, or if it was merely a calculated opportunity to garner attention. Suddenly, the thigh of Wen Xiaodao came into view. In an effort to convince the onlookers of its authenticity, Lin instructed Wen Xiaodao, "Move your leg." Reluctantly, Wen Xiaodao complied, shaking his leg with a sense of resignation. Lin then directed him to position his leg at an angle, upon which he delicately dripped a single drop of water onto it. The already fair and luminous skin glistened as the droplet cascaded down, reminiscent of water sliding off a lotus leaf. To enhance visibility, Lin even employed a high-definition lens, leaving the audience in awe as the smoothness of the thigh appeared devoid of any pores. "Now, take a few steps," Lin commanded. At this point, when Xiaodao was reduced to a mere prop, helplessly standing up and taking a couple of steps, while Lin ensured to capture his silhouette in the recording. Lin evidently possesses a profound understanding of how to navigate the realm of controversy, rendering any dissent futile. Thus, she initiated a dialogue with Wen Xiaodao. "Could you share the secret behind your remarkably radiant skin?" At this moment, even those who might suspect the presence of a mere illusion found their doubts unfounded. Moreover, the silhouette she cast was undeniably exquisite, captivating the attention of many who were eager to glimpse the true visage of Wen Xiaodao. Alas, Lin was not inclined to grant them such a desire. She promptly shifted the focus back to herself. Engaging in regular exercise can significantly enhance metabolic processes, gradually bestowing a rosy glow upon the skin. Furthermore, our Lin Clan Martial Arts School will periodically offer complimentary public classes, and we hope you will pay close attention. Chapter 129. A unique will. As soon as Lin finished speaking, she unexpectedly logged off, leaving millions of viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. However, the repercussions of this incident were far from over. Almost immediately, discussions and videos regarding the topic "the water drop legs are unscathed" began to proliferate online. Numerous skeptics emerged, questioning whether Wen Xiaodao had applied some substance to her legs, while others speculated that her legs might be prosthetic. Nonetheless, Lin did manage to capitalize on the attention, as a considerable number of people began to lean towards believing Wen Xiaodao's assertion that her flawless skin was a result of natural genetics, a balanced diet, and regular exercise. Many even started to eagerly anticipate the free public classes from the Lin Martial Arts School. Those familiar with Lin and her circle quickly deduced that those legs undoubtedly belonged to Wen Xiaodao, especially since the voice matched. With the encouragement of certain individuals, Dodo's status as the reigning skin guru began to waver, and the individuals who had previously sought to invite her to film projects fell silent. Instead, they turned to various channels to invite the young lady who appeared on camera to act, recognizing the tremendous publicity potential this could provide while significantly reducing promotional costs. Crash. 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 The sound of countless objects shattering echoed throughout the room as Dodo wept inconsolably. The agent, feeling helpless, resorted to calling Dodo's mother. The thought of that formidable woman made the agent's head spin. A woman who could exert such control over a man was certainly no trifling character. At that moment, Qin Fan urgently sought out Wen Xiaodao. "Boss, someone has been inquiring about you in Wengjia village. Fortunately, we were prepared. But it won't be long before they find a way through. The villagers harbor deep resentment towards you. They might." "Don't concern yourself with them," Wen Xiaodao interjected. "My mother's remains were long ago relocated. What remains in Wengjia village now is merely an empty grave. It is unfortunate that she showed little interest in her lineage, even severing all connections when she had the means to investigate. Now that I am of age, no one can manipulate me. Just keep watching. I do not wish for anyone to disrupt my life." Indeed, the master. Qin Xiong comprehended the master's decision not to issue a warning to Wenjong, for she had indeed owed a favor to the Duchess of Carlisle. Unless a member of the Huan family truly courted disaster, Wen Xiaodao would refrain from taking action. Who could have anticipated that one who showed no mercy to those despicable individuals could possess such a tender side? After Lin had garnered a surge of energy, the students who considered withdrawing from their courses not only decided against it but also extended their study hours. Furthermore, many others were drawn in by the growing reputation. The warehouse belonging to Wen Xiaodao, already quite spacious, seemed increasingly insufficient as the number of students swelled, prompting Lin Lin to feel that the place was nearing its capacity. Naturally, the personnel were also dwindling, leading Lin Lin to enlist additional help from Jiangbei. The senior students who stubbornly remained for further exchanges and learning began to acutely sense Lin Lin's audacity, particularly with this recent surge in popularity. Their astonishment at such shamelessness compelled them to reflect. It appeared that merely having an established name was no longer enough for recruitment. One must also master the art of promotion. Observing Lin Lin's recent endeavors, it was evident that business had at least doubled. As for the so-called online open classes, the advertising was so effective that in the future, whenever the Lin Martial Arts School sought to establish branches elsewhere, students would never be in short supply. Within a few days, not a single one of the dozens of senior students who had come to exchange ideas remained. Lin Lin mused, I never anticipated that harnessing a wave of popularity could yield such results. Had I known this would facilitate their departure, the past 6 months would not have felt like a squandered endeavor. Just as Lin Lin was reveling in her joy, she received a call from a production team named the Great Xia Dynasty, requesting her to introduce the young lady from the video. Hello. The signal is poor, she exclaimed, and with a decisive click, she hung up. Bah, this is a recruitment call. If you don't intend to enroll, why call me and waste my time? If I don't terminate your call, whose call should I end? When Xiaodao was engrossed in the task of enhancing the body of Zweiking when a sudden pang of anxiety gripped her, as if foreboding some unfortunate news. She then saw Qin Xiong approaching with a phone in hand. Boss, it's a call from Anna, the housekeeper. When Xiaodao's heart sank momentarily, calculating the time, it seemed about right. Anna, Miss Wen, the Duchess has just arrived. When Xiaodao paused, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over her. On the other end, Anna's voice continued. The Duchess has left a message. This estate will be transferred to your name after a century. When Xiaodao scarcely absorbed Anna's subsequent words, her mind swirling in disbelief. The estate was emblematic of the title held by Duchess Carlyle, and it was astonishing that it would be bequeathed to her, even if it were to be granted only after Anna and the others had passed. Was this not an overt display of favoritism towards her? After all, she was not of the Huan family bloodline. Could it be that some bonds of affection transcended the ties of lineage? When Xiaodao appeared to be ensnared in a web of inner turmoil, although Qin Xiong was unaware of the specifics of what Steward Anna had conveyed, he was acutely aware that the demise of Duchess Carlyle had profoundly impacted Wen Xiaodao. The atmosphere within the Huandu family was decidedly somber, particularly for Huandu Ling. She never anticipated that her great-aunt would not bestow the estate upon her. Instead, she declared that the will would only be revealed upon the passing of Steward Anna and her associates. Should they meet an untimely end, the will would remain undisclosed for an additional 20 years. This revelation left Huandu Ling with a disconcerting sensation, as if something that rightfully belonged to her had inexplicably slipped away. The other 3 members of the family exhibited little reaction, for it was evident that the estate would not be theirs to inherit. They had already received a considerable share of their great-aunt's assets and had acquired status, making their current circumstances vastly improved compared to their former lives. What more could they possibly desire? Huandu Xiong'er, now endowed with a substantial dowry, had successfully become engaged to young Master Jiangxi, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of discontent, plagued by an oppressive unease. Chapter 130. The model worker Su De, when Xiaodao finds herself quite content with her current life. Ever since she agreed to serve as a retainer for Si Ming, her income has significantly increased. In Jiangzhou, she is now somewhat shielded by others. Anyone attempting to investigate her is promptly obstructed by Si Ming's followers, who ensure her safety beyond the city's borders. As for why she isn't completely enveloped in protection, it is simply because she values her freedom and privacy. Were Si Ming's people to guard her too closely, she might very well feel a sense of despair. Numerous individuals outside are frantically searching for Wen Xiaodao. Yet she herself has taken a leisurely approach to developing skincare products. This, of course, is largely due to the relentless pressure from Lin Lin, whose incessant reminders and scrutinizing gaze on her skin have become unbearable. Consequently, in an effort to create skincare products suitable for normal individuals, she has been burning the midnight oil, enduring considerable effort. Having just formulated an oral solution and a topical cream, she is relieved to learn that Lu Yumei's boutique tavern is set to open. Wen Xiaodao is immensely grateful that this establishment is pursuing a boutique direction. Otherwise, she fears she would have been conscripted into handing out flyers. Boss, are you ready? We must prepare to depart. The tavern opens at 11 o'clock.
All right.
Wen Xiaodao, apprehensive about being scrutinized by the two with their lecherous gazes, donned an exquisite silk jumpsuit that enveloped her limbs with utmost care. Only her face remained visible, concealed partially by a large pair of sunglasses that nearly obscured half of her visage. Clutching the newly crafted product in her hand, she hastened to dispatch it, eager to evade the attention of those two mischievous rascals. This left her pondering. When did these two become such close companions? However, as an open-minded employer, she never pried into the personal affairs and lives of her subordinates. Still, curiosity piqued her interest regarding Suda, the notoriously frugal one. She cast a keen gaze upon him, her eyes rolling in exasperation, though her sunglasses shielded this from view. Deep down, she was utterly convinced that Suda was not being forthright, as he had directly sought out Liu Yume. Today, Liu Yume was the hostess, while Madame Yin and Aunt Jean assisted in entertaining the guests. Fortunately, this small tavern had always catered to a high-end clientele, limiting the number of patrons. Otherwise, they might have been overwhelmed. It was indeed a rarity for Suda, of all people, to be persuaded to attend. What kind of gift had he brought? Liu Yume observed Wen Xiaodao's enigmatic and somewhat indecent demeanor, fully aware that Suda had extracted a considerable sum from her. In her heart, she yearned to reclaim some of that loss. As sisters, it was only natural to indulge each other's curiosity. Thus, the two began to whisper conspiratorially, "Did I not also contribute significantly before? This time, my mother has procured a great deal of fine goods for me. On one occasion, I inadvertently discovered that Suda is quite the foodie. So, I casually mentioned to him that my tavern is opening, inviting him to lend his support, and my uncle will prepare a lavish feast for him." When Xiaodao immediately grasped the situation, Suda was merely coming to assist Liu Yume in exchange for a meal. Nevertheless, both Wen Xiaodao and Liu Yume understood that even without the promise of food, Suda would willingly come to support the event. After all, Liu Yume's boutique hotel was positioned in the high-end market. The elite often exhibit a rather dubious tendency to elevate some while disparaging others. Yet they share a universal appreciation for culture. Suda, hailing from the esteemed Su family of North China, known for their scholarly lineage and noble heritage, would elevate the status of Liu Yume's quaint establishment immensely. With his presence, the tavern would undoubtedly exude a refined ambience and a distinct class. Fortuitously, he possessed a semblance of conscience. Serving as a mere supporting character in this scenario was not without its merits. Subsequently, Wen Xiaodao presented Liu Yume with the skincare products and oral supplements she had prepared. These items are quite effective. Use them for a month, and once they are depleted, I will tailor new products for you based on your skin's condition. This has evidently transformed into a luxurious, bespoke skincare product, far more precious than those extravagant creams favored by the affluent. Well, I shall indulge without restraint. I shall have my second cousin take charge of the kitchen. Jean Urge has also arrived. Naturally, today marks the grand opening of my tavern. How could he possibly miss such an occasion? I am uncertain whether Liu Yunmei's craft brew is genuinely exceptional, or if it is merely due to the presence of Suda. But not a single guest today has expressed dissatisfaction. In fact, many have eagerly purchased our diamond cards, priced at 1 million each, of which we had only prepared 50. In a flash, they were sold out, leaving Madame Yin, who typically adheres to the standards of high society, on the verge of losing her composure. When did the people of Jiangzhou become so generous? In the past, they would boast of their wealth, but would hesitate when it came time to spend. Yet now, they buy cards without a flicker of hesitation. I noticed Aunt Jean subtly gesturing toward the seemingly frozen Suda, whose smile had become somewhat rigid. You may inform Director Su that for each card sold, a 10% commission will be granted. With Director Su's assistance, we could sell another 50 cards without issue. As the night wore on and patrons began to depart, it became evident that everyone was somewhat fatigued. Suda decisively extended his hand. Time to settle the bill. Liu Yume. She had long recognized that Director Su possessed a knack for amassing wealth. If he were to be unleashed, Even the most miserly of individuals would find themselves stripped bare, which was precisely why he had earned the moniker of a notorious miser. Are you truly concerned that I might pilfer your funds? Suda slumped onto the stool, visibly fatigued, and with a weary voice remarked, not quite. It's simply that after a long day as toil without remuneration, one cannot shake the feeling of emptiness within. Liu Yumei suddenly grasped why when Xiaodao would often erupt in rage yet still occasionally transfer funds to Suda's account. This individual indeed possessed an inexplicable charm that led her to entertain the absurd notion that she herself was akin to the infamous Huang Shun. Chapter 131. The chess player. In the ensuing fortnight, the initial harvest from the farm had nearly sold out, and the livestock, chickens, ducks, fish, and rabbits, were beginning to be dispatched. The scene could only be described as one where throngs of people flooded the streets. Had it not been for Wen Xiaodao's intention to reserve some for gifting and personal consumption, the entirety of the poultry and livestock would have been snatched away.
Boss.
Our agricultural products are indeed selling remarkably well. The income is quite substantial. What do you think? Should we consider expanding production? Wen Xiaodao immediately shook her head. It was not that she was averse to earning money, but rather, her aspiration was to live as a carefree landlord, not as a farmer. Moreover, agricultural land did not come cheap. Why were her vegetables and poultry so delectable? It is undoubtedly due to the superior upbringing and the natural essence of the livestock, which starkly contrasts with those confined within breeding sheds. In simple terms, they are all free-range, nurtured solely on grains. While in other regions, poultry can be brought to market in a mere 2 to 3 months. It takes her family a full 6 months to reach that stage. The time consumed, the grains utilized, the labor involved, and the precious land resources required all present a plethora of concerns. However, these worries need not trouble her significantly. The primary reason lies in her reluctance to engage with those who have set their sights on this lucrative opportunity. Upon comprehending Wen Xiaodao's apprehensions, Qin Fan resolutely declined the requests for collaboration from those who approached him. He even advised them that it would be more prudent to establish their own ventures rather than seek partnership. After all, the original intent behind establishing the farm was merely to supply food for the owner's personal consumption. Consequently, many onlookers became convinced that Wen Xiaodao's farm would indeed remain small-scale, leading them to recognize that investing their own resources could yield substantial profits. In Jiangzhou, the local populace's perception of Qin Fan transitioned from initial wariness and caution to a more tolerant stance. They were not averse to the prospect of others earning profits. Rather, their concern lay in the fear of monopolization. Qin Fan's willingness to compromise satisfied many, fostering a spirit of collective prosperity. As a result, the Jiangzhou Business Association even extended an invitation for Qin Fan to join their ranks, signifying his acceptance as one of their own. Upon receiving the information regarding the Wen Xiaodao farm from her subordinates, Seeming displayed no semblance of surprise. Cui Hao was the leader overseeing the inspection of that medicinal herb base. Previously, when the farm was thriving, they had already detected several groups of individuals eyeing it. Had they not been present, the Wen Xiaodao farm would likely have faced ruin. Now, it was evident that Wen Xiaodao had relinquished a substantial portion of this lucrative opportunity, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on the farm. If she were merely a short-sighted individual, she would not have decisively abandoned the parcels of land left to her by Wen Dashan, all in pursuit of a mere 2 years. How many could forsake half of their gains? At that time, Wen Xiaodao was merely 16. This is also why the people of Wen Village, despite possessing a considerable advantage, ultimately gained nothing. A person endowed with skill, courage, and cunning, who also comprehends the essence of sacrifice and patience, can hardly be regarded as ordinary. Her ambitions have never been confined to immediate gains. What Siming did not mention was that Wen Xiaodao was evidently a master at chess, contemplating every move with foresight. The several plots of land that Wen Xiaodao had acquired had appreciated immensely, evoking envy among many. The commercial arena resembles a battlefield where even the slightest misstep could be perilous. Though Wen Xiaodao possessed formidable skills, her foundation was rather shallow. Members of the aristocracy, upon taking action, would inevitably draw blood. To avoid becoming a target, Wen Xiaodao needed to dismantle the ambitions of those noble families who had set their sights on her, thereby granting herself more time to lie low. After Siming approached her, Wen Xiaodao swiftly seized the opportunity. orchestrating a strategy to carve out a niche in an already saturated market, thus creating a new opportunity. She intended to cast this opportunity aside, providing sustenance to the hounds raised by those aristocratic families. Simultaneously, she relied on him. If some members of the aristocracy were to disregard decorum and confront her, Siming was confident that Wen Xiaodao would unhesitatingly use him as a shield. In this manner, she would have protection from the aristocracy, pacifying their hounds, ensuring her own safety. Siming felt a tinge of regret. If only Wen Xiaodao were one of the noble families, he would spare no effort to elevate her status. And they would undoubtedly become the closest of allies. After waiting for Cui Hao to depart, Yan Dong entered with a troubled expression. "Ninth Master, trouble has arisen. Several of our undercover agents in the entertainment industry have perished under mysterious circumstances." As Siming's mood, which had just begun to brighten, swiftly darkened, he received and examined the documents. The individuals listed therein were personally selected by him, possessing unparalleled abilities. Even the most elite experts would find it impossible to eliminate them without repercussions. Yet now, according to the report, these individuals had all succumbed to sudden cerebral hemorrhages, a notion that was utterly absurd. He was well aware of their excellent physical condition. It was evident that they had been deliberately sabotaged. Moreover, Yan Nan discovered that the people on Yan Qianya's side seemed to be assisting in thwarting Rainwalker's forces. It appeared that Miss Wen's relationship with Yan Qianya was rather favorable. Yan Dong's insinuation suggested that he regarded Wen Xiaodao as somewhat ominous. Dealing with these foreign powers was risky, yet Wen Xiaodao alone could stir such a multitude. Siming was certainly cognizant of Rainwalker's intentions in seeking Wen Xiaodao, as he harbored similar ambitions. Wen Xiaodao was a rare talent coveted by many. However, their influence extended only as far as the borders. Within the territory, it was he who held sway. After Yan Dong departed, Siming personally called Wen Xiaodao, extending an invitation for dinner. Wen Xiaodao, not one to be easily deceived, immediately grasped the situation. It had barely been a month since his last respite, and yet troubles were already resurfacing. Chapter 132. Unreliable Tactics, Part 3. Upon arriving at the private club designated by Siming, Wen Xiaodao left Qin Qiong outside, proceeding alone to the meeting. However, before entering, she candidly instructed Qin Qiong, "Order whatever you desire. It's a rare opportunity to indulge with public funds, so let us not squander it." Qin Qiong remained silent, contemplating the depth of the boss's grievances. As soon as Wen Xiaodao settled at the table, dishes began to arrive, ingredients that many ordinary individuals would never encounter in a lifetime, exclusively provided for the aristocracy, as has been the tradition for millennia. Wen Xiaodao perceived Siming's actions not as mere ostentation. After all, if this man were truly so shallow and mediocre, she would disdain becoming his subordinate. Indeed, Siming's demeanor shifted dramatically. However, having indulged in such luxuries, one must also be prepared to bear the corresponding costs. Wen Xiaodao then watched as Siming rose and, before her eyes, unfastened his shirt, revealing numerous scars that marred his skin, with several wounds still faintly crimson, clearly fresh and unhealed. "I consider myself fortunate. Despite encountering countless dangers, I have managed to survive. Yet others have perished, leaving behind no trace of their names. They too were nurtured with immense effort by the aristocracy." Wen Xiaodao remained silent, yet understood what Siming was conveying. Perhaps others might not grasp the essence of his words, but she could. Having once been the head of a prestigious family in the Dayun dynasty, unless a family harbored rebellious intentions, every noble lineage bore the responsibility of safeguarding the safety and well-being of their local populace. They sheltered the common folk, who in turn supported them. I sense that such emotional appeals may not be your forte, so if there is something you wish to articulate, please do so directly. Should it be within my capacity to assist, I shall not decline, for I too require your protection. This marked perhaps the first time when Xiaodao willingly acknowledged her reliance on Siming's shelter and expressed her readiness to reciprocate in kind. Siming, however, mused. Was it not said that the tender sentiments of a young lady could be swayed by reason and emotion, thereby enhancing the dynamics between superior and subordinate? It appeared that such tactics were ill-suited for his relationship with Wen Xiaodao. He felt no embarrassment, and after fastening his garments properly, He handed over the materials that Yendong had brought in the afternoon. These individuals were personally chosen by me, yet their deaths remain shrouded in mystery. I have numerous considerations that prevent me from acting directly. I've heard of a peculiar sound-based attack that can induce symptoms akin to a cerebral hemorrhage post-mortem. I trust you possess a means to address this matter. Now it is Wen Xiaodao's turn to be speechless. She always feels that Ximing is gradually probing her limits and capabilities. However, when it comes to sound attacks, she possesses a certain level of familiarity. When Xiaodao does not conceal her abilities, she directly produces a rope from around her neck, revealing a palm-sized jade flute. Some unique lethal sound attacks are indeed imperceptible to most, yet they require an exceptionally skilled individual to wield. Although sound attacks may appear overwhelming, if they backfire, the consequences can be dire. Ximing gazes at the petite and charming jade flute in Wen Xiaodao's hand, finding it hard to believe that it could be a deadly weapon. I have heard that a film company is seeking you. Alright, I understand, but I must forewarn you regarding the fees. Before Wen Xiaodao could finish her sentence, Ximing interrupted, that is not a concern. Just exercise caution. Of course. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Wen Xiaodao departed, carrying a basket filled with more than 8 tails of large hairy crabs. She felt no remorse for her actions. As some exquisite delights are unattainable by mere monetary means, one must possess a certain status. Lin Lin had been so occupied that she had not sought out Wen Xiaodao for several days. Had it not been for Qin Xiong's call inviting her and the senior brothers to dinner, she would hardly have found the time. Upon seeing the hairy crabs on the table, Lin Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Having frequently dined at the Jin family's home, she was no stranger to expensive ingredients. Yet this was her first encounter with crabs of such impressive size. Wen Xiaodao, have you struck gold? Can such treasures truly be purchased with money?
Indeed.
She replied just as Lu Yunmei arrived, bringing with her an abundance of fine wines. Back when they were students, Uncle Jean had denied them the pleasure of drinking. But now, they were free to indulge. Lin Lin, didn't you mention that the film company wanted me to act? Wen Xiaodao continued. With her cheeks flushed from the drink, Lin Lin suddenly sprang up, her voice amplified several times. What? You're going to act? The sound roused the drowsy Lu Yumei from her stupor. Qin Xiong paused in his tidying, contemplating that he must be aware of Mr. C's purpose in seeking their boss. It appeared that yet another task awaited him. The last time he undertook an external assignment, his purse had swelled considerably, and Mr. C had even sent a generous red envelope. Now, another mission loomed, though the duration remained uncertain. Upon hearing Lin Lin's words, the senior brother was momentarily taken aback. He was not entirely sure of Wen Xiaodao's wealth, yet he understood that the properties owned by Wen Xiaodao in this area were astonishingly abundant. Given Wen Xiaodao's penchant for fine dining, could she truly endure a life in the entertainment industry, merely nibbling on greens and radishes daily? Little did Wen Xiaodao know. As she had yet to embark on her journey, everyone was already speculating about how her future days would unfold.
Why not?
What is stopping you? Exclaimed Lin Lin, suddenly springing to her feet.
Of course you can.
If you become famous, could you endorse my family's martial arts school for free? Or, when you achieve stardom, perhaps you could lend me a hand, and I could become a martial arts star myself. Imagine, my family's school would then be renowned across the nation. Wen Xiaodao could only respond with a silence, filled with disbelief. The young master of the school was indeed quite addicted to the idea of making their martial arts school famous. Have you left your contact information? In a moment of fervent passion, Lin Lin abruptly faltered. She recalled that the call had originated from an individual soliciting student admissions. She had hastily terminated the call, fearing it might divert her attention. At this moment, when Xiaodao began to comprehend the essence of a true confidant, someone willing to go to great lengths for you. Yet, the realization of being the one who bore the brunt of it was a rather disheartening experience. What a waste of today's exquisite hairy crabs. Indeed, one can only rely on oneself. As for friends?
Ha!
Chapter 133. A return to the fray in Kyoto. Additional update. Could Lin Lin truly stand idly by as the opportunity for her martial arts school to gain renown both domestically and internationally slipped through her fingers? Without delay, she discreetly captured a glimpse of Wen Xiaodao as silhouette in her live stream, where she had amassed over 1 million followers. This was what one might call fishing, As long as the representatives from the film company remained undeterred, they would undoubtedly reach out to her. Sure enough, it was not long before a private message arrived. Previously, she had deleted all messages except for inquiries regarding enrollment, but now, she had finally caught this particular fish. Miss Lin, we were wondering if your friend might be interested in entering the entertainment industry to act. We are from XXX Film Company, and we have reached out to you before. Lin feigned reluctance and replied, my friend is not in need of financial support. But considering your earnest approach, I shall inquire on her behalf. A figure known as Little Knife has once again drawn attention. Previously, I had heard whispers regarding this character, originally named Dodo. However, after she incited her fans to launch a cyber assault against me, I retaliated, resulting in a significant loss of her followers. If you truly wish to enter the entertainment industry, you may find yourself at odds with her. Dodo hails from a prestigious lineage and is not to be trifled with. We were not part of the same circle before. She had no means to challenge us and dared not incite her fans against us. Yet, should you step into the limelight, she could easily turn her sights upon you. Little Knife, unfazed, responded, she would need me to stand idly by for her to succeed. Do you think I am a pushover? Lin remarked. If you were a pushover, you would not have claimed the title of #1 in the Freak Quartet. After a few days of silence, Qin Xiong finally reached out to their contacts. Boss, the crew wishes for us to visit Kyoto to discuss the contract details in person.
Kyoto,
With its unappealing feng shui for Little Knife, made her feel somewhat hesitant. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to proceed to Kyoto. It feels as though Seeming has installed surveillance upon her. Upon arriving at the airport, Little Knife spotted Seeming being surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals, reminiscent of a scene from a drama featuring a domineering CEO. Have you been waiting long? Seeming's casual demeanor towards Little Knife suggested a familiarity akin to that of old friends. Do you think I am the type to arrive early just to wait for you? At this moment, Seeming found himself in an awkward predicament. He could not treat Wen Xiaodao as he would an ordinary person, lest she perceive him as some sort of lunatic. However, it was evident that they were being observed. Wen Zhong believed he was concealing his intentions adeptly, yet age had caught up with him. Having distanced himself from the aristocracy for many years, he found himself increasingly incapable of managing certain matters. I am aware that you have agreed to protect the Duchess of Carlisle and her kin, so I must offer you a word of caution. Upon your arrival in Kyoto, should any peril befall the Huandu family, do not sacrifice yourself in their defense. Furthermore, if you happen to hear of my betrothal in Kyoto, do not concern yourself overly with it. Wen Xiaodao listened attentively to the preceding remarks, but the latter statement left her momentarily bewildered. Seeming had a fiancé?
why should she care about that?
Seeming himself could not fathom why he had blurted out such a thoughtless comment. Clearly, there was no personal connection between him and Wen Xiaodao. Only after he had spoken did he realize the peculiarity of his words, especially upon witnessing the look of confusion on her face. A sense of unease gripped him, and he swiftly sought a pretext. My status is somewhat unique. I fear that if you hear any unfounded rumors, you might come to view me as a person of poor character, which could jeopardize our collaborative relationship. Wen Xiaodao regarded Seeming with skepticism, sensing that his explanation was rather contrived. Nevertheless, as it did not particularly concern her, she chose not to press further and merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. Seeming initially felt indifferent, yet upon witnessing Wen Xiaodao's apathetic demeanor, an inexplicable sense of discomfort surged within him, akin to a pang of heartache. Did this individual truly possess no standards for the character of their collaborators? This misplaced ire seemed rather unreasonable. Once aboard the aircraft, Seeming finally shared a jade pendant he had previously acquired from the Huandu family, presenting an identical replica to Wen Xiaodao. Do you not want it? Your piece is a counterfeit, crafted by a master forgers to be an indistinguishable replica. It can serve as a means of protection. Should the Huandu family expose your identity, it might very well save your life. Seeming was acutely aware that his upcoming journey to Kyoto might bring him face-to-face with members of the Huandu family. Given Wen Xiaodao's prior dealings with Huandu Ling, he suspected that they might betray her. At times, humanity displays remarkable resilience, adhering steadfastly to their beliefs, facing death without a trace of fear. Yet, there are moments when individuals reveal their fragility, becoming terrifyingly perilous when blinded by jealousy and hatred. When Xiao Dao interjected, "Is this an opportunity to lecture me on moral philosophy? Am I unaware of the complexities of human nature? Rest assured, I have accepted the estate of Duchess Carlyle and pledged to protect the Huandu family. However, I am no saint. Should the Huandu family find themselves in genuine peril, I shall assist them, but if they bring ruin upon themselves, I shall remain uninvolved. Those assets are not sufficient to compel me to risk my life." Knowing that Wen Xiaodao would not be swayed by those favors, Siming felt a sense of relief. After disembarking from the plane, Siming parted ways with Wen Xiaodao. From a distance, Qin Xiong spotted Yukong waving energetically at them like a fool. It must be said that the temporary driver chosen by the boss was quite commendable. He was familiar with the routes, and his status was neither too high nor too low, ensuring they would not attract undue attention or be underestimated by those who prey on the weak. How could it be that in just half a year of absence, she seemed to have absorbed a significant amount of the essence of the sun and moon, akin to a captivating fairy? Upon hearing this, Wen Xiaodao felt an inexplicable discomfort. What was he implying? "I speak earnestly. I have known you for several years. A few years ago, you were merely a frail girl with a pallid complexion. Is there truly a saying that a girl transforms significantly as she matures? However, with your current appearance, shouldn't you exercise a bit of restraint? It appears rather ostentatious." Though Yu Kang's family was a branch of a wealthier clan, their circumstances were modest compared to many affluent merchants. Had it not been for their surname, Yu, they would undoubtedly be considered an average family in the capital. Of course, he dared not harbor any feelings for Wen Xiaodao, for he was acutely aware of the underlying ferocity within her. A beautiful carnivorous flower remains a carnivorous flower. It is wise to keep a safe distance. Fortunately, Wen Xiaodao was oblivious to Yu Kang's thoughts. Had she known, it would likely infuriate her, the second female lead whose fate had been sealed as if welded in place. Why must these people possess such penetrating vision, unable to appreciate her beauty alone? To perceive her essence through mere beauty is an exercise in futility. Such triviality is abundant. Have you ever encountered an aspiring actor who conceals their own visage? Truly, what an absurd notion. Yukong recoiled slightly, observing the fierce temperament of Wen Xiaodao, who would dare provoke such a presence. Why, in the world, would you wish to become a star? To embrace life's experiences, of course. Existence should be replete with infinite possibilities and endeavors. Yukong remarked, "Well, he is just an unrefined fellow. I have conducted my research, and that film company is, indeed, reputable. The investment in this new drama is substantial, and the casting process is exceptionally rigorous. The character you are to portray, known as Mei Ji, is a female assassin, a dancer offered by the great Xia to an enemy nation, and she is rumored to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Your countenance is quite fitting for the role, though alas, her fate is rather tragic."
What?
That cannot be. Wen Xiaodao possesses numerous talents, yet dancing is certainly not among them. After all, in her previous life, she was a cripple, incapable of dancing at all. This revelation left Yukong somewhat embarrassed. For Mei Ji's most remarkable trait lies in her multifaceted artistry. In a film renowned for its intricate power struggles, her delicate charm interwoven within creates an effect as striking as a solitary green amidst a riot of blossoms. Wen Xiaodao was eager to embark on her acting journey, having even selected her character, only to discover her inability to dance. "Well then," she conceded, "let us proceed as if I have said nothing, and we can observe the situation further." At long last, they arrived at their destination. Yukong dutifully led the way, embodying the very essence of a sycophant. Meanwhile, Wen Xiaodao was already contemplating how to persuade Yukong to serve as her assistant for various tasks. "How on earth do I resemble a servant?" Yukong retorted. "What kind of servant is a student from Peking University?" Wen Xiaodao's demeanor was no longer merely defiant, it was exceedingly resilient. As they entered the lobby of Jinsha Entertainment, passers-by eagerly whispered among themselves, "Is a new talent arriving?" The receptionist was so taken aback that her gaze became fixed, and had she not been a woman, Qin Xiong might have been tempted to intervene. "Hello, we are here to see Mr. Wan. We had an appointment," Wen Xiaodao stated, even before she ascended the stairs. The entire Jinsha Entertainment was already buzzing with the news of the arrival of an exquisite beauty, one whose allure surpassed even that of their star performer, Yanji. You must be Miss Wen, the receptionist acknowledged. Assistant Director, one has been expecting you.
Please follow me.
At this moment, Wang Wenjing found himself cornered in the office, his head reeling with frustration. As a protege of Director Zhou, he staunchly advocated for selecting the most suitable candidate for roles. Although they had yet to glimpse Lin Lin's face in the video featuring Wen Xiaodao, both he and Director Zhou possessed an instinctive belief that this woman was exceptionally well suited for the role of Meiji. However, the company's vice president remained steadfast in his opposition to casting an unknown actress, insisting that Dodo was the most appropriate choice. In truth, many aspired to this role. Amidst a sea of male characters, the emergence of a breathtaking beauty would evoke a poignant and tragic atmosphere, elevating the entire narrative. For the sake of national welfare, each character bled fervently, making it evident that landing this role could lead to unprecedented fame.
Yet,
the significance of this character could not be overstated. Even a brief appearance would serve as the narrative's crowning touch. They could not afford to treat the entire production lightly. With over half of the film already completed, the role of Meiji remained unfinalized. Director Zhou, already fraught with irritation, had finally set his sights on a candidate, only to be incessantly badgered by the vice president. Wang Wenjing felt the urge to lash out. The film lacked no investment. Even if Dodo could attract considerable funding, it would bear little significance. My dear General Qi, this matter truly lies beyond my jurisdiction. You are well aware of Director Zhou's temperament. If this incessant insistence continues, his impression of Dodo will only deteriorate further. Perhaps next time, I shall ensure Dodo is cast in a more distinguished role. Certainly, Qi understood that Wanwen was not deceiving him, yet he found himself in a predicament, unable to voice his troubles. As for Madame Meng, he could not afford to offend her. Was there truly no opportunity left? Perhaps they could have the person they selected audition alongside Dodo? This would provide him with a means to appease Madame Meng. Moreover, what if the individual they chose was, in fact, an eyesore? Would they genuinely expect her to remain veiled throughout the entire process? When Wen Xiaodao entered with the receptionist, she overheard the term eyesore and felt no ripple of emotion. After all, the remark was not directed at her. She was well aware of who truly fit that description. The receptionist, feeling a bit awkward, realized for the first time that the glass door offered no soundproofing. A series of knocks interrupted the heated exchange between the two men inside. As the receptionist opened the door, it became evident that, despite Wen Xiaodao's silence and her disheveled hair, both Wanwen and Qi had only one thought in their minds. It was her. She was the unparalleled choice for the role of the enchantress. Wanwen's eyes lit up. This was indeed the person they had previously selected. He quickly rose, wearing a sycophantic smile. Miss Wen, we truly appreciate your effort in coming here. Please, allow us to prepare some refreshments for you. The receptionist hurried off to fulfill this request, while Qin Xiong and Yukong, standing at the doorway, were completely overlooked by the two men within. Chapter 135. The fairy in this fervent realm of expertise, when Xiaodao felt as though the constraints of her fate, intertwined with that of the second female lead, had loosened slightly. Indeed, her beauty possessed a formidable allure. Miss Wen, please have a seat. Wanwen thought to whisk Wen Xiaodao away to the set immediately. It mattered not whether she could act or dance. Her visage alone could elevate the atmosphere to perfection. President Qi had completely cast aside Dodo, who, while also among the ranks of beautiful women, paled in comparison to the ethereal presence before him. With a fairy in their midst, what need was there for mere mortal beauties? Cough, cough, cough. Qin Xiong subtly reminded the two women orbiting around their boss that the men at the door still remained. Who are these two? One is my bodyguard, and the other is my personal assistant. The bodyguard, Qin Xiong, displayed no reaction, while Yukong, now designated as a personal assistant, was filled with confusion. When had he become Wen Xiaodao's assistant? Yet, at this moment, he dared not voice his objections, fearing that Wen Xiaodao might dispose of him in a most brutal manner.
Oh,
Miss Wen, you have a bodyguard and an assistant? Then, General Qi suddenly recalled how Wen Xiaodao had emerged so dramatically, stepping directly onto the platform of the most popular internet celebrity, Dodo. It seemed impossible for someone of such stature not to attract attention. However, gazing at Wen Xiaodao's ethereal demeanor, one couldn't help but wonder if even a celestial being possessed such cunning. Shortly thereafter, Wen Xiaodao spoke. Of course. Do you believe that I could arrive here so calmly without a bodyguard? And without an assistant, would I have a clear understanding of the situation in Kyoto? Upon first encountering Wen Xiaodao, General Qi's immediate reaction had been to sign her on as an artist for his company, but now, that prospect seemed rather uncertain. At this moment, Yukong finally stepped forward to introduce himself. General Qi, Director Wan, greetings. My name is Yukong, a member of the Yu family in Kyoto. I am currently a freshman at Jing University and also serve as Miss Wen's personal assistant. Regarding matters related to Miss Wen's role, I am available for discussion. When they initially saw a young lad stepping forward, the two felt little concern, as the entertainment industry was rife with ambitious souls whose lives were as fragile as paper. However, upon Yukong introducing himself, their expressions subtly shifted. This individual was a member of the Yu family. While those capable of running an entertainment company often possessed a certain network, their associates were typically reluctant to offend members of prominent families. Such individuals, if placed in ancient times, would undoubtedly belong to esteemed aristocracy, wielding a lineage and resources that were insurmountable. Earlier, the mere presence of bodyguards beside Wen Xiaodao had caused a slight unease between the two, but now, that discomfort had vanished entirely. Had they not heard? Members of the Yu family were all personal assistants. What could be amiss with Miss when employing a bodyguard? It is a common human flaw to indulge in assumptions, and it is uncertain what scenarios they conjured in their minds. Regardless, the outcome was that they immediately redrafted the contract on-site for Wen Xiaodao's signature. Aside from stipulations concerning her obligations prior to the film's release, all other stringent conditions were entirely absent. Clearly, Miss Wen's background was anything but ordinary. They were indeed fortunate to have such a celestial being in their midst. I inadvertently caught a glimpse of her bodyguard, who was armed. Bodyguards come in various ranks, and not all of them are authorized to carry firearms. The two of them promptly ceased discussing the matter, evidently feeling a sense of reverence for Wen Xiaodao, who had instilled in them an undeniable awe. The initial shock brought on by Wen Xiaodao's appearance seemed to have waned. Wen Xiaodao, this is excessive. When did I become your personal assistant? This is nothing short of coercion, Yukong exclaimed in frustration. Yet, despite his anger, there was an unmistakable hint of timidity in his voice. He merely offered a slight complaint, fearful that raising his voice might provoke Wen Xiaodao. After all, he had become accustomed to being at her beck and call over the past 2 years, completing numerous tasks that hardly differed from those of a personal assistant. If there were any distinction, it was merely one of title. However, being unwittingly bestowed with such a designation left him feeling disgruntled. Why should he be relegated to the role of an assistant when he bore the title of a top graduate? If a position were to be assumed, it ought to be that of a manager. Just as he finished his lament, Wen Xiaodao's voice, laced with amusement, pierced the air. Then why didn't you refute me earlier? Yukong replied, well, I had to have the courage to do so, didn't I? The memory of your formidable prowess in capturing snakes still lingers in my mind. Regardless, I refuse to be your personal assistant. Then shall I designate you as my agent? Yukong remarked with a scoff. Such a woman lacks even the slightest sincerity. Indeed, women are nothing but troublesome. Since you have stated it so plainly, if I were to refuse, you would find yourself with no one else to turn to. Very well, given that we share a bond akin to life and death, I shall let this matter slide this time. However, should such a situation arise again, I will not be so lenient. Qin Xiong nearly succumbed to laughter, realizing that those surrounding the boss were merely charlatans. Fortunately, he was not among them. It became evident that he held the most significant standing. This time, I have arranged for a different hotel. The previous one you stayed at was rather unsafe. There were female guests who mysteriously vanished from their rooms in the dead of night, and to this day, they remain unfound, instilling a sense of dread among the guests. People have gone missing? Qin Xiong's mind was suddenly flooded with the memory of someone knocking on Wen Xiaodao's door. Could it have been those individuals? Upon arriving at the hotel, Qin Xiong promptly called his former superior to report the situation he had encountered. Chapter 136. Understanding after relaying his discoveries, Qin Xiong turned to Wen Xiaodao and cautioned, Boss, should I not be present, even if there is a legitimate room service request. Please refrain from opening the door. Had it not been for Qin Xiong's revelation, Wen Xiaodao would have remained oblivious to such matters. The existence of this situation was indeed surprising. As for whether Qin Xiong was overreacting, Wen Xiaodao believed otherwise. Previously, the local police station in the vicinity of that hotel had been beleaguered by a series of disappearances involving several guests who had come to the capital for business or leisure. Given that these individuals could afford to stay at such an establishment, their status was certainly not insignificant. In the midst of their mounting frustrations, the police received an unexpected call from their superiors, indicating that there had been reports of irregularities involving the service staff. Promptly, the officers set out to conduct a thorough investigation of all the personnel, simultaneously reviewing all surveillance footage. Eventually, they unearthed a few crucial leads. It was only upon apprehending the suspects that they realized they were dealing with a well-planned and organized criminal syndicate, a significant case indeed. The sole regret lingered in their ignorance of the identity of the nameless hero who had provided the vital tip-off. The superior ambiguously provided an answer regarding the elderly community. Undoubtedly, had it not been for the pursuit of the reward of 200,000 for Qin Xiong, this elderly community would not have materialized. Upon receiving the funds, Qin Xiong found himself in a state of bemusement, ultimately deciding to donate the money, hoping that no one would be harmed. His intent was not to seek a reward when he made the call. In response to the concern expressed by his former superior, Qin Xiong resumed his cheerful demeanor. Rest assured, I am well-fed and warmly clothed. My employer is generous with compensation. The only adjustment I struggle with is the constant travel alongside my boss. Although business trips come with allowances and double pay, totaling over 100,000 a month, I still prefer the quieter days of collecting rent with my employer. The income may be lesser, but the pressure is significantly reduced. The former superior mused. This honest child has certainly been led astray, but it appears no one can bully him. Wen Xiaodao could hardly bear to witness Qin Xiong's light-hearted banter, leaving her to question whether he was suffering from a split personality. As for the notion that Qin Xiong had transformed due to her influence, Wen Xiaodao firmly repudiated such claims. She would not take the blame for that. Wen Xiaodao had not deliberately concealed her arrival in Kyoto, as she planned to make her presence known soon. Just as she settled in for a brief respite, a call from Li Jing interrupted her. Xiaodao. My son Xiao is hosting a banquet in a couple of days, and since you're in Kyoto, do come and attend the wedding. Wen Xiaodao responded, Is everything all right with you? Or are you intentionally waiting for me here? To invite a woman to the wedding of her former fiancé, whom she has cast aside, is undoubtedly an act of revenge. She is acutely aware that Li Jing is not so easily dismissed. Some debts will inevitably require repayment. Very well, I shall arrive punctually. Li Jing observed that Si Jun had even invited Wen Xiaodao, and he could not help but think that Si Jun was indeed quite idle. Si Jun, are you not concerned that the young lady might feel embarrassed? Li Jing replied. So, it appears that Wen Xiaodao is merely a tool in your hands. You utilize her and she utilizes you. Is that the arrangement? They say when enemies meet, their eyes are particularly fierce, yet it seems you have truly become amicable collaborators. The entertainment division of Jin Shi has already arranged for Wen Xiaodao's entry into the group without even an interview. Everything has been directly organized. Given such a prominent opportunity, Wen Xiaodao expressed her satisfaction, as the timing for joining the group coincides perfectly with the wedding of Su Zishao. Oh, no, it should now be Li Zishao. As the former fiancée, even if Wen Xiaodao remains indifferent, her reputation holds significant importance and she cannot afford to lose face. With meticulous care, she adorned herself, exuding an air of nobility intertwined with elegance, revealing a hint of resilience amidst her exquisite appearance. Satisfied with her choice, she finally donned a pure white dress. Her hair elegantly styled with tendrils cascading softly around her shoulders, creating an image that was both beautifully poised and lazily refined. When Qin Xiong arrived to escort her, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his boss so splendidly attired. With her striking appearance, one might wonder how other women would hold their own. Surely, she was dressed for a wedding. To the uninitiated, it might seem as though she were intent on stealing the bride's thunder. Boss, don't you think you might overshadow the bride? He mused, confident that Li Sijuan would not be upset. Let us proceed. Upon arriving at the venue, the grandeur of the wedding location indicated that Li Jing had invested considerable thought into this occasion. However, it remained unclear what circumstances compelled someone of his stature to enlist the aid of outsiders to undermine his own daughter-in-law. "I shall call Uncle Li before we enter," he decided. Meanwhile, in the wedding banquet's lounge, Li Jing was so incensed that he could hardly utter a word. The Chen family continued to prattle on. "My dear-in-law, my daughter has already given you a grandson. What harm is there in asking for a bit more? After all, it ultimately benefits the child, does it not?" Li Zixiao gazed at his father's stern visage, feeling a twinge of guilt. He could not fathom how circumstances had devolved into such a predicament. In his days of poverty, the Chen family had donned a facade of kindness, yet now, with his newfound status, their previous amiability had morphed into a repugnant demeanor. Li Jing, having never taken a wife, personally negotiated matters of betrothal gifts. It was perplexing how the Qin family had learned of his expenditure, which amounted to half of his fortune. To placate Wen Xiaodao, the former daughter-in-law, the Qin family erupted in discontent, claiming that a former daughter-in-law had appropriated half of the Li family's wealth, while they had received only a paltry sum in betrothal gifts. Their dissatisfaction escalated, leveraging the unborn child as a pretext to demand that Li Jing transfer the remaining half of his assets to the Qin family girl and her unborn offspring. The child had yet to be born and raised, yet the Qin family harbored intentions to seize all of the Li family's wealth, as if Li Jing were already deceased. Was he to be content with this? As for their comparison with Wen Xiaodao, it was a disservice to her. Considering that old man Wen had invested in Li Zixiao's education abroad, could such comparisons truly hold weight? Chapter 137. Every family has its own difficulties. Part 3. Li Jing was acutely aware that, at the core of the matter, the Qin family was merely capitalizing on his physical ailment. With only his son, Li Zixiao, to carry on the family name, the child growing within the Qin daughter was his sole grandchild. He held no objections to bequeathing his assets to that grandchild, yet the Qin family's coercive tactics left him indignant. He was no coward. How could he acquiesce? Regrettably, it remained unclear whether the Qin family was overconfident or merely testing the limits of his patience. Regardless, Li Jing had no intention of dismissing the situation lightly. As an elder and father-in-law, he found it improper to directly reprimand his daughter-in-law. However, he could employ Wen Xiaodao as a means to illuminate the true nature of the former fiancé who had been cast aside. The Qin daughter ought to revel in the prospect of marrying into the Li family. Had it not been for Wen Xiaodao's disinterest in his son, the Qin family would have had no relevance. While he cherished this grandchild, if their existence was merely to manipulate him, he would rather relinquish everything. He had long accepted the reality of having no descendants. Now, it was merely an empty joy, and he refused to be vexed by it. When Li Zheng entered, he observed the atmosphere remained tense and charged. Lowering his gaze, he found the short-sightedness of the Qin family somewhat amusing. Why the need for such animosity? Si Juan, a person who had weathered countless storms, recognized that the continuity of bloodlines was not an absolute necessity. Si Juan, Miss Wan is on the line. With a stern expression, Li Jing picked up the phone and addressed the Qin family and Li Zixiao, stating, "Whether or not to hold the wedding is entirely up to you. I, Li Jing, am indifferent to the notion of losing face. If the time comes and you do not show up, I shall take my leave." Having said this, he strode out of the lounge, with Li Zheng hastily following behind. As the door closed, Li Zixiao's demeanor shifted, casting a frosty glance at the Qin family. "I fail to comprehend the reasons behind this commotion. I am even uncertain whether this child is a result of your deliberate machinations. However, I can assure you that my father is not one to be trifled with. He has dispatched my mother without hesitation, and as for me, he harbors no particular affection. If you wish to avoid a futile endeavor, I advise you to cease your antics. Should you persist, even if you label me a scoundrel, I shall not proceed with this marriage." With that, Li Zixiao exited the lounge, feeling somewhat bewildered as to how matters had spiraled into such chaos. Inside, the Qin family members exchanged glances, perplexed. How could Li Jing, a man without heirs, be so unconcerned about his own lineage? "Mother, perhaps we should cease this uproar. Zixiao and I were once on amicable terms. How can we continue living like this?" At that moment, Madame Chen, incensed, smote her daughter's back. You foolish girl. Our initial intent was to have Zishao become the son-in-law. He possesses the capability. In the future, he could serve our family, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Now he has become the young master of the Li family. In the future, not only will he not assist our family in generating wealth, but you may also find yourself in a position of having to seek financial support from your maternal family to solidify your status. The Li family has already expended considerable resources to marry you, even going so far as to annul a previous engagement. And now that they have welcomed you into their home, they have also acquired an additional grandson. Why should they not be willing to share a portion of their family fortune? As a son-in-law, he is expected to contribute to our family. Yet, he will remain untouched by our household assets. However, since you have married him, he is now the young master of the Li family. What will you do if he strays or has an illegitimate child? In today's world, such children possess equal rights to inheritance. If we do not secure the Li family's assets, will you be forced to watch helplessly as those illegitimate children vie for your own child's inheritance? The young lady of the Qin family momentarily pursed her lips, choosing silence. She understood that her parents' intentions were surely rooted in concern for her well-being. Although a significant portion of their motivations might stem from the interests of the Qin family and the welfare of her brothers, there remained a fraction dedicated to her. For a woman from the countryside, having her engagement annulled had led to the expenditure of half the family's fortune. Should any illegitimate offspring arise in the future, the fate of the Li family's assets would be uncertain. Li Zishao could hardly have anticipated that even before his marriage, the Qin family had already deliberated on the distribution of the Li family's wealth. In fact, to preempt any possibility of him fathering other children, they orchestrated such a situation on the eve of his wedding. Had he known that the Qin family harbored no trust in him, believing that only through the manipulation of interests could one govern hearts, he would surely have felt a chill in his soul. Upon receiving a call from Wen Xiaodao, Li Jing instructed Li Zheng to fetch him. When Li Jing laid eyes on Wen Xiaodao, he scrutinized him intently before remarking, "Your disruptive presence is indeed quite formidable." "Of course," came the reply, "I have always detested being indebted to others, and when it comes time to repay such debts, I exert myself with utmost diligence."
Wen Xiaodao,
With an air of familiarity, seated herself and proceeded to pour tea, showing no sign of feeling like an outsider. Li Jing felt an increasing sense of regret for his foolish son, who remained oblivious to the fact that he had lost a treasure of immeasurable worth. To speak of it plainly, if his grandson were to emerge from Wen Xiaodao, he would not worry, even in death, about the prospects of his lineage. It seems that life is indeed fraught with regrets. Word has it that Uncle Li is about to become a grandfather, yet he wears a frown. Li Jing was not the least bit surprised that Wen Xiaodao was aware of the Qin family girl's pregnancy. After all, one who could navigate the treacherous waters of the Yan family estate must possess considerable acumen. What is more distressing than the prospect of having no heirs? Observing Wen Xiaodao speak so casually, Li Jing felt a sudden pang as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare before her, a sensation that was decidedly unsettling. In truth, I would say, Uncle Li, you are merely entangled in your own concerns. Each generation has its own fortunes. The Qin family seeks nothing more than assurance. Provide it and all will be well. As long as you draw breath, how could the Qin family possibly bypass you to claim Li family's descendants? Li Jing certainly understood Wen Xiaodao's words, yet he was incensed by the Qin family's presumptuousness, as they seemed to have already decided that his grandson would inevitably be as close to them as kin, leaving him, the grandfather, in a state of bewilderment. Forget it. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Just make a good appearance later. By the way, what brings you to Kyoto? Chapter 138. A task unbefitting of humanity. Additional Update 1. In response to Li Jing's words, Wen Xiaodao shrugged indifferently. She had no desire to comprehend. As for her reason for coming to Kyoto, she had no intention of concealing it. There was nothing in particular, merely boredom prompted her to seek a part-time job. I am to join a film crew for shooting. Li Jing paused for a moment, then scrutinized Wen Xiaodao from head to toe, seemingly trying to ascertain if something was amiss with her. Their family, accustomed to a certain disdain for celebrities from the entertainment industry, harbored no favorable impressions. However, he could hardly consider Wen Xiaodao to be in decline. If others had succumbed, it was not her turn to follow suit. Very well, it is your own affair. As long as you are aware of your own circumstances, should any trouble arise, seek out Li Zheng. To any observer, it would be difficult to perceive any animosity between the two. Instead, it resembled the dynamic of elders addressing their juniors in a familial context. What trouble could I possibly encounter? Li Jing did not elaborate further. The time was drawing near, and he was curious to see if the marriage would indeed take place. You should sit for a while. Shortly, Li Zheng will escort you to the main guest seating. With that, Li Jing stepped out to assess the situation. At that moment, he finally grasped the disadvantages of being without a wife, as he had to shoulder all the concerns of a father. When Xiaodao continued to leisurely savor her tea, such exquisite quality was a true gain in itself. Boss, do you believe that today's wedding will be successful? Of course, if it were not meant to be, Uncle Li would not have arranged it. In truth, regardless of the Qin family's machinations, as long as Li Jing can endure, this wedding is destined to proceed. Irrespective of the final outcome, the Qin family has painstakingly allied with the Li family, and it would be unthinkable for them to let go. However, due to Li Jing's unique circumstances, the Qin family, leveraging the child she carries, seeks to secure additional leverage. This contest ultimately hinges on who can withstand the pressure until the end. Yet, the results may not align with the Qin family's desires. One cannot help but wonder how Li Zixiao and the Qin family's daughter will navigate their lives together in the future. For this reason, I find myself silently wishing for this ill-fated couple to be bound together, hoping they do not bring misfortune upon others. As anticipated by Wen Xiaodao, the wedding commenced punctually. However, the expressions of both the bride and groom, as well as their families, were far from pleasant, causing the guests to feel a sense of restraint, fearful that any misstep might trigger an incident. It was during this tense moment that Li Zheng escorted Wen Xiaodao to the main guest seat. With her remarkable appearance, it was a rarity to see someone of her caliber among the esteemed families present and the Qin family's business associates. Who is she? That even Deputy Officer Li personally came to receive her and seated her at the main table? Could she be the daughter of some prominent family? She is simply exquisite. I wonder if photographs are permitted. I would love to show my friends on social media what a truly noble lady looks like. Li Zheng utterly disregarded the murmurs of the crowd, enthusiastically arranging a seat for Wen Xiaodao, even pulling Qin Xiong to sit beside her at the main guest table. Before they settled in, Li Zheng remarked that among the esteemed guests was the seventh young master from the Li family, highlighting the significance with which Li Jing regarded Wen Xiaodao. Just as they took their seats, Li Han began to comprehend Wen Xiaodao's true identity. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of his 12th uncle, who openly humiliated his son and daughter-in-law. It seemed that the 12th uncle held her in high regard. The 7th young master is overly complimentary. It is merely that Uncle Li appreciates my grandfather's contributions and has a modicum of pity for me, this orphan girl, treating me as a cherished niece. When Xiaodao replied gracefully, Li Han thought to himself, what nonsense about being a cherished niece. Which beloved niece could usurp over half of her uncle's fortune? Do you really think I am oblivious, deliberately trying to deceive me? Yet, observing Wen Xiaodao's unflappable demeanor and elegant posture, he began to grasp the turmoil within the 12th uncle's heart. This woman, seemingly shrewd and calculating, was regarded as a fine daughter-in-law of the Li family, yet she had been abandoned due to his brother's foolishness. It was indeed a source of distress for him. What would happen if the Qin family were to sever ties directly? Li Han seemed eager to witness a shift in Wen Xiaodao's expression, deliberately provoking her with such remarks. To his surprise, Wen Xiaodao paid him no heed at all. However, upon further reflection, this individual, after all, is a representative sent by the esteemed Li family. If I were to offend her gravely, it could pose a dilemma when I seek assistance from the Li family later on, particularly if she were to obstruct my requests. At this moment, Li Han suddenly found the food in his bowl unappetizing. This woman was truly testing his patience, yet he had no means to expose her. The newlyweds were already delivering their speeches, which were meant to be tearfully moving, yet these two seemed to recite their lines as if in a rehearsed play. When Xiaodao dared to assert that this was likely the most awkward wedding any attendee had ever experienced, as if both were coerced into this union. Fortunately, this had no bearing on her. When Xiaodao took a bite of the renowned Buddha jumps over the wall, allegedly crafted by a family of imperial chefs. Indeed, the flavor was exceptional, rivaling that of the Jin family's cuisine. At that moment, the host called upon Miss Wen to offer her blessings to the newlyweds. Caught off guard, when Xiaodao was taken aback, surely the host made an error. For what business did the former fiancé of one of the grooms have at their wedding? Feeling deceived, she took a deep breath, disregarding the mockery in Li Hana's eyes, and elegantly dabbed her lips before gracefully making her way to the stage. So, she was Miss Wen. Was she perhaps a member of the Wen family? Which young lady from the Wen family could she be? Previously, one only knew of the eldest daughter of the Wen family, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and admirable character. Who would have thought there was yet another remarkable lady from the Wen family? It seemed that those from aristocratic circles regarded Wen Xiaodao as a member of the distinguished Wen family of Kyoto. When Xiaodao exchanged a glance with Li Jing, who sat high on the dais, and in that instant, comprehension dawned upon them. The host had clearly signaled her, an indication orchestrated by Li Jing. Indeed, certain matters demand retribution. When Xiaodao took the microphone, ensured there were no issues, and thus began, "It brings me great joy to be here today. And I extend my gratitude to Uncle Li for granting me the opportunity to take the stage. I believe my grandfather, watching from above, would be particularly pleased to see the promising young man he cherished finally establishing his own family and career." Chapter 139, The Unforeseen Complications. Here, I wish the bride and groom a harmonious union lasting a century. Thank you. With that, when Xiaodao gracefully stepped down from the stage, the sentiments of the newlyweds remained a mystery to all, yet the guests present seemed to collectively sense an overwhelming pressure on the bride. After all, this woman was none other than Li Zishao's former fiancé, Yi. Although the Chun family's daughter possesses a commendable appearance and a respectable background, when placed alongside Miss Wen from earlier, she is undeniably overshadowed, reduced to the status of a mere maid. How profoundly dissatisfied the Li family must be with this prospective daughter-in-law to publicly humiliate the Qin family in such a manner. The members of the Qin family were undoubtedly infuriated, nearly compelled to rise and declare their refusal of the marriage. Yet they lacked the courage to do so. Had it been anyone else, they would have found it intolerable, but in the presence of that woman, even they could not bring themselves to utter falsehoods, claiming that she pales in comparison to their daughter. Should they miss the opportunity with their daughter, Li Zishao would surely come to regret it. Now, they grasped the situation clearly. This is a warning from Li Jing, a reminder to know their limits, lest Li Zishao's former fiancé remain in waiting. At this moment, the Qin family seems to finally recognize a critical truth. Although Li Sijuan is injured and without heirs, the means to produce a grandchild for the Li family are not solely confined to their daughters. Especially now, witnessing the throngs of people fixated on that woman, they are acutely aware of their own distress. Only they understand that when Li Zishao laid eyes on Wen Xiaodao, he was irresistibly drawn to her. The demeanor that Wen Xiaodao now exudes serves as a stark rebuke to his prior ingratitude. Indeed, to play the role of Qinshimi and a heartless wolf brings with it severe consequences. However, realizing the folly now holds no value, he must remain entwined with the Qin family indefinitely. After the wedding, when Xiaodao directly instructed Li Zheng to pack a meal from the kitchen before leaving, displaying an air of familiarity that made Li Han feel a twinge of regret. Among the capable youths in the family, many had either married or become engaged, leaving those who were deemed unworthy behind. That day, numerous individuals sought to uncover the background of Wen Xiaodao, but alas, the information they could gather was merely superficial. They even failed to uncover that Wen Xiaodao possessed a fortune worth billions. Boss, we're set to commence filming in the crew tomorrow. The scene will take place in Gannan, where the climate is rather inhospitable, being a desert region. Everything is prepared. Do you require anything additional? Despite her delicate appearance, Wen Xiaodao was remarkably resilient. Just ensure there is plenty of water. For someone like Wen Xiaodao, who is not financially constrained, preparing extra water posed no challenge. When they set off the following day, Jinshi Entertainment had thoughtfully arranged for 2 individuals to accompany Wen Xiaodao, serving as both guides and caretakers. "Miss Wen, could you please grant me an autograph?" One of the newcomers was a man acting as the driver and guide, while the other was a sweet, gentle girl ready to attend to Wen Xiaodao's needs. An autograph? Indeed, Meiji possesses an extraordinary allure, a captivating beauty that many book enthusiasts have claimed is unparalleled, even suggesting the use of AI modeling as a substitute. This implies that once one embodies the character of Meiji, instant fame is assured. One might say this reflects a modest aspiration for a burgeoning fanbase. Observing the charming young girl named Kiki, whose eyes radiate innocence, when Xiaodao felt her heart soften. All right, where would you like me to sign? Kiki produced a book adorned with numerous signatures, presumably from the principal creators of the work The Great Xia Dynasty. It dawned on Wen Xiaodao that she had underestimated this delightful girl. It is no small feat to endear oneself to so many. All done. Thank you, Miss Wen. I must be the happiest fan alive. This book is truly priceless. In the hearts of fans, it is indeed a treasure beyond measure, for it boasts the signatures of so many luminaries, securing its status as a cherished gem. When Xiaodao suddenly found herself intrigued. According to Lin Lin, she was a woman of exquisite beauty and delicate demeanor, yet her actions were so commanding and formidable that people often overlooked the fact that she, too, was a fragile flower deserving of tenderness. This was the essence of a typical second female lead in a novel, and should she encounter a charming, non-threatening darling adored by all, her role as the second female lead would undoubtedly lead to her downfall. To her surprise, she had indeed come across such an endearingly soft and clean little darling, especially with the signature incident. Wasn't he this precisely the role of a beloved character? When Xiaodao felt a spark of anticipation, if she were to be defeated, would she truly succumb to darkness and embark on a path of self-destruction? Qin Xiong remained blissfully unaware of the perilous thoughts swirling in Wen Xiaodao's mind. Observing his boss lost in contemplation, he assumed there was a matter of great importance at hand, prompting him to adopt a more vigilant demeanor. Upon their arrival at the airport, Kiki adeptly exchanged their boarding passes, and the group awaited their boarding call. Fortunately, the weather was splendid, and the flight from Kyoto to Gannan was punctual. Wen Xiaodao was not one to compromise her comfort, thus she opted for first class, with Qin Xiong accompanying her as her bodyguard. As for the newcomers, Yin Kiki and Wang Pingyuan, they too were upgraded. Just as they settled into their seats, an unexpected incident arose. A pregnant woman, feeling unwell in the economy class, sought to upgrade her seat but lacked the funds to do so. The flight attendant, after consulting with her superiors, finally managed to secure a complimentary upgrade for the expectant mother. However, the individuals accompanying her insisted that the flight attendant also provide them with a free upgrade, claiming they needed to care for the pregnant woman. The attendant's expression soured as she realized she was dealing with unreasonable individuals. There were not just one, but two of them. While the airline might extend a gesture of compassion on occasion, they were not a charitable organization. If everyone resorted to such moral coercion, they might as well stop charging for first-class tickets altogether. The climax of a situation unfolded when Yin Kiki, with a sympathetic expression directed at the pregnant woman, sought to alleviate the airline's predicament. She took Wang Pingyuan by the hand and offered up their seats, as they had originally been in economy class anyway. Chapter 140. A sense of unease. Qin Xiong's expression changed immediately, just as he was about to voice his concerns, when Xiaodao's gaze silenced him. Although Qin Xiong ultimately refrained from speaking, he had already mentally excluded Yin Kiki from his circle. The family of the expectant mother likely never anticipated that there would truly be individuals shameless enough to take advantage of them. They promptly approached with their luggage and settled down. Midway through, not only did they consume their own meal, but they also fixated on the provisions of others, including those of Wen Xiaodao and Qin Xiong. Could you spare some of your food for us? My wife is pregnant and easily gets hungry. Missing a meal shouldn't be a significant issue for you, right? Qin Xiong, however, was not inclined to indulge such people. Those who thrive on taking advantage of others only seek to gain more. I hold no reservations against women or pregnant women, and instigating trouble on a flight warrants detention. I believe you wouldn't want your child to be stigmatized even before birth. Observing Qin Xiong's imposing stature, they felt a twinge of fear and gradually settled down. However, their shift in focus away from Qin Xiong and Wen Xiaodao did not mean they ceased their harassment of others, showcasing their predilection for bullying the weak while shying away from confrontation with the strong. In that moment, all the first-class passengers subtly directed their reproach towards the flight attendant, questioning the wisdom of having upgraded this pregnant woman's seat free of charge. After disembarking the plane, In Kiki and Wang Pingyuan finally appeared, pushing their luggage. I apologize, Miss Wen, for keeping you waiting. It's all right, just a minor inconvenience. After all, there won't be another opportunity. What? Miss Wen, what did you just say? Nothing. Let us go. Wang Pingyuan's expression was rather subdued. Despite having the opportunity to occupy a comfortable first-class seat, he found himself relegated to the economy cabin. However, upon witnessing In Kik's pleading demeanor, he felt it inappropriate for a man of his stature to be overly sensitive. In fact, even in his irritation, he could not quite comprehend the source of his discontent. Upon arriving in Gannan, when Xiaodao distinctly sensed a marked dryness in the air. The wind against her face carried an uncomfortable sensation. The production team seemed to place considerable importance on her role, as evidenced by the director dispatching someone to pick her up. The individual sent was Lu Yang, the assistant to Director Zhou. They had previously heard Wan Wen enthusiastically extol the virtues of the newly arrived actress, claiming that merely sitting in the vicinity transformed her into a captivating beauty. Initially, they found this assertion somewhat exaggerated, but upon laying eyes on Wen Xiaodao, they recognized that Wan Wen's words were far from hyperbolic. Lu Yang, my dear brother. In Kiki eagerly rushed forward, clearly on amicable terms with the crew. Qin Xiong thought to himself, this girl seems a bit oblivious. Isn't she here to pick up my boss today? Why does she perpetually appear as though she is not matured at all? Kiki is here too. Ah, Lu Yang. This is Miss Wen, and this is her bodyguard, Brother Qin Xiong. When Xiaodao cast a teasing glance at Brother Qin Xiong, it seemed he was caught off guard by something, as his expression shifted abruptly. Hello, Miss Wen. I am Lu Yang, assistant to Director Zhou. Along the journey, In Kiki chirped joyfully like a cheerful little sparrow, her vivacity seemingly boundless. Meanwhile, Qin Xiong's expression grew increasingly grim, as though he had ingested a fly. When Xiaodao struggled to suppress her laughter, it appeared that not everyone was enamored with such an adorable little darling. Assuming the role of an observer, when Xiaodao watched the unfolding scene without a hint of displeasure at being overshadowed, despite being the one who should rightfully be in the spotlight. It was only after they had traveled nearly halfway that Yang finally sensed something amiss. Since boarding the vehicle, neither Wen Xiaodao nor Qin Xiong had uttered a single word, leaving Yang to engage in conversation solely with In Kiki. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Could it be that Miss Wen perceived his familiarity with In Kiki as a deliberate slight against them? However, Wen Xiaodao remained silent, offering no indication of discontent. He pondered that if he were to apologize out of the blue, it would only serve to deepen the peculiarity of the situation. After all, he had meant nothing by his actions. Wouldn't an apology merely betray his own insecurity? In response to In Kik's renewed inquiry, Yang felt the earlier thrill of encountering a familiar face dissipate, and he remarked, Kiki, Miss Wen and the others might require some rest. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from conversation. In Kiki gazed with her pair of innocent, wide eyes, as if she had just realized the issue at hand. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over her, prompting her to lightly pat her own head, wondering how she could have overlooked such a matter. She swiftly turned to Wen Xiaodao and said, Miss Wen, I sincerely apologize. It was unintentional. I simply became overly excited upon seeing Brother Liang after such a long time. I hope I did not disturb your rest. When Xiaodao merely smiled gently and replied, Not at all. Upon hearing her words, a look of relief washed over In Kiki's face. Thankfully, when Xiaodao was not upset. She then playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing an adorably silly expression, and let out a foolish giggle. Qin Xiong couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet he found himself unable to articulate what exactly that was. He glanced at Wen Xiaodao again, noting that her expression remained unchanged, which led him to question whether he was being overly sensitive. The journey ahead grew considerably quieter. As they passed by various marked locations, Lu Yang took the time to explain where they were, to which Wen Xiaodao responded with a few non-committal murmurs, neither warm nor cold. When they finally arrived at their destination, night had already fallen. Given that they were filming a political intrigue movie, it was evident that night scenes would be plentiful. Despite the darkness, the set was still bustling with activity. Miss Wen, Director Zhou is currently filming a crucial scene. Allow me to escort you to your accommodation. And if you find the time later, you are welcome to observe how the night scenes are shot. Wen Xiaodao nodded and then followed to her residence. Due to the limited number of actresses in the crew, Wen Xiaodao was allocated a private room, while Qin Xiong stayed in the adjacent small room. Boss, I. After Qin Xiong finished packing her belongings, she gazed at the organized Wen Xiaodao, hesitating to speak. What's the matter? I just feel that In Kiki is somewhat off, but I can't quite articulate it. She appears to be the kind of person devoid of ulterior motives, yet I don't particularly like her. Then observe more and ponder deeply. Good and evil are relative concepts. To some, I might be perceived as a villain. But do you think I am a bad person? Chapter 141. Profound filters. Qin Xiong shook her head. The boss was certainly not a bad person. However, there was merit in the boss's words. If one does not comprehend, it is wise to observe and contemplate further. Now let us see how the night scenes are filmed. Upon their arrival, In Kiki was already present, her diligent demeanor eliciting gratitude from many of the crew members. Miss Wen, you have arrived. The crew members, upon spotting Wen Xiaodao, were captivated by her striking beauty, delivering an unprecedented impact upon those present. As individuals who had encountered various beauties in the entertainment industry, the crew nonetheless felt a twinge of unease at the sight of Wen Xiaodao. Kiki, is this the Miss Wen that old one spoke of? Indeed, Director Zhou. This is Miss Wen. President Qi specifically requested my presence to attend to her. Miss Wen swiftly approached, prompting Lu Yong to awkwardly rise from his seat. Earlier, Ke had mentioned her desire to greet everyone first, and he had brought her along. Now, however, it seemed he had neglected his duties by allowing Miss Wen to approach on her own. He reasoned that such a well-known actress would require considerable time to prepare. Thus a slight delay on his part would be inconsequential. To his surprise, Miss Wen was rather efficient. He began to worry that she might misconstrue his actions as deliberate indifference. Yet, observing her expression, there was no indication of such thoughts. After greeting Director Zhou, she earnestly focused on observing the other actors perform, leaving Lu Yong with a sense of suffocation, as if something had lodged within him. He had done nothing wrong, yet it felt as if he had committed a grave error, casting him in a somewhat unflattering light. Lu Yong, dear brother, what troubles you? You seem less than cheerful, inquired In Kiko, her brow furrowed in concern. Just moments ago, he had appeared quite content, but ever since Miss Wen's arrival, he had grown sullen. She carefully scrutinized him and added, Do you perhaps harbor an aversion to Miss Wen? She is quite kind, having previously taken the time to sign an autograph for me. She is beautiful and has a wonderful disposition. Is it possible that there is some misunderstanding between you and Miss Wen? Yong. Previously, they all stood up for In Kiki, believing that those actors were excessively critical. How could they not accommodate such a lively and adorable girl? It turns out that from the very beginning, they were mistaken, failing to distinguish between priorities. Yet time and again, they seemed to view In Kiki through a profound lens of favoritism. Whether it was the afternoon when she enthusiastically greeted Miss Wen, making her the backdrop, or the evening when he was supposed to introduce Miss Wen formally to the crew but ended up causing her great embarrassment due to In Kiki's lack of awareness. It was evident that human nature often skews perceptions. Their close relationship with In Kiki led them to unconsciously regard her as one of their own. If Miss Wen were to lose her temper with In Kiki today, it would indeed be possible for him to show bias toward her. Perhaps, even before Miss Wen arrived at the crew, her reputation would already be tarnished. Yong cast a probing glance at In Kiki, who wore an expression devoid of malice. Her concern for him palpable, as if she were the one in the wrong. Suddenly, a flicker of inexplicable irritation surged within Yong. He had known In Kiki for a long time and considered himself well acquainted with her, aware that she was not a scheming person. Yet, everything unfolding felt frustrating. Ultimately, as someone deeply influenced by their biases, Yong could not bring himself to view In Kiki as malicious. He attributed everything to her youth, recognizing that her thoughts might not be entirely thorough and that she merely struggled to discern the hierarchy of importance. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he finally spoke. I do not dislike Miss Wen. I merely regret that my work today was inadequate, causing her some grievances. By the way, Kiki, you are the one assigned by Mr. She to care for Miss Wen, so henceforth, you must prioritize her in all matters.
Today.
Your disregard for Miss Wen's presence while reminiscing with me and the crew was inappropriate. Such behavior may be acceptable in private, but not in her presence. Do you understand? Initially, it was believed that Lu Yong was somewhat displeased, prompting In Kiki to offer comfort. However, at this moment, a look of bewilderment graced her face, as if she were entirely oblivious to any wrongdoing. Her pitiable demeanor evoked a pang of guilt in Lu Yong, who had been feeling somewhat irritable just moments before. Alas, Kiki is still quite young and lacks understanding of many social nuances. She simply gravitates towards those she favors. This is not a grave fault. Yet in the realm of professional life, the adult world is fraught with challenges. One must learn to conceal their inherent nature. Otherwise, life may prove to be less than pleasant. Seemingly grasping the reason behind In Kik's struggles despite her evident talent and amiable character, Lu Yong proceeded to elucidate some crucial insights to her. After all, she is the little sister he has long felt a sense of protectiveness towards. Observing Kik's expression of remorse and her innocent, helpless visage, Lu Yang's earlier discontent evaporated. Reflecting on the events of the day, he acknowledged his own faults. You have erred due to your youth and inexperience, yet I too failed to consider the broader picture. Thus the greater share of blame rests with me. Later, I shall accompany you to apologize to Miss Wen. As long as we approach her with sincerity, I am certain she will not hold our missteps against us. In Kiki then revealed a shy smile, replying, I will follow Brother Lu Yang's lead. Chapter 142. A Cut Above, Part 3. The actors performing the night scenes endure considerable hardship. Director Zhou gazes at the delicate Wen Xiaodao, harboring some concern. Can this young lady truly withstand such trials? The most captivating moments of the character Meiji are also set during the night. Miss Wen, have you reviewed the scenes pertaining to Meiji? Upon beholding Wen Xiaodao's visage, Director Zhou had already resolved that, even if she were merely a pretty face, he would retain her, for her countenance, in every gesture, embodies the very essence of Meiji. I have seen them all. She is indeed a remarkable and vibrant character. Director Zhou, at his core, is truly passionate about the art of storytelling, particularly regarding the characters that come to life through his lens. Many assert that his stringent criteria for casting the role of Meiji stem from his fastidious nature. However, the truth is that Meiji is a profoundly soulful character, making her portrayal an arduous task. Though she outwardly appears as an assassin, the original narrative subtly reveals her true identity as a princess of noble lineage. The Great Xia dynasty, long oppressed, saw its emperor declare the newborn princess deceased, intending to safeguard her from the burdens of royal life should the kingdom meet its demise. This decision, born from a father's love, was, however, misguided, as the cherished daughter, upon discovering her true identity, chose not to live the sheltered life her father envisioned. Instead, she dedicated herself to the noble cause of serving the Great Xia, ultimately sacrificing her life for it, all while her royal status remained a secret until her death. Meiji is indeed an extraordinary woman. Not only is she a formidable warrior, but her cunning intellect is unparalleled. She finds herself entwined in love and conflict with several powerful figures from rival nations, culminating in a tragic and poignant conclusion that stirs the hearts of those in power, creating rifts with their emperor. This deadly beauty scheme, wherein her demise serves as bait, proves remarkably effective, leading to the ultimate victory of the Great Xia dynasty. Ultimately, her identity as a princess remains undisclosed, leaving only the haunting image of the emperor gazing vacantly at a swing as the camera pulls away, signaling the end. Within this tale lies a tapestry of unresolved emotions, fervor, and tragedy. Though Meiji's appearances are limited, she captivates the hearts of countless men, embodying themes of love, familial bonds, and profound patriotism. Many individuals who come for auditions merely seek to portray Meiji's hatred and ruthlessness, entirely devoid of the regal grace befitting a princess. They lack the composure and dignified acceptance of an inevitable assassination, as well as the poignant emotional turmoil of glancing back at a beloved man and lamenting for one's country in the face of death. However, the moment when Xiaodao sat down, she beheld a princess whose demeanor epitomized indifference to life and death, embodying a fervent yet detached contradiction in her eyes. It was as if Meiji had stepped out of the pages of a book. Excellent. I am confident that Miss Wen will masterfully portray Meiji. Tomorrow, you will begin with costume fitting, followed by rehearsing the assassination scene. You have 3 days to familiarize yourself with the cast and the narrative. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Director Zhou could not help but harbor a hint of skepticism regarding Wen Xiaodao's confidence. Some individuals, despite lacking deep connections, possess an undeniable presence that makes it clear they are the one. Wen Xiaodao nodded, having come primarily to make her presence known and to assert her stance with the crew. She did not feel compelled to feign diligence by staying up all night with them. Qin Xiong initially intended to intervene, but upon Wen Xiaodao's gesture, he halted. Then, In Kiki stepped forward, visibly embarrassed, and said, I apologize, Miss Wen. It was my thoughtlessness that upset you. Wen Xiaodao raised an eyebrow, regarding In Kiki, and then replied with a tone of curiosity, What have you done to make me unhappy? As soon as these words were spoken, tears streamed down In Kiki's face. She then cast a puzzled glance at Wen Xiaodao, followed by another at LV Yang, seemingly unable to comprehend why her brother, LV Yang, had said that her actions displeased Miss Wen. Yet, Wen Xiaodao appeared to bear no signs of discontent. LV Yang on that day perhaps grasped the adage of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Ultimately, he recognized his own missteps. Despite his position as Director Zhou's assistant, which afforded him a measure of respect within the crew, Director Zhou was known for his strictness. Thus, LV Yang was not particularly inclined towards any bad habits. He was generally a person of integrity. Aware of his wrongdoing, he stood up to acknowledge his error. Furthermore, he extended an apology on behalf of In Kiki, remarking that she was still quite young and lacked understanding of social nuances, hoping that Miss Wen could show magnanimity and not hold it against her. Wen Xiaodao then revealed an expression of sudden realization, as if she would have remained oblivious to the events that transpired had Lu Yang not come to apologize today. This left Lu Yang feeling as though he had been struck by an epiphany. Clearly, Wen Xiaodao's demeanor highlighted his own petty nature, as Miss Wen seemed utterly unperturbed.
Consequently,
Lu Yang's previously suppressed irritation resurfaced. It appeared that Inca had not recognized any fault on her part, and Miss Wen herself felt no neglect. All of this was merely a product of his overthinking. Now, he found himself in a position of discomfort, a sentiment aptly captured by the saying neither here nor there. Nonetheless, when Xiaodao feigned reassurance, saying, Mr. Lu, please do not feel overly concerned. I am quite a carefree person and tend to overlook trivial matters. In our future interactions, let's be more casual. Observing Wen Xiaodao's untroubled demeanor, Lu Yang felt he had truly acted in vain, especially upon seeing Inca's puzzled expression, which only deepened his discontent. He decided to disregard these trivial matters. After all, he was a member of the production team and should focus on managing its affairs. As for how Inca interacted with Miss Wen, that was none of his concern. Qin Xiong accompanied Wen Xiaodao into the room, conducted a safety check, and prepared to leave. However, just before departing, he suddenly inquired, Boss, was that intentional today? Wen Xiaodao, lounging on the sofa with a languid demeanor, replied nonchalantly, Of course. It's merely a persona. Who doesn't have one? However, on this day, Qin Xiong found himself utterly perplexed. The proprietor had done nothing overt, yet he had successfully sowed discord between the previously harmonious L Yang and In Kiki. Although he had been unable to articulate his thoughts earlier, it did not hinder him from observing the fervent interactions between L Yang and In Kiki, who were neglecting the boss. Particularly during their recent visit to the Grand Night performance, Qin Xiong was certain that had it not been for the boss's exceptionally striking visage, the crew members would have likely overlooked him entirely, as if it were In Kiki who held their undivided attention. Wen Xiaodao held a favorable view of Qin Xiong. He was honest and straightforward, yet not pedantic, possessing both formidable skills and unwavering loyalty. Such a person was certainly worthy of her guidance. Some individuals are inherently cherished, destined to be the center of affection. As contemporary parlance might suggest, they are fated to be adored by all. Their charisma is astonishing, no matter their actions or words. Others perceive them as irresistibly charming, believing them to be perpetually correct. Those who cultivate a close relationship with them often find themselves uplifted, while those who oppose them may face unfortunate consequences. Unbeknownst to Wen Xiaodao, her words bear a striking resemblance to reality. Yin Kiki hails from a privileged background, with numerous brothers who all regard her as their precious darling. Were it not for her genuine passion for her current occupation, her family would never permit her to engage in such caretaking endeavors. A beloved darling, who could possibly deny her the stars in the sky? When wronged, it is inconceivable that no one would come to her aid. Yet, not a single person attributes the fault to those supporting Yin Kiki. Rather, they lament their own misfortunes. Such individuals may indeed possess no malevolent intentions. They merely act in accordance with their true nature. Outsiders perceive them as benevolent and endearing, yet every situation has its duality. For instance, today, when she relinquished her first-class seat for a pregnant woman and her family, she appeared to be a genuinely kind-hearted child. However, the family she aided morally coerced the other first-class passengers, leaving those wronged unable to voice their grievances. Even a mere hint of discontent towards Yin Kiki would invite further moral pressure upon them. For instance, regarding the events of this afternoon and evening, Ming stated that she is the person assigned by Jinshi Entertainment to take care of me. She is efficient in her tasks, exhibiting no flaws, and has established a good rapport with the crew, genuinely expressing affection towards me. However, if I were to feel slighted due to her close relations with the crew and become upset, others would merely perceive it as my unreasonable outburst. Numerous artists, in pursuit of a more favorable experience within the crew, often bring gifts and refreshments to foster good relations. Is not what Yin Kiki is doing merely an endeavor to cultivate a positive relationship with the crew? Moreover, she has not required me to spend a single penny. Should I choose to be angry, it would reflect my inability to appreciate her efforts. Upon concluding her thoughts, Wen Xiaodao cast a glance at Qin Xiong, who appeared to grasp only part of the conversation, and added, I have previously mentioned that goodness and wickedness are relative concepts. There is no necessity for you to discern whether a person is inherently good or bad. Rather, you should evaluate the impact of their actions on you, whether they bring more benefit or detriment. If someone is universally regarded as virtuous and beloved by all, yet their actions result in unfavorable outcomes that you must endure, then such a person merits no further consideration. The greater the distance you maintain, the better. If distancing is unfeasible, simply remain indifferent toward her. Should she be genuinely foolish, you may feign ignorance. As long as the adverse consequences do not befall you, those who support her will inevitably face the repercussions, rendering them unable to impose moral coercion upon you. Observing Qin Xiong's expression of newfound enlightenment, Wen Xiaodao shook her head and remarked, Enough, you should retire early for rest. After Qin Xiong departed, Wen Xiaodao couldn't help but sneer, in the apocalypse, slaying the saintly maiden first is indeed a profound truth. The following day, at the break of dawn, Yin Kiki awaited eagerly. Perhaps it was due to Wen Xiaodao's seemingly harmless demeanor the previous night, but Yin Kiki had notably tempered her vivacious spirit. Miss Wen, once we complete the photo shoot for your promotional stills, you will embark on 3 days of clandestine training, during which I cannot accompany you. However, I have inquired and discovered that your instructor will be Professor Wang from the Kyoto Academy of Arts. She possesses a rather impatient temperament, so do be cautious not to provoke her. If you can earn her approval, your role will essentially be secured without significant issues. Aside from Yin Kiki's occasionally unrestrained exuberance, her capability in managing affairs is commendable. She seems to uncover every piece of information.
All right, I understand.
Thank you, Kiki. After all, who wouldn't be able to embody the persona of kindness, magnanimity, and a pleasant disposition? After a series of late-night shoots, the crew members rarely ventured out during the day. When Xiaodao's character stills were released, the audience was limited, yet those few who beheld them seemed utterly transfixed, their gazes glued to her. At that moment, they comprehended why director Zhou had expended such effort in selecting the character of the enchantress. If the enchantress truly embodied such beauty and met such a tragic fate, it became clear why a formidable enemy nation could succumb to the crumbling daxia and why the powerful ministers of those rival states would develop rifts with their emperor. Retreating from worldly affairs. Once director Zhou concluded his scenes, he approached to view today's stills of the enchantress. Upon seeing them, he was momentarily taken aback, and then issued a stern warning to everyone present. The details regarding the Enchantress's role must remain confidential until the film's release.
Indeed.
You have stepped forth from the pages of a book, he remarked. I hope that in the coming days of intensive training, you will excel. I desire nothing less than perfection for the Enchantress character. Previously, Director Zhou had accepted Wen Xiaodao's role as merely ornamental, but after witnessing the stills, he fervently wished for her to possess some measure of skill. Chapter 144. The Art of Utilization, Wan Jian, upon arriving at the training location. Wen Xiaodao encountered a woman of serious demeanor whose figure was impeccably maintained. Are you the chosen one for the Enchantress? She inquired. It seems old Zhou has made a reliable choice this time. Although Professor Wang did not say much, Wen Xiaodao could still sense her satisfaction. Do you have any dancing foundation? Asked the professor. Wen Xiaodao shook her head, but Professor Wang was not overly disappointed. After all, it was quite rare to find someone whose appearance matched so well. In that case, spend these 3 days practicing diligently. Achieving a semblance of the dance will suffice. Wen Xiaodao nodded, and they exchanged no further pleasantries. One commenced serious instruction while the other engaged in earnest learning. The first day was dedicated to familiarizing herself with the movements, and during the subsequent 2 days, Wen Xiaodao finally began to dance with a semblance of proficiency. This brought a sigh of relief from Professor Wang. She did not fear a student lacking intelligence or a foundation, but rather dreaded a student who, despite those shortcomings, was unwilling to learn earnestly. Finally, the day arrived for Wen Xiaodao's performance, and Director Zhou personally assessed the results of her training, finding them satisfactory. Those who share the stage with Wen Xiaodao are all pivotal characters in this production, each a formidable talent in their own right. Once again, Qin Xiong has come to understand that in the eyes of the producer, there exists no distinction between good and evil. There are only those who are useful, and those who are not. YNKK may possess numerous flaws. Yet the producer possesses an uncanny ability to compel her to comply without causing any disturbances. Thus, when confronted with the newcomer Wen Xiaodao, even the seasoned stars display a demeanor of kindness, a significant reflection of the amicable exchanges YNKK had fostered previously. Wen Xiaodao's scenes have been completed, and they have been executed with remarkable quality. The atmosphere within the crew has lightened considerably. Previously, due to the uncertainty surrounding the role of Meiji, a palpable tension lingered among the team. They had all worked tirelessly on this production, each striving to exceed their own limits. Should Meiji's character falter, it would have been a collective disappointment. However, under Wen Xiaodao's portrayal, Meiji has exceeded their expectations, and everyone is acutely aware that this production is destined for success. This year's blockbuster is undoubtedly secured. With her scenes concluded, Wen Xiaodao harbors no concerns. She has entrusted all matters of interaction with the crew to YNKK, refraining from involvement herself. Nevertheless, each member of the crew holds a favorable impression of Wen Xiaodao. Any prior doubts regarding whether she had intentionally sought to overshadow Dodo for publicity have been thoroughly quelled. Miss Wen, your scenes have concluded. What are your upcoming plans? It has begun to circulate inquiries about whether Wen Xiaodao intends to sign with an entertainment agency. However, it is evident that Wen Xiaodao's entrance into the entertainment industry is merely a means to gain a name and connect with those who have met untimely and tragic ends, rather than a genuine aspiration to thrive within this realm. Ean Keek's gaze dimmed instantaneously, having finally found someone who could potentially uplift her career. It now appeared to be yet another fruitless endeavor. If it were someone else, she might have attempted to offer some words of persuasion, but inexplicably, in the presence of Wen Xiaodao, particularly under the gentle and understanding gaze she exuded, certain words lingered unuttered, as if stifled by an unseen ancestral force. At that moment, she noticed Siming observing her with an affable smile. Wen Xiaodao mused to herself, to think there are individuals supervising this work, it is indeed perplexing. Unexpectedly, Siming remarked, Miss Wen, you possess such remarkable talent. Though ostensibly a compliment, Wen Xiaodao perceived it as somewhat insincere, interpreting it as a suggestion of her acting abilities. In response, she turned away, presenting the back of her head to Siming, clearly indicating her disdain. Unfazed by her reaction, Siming took a seat and handed an invitation to Wen Xiaodao. When she declined to accept it, he simply passed the invitation to Qin Xiong beside her. This is an invitation to next month's entertainment gala. My associates will be attending as well. Given the previous circumstances, it is likely that those with ill intentions will not miss this opportunity. You will attend in the capacity of Jiangnan's junior disciple. When it comes to serious matters, Wen Xiaodao is adept at distinguishing between public and private affairs. Yet she could not help but ask, "You didn't come all the way here just to deliver an invitation, did you?" This is Gannan after all. However, he would neither speak nor acknowledge such matters. People like him abhor personal motives. It so happened that he had some business in Gannan and thought of stopping by to deliver the invitation since she was there.
Ximing.
Probing too deeply into matters can be rather unappealing. Nonetheless, Ximing found no inclination to explain or deny anything, opting instead for silence. When Xiaodao, feeling somewhat disheartened, refrained from further inquiries. Once they boarded the plane, their seats adjacent to each other. When Xiaodao increasingly sensed that Ximing seemed rather unwell today. After the plane took off, Miss Wen fell into a deep slumber, feeling somewhat fatigued after the past few days. With her mind at ease, bolstered by Ximing's presence, she instinctively felt a sense of security, and sleep swiftly enveloped her. Chapter 145. Changed her mind when Xiaodao awoke. The plane had already landed. She had enjoyed a remarkably restful sleep. The sudden, inexplicable concern from her boss raised her suspicions. It surely indicated something was amiss. Instantly, when Xiaodao guardedly replied, "No need. I have my own car." Ximing. Had he ever done anything to betray Wen Xiaodao's trust? Why was she so wary? Qin Xiong pushed the suitcase, casting a wary glance at Ximing. Seemingly convinced that Ximing was not a trustworthy individual, Ximing, increasingly perturbed, reflected that one's entourage often mirrors their master. Yet, this particular subordinate was one they had nurtured in District 9. "Boss, Director Su is calling," came the notification. Suda would not have reached out unless he was in dire need of funds. He certainly had a knack for timing. Initially, it was presumed Suda intended to discuss a donation, but to Qin Xiong's surprise, he stated directly, "Little Knife, if you have the time, come to the Su residence in North China immediately. There is a matter of great importance that cannot be conveyed over the phone." Though Suda was notoriously frugal, he was nonetheless dependable. He would never speak in such a manner unless the situation was truly urgent. "All right, I understand," Qin Xiong replied. After hanging up, Wen Xiaodao instructed Qin Xiong to forego any further packing and accompany her to the Su residence in North China. Qin Xiong suddenly grasped the urgency of the situation and promptly gathered all the previously requisitioned weaponry. When the two of them hastily arrived in North Hubei province, Suda had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. "Director Su, follow me." At that moment, when Xiaodao fell silent, directly trailing behind Suda into a small courtyard within the Su residence. They encountered no one along the way. It was uncertain whether it was too late and everyone had retired for the night, or if Suda had dispersed the personnel earlier. Upon entering the courtyard, when Xiaodao was met with a faint scent of blood, intermingled with the aroma of medicinal ointments. As the courtyard door swung open, the individuals inside instinctively tensed, but upon recognizing Suda as their leader, they immediately relaxed. "Young Master Da, keep a vigilant eye on the courtyard. Allow no one to enter." The palpable tension in the atmosphere compelled Wen Xiaodao to adopt a more serious demeanor. It was not until they descended into the basement that Wen Xiaodao noticed a figure lying there who bore a resemblance to Suda. "This is my cousin." He uncovered certain matters and was pursued. However, during the chase, he stumbled upon something. "Take a look." As she spoke, she handed a stack of documents to Wen Xiaodao. The papers, yellowed with age, bore several skull insignias, indicating their significance. Even without perusing the contents, Wen Xiaodao could surmise the gravity of the information, so sensitive that it could not even be mentioned over the phone. Although she held no doubts regarding the authenticity of the documents, curiosity piqued her interest in their relevance to her. Ultimately, she refrained from inquiring further. From Suda's perspective, regardless of the depth of their friendship, he would never compromise the interests of the Su family, suggesting that this dossier was indeed pertinent to her. Upon opening the first page, Wen Xiaodao was immediately captivated by a photograph of a girl with braided hair and a shy smile, bearing a striking resemblance to herself. However, Her expression shifted dramatically as she examined the subsequent information. It was a comprehensive record detailing the experiments conducted on this young woman. To her astonishment, she discovered references to a mysterious totem which seemed to bestow upon its bearer a genetic predisposition for rapid healing and an unusually extended lifespan. Observing the various experiments detailed before him, Wen Xiaodao's hands trembled slightly. What startled him the most was the clear record indicating that the young woman was already 3 months pregnant, with no further documentation following this revelation. Wen Xiaodao's complexion paled, and Su Da's expression was equally grim. Upon encountering this confidential information, had Su Da not possessed remarkable composure, he would have surely faltered. He was somewhat aware of Wen Xiaodao's background, and this highly classified document instilled an unprecedented sense of dread within him. The individuals present here are undoubtedly trustworthy. Rest assured. Only 3 people have accessed this document: my cousin, myself, and you. After a moment of silence, Wen Xiaodao replied, I understand. Thank you, Director Su. I will take this information with me. Su Da opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately acquiesced. This document was of significant importance to them as well. Yet he could not bring himself to expose Wen Xiaodao or push him into peril for the sake of achieving their goals. He would never allow himself to act so inhumanely. Very well, I shall handle the subsequent matters. It was evident that Wen Xiaodao's intention to take the document would result in considerable complications for Su Da. The Su family was not entirely comprised of individuals with integrity, and he needed to devise a means to suppress the situation. Wen Xiaodao cast a glance at the man lying on the bed, whose pallor resembled that of a corpse, clearly indicating severe injuries. In the end, Wen Xiaodao left behind a vial of his specially formulated medicine. This remedy would be beneficial for his wounds. As Wen Xiaodao departed, her mind was already racing. Although she had been somewhat taken aback moments earlier, she understood that the documented fetus was not her own. By the timeline, this fetus should be over a year older than her. What events had transpired in between? Moreover, if the woman referenced in the records was indeed her deranged biological mother, what then was the significance of her existence? As Wen Xiaodao gripped the document folder tightly, her fingers were distinctly visible, and before even entering the vehicle, she produced a lighter and incinerated the documents entirely. Qin Xiong found this behavior somewhat perplexing but refrained from questioning her, waiting patiently until the papers were reduced to ashes. Wen Xiaodao then mixed the remnants with water before finally getting into the car. On her way home, she retrieved her phone and called Mr. Ryan. In the past, she had merely wished to live a tranquil life, content to be a landlord. However, her aspirations had now shifted. Chapter 146. The deal. Ryan Walker had felt a sense of regret over his inability to locate Wen Xiaodao, yet unexpectedly, she took the initiative to call him. Mr. Ryan, I accept your proposal, but I require a promise from you. For a formidable individual, having demands and expectations seemed entirely reasonable. You mentioned that I could work for you, but only on matters concerning foreign affairs, with no conflicts of interest with Huagua. Additionally, I need your assurance that when I require your assistance, your influence will be at my disposal. Although Ryan Walker had mentally prepared himself for the fact that Wen Xiaodao's requests would not be easily fulfilled, he was still taken aback by the audacity of her ambitions. The matters pertaining solely to foreign affairs, which posed no conflict with Huagua, were within his capacity to agree upon. After all, how could he entrust someone who harbored no affection for their own country? However, the power he wielded would be employed for Wen Xiaodao's purposes, and any endeavor she pursued that lacked reliability could potentially entangle him in undesirable consequences. At present, Ryan Walker had to contemplate whether Wen Xiaodao was truly worth the price she demanded. Your expectations are somewhat elevated. I require time to deliberate. Very well. We shall reconvene once you have reached a decision. Wen Xiaodao did not shy away from making this call to Qin Xiong, as it bore little relation to trust. Rather, some matters were such that, once she resolved to undertake them, those around her could not remain oblivious. Fortunately, Qin Xiong did not disappoint her, remaining completely silent throughout the conversation. Upon her return, Wen Xiaodao promptly sequestered herself within the confines of her laboratory. Although she had previously questioned the identity of her own body, she had never contemplated the possibility that it harbored secrets of its own. In the past, whenever she suffered injuries, she relied on her specially formulated powder for treatment, leading her to believe that her swift recovery was solely attributable to it. However, it has now become evident that the truth extends beyond mere medicaments. The scar on her palm, once visible, has completely vanished, yet when Xiaodao finds herself troubled. After 3 days and nights, she finally emerged from the laboratory, her countenance far from pleasant. It was unclear whether her pallor stemmed from sleeplessness or the unsettling conclusions she had drawn. Following a day of rest, the fatigue and distress that had plagued her began to dissipate significantly. Nevertheless, the implications of her findings rekindled a sense of unease. Indeed, her body possessed an extraordinary healing capability, with the speed of recovery surpassing that of an average person by at least twofold. Compounding her predicament, her recent endeavor to extract toxins had rendered her partially toxic herself. This meant that, should her blood be discovered by outsiders, she would likely find herself ensnared, akin to a creature confined in a cage, exploited for her sanguine essence. What further exacerbated Wen Xiaodao's agitation was the memory of her time in Y continent, where she had utilized her own blood to vanquish the black-robed woman who was no longer human. Fortunately, the operatives of Ryan Walker had disposed of the black-robed woman's remains. Otherwise, had her associates unearthed the secret of her blood, Wen Xiaodao feared her fate would be sealed. For the first time, Qin Xiong observed her boss's brow furrowed in concern. Just as she was about to serve the freshly brewed ginseng chicken soup, she heard Wen Xiaodao instruct, "Contact Wen Zhong. I have matters to discuss with him." Previously, she had refrained from investigating her origins, deeming it unnecessary. However, now she felt compelled to uncover the truth about her lineage, refusing to remain passively awaiting others to seek her out. With her boss finally delegating tasks, Qin Xiong promptly made the call. When Wen Zhong received the phone call from Wen Xiaodao, he was taken aback. After all, this audacious girl had previously played them for fools. Although the outcome ultimately favored them, they had only secured about half of what they deserved. He had yet to settle accounts with Wen Xiaodao for that. Thus, he responded without any pretense of courtesy, "How dare you call me? What's this? I've been your shield for over a decade. And now that I've bled for you, you're displeased? What if I had the misfortune of perishing in your stead? Who will seek justice for me?" Given that Wen Zhong serves as a retainer for a prominent family, it is inconceivable for him to be soft-hearted or lenient. Otherwise, he would not have been able to bring Huan Dueling out initially, nor would he have amassed such considerable wealth over the years while ensuring Huan Dueling received the nurturing she rightfully deserved. Had it not been for your need to be a substitute, both you and your mother would have perished long ago. Wen Dashan has raised you well, and this debt of gratitude for his nurturing. There is no need for you to indoctrinate me with notions of selfless sacrifice. The purpose of my call today is to inquire about the circumstances under which you discovered my mother and me. Wen Zhong has been investigating Wen Xiaodao, and it is certain that they possess a wealth of information. However, being a cunning and astute individual, upon hearing Wen Xiaodao's words, Wen Zhong discerned that she is intent on uncovering her lineage. I understand that your foremost concern is to establish a foothold, yet a family, no matter how esteemed, cannot sustain itself after being silent for over a decade. How much of the existing goodwill remains? In this day and age, relationships are ultimately predicated on mutual benefit. If you cannot offer sufficient value to others, how many will genuinely extend their assistance to the Huan family? As part of the transaction, you shall disclose to me all the information you possess, and in return, I shall assist the Huandu family in establishing a foothold in Kyoto with utmost expediency. With that, Wen Xiaodao refrained from elaborating further. Any individual of sound mind would recognize the undeniable value of this deal. For the Huandu family, re-establishing connections with those esteemed families necessitates tangible benefits, with monetary gains being merely a trifling aspect. More significantly, it involves the precious resources that the Huandu family has in dwindling supply. Each utilization depletes their reserves. Presently, they merely need to relinquish information that is not particularly vital, thus yielding results that would otherwise demand exorbitant costs. It must be said, Wen Zhong was profoundly tempted, yet, during negotiations, one must never readily reveal their cards. Therefore, Wen Zhong mentioned that he needed to consult with the young master. As for why he did not inquire about Wen Xiaodao's methods or the basis of his capabilities, the previous demonstration of Wen Xiaodao's prowess rendered such questions unnecessary. Chapter 147, Seizing Opportunities, Part 3. After the call concluded, when Xiaodao sought assistance in retrieving reports from over a decade ago concerning the simultaneous disappearance of a mother and daughter. Wen Zhong subsequently reported Wen Xiaodao's requests to Huan Deling. At this moment of overwhelming distress, the last thing she wished to hear was news concerning Wen Xiaodao. Although no one had explicitly stated that she was inferior to Wen Xiaodao, she instinctively understood that they must be thinking that if Wen Xiaodao were the head of the family, she would undoubtedly ensure they were spared from being dismissed and forced to placate others. Hadn't Huandu Xiang'er previously engaged in numerous disgraceful acts to integrate into high society? At least now, no one dared to openly show disdain in her presence. The worst they would do was ignore her. Such treatment was a stark contrast to her past experiences, where she was subjected to overt contempt. Huan Duling suddenly felt a sense of frustration. What was the point of her arduous efforts in becoming the head of the family if it only left her feeling more burdened than before? Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her grievances and finally declared, "Promise her. As the head of the family, she must prioritize the clan." Although her current situation was difficult, she preferred this over being a carefree young lady who would ultimately be treated as a mere pawn to be married off. She would rather be the architect of her own destiny. At this moment, Zhoulan gazed at the comprehensive report on the agricultural estate's complete industrial chain laid out before him. He couldn't help but feel that exchanging a mere invitation for such a document that could elevate his performance was an exceedingly advantageous deal. Throughout this entire affair, not a single aspect had involved Si Ming's intervention. Upon learning of this, Si Ming felt a tinge of discontent. After all, he and Wen Xiaodao were akin to allies. Why was it that Wen Xiaodao consistently excluded him from everything? Consequently, for several months thereafter, he regarded Zhou Lan with increasing disdain, questioning the necessity of Zhou Lan's involvement in his affairs. The region surrounding Xiang Lake has long been renowned as a land of abundant fish and rice. As soon as they entered the Xiang Lake area, Wen Xiaodao sensed the lively atmosphere that enveloped the locale. Presently, this region has become a prime tourist destination, characterized by picturesque landscapes and hospitable inhabitants, aptly described by the phrase beautiful mountains, clear waters, and kind-hearted people. Upon arriving at the small town mentioned by Wen Zhong, it became evident that very few of the elderly residents from yesteryears remained. Those who stayed behind were either children or young brides married from outside, while the rest had either passed away or relocated. As Wen Xiaodao contemplated how to investigate any potential missing persons from the past, Qin Xiong arrived, leading Si Ming with an expression of bemusement. "Boss, Mr. Si has come," he announced. "Please don't tell me you happen to be passing by again." Si Ming felt a slight embarrassment for the flimsy excuse he had previously conjured, which was riddled with inconsistencies. Just as he was about to express his genuine concern for her, he noticed Wen Xiaodao sporting a distinctly disapproving expression. "Are you so distrustful of me that you feel the need to monitor my every move?" she questioned. "I find myself in a moment of freedom, pondering what I wish to do, and why should it concern you?" Si Ming. It seems the misunderstanding is deepening. He thought that if he did not clarify matters soon, this girl might not grant him a pleasant countenance in the future. We are, after all, akin to kin. If you have something to discuss, you may convey it directly to me. Why go through so many convolutions to seek Zhou Lan's assistance? When Xiaodao fixed her gaze upon Si Ming, and indeed, he was not an impostor. Rather, he seemed somewhat altered from his former self. Where had that menacing aura that once intimidated her vanished? She had ensnared Si Ming on numerous occasions, seeking his aid. She feared that should she attempt to ensnare someone again, she might feel a twinge of embarrassment, especially since he was her sole resource for exploiting opportunities. Naturally, she intended to save him for a crucial moment. "Oh, those are merely trivial matters, insignificant and not worth troubling you." When Xiaodao did not speak the truth, yet Si Ming was aware of it. He understood that when Xiaodao harbored a profound sense of caution, often preferring to exchange matters of significance for personal gain. This was not inherently negative, but given that the recipient was him, it left him feeling uneasy, as if denying Wen Xiaodao a slight advantage sent a shiver through him. He could not fathom when he had developed such a penchant for self-deprecation. "With my assistance, the matters you wish to investigate will surely yield results with minimal effort. In half a month's time, the entertainment gala shall commence, and I am genuinely concerned that you may not have sufficient time at your disposal. Wen Xiaodao. Thus, after much deliberation, it appears your primary concern is my potential to hinder your affairs. With this in mind, Wen Xiaodao began to feel that utilizing Siming's resources might not pose a significant issue, given that she is also here to assist. The annual entertainment gala, a paramount celebration for those in the industry, is an event of utmost importance. It is likely that those orchestrating events are aiming for this very occasion. Since you have expressed your sentiments so candidly, I shall not hold back. These are the matters I wish to investigate. As she spoke, Wen Xiaodao handed Siming a list of items she had previously compiled for inquiry. Chapter 148. The Essence of Fireworks. Additional update. Siming glanced at the list and turned to a stranger, a man whom Wen Xiaodao had never encountered before, who was following closely behind. Ensure the information on this list is clarified by the end of today. The man nodded and subsequently departed. Who was this individual that she had never seen before? This is Yanqi. Wen Xiaodao teased, southeast, southwest? At that moment, her face was filled with a profound sense of melancholy, as she envied those with established backgrounds. They had an abundance of talent at their disposal, unlike her, who stood alone with only a handful of opportunists around her. I heard that Professor Liu holds you in high regard, Siming remarked suddenly, leaving Wen Xiaodao utterly bewildered. Professor Liu? Who? Her instinctual confusion only served to amuse Siming. Did you not participate in a high school chemistry competition during your first year at Jiangqingno? One high school? Having secured the first prize, it was said that Professor Liu expressed a desire for you to diligently pursue your studies and subsequently join his research group. This remark prompted Wen Xiaodao to recall that the original owner indeed possessed a certain talent, which, when augmented by Wen Xiaodao's expertise in various toxic arts, effectively bestowed an extraordinary advantage. How do you know about him? He was one of my former tutors. I happened to overhear him mention a promising student who, for various reasons, missed a significant opportunity, and he still harbors regrets about it. At this revelation, Wen Xiaodao found herself at a loss for words. Could the original owner's talent truly be that exceptional? To have served as a tutor for someone like Siming surely implied an impressive level of knowledge and skill. If you are interested, I could introduce you to join his research group under special admission. It would undoubtedly benefit your future. Wen Xiaodao promptly shook her head, realizing that while dabbling in certain interests was acceptable, turning them into a full-time endeavor would drive her to madness. Siming, unfazed by Wen Xiaodao's refusal, recognized that her decision to pursue vocational education was a well-considered choice regarding her career path. For many, academic credentials might hold substantial value, yet for those truly capable, such qualifications are not of paramount importance. This promise remains valid. Should you wish to pursue it in the future, simply let me know. The magnitude of this leap left Wen Xiaodao momentarily speechless, struggling to find an appropriate expression to convey her feelings. However, when the superior extends an invitation, it is only courteous to oblige. Thus, they proceeded. Qin Xiong intended to follow but was halted by Siming, who assured him, with me around, there shall be no danger. Qin Xiong pondered. Is this an indication of wanting to usurp my position? Instantly, he turned his gaze towards Wen Xiaodao. And only when she nodded did he cease his advance. You, as a bodyguard, are quite commendable. Wen Xiaodao felt a surge of pride. After all, those trained under her guidance could hardly be lacking. Strolling through the streets was an experience she had never encountered before. While it felt delightful, she mused that a post-dinner walk would be more fitting, for walking now only heightened their hunger. As they reached the snack street, Wen Xiaodao found her feet unwilling to move, her eyes fixated on the enticing stalls ahead. To be fair, such juvenile behavior was hardly befitting of her character. Are you certain you wish to wander through the snack street with that face of yours? Siming, already a striking figure, feared that the addition of Wen Xiaodao would attract an overwhelming crowd. In this regard, Wen Xiaodao was notably resourceful. She produced a large pair of sunglasses, seemingly out of nowhere, and donned them. Although they did little to obscure her beauty, they certainly added an air of modesty. Observing Wen Xiaodao display her stubbornness for the first time, Siming found himself indifferent to the situation. Let us venture forth to the bustling street of snacks, particularly in tourist areas where such locales are exceptionally vibrant. A distinctive feature of these streets is the diverse array of delicacies from various regions, their aromas intertwining to create a rich tapestry of culinary delights. Would you care to sample silkworms? When Xiaodao gazes with excitement at the assortment of fried insects, finding no repulsion in them, rather, they are simply novel experiences. Previously, while traveling with Lin Lin and others, their excursions were characterized by budget constraints and mountain hikes. Rarely did they visit such lively venues. Ming observes Wen Xiaodao, who holds skewers of various insects, her curiosity palpable. His expression softens, revealing an unrecognized fondness in his gaze. Having faced life and death situations in the past, he has consumed raw insects before. How could he possibly fear these prepared ones? Perhaps it is worth a try. Not far away, an internet celebrity is live streaming. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the renowned snack street of Zhangheqiu Watertown.
Today,
I shall guide you through a culinary journey, sampling all the delectable offerings here. The influencer, known as Beast, is currently struggling to finish a massive bowl of squid fried rice, blissfully unaware that behind her, an astonishingly attractive couple is indulging in their insect delicacies. Beast, we want to see the charming gentleman and lady behind you. Quick, look behind you. Beast, you're about to go viral. A sudden influx of viewers captivated the audience as a peculiar creature, the iron-eating beast, continued its live-streaming culinary escapades. Initially, the stream attracted only a few thousand viewers, but soon the numbers surged to tens of thousands, with messages flooding the chat, urging everyone to glance at what was happening behind them. It was only when the iron-eating beast noticed the dramatic increase in viewers that she realized she had barely consumed half of her fried rice. What was happening behind her? Turning her head in a daze, she caught only a glimpse of two departing figures, their profiles alone nearly causing her to drool, a sight truly delectable. As the ancients would attest, seizing her phone propped up on the table, she realized it was time to capitalize on the newfound attention rather than continue her eating broadcast. After devouring a few skewers of insects, when Xiaodao lost interest and, noticing a hefty portion remaining, directly handed it to Ming. Even the shopkeeper could not resist teasing, remarking on how such a handsome young man was incredibly kind to his girlfriend. The mere mention of the word girlfriend left Wen Xiaodao in a state of embarrassment. After all, this was her superior, a person from whom she had been extracting every possible benefit. They hardly seemed like a couple. Meanwhile, Ming's lips curved into a slight smile as he passed the skewers to the bodyguards trailing behind him. Wen Xiaodao, adhering to the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward, began to indulge once more, this time fixating on stinky tofu. Would you like to try some stinky tofu? Although it was unclear why when Xiaodao consistently inquired if he wanted to eat, the sentiment was rather pleasant. The flavor, however, was undeniably overwhelming, yet Ming nodded in agreement. All right. Not far behind them, a small internet celebrity finally managed to ride the wave of popularity. It turns out that even those with striking appearances indulge in insects. Oh my, they're even consuming stinky tofu. Is this something fit for fairy? I am most terrified of insects. Just the sight of them sends shivers down my spine. Yet, I find myself captivated by the sight of such attractive individuals eating. Is there something wrong with me? Believe me, you are not alone. I am presently intrigued by watching handsome men and beautiful women devour pig intestines. Am I even more ridiculous? A food-loving beast gazed at the comments in her live stream, utterly speechless. Had her previous eating broadcasts merely catered to dogs? She had consumed all these items herself, after all. Where was the heightened topic of discussion? Were it not for the increasing viewer count, she might have been compelled to retort. What is the world coming to, that one must consider appearances even in eating broadcasts? A good-looking person consumes an insect, and hundreds of thousands tune in, placing orders. Had she possessed such traction initially, even if they had requested raw intestines,
she would not have batted an eye.
How unfair, this disparate treatment. It's simply exasperating. Stinky tofu, which is already difficult for many to accept, has been further intensified by Wen Xiaodao's addition of an abundance of ground elder. Consequently, those depicted in the video are vocally expressing their disdain, particularly those unable to endure the pungent aroma, their eyes fixated intently on the dish. Beast, I'll reward you. Today, you need not do anything but follow these two handsome men and beautiful women, simply watch them eat. A cascade of rewards ensued, leaving a food critic with red-rimmed eyes. These admirers of beauty are truly excessive. Despite her previous indulgences, she had never witnessed such eagerness for rewards. Nevertheless, complaints aside, her steps did not falter in the least. After tasting several pieces of stinky tofu, when Xiaodao found the flavor rather delightful, particularly the ground elder, which proved to be delicious in any preparation. Holding 2 boxes in his hands, Ximing found it inconvenient to eat, prompting Wen Xiaodao to directly offer him a piece with her chopsticks. The taste is quite good. You should give it a try. Ximing immediately smiled and opened his mouth, accepting Wen Xiaodao's offering. This scene, in such a bustling food street, was utterly commonplace. However, for the bodyguards behind Ximing, it was nothing short of astonishing. Is this really their 9th master? Surely, it must be a falsehood. Wasn't it said that he shunned the company of women, that his emotions would remain concealed? The individual before them, grinning like a fool and eagerly awaiting sustenance. Could this truly be their 9th master? No, they refused to believe that Master Zhou had come to the snack street. They were already sufficiently astounded. Although the insects he had just fed them were merely surplus, it still defied all logic. How could their illustrious and formidable Master Zhou engage in such mundane trivialities? Deep within, they rejected the notion that Master Zhou was akin to an ordinary man. This was far too pedestrian and truly undermined their ability to revere him. Just as their internal lamentations had yet to subside, they watched as Master Zhou handed them the stinky tofu, then merrily set off to assist Miss when in procuring milk tea. The few of them could only accept the stinky tofu in speechless resignation. Since they could not alter the situation, they might as well acquiesce. A wealthy young gentleman, dressed in a bespoke suit and accompanied by bodyguards, was strolling the snack street with his beloved Cinderella. Wasn't this a scene straight out of an idol drama? Wake up, what Cinderella? Though we are far apart, and I can't discern her true appearance behind those sunglasses, that watch on her wrist is one of only 10 in the world, clearly indicating that she is a lady of high society, dining with a scion of the elite to experience the street food scene. Let me see. Oh my, it's real. I've had the fortune to see that watch once. Wearing sunglasses, could she be some celebrity? Such a pairing of a starlet and a wealthy heir is quite the standard ensemble. The crowd was already substantial, with numerous individuals capturing moments on their phones. Initially, the bodyguards were oblivious to anything amiss, until one inadvertently locked eyes with a beastly creature, at which point he immediately recognized the predicament and advanced directly towards it. Within the live streaming room, the individuals were acutely aware of their discovery. Oh no, it's over. We can't be seen anymore, one murmured. Will the beast be punished? At that moment, when Xiaodao was cradling a fruit tea in a container larger than her own head, when Ximing abruptly pulled her into his embrace, shielding her with his body. Ah, this man is simply too affectionate. Upon realizing his girlfriend was being filmed, his protective instinct is overwhelming. It's possible that they truly are celebrities, another remarked, but alas, the internet has an unyielding memory. Let us wait and see which female star gets exposed next. Yet another celebrity's reputation is in ruins. Excuse me, are you filming us? The bodyguard maintained a cordial demeanor in the presence of a ferocious creature, refraining from immediately confiscating anyone's phone. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I was simply captivated by your dining experience. We are on a private itinerary and prefer not to be filmed. Previously, a similar creature had encountered others. Some were amiable while others were quite unpleasant. She had mentally prepared herself, knowing her phone would likely be rendered useless today. However, the generous tips received would more than compensate for it. To her surprise, the gentleman was quite accommodating, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. Chapter 150. Let us all stink together, though reluctant to relinquish the flow of viewers. A certain iron-eating beast decided to abandon the notion of continuing to follow Wen Xiaodao and Ximing. With a resigned expression, it proclaimed, "Dear friends, it is not that I lack the effort to attract attention. Alas, it simply cannot be done today. Henceforth, I shall guide you through the delightful culinary offerings of a street." As the allure of handsome men and beautiful women faded, some individuals chose to disperse. However, a considerable number opted to remain, pondering the possibility of encountering the two once more. No worries, Just continue your live broadcast, one suggested. The temperaments of those two bodyguards were remarkably amiable. Had it been someone else, today's broadcast for the beast would have undoubtedly been thwarted. With such high standards in the bodyguards, one can only surmise that the principal must possess equal merit.
Oh,
How I yearn to uncover the identity of this enigmatic female celebrity. I wish to support her, and, of course, her boyfriend as well. A creature resembling a metal-eating beast gazed at her streaming room, where the audience numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, the topic of discussion bore no relation to her. It felt as if her streaming space merely served as a forum for others to converse, leaving her with a bittersweet sense of detachment. While she had gained popularity, it was utterly disconnected from her own presence, a rather absurd situation. Meanwhile, not far away, when Xiaodao continued to embrace her bucket of berries, savoring the delightful drink, reluctant to part with it. However, the suddenness of Si Ming's hands encircling her waist caught her off guard, eliciting a charmingly innocent expression on her face. They had never been this close before, and now, gazing at Wen Xiaodao's visage, which had effortlessly captured his heart, Si Ming found himself overwhelmed by the proximity. The impact of this moment made his heart skip a beat. Although Wen Xiaodao was known for her boldness, Si Ming instinctively feared startling her and softly reassured. "Someone just took our picture." Wen Xiaodao, slightly taken aback, shifted her body and replied tersely, "Oh." Before arriving, she had anticipated the possibility of inadvertently appearing in someone else's phone camera, so she paid little mind to it, especially since she wore those oversized sunglasses. To her surprise, Si Ming's reaction had been so pronounced, as he had swiftly pulled her into his embrace, leaving her momentarily dazed. Now that there's nothing to worry about, Si Ming has yet to relinquish his hold. When Xiaodao's gaze, tinged with displeasure, remained fixed upon him. Observing her expression, Si Ming swiftly withdrew his hand, realizing the urgency of the moment. "Please don't take the earlier incident too harshly," he said. When Xiaodao replied, "Should I then express my gratitude?" Now liberated, she grasped her bucket and headed once more towards the direction of the snail noodles. It was said that these noodles emitted a foul odor, yet were extraordinarily delicious. She was eager to experience it for herself. As she walked away, Si Ming felt as though the warmth and essence of Wen Xiaodao lingered on his fingertips. This sensation stirred within him a novel and enchanting thought, for he had always perceived little distinction between men and women. He realized for the first time the true meaning of delicate beauty. Meanwhile, when Xiaodao had procured a double portion of snail noodles, the pungent aroma nearly overwhelming her senses, she found herself questioning whether this dish could truly compare to stinky tofu, which was foul-smelling yet delightful to taste. Summoning her courage, she took a small bite, and her eyes lit up with delight. It was indeed delicious, albeit a tad spicy. Glancing at the approaching Si Ming, she recalled his audacious act of embracing her earlier and declared, "Boss, I'll have another serving, extra spicy, with triple the toppings." Since they were now allies, they might as well share in the pungency together. As Si Ming drew near, he was immediately assaulted by the potent aroma, which dispelled the enchanting thoughts swirling in his mind. He looked at Wen Xiaodao with a hint of exasperation in his eyes. How could a delicate young lady find herself entangled with such odorous delights? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wen Xiaodao exclaimed, "Come quickly. I've ordered a spicy version for you. It's absolutely delectable." Since Wen Xiaodao had already made the purchase, Si Ming did not decline. He promptly took a seat beside Wen Xiaodao. As he settled down, the exquisite fabric of his tailored suit became enveloped by the overpowering aroma of the snail noodles. After a couple of bites, Si Ming found the flavor to be quite agreeable, albeit a touch spicy. The heat intensified with each mouthful, leading both of them to sweat profusely, their lips flushed and their noses tinged with crimson. Nearby, the bodyguards observed these two peculiar individuals. Perplexed by their choice, if hunger truly struck, why not seek out a proper restaurant for a satisfying meal? Overindulgence would surely lead to drowsiness. As when Xiaodao savored her meal, her stomach satisfied, she set down her bowl and let out a contented sigh, a sound of fulfillment. She eagerly nodded, still clutching her beloved cup, indicating her genuine fondness for the dish, a detail that Si Ming duly noted. On their way back, the pungent scent lingered in the air, An unmistakable reminder of someone preparing snail noodles. How could it be so foul? As they passed by a residence, an audible complaint arose, prompting a shared glance between Wen Xiaodao and Ximing, akin to two conspirators caught in mischief. Upon arriving at their dwelling, they were met by Qin Xiong, whose footsteps faltered, and she appeared slightly inclined to retreat. Could the odor truly be that unbearable? Qin Xiong nodded earnestly. Boss, you truly smell quite unpleasant. When Xiaodao replied, he is indeed a good person and a commendable bodyguard, albeit a staunchly straightforward man, beyond redemption. Well, do not hold it against me. I shall take a shower forthwith, lest those unaware might misconstrue my actions. After a refreshing bath, the unpleasant odor dissipated, yet it was already over half an hour later. His superior, with a sense of propriety, left Wen Xiaodao quite satisfied. Chapter 151. The 18 bends of the heart. Wen Xiaodao, with little hesitation, took a seat, positioning himself closely beside Ximing. The fragrance of toiletries wafted through the air, but after mingling with Wen Xiaodao's body warmth, it evolved into an aroma that Ximing found remarkably delightful. It surpassed even the exquisite scents concocted by master perfumers, causing a subtle warmth to rise within him. Aware that both his body and heart were undergoing uncontrollable transformations, Ximing, who had always maintained a stringent grip on danger and the unknown, for the very first time entertained the thought of simply letting things unfold. Though there are no detailed explanations provided herein, Wen Xiaodao has managed to piece together the fragments of her lineage. Her biological mother, Yun Xianglian, was a child from an orphanage in Qiaoshui town and had a sister. However, it remains uncertain whether her mother was the elder or the younger sibling. From a young age, Yun Xianglian possessed a gentle and amiable disposition. Yet an unfortunate fall left her with a broken leg that was never properly treated, resulting in a slight limp. Nevertheless, when she donned specially made shoes, the limp became less noticeable. The sparkle of her former carefree spirit had faded, replaced instead by a profound sorrow. Before long, her condition became evident as her belly swelled. During that time, the economy was not as prosperous, and the villagers were closely acquainted with one another, unlike the present day, where local ties have diminished. If anything were to happen to a family, it was customary for them to close their doors and mind their own affairs. When Xiaodao could easily envision how Yun Xianglian, with her burgeoning belly, would be disparaged in the eyes of outsiders. What vexes Wen Xiaodao most is that the power of familial clans was even more pronounced back then. Qiaoshui town is not large, and Yun Xianglian's status as an unmarried mother cast a wide shadow. Many who had previously harbored ill intentions toward her began to stir, for if she could bear a child out of wedlock, it implied that she was not a woman of respectable character. In matters of scandal, one misstep often leads to another. Despite Yun Xianglian's careful demeanor, she still fell prey to scheming and slander. A local man from a prominent clan accused her of seduction, while his wife was known for her fierce temperament. It remains a mystery what transpired during that time. Nonetheless, in the end, Yun Xianglian was inexplicably branded as promiscuous, tarnishing the reputation of Qiaoshui Tan, and was subsequently expelled. Fortunately, during that period, the inhumane practice of dunking in a pig cage was outlawed. Otherwise, given Yun Xianglian's circumstances, the likelihood of her and her daughter suffering such a fate would have been exceedingly high. Following her expulsion, it is likely that during childbirth, the toxic effects manifested. Although she survived, she succumbed to madness. Had Wen Xiaodao not personally extracted the poison, she might have remained oblivious to its severity. Yun Xianglian must have been gravely poisoned at the time, had it not been for the unborn child alleviating some of the burden, and the considerable loss of toxic blood during childbirth. It is feared that the onset of the poison would have coincided with her demise. When Xiaodao set the documents aside, thus, aside from discovering her mother's identity and lineage, her inquiries yielded little further insight. By the way, can we trace any information about my mother's sister? Yanqi shook his head, indicating that if he could not find her, it was evident that the young girl named Yun Xiangxiang had been adopted and that someone had intervened thereafter. Many records from that time were incomplete and had been manipulated, rendering them nearly impossible to trace now. I have already assigned someone to seek out the elders from that era. If they can be located, perhaps a glimmer of a clue may emerge. Thank you very much. Yanxi was aware that Wen Xiaodao was already a figure of some renown within their ranks, and he felt unworthy of gratitude towards him. However, with the ninth master present, it was not his place to engage in conversation with Wen Xiaodao. His matters were concluded, and he promptly withdrew. Meanwhile, Qin Xiong stood rigidly to the side like a pillar, displaying no inclination to leave, as he was determined to protect his employer. At that moment, Ximing increasingly felt that when the Ninth District trains newcomers, they ought to introduce a course to examine the once great champion of the competition, who now appeared rather foolish and inflexible. Have you concluded your matters here at Xianghu? When Xiaodao had come to investigate her mother's affairs, having anticipated that it would require a considerable investment of time, as she currently possessed neither power nor influence, making certain inquiries quite troublesome. Well, there's nothing pressing. This place is quite pleasant. I intend to explore for a couple of days before heading to Jiangzhou. Ximing immediately suggested, how about we go boating tomorrow? I've heard that in the center of the lake, if you play a few unique pipa melodies, it creates a delightful atmosphere. When Xiaodao looked at Ximing in surprise, aren't you busy? I'm on vacation, he replied with a chuckle, a perfectly valid and compelling reason. However, she had little interest in boating. Having eaten and drunk to satisfaction, the greatest pleasure now is undoubtedly sleep. In this lifetime, despite her somewhat diminished status, the freedom she enjoys has increased significantly, leaving Wen Xiaodao, who once spun about like a top, quite content. On her way home, thoughts of the individual mentioned in Su Da's dossier occupied her mind. It seemed this person was none other than Yun Xiangxiang, rather than her biological mother, who had never left this place since her teenage years, always under the watchful eyes of the public. Contemplating her uncle's sister, who had never concealed her face, a rare thought of vengeance flickered in Wen Xiaodao's heart. She, Wen Xiaodao, is fiercely protective. Using her biological aunt as a subject for experimentation was a slap in the face. How fortunate it would be if that person were still alive today. That night, when Xiaodao found her sleep somewhat restless, plagued by peculiar dreams, the only clear image being that of a terribly emaciated woman, continuously pleading for help. Upon awakening the next morning, when Xiaodao appeared somewhat haggard, uncertain if her dreams were merely reflections of her waking thoughts. Nevertheless, she quickly shook her head, attempting to cast these unsettling notions aside for the time being. Chapter 152, A Banquet on the Lake, Part 3. Having resolved to meander aimlessly, when Xiaodao found herself, rather bewilderingly, drawn out onto the lake by Ximing. It dawned on her that when a charismatic man begins to pursue one, it becomes the most formidable of situations. She found herself utterly incapable of offering any rebuttal. Even as she boarded the boat, her countenance betrayed a mischievous desire to stir up some trouble. However, upon noticing the small stove aboard and the lavish spread of fresh delicacies laid before her, Wen Xiaodao could not help but muse that indeed, the scion of a noble family knows how to indulge in life's pleasures. A leisurely boat ride accompanied by food and drink, truly a display of refinement. In another small vessel, two individuals donned in traditional attire cradled a pipa and a guqin, creating an enchanting ambience reminiscent of a banquet on the lake. Once when Xiaodao settled down, she was surprised to discover a bucket of the delightful fruit tea she had enjoyed the previous day. Had they opened for business so early? Ximing gazed at her with an expression that conveyed her naivety. If she hasn't opened, does that mean I cannot persuade her to do so? When Xiaodao replied, fine. You possess wealth and influence. You are indeed remarkable. Aware that anger would yield no fruitful outcome, she resolved to indulge in 3 hearty bowls instead. Ximing, seizing the rare opportunity to luxuriate in such leisure, had even brought along a bottle of exquisite wine that promised delight just by its mere appearance. The soup in the pot had come to a boil, rich with nourishing ingredients. Would you care to have a bowl first? He inquired. When Xiaodao nodded slightly, preparing to take matters into her own hands when Ximing had already ladled a bowl and presented it before her. Born into a prestigious family, even though Ximing had spent years dealing with the rough and tumble of life, the moment he reclaimed his noble demeanor, even the act of ladling soup became a sight of exquisite beauty. It is no wonder that people are captivated by elegance. Naturally, one would feel a certain yearning. When Xiaodao likely did not anticipate that this was Ximing's first time serving someone. Such treatment was even rare for the elder of the Sea family. The freshly ladled soup was still quite hot when Xiao Dao cautiously blew on it before taking a small sip. The moment it touched her lips, the aroma and flavor astonished her. Indeed, it was made with the finest ingredients. How is it? Not bad, right? When Xiao Dao nodded eagerly, then watched as Ximing began adding the freshest, top-grade snowflake beef into the pot. After briefly blanching it in the water, he placed it onto a small plate in front of her. When Xiao Dao felt no discomfort or embarrassment as Ximing served her dishes. Without hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks and placed the exquisite snowflake beef into her mouth. Its freshness and tenderness confirmed its status as a premier ingredient. Suddenly, a wave of jealousy surged through in Xiao Dao. Such delights were not merely attainable through wealth. Unreservedly, she gathered all the snowflake beef from the raw meat platter and immersed it into the pot for a brief moment before lifting it out. Naturally, she shared half with Ximing, for it is said that one must not forget the well-digger when drinking water. Acknowledging Ximing as the provider of this feast, when Xiao Dao felt it necessary to express her gratitude, ensuring that she could continue to indulge in the future without hesitation. This strategy, akin to fishing with a long line to catch a big fish, delighted Ximing, who observed when Xiao Dao's thoughts of him, his smile unwavering. With a fine vintage before them, the previously adored Dun Dun bucket fruit tea had been relegated to second place. The wine possessed a potent aftereffect, and when Xiao Dao cautioned herself to pace her drinking, Understood, she replied nonchalantly, yet her hands continued to raise one glass after another. After consuming half a bottle, she began to feel slightly lightheaded. As one becomes buoyant, it is easy to become boastful and ostentatious. Previously, when Xiao Dao had maintained a decorous demeanor befitting her status. But now she reclined against the large cushion as if devoid of bones, her complexion slightly flushed, and her gaze somewhat unfocused and dreamy. Coupled with her languid posture, she epitomized the image of a beautiful woman intoxicated. In that fleeting moment, Ximing felt an overwhelming urge to capture this scene. By the time he realized his actions, he had already taken a photograph of when Xiao Dao in her current state. Surprised by his own behavior, he recognized the inappropriateness of his actions, yet could not bring himself to delete the photo. Instead, he secured it with encryption for safekeeping. Meanwhile, musicians aboard another vessel had begun to play, creating a unique ambience on the lake. It was evident that Ximing and Wen Xiaodao were not the sole occupants of the waterway. Numerous others were present. However, the slightly larger number of people in Ximing's boat encircled theirs, obscuring the situation from outsiders. Yet, once the sounds of the pipa and qin began to resonate, it was impossible for others not to hear. The music was exquisite, and it was said that hiring such musicians for a private performance was quite costly. Today, however, they had serendipitously benefited from this experience. Hastily, they recorded the moment to share on video. Fortunately, Ximing had previously anticipated the possibility of interruptions, instructing the bodyguards to each secure a boat, effectively creating a formidable barrier around them. Otherwise, the other tourists would undoubtedly have attempted to draw nearer, eager to capture clearer photographs. As the melody began to play, Wen Xiaodao, though somewhat dazed, surrendered to the rhythm, swaying his head in enjoyment. Embodying the archetype of a debauched young master, Ximing could not help but chuckle at the sight, and disregarding Wen Xiaodao's antics, poured himself a glass of exquisite wine. Savoring it slowly, accustomed to fine beverages, he usually found them pleasant but not extraordinary. However, in that moment, an inexplicable enchantment transformed his perception, leading him to believe he was indulging in a divine elixir. As the final note resonated, Wen Xiaodao abruptly straightened, gazing intently at Ximing, and in a conspiratorial whisper declared, "I play better than they do." Ximing, bemused, thought to himself, it seems he is truly intoxicated. The musicians were not mere entertainers that could be summoned with a trifling sum. They were esteemed disciples of the National Music Association, the kind that money alone could not procure. Nevertheless, Ximing chose not to engage in a debate with the inebriated Wen Xiaodao, instead affectionately responding, "Indeed, you play the best." With a triumphant flourish of his hand, Wen Xiaodao declared, "Given your discerning taste, I shall play for you. You are indeed fortunate. Perhaps you performed some noble deeds in your past life to be granted the privilege of hearing my melody." In the chapter titled Eternally Trusting Wen Xiaodao, it is said, "One must never engage in petty disputes with a drunken individual, nor attempt to reason with them." Observing the exuberant Wen Xiaodao, Siming had no recourse but to gesture for someone to bring over a pipa and guqin from the adjacent boat, placing them before Wen Xiaodao. "Here, play away." Siming even contemplated that, regardless of the quality of the sound, he would find it to be the most exquisite music. While Wen Xiaodao exhibited a somewhat tipsy demeanor and whimsical behavior, his skills remained undeniable. As his fingers graced the guqin, he first tested the tones. Although the notes were already remarkably accurate, Wen Xiaodao adjusted the strings before testing them once more. The resulting sound compelled even Siming, who was not well versed in music, to sit up straight. This sound was evidently more crisp and ethereal than before, leading one to ponder whether Wen Xiaodao was indeed a master of his craft. Siming felt a faint anticipation brewing within him. Soon, he witnessed Wen Xiaodao casually cross his legs, placing the guqin upon his lap. In that moment, he truly embodied the essence of a free-spirited and unconventional poet, as described in literary verses. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Wen Xiaodao commenced his performance, appearing almost inebriated, yet his fingers danced flawlessly over the strings, never faltering. The melodious and soul-stirring music erupted from his fingertips, and even Siming, who had mentally prepared himself for Wen Xiaodao's impressive talent, found himself at a loss for words to adequately capture his emotions. It seemed that all words fell woefully short, as if his heart were entwined with something profound. In his gaze, there was room for no one and nothing but Wen Xiaodao. This piece was indeed a rare auditory treasure in the realm of mortals. Meanwhile, on another boat, a man and a woman were entangled in a less than pleasant atmosphere prior to Wen Xiaodao's performance. "Junior sister, please do not be upset. The master has stated that we cannot afford to offend this esteemed individual. It was merely a borrowing of an instrument. It is of no consequence." The woman's ire was not directed at Siming for having someone retrieve the instrument, but rather at his actions, which she deemed unbecoming of his status. All to appease a woman. Her background was already distinguished, and her pursuit of music stemmed partly from passion, but also from the understanding that such accomplishments would enhance her social standing among those of her class. One of their senior sisters, with her classical charm, successfully married into a prestigious family, which can be regarded as the finest shortcut for young ladies of modest means aspiring for an elevated marriage. Her innate talent was exceptional, allowing her to become the direct disciple of her master. Surrounded by numerous young gentlemen, she remained indifferent to them all. Upon first encountering Siming, she was certain he was the one she had been waiting for. Later, when her master instructed her and her senior brother to perform, she resolved to employ all her skills to captivate him under her enchanting presence. After meticulously adorning herself, she felt utterly flawless. However, upon arriving and witnessing Siming in the company of another woman, her heart shattered into pieces. It turned out that all of his actions were merely to win the favor of another. Nevertheless, she held great confidence in her own abilities, believing that those superficial beauties would stand no chance against her prowess. After all, many women had previously thought they could effortlessly ensnare the hearts of those young gentlemen. She merely needed to exhibit a fraction of her prowess, and the other women would crumble in disarray. Today, she had planned meticulously to showcase her utmost talent, bolstered by her seniors' collaboration, ensuring that the performance would be exceptionally successful. As she observed the bodyguard of Siming approaching their vessel, her heart raced intensely, for she understood the implications. However, upon learning that the bodyguard had come to borrow their instruments at the behest of that woman who wished to play, she felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the shameless woman. Years of composure had steadied her resolve, yet the envy of knowing she could not surpass her rival ignited thoughts of wanting to destroy her instrument. Such treachery was indeed despicable. What saddened her further was Siming, a man of such caliber, failing to perceive the guile of that green tea BTC. For esteemed musicians like them, their instruments were akin to cherished companions. How dare that wretch presume? Ultimately, she refrained from outright refusal, as she was eager to discern the intentions of this woman who clung to Siming. Should she choose to destroy her instrument, Siming would surely see the true face of that vile creature. Conversely, if the woman was genuinely obstinate and wished to play a piece, That would be even better. For Si Ming would witness firsthand how that wretch foolishly imitated the grace of others. Senior brother, I am not angry. I merely feel that Mr. C seems overly indulgent towards that woman. A capable man should not be ensnared by superficial beauty. Observing her junior sister's vexation, the man chose to remain silent. They shared a bond forged over years of camaraderie, and despite knowing her sentiments were somewhat skewed, he bit back the words that threatened to spill forth. Deep down, he understood that his junior sister harbored feelings for Mr. C. Although they remained oblivious to Mr. C's true background, they recognized him as a person of considerable stature, not to be trifled with. It was not merely Mr. C's excessive kindness towards that woman that irked her, but rather the fact that such kindness was not extended to her. The man sighed inwardly. Men possess an innate understanding of one another. Though he had not discerned the identity or appearance of the woman under Mr. C's profound care, he was acutely aware that Mr. C regarded them solely as musicians. The junior sister's feelings were indeed perplexing. As they awaited the calibrated tones from Wen Xiaodao and the others, their expressions shifted dramatically. They were professionals, highly sensitive to sound quality, and their prior tuning had been exceptionally precise. To their astonishment, this unknown woman effortlessly eclipsed their efforts with a mere touch of her tuning skill. As the melody played by Wen Xiaodao resonated through the air, the woman's complexion turned pallid in disbelief. How could this be? I cannot accept it. Chapter 154. Awakening to One's Own Descent. Upon the conclusion of the piece, sleepiness overtook Wen Xiaodao. Yet, she remembered to carefully place the guqin aside. After adjusting the cushion behind her, she sought a comfortable position, closed her eyes, and gently rested her hands on her abdomen, surrendering to slumber. This remarkable act left her companion, Si Ming, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, those who had been recording the performance had captured the entirety of Wen Xiaodao's enchanting melody. Although they lacked a profound understanding of music theory, they could still appreciate the joy evoked by her final composition. Truly, it was a delightful experience. Hastily, they shared videos and posted on social media to boast about having attended a live performance of classical music. It was no wonder that affluent individuals were willing to spend lavishly to experience such artistry. Among their social circles and followers of their video content, there were always those with a discerning ear for music. Upon hearing the performance, they were astonished and began to share it widely. In no time, Wen Xiaodao's composition gained popularity, and inquiries began to flood in from various quarters. Yet, the protagonist of this event was blissfully unaware, lost in sweet dreams. Having suffered from a restless night, and now succumbing to the effects of alcohol, the arrival of slumber felt like a natural embrace as the pillow was conveniently offered. Two musicians harbored a myriad of thoughts, all rendered futile, as they could not even reach the vessel of Si Ming, let alone catch a glimpse of him. At that moment, they finally comprehended the true meaning behind their master's words. Indeed, Si Ming was a person of great consequence whom they could not afford to offend. As the boat lingered in the heart of the lake, so too did Wen Xiaodao slumber. Si Ming, a man of rigorous self-discipline, never indulged beyond the second glass. For his status dictated a tumultuous entourage. The notion that drinking could lead to folly had been ingrained in him since his formative years. Yet now, he had made an exception. Nothing was more astonishing than witnessing one's own descent into oblivion with a clear mind. He allowed the intoxicating haze to gradually erode his reason. Seeking a comfortable position against the gentle sway of the lake, closing his eyes to relish this rare moment of tranquility. However, the effects of the alcohol were minimal, merely a fleeting distraction, and Si Ming soon felt a semblance of clarity returning. Yet, he refrained from opening his eyes, opting instead to empty his mind. Embodying not the esteemed ninth master of the Si family, but rather an idle vacationer. When Wen Xiaodao awoke, twilight had already begun to descend, and the lakeside was aglow with lights. The scenery of the lake at dusk presented an entirely different visage. Upon opening his eyes, Si Ming too instantaneously awoke. Who could have anticipated that the busy Si Ming would squander an entire day in the company of the slumbering Wen Xiaodao? Is it so late already? Why didn't you wake me? Now, how am I supposed to sleep? At this hour, Wen Xiaodao is surprisingly energetic. She could even commit thievery under the moonlight. I couldn't bring myself to rouse you, for you looked exceptionally peaceful in your slumber.
Well,
It seems a tad excessive for Wen Xiaodao to blame others for not awakening her, as she sleeps like a log herself. Fireworks. Wen Xiaodao believes this is quite delightful. Over in Jiangzhou, they have long prohibited them. Yet here in the quaint town of Jiaoshui, one can still behold such spectacles. It is truly remarkable. However, when the fireworks display commenced, it was accompanied by a uniquely vibrant fountain performance, a dazzling array of colors. As she watched the fireworks burst into the sky and then cascade down like stars, Wen Xiaodao was utterly captivated. By the time it concluded, 2 hours had flown by. The spectacle was indeed stunning. If you fancy it, we shall return to witness it again. Nevertheless, she still caught the sound of Siming speaking and, with a delayed reaction, inquired, "What did you just say?" Siming bore no ill will. Her happiness was sufficient reward for the effort he had taken to arrange this evening. As they disembarked, Wen Xiaodao nearly stumbled, possibly due to her prior acclimatization to the gentle rocking of the boat. Siming, quick on his feet, caught her just in time, bemused by her sudden disorientation upon solid ground. This girl, after showcasing such formidable strength, could unexpectedly reveal a vulnerable side that left him speechless. "Are you all right?" When Xiaodao gently pushed aside Siming, insisting with a strong tone, "It's nothing, I assure you. I simply lost my footing due to a momentary lapse in attention." Siming chose not to confront her stubbornness, but merely stood beside her in silence, allowing time to pass. Qin Xiong approached, observing the two figures lingering by the lakeside, seemingly captivated by something unseen. Following their gaze, he noticed merely a row of willow trees. What could possibly be so enchanting? The splendid fireworks display had been the true spectacle moments ago. A wave of guilt washed over him. As a diligent bodyguard, he had nearly forgotten his duty while mesmerized by the pyrotechnics. He resolved to redeem himself with exemplary performance. When Xiaodao felt an urge to depart, yet her legs remained somewhat unsteady. The thought of others discovering that she had nearly fainted on solid ground was mortifying. How could she maintain her dignity? With a facade of seriousness, she remarked, "I am simply savoring the sensation of the evening breeze caressing the surface of a lake. It is a rare opportunity to indulge in such an experience." Qin Xiong, indeed, naively believed and earnestly began to immerse himself in the experience alongside his employer. However, after some time, he discerned no significant difference. The sole distinction seemed to be the slightly chilly evening breeze. It appeared he was a simple man, oblivious to the nuances cherished by cultured individuals. Had his brother been present, he surely would have grasped the employer's intentions. Upon returning, when Xiaodao found herself unable to sleep, a consequence of the remarkably restful slumber she had enjoyed during the day. This predicament left her quite vexed as she tossed and turned in bed. Ultimately, she rose to meticulously review the clues she had previously gathered and proceeded to finalize the company's year-end summary. Simultaneously, she crafted a plan for purchasing or renting a house for the upcoming year. At last, dawn broke. Gazing at the fruits of her labor from the previous night, when Xiaodao felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. She mused that perhaps she was the only one working late into the night on a work plan. Unbeknownst to her, Siming was equally industrious. He had promptly instructed his team to erase a substantial portion of the trending searches related to Wen Xiaodao's recent exposure. What remained were merely trivial fragments that posed no threat to her, preserved only as the sensationalism had diminished. Those who followed the trends merely assumed that the fervor had waned, as such maneuvers were commonplace. Upon returning to Jiangzhou, Wen Xiaodao found herself quite occupied, as the year was drawing to a close. Despite being a laid-back boss, she felt the need to make a gesture. Consequently, she instructed Qin Fan to distribute a bag of rice and a barrel of oil to each tenant, a substantial undertaking given the numerous properties under her management.
"Boss,
Here are the profits our company has generated this year," Qin Xiong said, presenting the financial report. When Xiaodao perused the document, although the bank balance appeared modest, the addition of several fixed assets this year indicated a commendable overall profit. Satisfied, she set the report aside and declared, "Let us grant each employee an additional 2 months' salary as a bonus. Furthermore, as a benefit, employees wishing to rent a property may do so at a 40% discount." Qin Xiong had always known the boss to be generous, yet she was astonished that, after the annual bonuses had already been distributed, The boss would further bestow 2 months' salary and subsidized housing. Such benevolence was indeed rare. As for you, I previously mentioned that you would receive a 1 share of the profits as a year-end bonus. Having performed commendably this year, I shall reward you with an additional apartment. Choose whichever you desire and handle the transfer yourself. Moreover, I will also grant an apartment to Qin Xiong. You may manage the arrangements together. Qin Fan. Therefore, it is not that he has willingly fallen from grace and abandoned his legal career. Rather, it is that his employer has been exceedingly generous. Just prior, the boss had rewarded him with a spacious apartment, which he has yet to fully renovate, and now another reward has arrived. It feels as though the employer wishes to deplete his hard-earned savings to fund the embellishments of this new dwelling. Sigh. Funds are dwindling. Upon learning of his reward, Qin Xiong joyfully assured Wen Xiaodao that he would diligently fulfill his duties henceforth, vowing not to betray his employer as trust. He then promptly enrolled in several online courses, believing that as the most significant bodyguard to his employer, he must juggle multiple roles, feeling unworthy of such favorable treatment. Naturally, he did not forget to share this wonderful news with a few friends, only to find, without exception, that he was blocked once again. Qin Fan was overwhelmed with work, as were his subordinates. After all, their company does not harbor idlers. Each individual is tasked with multiple responsibilities. The only one idling about is probably Wen Xiaodao himself, who now resembles a bamboo viper preparing for hibernation, nestled within his abode and reluctant to venture outside. Ultimately, it was Qin Xiong, deeply engrossed in his online courses, who drove out to collect payments. Gazing at a bag full of cash, Qin Xiong was as composed as one could be. However, he found Lin Lin's method rather overly simplistic. Did she not realize that direct bank transfers would suffice? How effortless that would be. Who could have known that Lin Lin would merely shoot him a glance, replying, "Students insist on paying in cash. What can I do? Can't you see I'm busy? Moreover, where would I find the time to carry this bag of money to the bank and deposit it properly before transferring it to you? Do you not possess a black card with VIP privileges at the bank? If you went there, you wouldn't even need to queue. It's such a simple matter." Qin Xiong. So, you are brazenly shirking your responsibilities? Faced with Lin Lin, who could articulate fallacies so convincingly that they were irrefutable, Qin Xiong fell silent, reasoning that it was better to avoid a confrontation. Ultimately, he decided to walk away without a word. After depositing the money, just as he was about to leave, a pale-faced young girl, fidgeting and glancing around anxiously, caught his attention. Perhaps it was Qin Xiong's tall stature and upright demeanor that drew her in. She had just emerged from the VIP room and suddenly dashed towards him like a cannonball, grasping his hand tightly. "Big brother, please help me." Qin Xiong's mind exploded with a singular thought. This is a disaster. I have fallen victim to a scam. In the past, he would have never entertained such a notion, but after taking an online course titled 100 Ways to Identify a Scam, he now felt his predicament was alarmingly similar to those described in the lessons. Sure enough, moments later, 2 unsavory-looking men entered, glaring at Qin Xiong with hostility. Well, you scoundrel. At last, we have found you. You've gotten my sister pregnant, and you think you can escape?" As the year draws to a close, the presence of bank employees has noticeably increased. Previously, many had observed the girl's anxious demeanor, and now witnessing the scene, they are quick to speculate and proclaim their newfound understanding. Chapter 156. Can this narrative become any more absurd? Indeed. The arrival of a new family member is a joyous occasion, and you hardly appear to be in financial distress. With the new year approaching, what is there to fuss about? It would be most fitting for both families to come together and discuss the matter of marriage. The youth often lack discernment. If I may suggest, it would be prudent to summon your parents to witness the distress of this young lady, who is clearly terrified. It is disheartening to observe the torrent of accusations that have drowned out any sense of reason, as it seems everyone has taken a moral high ground to mercilessly criticize Qin Xiong. The pallor on the young lady's face deepens, and Qin Xiong has now come to the realization that he is indeed a victim of a scam. Yet, he remains uncertain whether this young lady is an innocent bystander or complicit with the perpetrators. However, this distinction is of little consequence. When confronted with deceit, one must not cower nor seek to appease. He harbors no shameful secrets. Thus, The most judicious course of action is to promptly contact the authorities. With an air of composure, Qin Xiong retrieves his phone and calls the police, his gaze fixed steadily upon the two men who have emerged to confront him. The crowd, initially intent on guiding the young man towards a more righteous path, is taken aback when he boldly reaches for his phone to report the incident. This unexpected turn of events causes many to reconsider their stance. Could it be that they have misjudged the situation? The once sympathetic elder bystanders take several steps back, asserting their unfamiliarity with the individuals involved, claiming their prior interference was merely a matter of justice. Qin Xiong, unperturbed, swiftly seizes the two men as they attempt to flee, calmly awaiting the arrival of the police. The officers, upon receiving the call, are alarmed to discover that a scam is unfolding within the very confines of the bank. The police promptly dispatched, and soon several officers arrived on the scene, escorting the group to the police station. Qin Xiong glanced at his watch, anxious not to impede his schedule for grocery shopping. After consulting with the officers, he placed a call to the owner of the vegetable market, requesting that he reserve the finest bullfrogs for him to collect shortly. He also contacted the proprietor of the fruit shop, instructing him to deliver the freshest assortment of fruits to the guard's office at the Zhonglan community. The police officers currently taking statements were utterly perplexed. However, once they unraveled the true identity of Qin Xiong and recognized him as a highly trained bodyguard authorized to carry a firearm, their gazes shifted to the individuals engaged in deceit with profound sympathy. Why, of all people, did they choose to deceive him? They had truly met their match this time. The young girl involved was both innocent and not. Initially, she had indeed been a victim, lured into labor by nefarious individuals. In her quest for self-preservation, she had unwittingly collaborated with these wrongdoers to deceive numerous others. They had previously scammed many before their ill-fated encounter with Qin Xiong. Their decision to target him arose from a chance meeting at the property transfer center, where they had glimpsed him, and upon seeing him carry a substantial sum of money, they impulsively devised the scheme. Had it been the old Qin Xiong, he might have found himself embroiled in considerable trouble upon witnessing a pitiful girl in distress. Yet now, he could only reflect that the investment in online courses was indeed worthwhile. Just a couple of days later, a banner was delivered to the office of the landlord leasing company, leaving the overworked staff utterly bewildered. What had they done to warrant such an odd banner proclaiming the path of justice, eradicating evil and upholding virtue? A pair of elderly couple arrived, bearing a banner of gratitude. Their son had fallen victim to a group of unscrupulous swindlers. Once he had a stable job and his wife was newly pregnant, leading a life of happiness and well-being. However, due to an act of kindness, he found himself ensnared in deceit. His inherent gentleness rendered him vulnerable, and he was threatened with public disgrace if he did not comply with their demands, which included false accusations of infidelity. In an effort to maintain familial harmony and protect his expectant wife, he repeatedly yielded to their coercion. Ultimately, these extortionists audaciously demanded their home as payment. Reluctantly, he refused, but they escalated their harassment, even disrupting his workplace. Any man associated with scandalous rumors, irrespective of their truth, would inevitably face suspicion and judgment. The news deeply distressed his wife, especially when the deceitful woman presented numerous photographs of their son, taken while he was offering assistance. This shattered her trust, leading her to demand a divorce, threatening to harm their unborn child if he did not comply. Faced with such an ultimatum, the son had no choice but to acquiesce. In the end, he lost his job, his wife, and the swindlers reveled in the fruits of their malicious endeavor, unpunished and free. Had it not been for Qin Xiong's unwavering integrity, who boldly reported the matter to the authorities, this family might have been driven to despair by these fraudsters. Qin Xiong left behind a note identifying himself as an employee of the rental agency, prompting the couple to promptly present their banner of appreciation. With a grand flourish, he rewarded Qin Xiong with an additional 100,000 yuan and established a new regulation. Henceforth, any employee of the company who engages in acts of heroism or altruism would be duly rewarded. In no time, the staff of the company were fervently motivated to perform good deeds. Once again, the landlord's quirky approach had successfully garnered attention in Jiangzhou. When Lin Lin learned of this news, she nearly burst into laughter. Xiao Dao, do you realize that your company has become an eccentricity in the industry? How could I have known that things would turn out this way? Lin Lin, with a familiar camaraderie, patted Wen Xiaodao on the shoulder. You were once the top of the quirky list, and your company is also quite peculiar. I suppose it isn't surprising. You'll get used to it. Wen Xiaodao. Perhaps even more bewildered than Wen Xiaodao was Qin Fan, who never anticipated that, after diligently managing his company for a year. Aside from its rather down-to-earth name, everything else was relatively commendable. He wouldn't dare call it extravagant, but at least it was considered standard in the industry. Yet, under the whimsical antics of his brother and the boss, the company now exuded an air of absurdity. During negotiations, the first question he faced was not about the contract, but rather, as your partner, if I were to perform an act of heroism, could I perhaps receive a discount on the rent? This inquiry nearly led Qin Fan to a state of social mortification.
Now,
he could only cast a resentful glance toward his boss, wondering just how much more absurd things could become. Chapter 157. The Reincarnation of the Culprit? Third update. At long last, the time to attend the entertainment gala had arrived. With a sense of guilt, Wen Xiaodao hastily took Qin Xiong and fled overnight, leaving Qin Fan to grapple with the disarray left behind by his boss and brother. Despite the overwhelming frustration brewing within him, he had no choice but to steel himself and confront the mess, particularly as he gazed at the company's motto, upholding justice, eliminating evil. The sight only intensified his headache. Regrettably, the other employees seemed utterly oblivious, one after another. They either rescued a wayward youth from drowning or saved a middle-aged man on the verge of suicide due to romantic despair. He had resigned himself to the chaos, deciding to abandon any hope of salvaging the company's reputation. It appeared that lofty aspirations were now a thing of the past. Meanwhile, the two main culprits had completely disregarded Qin Fan, as the role of CEO was, after all, to resolve the troubles of the boss. Thus, when Xiaodao felt emboldened, justifying her actions by claiming it was to prevent the employees from feeling disheartened. Clearly, it was the indifference of others that was at fault, not the employees' eagerness to assist. She was convinced that it was acceptable for the employees to receive rewards. It was merely those who enjoyed grumbling who found fault. It was her company, and she was the one in charge. Yukong once again transformed into the ever-capable assistant, handling everything with remarkable efficiency, even ensuring that makeup artists and stylists were ready. When Xiaodao patted Yukong on the shoulder and remarked, "It seems your health has truly improved. Handling all this work doesn't tire you at all?" Yukong replied, "So, you feel justified in commanding me?" However, he ultimately dared not say much. After all, who could rival Wen Xiaodao? By the way, have you prepared the jewelry? This entertainment gala is a matter of immense importance, where one cannot afford to be underestimated. It is essential to present oneself clearly. Without exquisite jewelry and elegant attire, even if you were a celestial being descended to earth, you would still be overlooked. As for jewelry, Wen Xiaodao indeed possesses some remarkable pieces. Previously, the Duchess of Carlisle had gifted her a substantial collection of exquisite jewels, both valuable and numerous, many of which have never been publicly showcased. Thus, when it comes to adorning herself, Wen Xiaodao faces no challenges whatsoever. Moreover, the storm I bestowed upon her by Prince Yao has been transformed into a splendid necklace, undoubtedly reserved for a grand finale. Wearing such opulent jewelry at this moment would surely invite scorn, so she has brought along 2 necklaces instead. Although Yukong was unaware of the extent of Wen Xiaodao's wealth, he understood that possessing a few thousand in jewelry would not pose any burden. Upon hearing Wen Xiaodao's remarks, he refrained from probing further and promptly drove her to the makeup artist. As for the gown, Yukong exerted tremendous effort, reaching out to several childhood friends, ultimately securing a stunning haute couture dress from the upcoming spring-summer collection. One could say that Yukong dedicated himself wholeheartedly to ensuring Wen Xiaodao's appearance would be nothing short of spectacular, even more so than his own matters. Had it not been for his admirable character and integrity, one might have speculated that numerous unfounded rumors would have already begun to circulate. Indeed, during this entertainment gala, although the majority of attendees hail from the entertainment industry, a considerable number of distinguished individuals from noble families have also received invitations. If, at that time, there are no significant matters at hand, it would be prudent to avoid engaging in disputes with others. Given my status, there are not many whom I can effectively manage. Should you provoke someone of considerable stature, I may find myself unable to assist you in resolving the situation. As for Yu Kong, he too finds himself at a loss. For when Xiaodao possesses an uncanny ability to attract trouble, at times, he wonders if when Xiaodao is, in fact, the reincarnation of a troublemaker. Otherwise, how could he be so obstinate, daring to provoke anyone? On his first encounter, he managed to offend members of the Feng family. And had it not been for the Li family diverting attention, Yukon believes he would have certainly become collateral damage. This time, it is imperative that everything proceeds smoothly. Yukong has silently prayed for success. Should all go well, he intends to accompany his mother to the temple to express gratitude. Upon arriving at the makeup artist's studio, highly recommended by Yukong, when Xiaodao finally comprehended the source of Yukang's unwavering confidence. This establishment was no mere studio. It occupied an independent 3-story building, and the rent alone attested to the makeup artist's immense popularity. Otherwise, such a venture would be unsustainable. The receptionist greeted them with a warm smile, inquiring, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Do you have an appointment?" Observing her demeanor, as well as her height and beauty, it was evident that this place was destined to thrive. In high-end establishments, instances of condescension are notably rare. As for the reasoning behind it, undoubtedly, those who manage to reach this establishment are far from ordinary individuals. The truly discreet, wealthy individuals abound. They would never dare to offend their clientele lightly. I had made an appointment with Carl Yu. After the receptionist glanced at the reservation list and confirmed its accuracy, her smile remained unchanged, radiating warmth. "Mr. Yu, please follow me. Carl is awaiting you in the VIP lounge." Upon ascending to the 3rd floor via the elevator, my gaze fell upon the grand hall, where numerous haute couture gowns, unseen elsewhere, were elegantly displayed behind glass showcases. The sheer scale and quantity of these garments indicated that anyone permitted to ascend to this floor must possess a fortune of at least 100 million. Otherwise, they would lack the confidence to venture up here. Curiosity piqued, Qin Xiong glanced at a nearby gown adorned with shimmering diamonds. Upon inspecting the price, she nearly stumbled back in shock. 30 million. Although her employer was already quite affluent, and she had spent considerable time at the estate of the Duchess of Carlisle, witnessing many luxurious items, including jewels coveted by royalty, the staggering price of 30 million for a single gown left her momentarily bewildered. After several minutes of walking, she finally arrived at VIP 1. Carl is undoubtedly the chief makeup artist in this vicinity. Typically, those who seek his expertise are top-tier celebrities or acclaimed actors and actresses, preparing for various events or banquets, or affluent socialites attending high-profile meetings. It is indeed a rare occurrence for him to provide makeup services for an obscure newcomer like Wen Xiaodao. However, Carl displayed no reluctance, as the request came from his close friend. Upon Wen Xiaodao's entrance, Carl was momentarily taken aback, his face quickly transforming into an exaggerated expression of awe. "Oh my god. This is the angle, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. Simply exquisite." His enthusiasm was so palpable that even the stoic Qin Xiong felt a shiver run down his spine. Had it not been for the absence of a directive from their boss, he might have been inclined to break the hand that reached out towards their superior. Chapter 158. Time to earn more money. Additional update. Yukong, at a loss for words, remarked, "Carl, time is of the essence." Carl felt a tinge of regret. If only time were plentiful, he would eagerly procure all of Wen Xiaodao's measurements, commissioning a bespoke gown tailored specifically for her. "Rest assured, with my involvement, there is nothing to fear." Previously, the haute couture piece that Yukong had painstakingly acquired now seemed utterly unworthy in Carl's eyes. He was already contemplating which unclaimed gown he might replace it with. When Xiaodao believed in the expertise of professionals, hence she refrained from intervening in the process. The only instance she spoke up was to request Qin Xiong to retrieve the 2 necklaces she had brought along. After all, the essence of coordination lies in harmony. Sometimes, adorning oneself with the most expensive items does not guarantee suitability. Before Carl opened Wen Xiaodao's jewelry box, he harbored no significant expectations, having encountered an abundance of exquisite jewelry in the past. However, as the box unveiled its treasures, Carl was taken aback. Setting aside the value of the pieces, the materials, the palpable sense of vintage allure, and the evident high-end craftsmanship spoke volumes. These jewels were undoubtedly of antique caliber. The Yukong family, being a prestigious lineage, undoubtedly possessed a wide-ranging knowledge and experience. Such treasures were rare even in his extensive encounters. He pondered, half-jokingly, whether Wen Xiaodao had resorted to theft. However, the items were simply not available in the market. Even if Wen Xiaodao had wished to acquire them through nefarious means, they were well beyond reach. What? Is there a problem? These two necklaces are rather befitting of her current status. They are too lightweight, rendering her susceptible to disdain, yet overly heavy. They might attract undue attention. However, what Wen Xiaodao did not anticipate was that even these two necklaces, in their current state, were already quite ostentatious. Carl, with utmost care, donned gloves before delicately lifting one of them, gesturing it against Wen Xiaodao's form while simultaneously contemplating how to accentuate the necklace's allure without overshadowing her own radiance. As a premier makeup artist, he had the liberty to select any attire from here. Otherwise, he would indeed find himself in a predicament today. The haute couture outside evidently did not harmonize with the exquisite jewelry before him, yet to relinquish these two pieces felt like a personal affront to him. In his realm, there was always a pursuit of mutual enhancement, never a sacrifice for the sake of compromise. Please hold on a moment. I shall have my assistant bring over a cherished antique gown of mine. I assure you, it will not delay your time. To possess a gown worthy of being cherished by a maestro like Carl undoubtedly signifies its exceptional quality. Kong initially believed that the gown he procured through numerous channels was already a remarkable display for Wen Xiaodao. However, he was taken aback to discover that the pinnacle of magnificence had yet to be reached. Carl astonishingly unveiled his own treasured collection. A fleeting glance at Carl revealed a fervent passion for artistry in his eyes. Clearly, his sole desire at that moment was to craft Wen Xiaodao into a vision of unparalleled beauty. Though previous creations had garnered significant attention and elevated Carl's reputation, he had long felt ensnared in a creative impasse. Now, it seemed as though this barrier had been shattered, elucidating why he was willing to part with his prized possessions. The gown I had sent for was a brocade of floral craftsmanship, exclusively made for nobility over a century ago. Such exquisite artistry has been lost to time, and I exerted considerable effort to acquire that antique. Previously, I had thought that no one could embody the beauty of such a gown. But now I believe I understand what it means to emerge as an aristocratic heiress from the realms of poetry and painting. Wen Xiaodao's makeup was swiftly completed. Her face bore minimal cosmetics, merely accentuating the contours of her brows and eyes. Her hair was elegantly styled in a simple updo, adorned with a perfectly sized pearl necklace that encircled it, complemented by a delicate floral ornament at the peak of her coiffure. At that moment, Carl's assistant finally delivered the gown. This exquisite attire embodied both the dignified elegance of Chinese aesthetics and the charm of Western fashion. When Wen Xiaodao donned the gown and emerged, she left everyone in awe once more. What was most astonishing was that this gown appeared to have been custom-tailored for her. It was nothing short of perfection. Initially skeptical, Carl's assistant now realized the brilliance of Carl's vision. Today's ensemble was destined to captivate the audience. Miss Wen, may I take a few photographs of you? Wen Xiaodao nodded, acknowledging that the gown rightfully belonged to another, and it was only fitting for her to serve as a model. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she felt that Carl deserved his acclaim. She was quite pleased with her appearance in today's ensemble. After the assistant captured the photographs, Carl remarked that the gown, when adorned by Wen Xiaodao, seemed to come alive. It was evident that even if someone else were to don it in the future, they could not replicate the gown's inherent beauty. Furthermore, it was indeed Wen Xiaodao's first time wearing this gown. Once it made its debut, even if others were envious, they would likely hesitate to borrow it. As the saying goes, encountering a fashion faux pas is not alarming. It is the one who fails to wear it well who feels the embarrassment. With Wen Xiaodao setting a precedent, who would be willing to face ridicule from the crowd? Thus, it was clear that this gown would most likely belong solely to Wen Xiaodao, marking her as its rightful owner. The individuals present did not perceive Carl's actions as coercive. After all, they possessed their own discernment. This gown was not one that could be mass-produced, and the exquisite effect it had when worn by Wen Xiaodao seemed uniquely suited to her. Being able to acquire it was a blessing, and she expressed her gratitude, stating her fondness for the gown. Both parties were quite satisfied, particularly as the transaction was conducted transparently on site. Qin Xiong watched in astonishment as his boss swiped the card for a staggering 50 million. He was taken aback by the exorbitant price of a single gown. However, neither Wen Xiaodao nor Carl felt that the cost was excessive. It was not that they were naive spendthrifts, but rather that this gown was an exceptionally rare antique, the kind that money alone could not procure. As for the gown that Yukong had previously mentioned, Wen Xiaodao had purchased it for 8 million. Given Wen Xiaodao's lack of influence, borrowing it was out of the question, leaving him with no choice but to buy it. Yet, such purchases were not accessible to everyone. Without Yukong leveraging considerable connections, acquiring it would have been impossible. Chapter 159. In one hand, Jiang Nan. In the other, Wen Xiaodao. 10,000 updates. Qin Xiong felt somewhat euphoric at this moment. In the past, earning a mere few thousand yuan in salary was a struggle, often met with exclusion from others. Now, however, he found himself carrying several bags of cash and even swiping his boss's card personally. The money flowed as if it were water, marking what could perhaps be considered the pinnacle of his spending experiences. He decided to check if Jiang Nan had arrived yet. Jiang Nan was the individual that Ximing had mentioned, someone he was supposed to accompany. Currently, she was regarded as a competent actress within the industry, known for her good character and devoid of scandal, thus garnering a substantial fan base. All right, esteemed boss, I shall head over now. At 5:30, Jiang Nan arrived punctually, accompanied by her manager. Jiang Nan, are you truly bringing along a newcomer with no reputation whatsoever? Are you not concerned that she might tarnish your reputation? Your name has always been impeccable. What if she seeks to exploit your fame for her own gain? Jiang Nan was well aware that Wen Xiaodao was sent by the ninth master, and thus, he was determined to offer unwavering support. If promoting a romantic narrative proved beneficial, he would not object to it. As his agent continued to prattle, his gaze suddenly fell upon the approaching Wen Xiaodao. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue transformed into, "You are not so young anymore." Engaging in a bit of publicity for a romantic pairing could be quite advantageous. We must prepare the fans for the idea that you will eventually marry and have children. Jiang Nan thought to himself, you were not expressing this sentiment just moments ago. Upon seeing Wen Xiaodao, he abruptly comprehended why his agent, who had been by his side for many years, had altered his stance. Should Wen Xiaodao wish to cultivate a public relationship with him, he would not mind in the least. You must be Miss Wen. I am Jiang Nan's agent. Everyone calls me Brother Xiaoyang. By the way, are you interested in upgrading your management contract? Merely being associated offers limited benefits. Your ensemble today is quite splendid. I shall arrange for some familiar media outlets to capture more photographs of you. When facing the cameras, just be yourself. This necklace is also exquisite. It appears quite luxurious. However, may I inquire about the designer of your gown? It is rather uncommon. Is it from an emerging designer? The prospects are indeed promising. We can initiate a contract with them. At this moment, Brother Xiaoyang is already employing his persuasive charm to convince Wen Xiaodao to upgrade their agreement. Soon enough, he envisions himself with Jiang Nan in one hand and Wen Xiaodao in the other, a perfect blend of talents, gathering all resources into his possession. As he speaks fervently, he even imagines Wen Xiaodao ascending to stardom, counting his wealth until his hands cramp. Suddenly, Qin Xiong interjects, casually remarking, how could it not be impressive? This gown costs 50 million, and the styling has also required a significant investment. Brother Xiaoyang is momentarily taken aback. 50 million? Is this some kind of South Shield? The expression in his eyes swiftly shifts from that of a fortune seeker to one of a squanderer, revealing a tumult of emotions that Qin Xiong cannot quite decipher. However, he notices that Brother Xiaoyang is struggling to maintain his composure. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoyang, who had yet to articulate anything substantial, is taken aback when Carl personally approaches, presenting an exclusive VIP card to Wen Xiaodao. Miss Wen, should you require styling for any significant events in the future, please feel free to reach out to me. By the way, I will have more antique jewelry available for sale next time. I hope you will keep me informed. At this moment, Brother Xiaoyang feels an urgent need for intervention. Good heavens for Carl, the proverbial vampire, to voluntarily offer a VIP card. It must signify an immense financial boon. Who doesn't he know that Carl is nicknamed the $1 Million Stylist? Without a prominent brand backing, one simply cannot afford his services. At present, when Xiao Dao is merely affiliated, yet dares to spend extravagantly. Should the contract be upgraded, the company would bear the brunt of these expenses. Xiao Yang, filled with regret, wished he could erase the invitation he had just sent. When Xiao Dao's propensity for wasteful spending was simply unsustainable, indeed, such a stunning beauty is best admired from afar. Even the remnants of his shattered bones would not suffice for when Xiao Dao's indulgences. Jiang Nan remained largely unaffected, for individuals like him have often endured severe trials. Their resolve remarkably steadfast. The allure of beauty holds no sway over them. Even if when Xiao Dao were truly captivating, it would only be a matter of appreciation. As long as he could stand firm alongside when Xiao Dao and make certain sacrifices, it mattered little. However, he was still taken aback by when Xiao Dao's earlier expenditures. Within this circle, he considered himself quite adept at earning, yet he had not anticipated that when Xiao Dao, merely a makeup artist, could squander such a fortune. Curiosity piqued. He wondered where exactly this veritable flower of wealth had been sourced by Jiu Yi, and whether these expenses would be reimbursed. In Yu Kang's hands, he held a large box. At first, Xiao Yang thought Yu Kang was merely a subordinate assistant of Wen Xiao Dao, but as they prepared to board the vehicle, Xiao Yang realized that this was, in fact, a member of the Yu family. Even if he were from a collateral branch, it did not diminish his distinct status. Subsequently, Xiao Yang's gaze towards Wen Xiao Dao grew, increasingly resentful. So, what exactly was this golden devouring beast? A gown worth 50 million, purchased on a whim. The young master of the Yu family was eager to play the part of a follower. He had truly become quite brazen, daring to negotiate a contract with this golden devouring creature. Oh, young master Yu, how could this be something for you to carry? Allow me to take care of it. Yu Kang looked at Xiao Yang in surprise. Do you know me? I had the fortune to see you once during my time at Peking University. Yu Kang was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected connection. However, in light of Xiao Yang's enthusiasm, he politely declined. This is a gown I had previously ordered for 8 million. It would be inappropriate to leave it unattended. I shall carry it myself.
What?
Xiao Yang's nerves were already frayed, and now, hearing about yet another gown, he could hardly bear it. The previous order had simply not suited Xiao Dao's look for today. Hence it was unused. Nonetheless, that was of little consequence. It could be saved for next time. Next time?
He scoffed.
Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Countless individuals would give anything for the chance to wear a haute couture gown, yet you treat it so flippantly. Is this truly how one ought to conduct themselves? Little Yang felt that today he had indeed suffered an overwhelming blow. It became abundantly clear that all those inspirational tales of sacrificing oneself for the family in pursuit of a career in the entertainment industry were mere deception aimed at gullible souls like him. A diligent artist, obedient and striving solely to earn a living, was a rarity he would likely never encounter in his lifetime. Instead, he could only meet the insatiable beasts of greed. Chapter 160. The Perilous Days of Little Yang. Typically a social lion, Little Yang fell silent upon entering the vehicle. It seemed he had sunk to the lowest tier of the food chain, leaving him devoid of any inclination to converse. Mr. Jiang, I trust you will remain within my sight, commanded Wen Xiao Dao with an air of undeniable authority, startling Little Yang, who sat in the back. Who exactly was this Wen Xiao Dao? A young lady seemingly hailing from a prominent family. How else could she dare to speak to Jiang Nan in such a manner? Suddenly, he found himself somewhat anticipating a rebellious streak from Jiang Nan. It felt rather excessive for a mere girl to issue orders to someone of his seniority. Little Yang, overwhelmed once more, sank back into despondency. The vehicle finally arrived at the venue of the celebration. Jiang Nan, exhibiting utmost gentlemanly decorum, opened the door for Wen Xiao Dao and graciously offered his arm for her to descend. The social dynamo, Xiao Yang, upon stepping out, instantly transformed into a whirlwind of activity. Brandishing multiple phones to greet his media contacts, determined to capture Wen Xiao Dao in the most flattering light, he promptly dispatched some materials to his studio team, intending to later promote Jiang Nan's junior sister online, heralding her as a celestial beauty gracing the world. Were it not for the fact that Wen Xiao Dao was a newcomer, Xiao Yang would have eagerly orchestrated a trending topic that would overshadow all others. Although Yukong possessed capability, he was still lacking in experience, necessitating further learning in the presence of professionals. He believed that when Xiao Dao would surely not let go of this free labor, and instead of passively acquiring knowledge later, it would be far better to actively learn now. Xiao Yang, initially engrossed in his tasks, felt his knees weaken upon hearing Yukong address him as Xiao Yang. "Oh, dear young master, please do not frighten me so," he exclaimed, adopting a notably humble stance. Yukong clearly was not unfamiliar with such situations, maintaining his composure. After all, it was rare to encounter someone like Wen Xiaodao, who would seize the opportunity to extract every ounce of effort from him. There was no escaping the fact that he owed his very life to her. If she did not squeeze enough from him, she would undoubtedly not spare him. Xiao Dao cannot be entirely considered a novice. She previously starred in a production directed by Zhou. At that time, please ensure the team pays extra attention. Xiaoyang paused momentarily, inquiring, which Zhou? The Zhou from Jinxi Entertainment, who directed The Great Summer Dynasty, where Xiao Dao played the role of the enchanting Meiji. What did you say? Xiaoyang momentarily forgot his formalities, clearly astonished. Is she the Meiji that everyone in the entertainment industry is vying for? Yukong nodded in affirmation. That film was released during the New Year season and had not been out for long. If it weren't for Jinxi Entertainment's substantial resources, managing production and post-production simultaneously would have been unfeasible. Fortunately, the crucial scenes had been handled well in advance. Previously, Xiaoyang thought of Wen Xiaodao as merely dabbling in the industry, but now he felt an internal conflict. To have passed Zhou's scrutiny indicates that Wen Xiaodao possesses genuine talent. However, with that stunning visage of hers, portraying Meiji seems undeniably fitting. Yet, he had just remarked that Wen Xiaodao was a financial burden, reluctant to upgrade her contract. Now, it is evident that she is determined to achieve fame, which places him in a quandary. She will undoubtedly rise to stardom, but the costs involved are undeniably significant. Today, the young actor made his debut, likely drawing the ire of many. When the film is released, it is certain to attract a wave of criticism. Hence, one must prepare in advance. Xiao Yang remarked, "If I am guilty, let the law punish me. Do not allow this insatiable beast to strike me repeatedly." Within the industry, there were whispers about who possessed such audacity to usurp the role of Lady Meng's cherished daughter. Truly, it takes a bold heart to take on that character. Even if one were to secure the role, it would likely lead to an immediate exit from the industry. Previously, Xiaoyang had taken pleasure in the fact that none of his subordinates had female artists, thinking that if such a predicament befell one of his own, he would struggle to manage it. Now, karma has come knocking, as the female artist in question is indeed from his ranks, albeit only loosely affiliated. While many aspects may not directly involve him, the repercussions are inescapable. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's crestfallen expression, Yukong felt a pang of sympathy. He gently patted Xiao Yang's shoulder and said, "Do not worry, you only need to handle the public relations aspect. I will take care of the rest." What does it mean to find light in the darkness? This is precisely it. Xiao Yang was instantly revitalized. At this moment, it was finally Jiangnan's turn to make an appearance. Earlier, the organizers had hoped for Jiangnan to escort a female artist. They had high expectations for down the red carpet, as Jiangnan's positive image would undoubtedly benefit the woman they were eager to promote. However, Jiangnan arrived with someone she introduced as her junior sister. Had Wen Xiaodao not been so impressive, the organizers might have resorted to various temptations, even considering replacing Jiangnan with another less renowned individual to accompany her.
Yet now,
with Wen Xiaodao as striking makeup and captivating face, it was clear to them that she was the one the company intended to elevate. Jiangnan might very well be content to play a supporting role, leaving the organizers without the audacity to negotiate with her. The entertainment industry has already become fiercely competitive for female artists, and with the emergence of such a newcomer, the contest for prominence next year would be intense. Who could argue otherwise? That woman truly appeared exquisite in every regard. As long as she did not sabotage herself, her rise to fame was imminent.
Given the circumstances,
she was surely being groomed as a pillar of support. The antique necklace adorning her neck was of considerable value. Such treatment was reserved for those who were to be promoted. In the backstage murmurs, when Xiaodao caught snippets of conversation, yet she paid little heed to them. When it came time to walk the red carpet, Jiang Nan advised her not to feel anxious, simply walk as if it were an ordinary stroll. Oh, and as for the photographers, just regard them as wooden posts. There was no need to be intimidated. When Xiaodao nodded in acknowledgement of Jiang Nan's kind guidance, although she felt no necessity for it. Next, let us welcome our Jiang Nan and his junior apprentice, Miss Wenwen. Wenwen, that is the current stage name of Wen Xiaodao. Numerous media outlets have received greetings and generous red envelopes from Brother Xiaoyang, and naturally, they must show some respect. Initially, they merely raised their cameras due to the allure of the substantial red envelope, but upon witnessing her in person, their discerning eyes swiftly confirmed that Wenwen is destined for immense fame. The shutters clicked so rapidly that they nearly blinded onlookers. Chapter 161. Envy, Jealousy, Hatred. If it weren't for the other celebrities scheduled to walk the red carpet, these photographers would have eagerly endeavored to immortalize Wen Xiaodao on the carpet itself. This was prime material, and once Wenwen skyrocketed to stardom, these photographs would undoubtedly be of great value. Clearly, many shared this sentiment. The host was on the verge of a headache due to this unexpected turn of events, but fortunately, Jiang Nan was reliable and well-versed in the process. He greeted everyone with a smile, swiftly accompanied Wen Xiaodao to sign autographs, and then departed. The host let out a sigh of relief, thankful that he would not incur any financial penalties today. Upon entering the inner venue, there were indeed numerous media representatives present, yet these were all official partners who would not recklessly snap photos or publish sensational headlines. The atmosphere inside was somewhat more relaxed. Nevertheless, one must remain cautious, as the entertainment industry is rife with treachery, and some individuals seize opportunities to ensnare others. The fact that Jiang Nan is capable of uttering such words indicates that he has indeed faced his share of setbacks, particularly from his rivals, who would relish the opportunity to undermine him. I understand. Allow me to introduce you to a few esteemed seniors within this circle. In this realm, while fame is paramount, a good reputation is equally indispensable. Greetings, Director Zhang. This is my junior sister, Wenwen. Yes, indeed. I hope you can extend your guidance to her in the future. After a round of social niceties, Jiang Nan turned to Wen Xiaodao with concern. Are you all right? Wen Xiaodao nodded. Such trivial social engagements were hardly daunting during her tenure as the head of the family. She had dealt with far more cunning individuals, none of whom dared to underestimate her youth. This was but a minor affair. Observing that Wen Xiaodao appeared quite at ease, Jiang Nan smiled, realizing that he had been overly cautious. If the person chosen by Ninth Master couldn't handle such an environment, it would be better not to enter this murky water at all. As for the others, I need not rush to greet them. You may sit beside me later. After all, you have come with an invitation, and no one would dare to provoke you. Indeed, Jiang Nan is a true gentleman. Although when Xiaodao felt no discomfort in her high heels, he was nonetheless attentive to her. Barely seated, they were soon approached by others eager to make their acquaintance. Though their status paled in comparison to Jiang Nan's, it was evident that Wen Xiaodao benefited from his presence, as everyone who approached, regardless of their sincerity, greeted her warmly. Soon, the presence of Wen Xiaodao became widely known among those in the inner circle. Unlike typical newcomers, Wen Xiaodao had not even officially announced her debut, yet she found herself at such a grand event, occupying an enviable position. Those who envied her truly felt envy, and those who were jealous genuinely harbored jealousy. Was it merely her looks that afforded her such privilege?
What was so remarkable about that?
I suspect she has undergone cosmetic enhancement. Otherwise, how could anyone possess such beauty? It is surprising that someone like Jiang Nan would bow to capital. After all, she is merely a fledgling in the industry. What right does she have to receive such protection from Jiang Nan? The entertainment industry has never lacked beauties. Many have entered with great fanfare only to exit in disgrace. What does good looks amount to? It is the ability to sustain oneself that truly counts. Indeed, possessing a face akin to that of a seductress, one can only wonder how lowly she behaves in private. It is only because men do not mind the dirt that women like her have likely shared beds with countless men. Suddenly, a loud slap resounded as the woman who had just spoken was struck hard across the face, leaving her dazed. Earlier, she had seen this woman seated in the main position, where the prominent figures treated her with utmost respect. She had heard that this woman hailed from a prestigious family, someone she could not afford to offend. Speak another word carelessly, and I shall tear your mouth apart. And as for the rest of you, should I hear even a whisper of criticism against Wenwen, I will ensure your complete obliteration, without mercy. Despite having been struck, she ultimately faced threats, and although a woman may harbor 1,000 grievances, she is compelled to acquiesce. Even going so far as to beg for mercy, with a contrite I'm sorry, it was all my fault, I shall never dare again. The response is brusque, get lost. At this moment, Huan Du Xiang heir does not feel a sense of pride for defending Wen Xiao Dao, rather, she is beset by discontent. The former Wen Xiao Dao was so formidable, yet now, merely due to her lack of lineage from the Huan Du family, she faces disparagement and humiliation. Were it not for a modicum of reason still residing in her, she would be tempted to confront Wen Xiao Dao and inquire why she chose to enter the circle, fearing the inevitable machinations against her. Miss Jiang Wu observed her future sister-in-law disregarding her status to confront an actress. Although a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, she recognized that Huan Du Xiang heir was no longer the person she could easily deride. Sister-in-law, do you know that starlet named Wenwen? Noticing the calculating glint in Jiang Wu's eyes, Huan Du Xiang heir would not indulge her, her expression darkening. My affairs are not yours to meddle in. If you have nothing better to do, go seek out your friends and stop trailing after me. If you are concerned about my reputation, rest assured. Even if I suffer disgrace, it reflects upon the Huan Du family and in no way tarnishes the Jiang family's name. Huan Du Xiang herself could not fathom the reason behind her anger. She merely stormed off in a huff. Jiang Wu, trailing behind her, pursed her lips in discontent. In the days when Huan Du Xiang was still known as Qiangyang, she would never have dared to speak so boldly. Ultimately, it was merely a stroke of fortune that she happened to be a scion of the Huan Du family. Were it not for her substantial dowry, who would be inclined to take an interest in a lady of a prestigious family who had come into prominence later in life? Despite Jiang Wu's internal reluctance, she was acutely aware that, although they were both daughters of noble families, her status and reputation far surpassed that of Huan Du Xiang. Yet, what did it matter? The Jiang family, despite its vastness, had its wealth divided among many, leaving each member with a meager share. In contrast, the Huan Du family had but 4 offspring. As the saying goes, even a rotten boat has 3,000 nails. While it may appear that their resources were scarce, the fewer the claimants, the more substantial the portions each individual received. Jiang Wu was uncertain of the extent of Huan Du Xiang's possessions, but she knew, without a doubt, that they far exceeded what her own branch could lay claim to. After contemplating these grievances, Jiang Wu turned away to seek her dear friend. Leaving Huan Du Xiang to her whims, she had no desire to play the dutiful sister-in-law. How preposterous. Chapter 162, Perceptive Observations and Attentive Ears. Part 3. Though when Xiao Dao remained seated, her eyes were far from idle. She had just witnessed Huan Du Xiang storming away in a fit of rage and shook her head in disbelief. Wasn't she once so cautious and delicate during her days as a naive flower? At present, there exists a palpable impatience. One cannot help but ponder what the future holds. Alas, I find myself harboring a twinge of regret for having pledged to protect the Duchess of Carlisle and her entourage. As for Huan Du Xiang, her identity, though not formally introduced, is unmistakably conveyed by her prominent position. Anyone with functioning eyesight can discern it. That she occupies such a distinguished seat, despite not being an insider, suggests without doubt that she hails from an illustrious lineage, a distinguished young lady of considerable status. Although it may appear that everyone is engrossed in their own conversations, each individual is undoubtedly attuned to their surroundings, keenly observing the dynamics at play. As Huan Du Xiang approached the table occupied by Jiang Nan and his companions, many silently reveled in schadenfreude. A newcomer, bold enough to assert herself so conspicuously, surely overshadowed the established socialites. One could only await the moment of disillusionment. No matter how strikingly beautiful she may be, this social circle has never been in short supply of enchanting figures. Beside Wen Xiao Dao sat others of comparable standing, their discerning eyes having witnessed an abundance of fine things. While some labeled Wen Xiao Dao a newcomer, there lingered an undercurrent of condescension aimed at her. However, the individuals at that table were acutely aware that the gown adorning Wen Xiao Dao was an antique masterpiece that had once fetched tens of millions at auction. If memory serves, It was a cherished piece from Karl's collection. It is utterly implausible that a woman of such caliber could lack formidable backing. Furthermore, the necklace adorning her neck is equally a treasure of antiquity. Such a well-appointed individual is certainly not to be underestimated. They could only express their astonishment and disdain. Huan Du-Xiang heir approached Wen Xiaodao, who, despite being previously infuriated, seemed to have her fiery spirit subdued in the presence of Wen Xiaodao, transforming into a timid creature. Wen, may I speak with you for a moment? The onlookers were left speechless. Huan Du-Xiang heir found herself questioning whether she possessed a masochistic disposition. It appeared that she felt an unsettling discomfort unless she was somehow subdued by Wen Xiaodao. Indeed, she now perceived a sense of ease wash over her. Wen Xiaodao remained as formidable as ever, exuding an unwavering confidence even after entering the entertainment industry. There was no need to concern herself with the notion that Wen Xiaodao had been compelled into this realm out of financial necessity. However, the crowd was too large for them to overhear what the woman referred to as Wen had uttered. It seemed that the two were not adversaries. Could it be that they were acquainted? The noblewoman had even taken the initiative to greet her, which suggested that she indeed possessed some status and background. In an instant, many observers suppressed their curiosity to probe further. Jiang Wu, your sister-in-law knows that Wen. Could she be one of her former acquaintances? The plastic friend of Jiang Wu remarked, inciting great ire within her. Jiang Wu felt powerless to counter the remarks aimed at her sister-in-law, who did not hold a high status. Yet, she was not one to easily concede defeat. Though Huan Du-Xiang heir was being ridiculed collectively, she had no intention of ignoring it. She would not tolerate being looked down upon under the guise of mocking Huan Du-Xiang heir. I cannot ascertain whether my sister-in-law clings to the past, yet I am certain that the individual named Wen adorns herself with items of antique caliber. It stands to reason that anyone befriending my sister-in-law must possess some remarkable possessions, lest they feel unworthy to venture outside. As for the superficial companions, their sweeping judgments seem rather excessive. Although they all hail from esteemed families, it does not imply that they are all overflowing with wealth. Such remarks are rather dismissive. Are they not? How amusing it is that my sister-in-law calls out cheerily, yet I have not witnessed her offering anything of value to you. I have heard whispers that Huan Du-Xiang's dowry is indeed quite substantial. This might serve as the sole evidence that Jiang Xixiao's engagement to Huan Du-Xiang was not driven by material gain. After all, it was once the illustrious Huan Du-Xiang who captivated Jiang Xixiao, becoming a cautionary tale for many scions of noble families.
Now,
she has turned her fortunes around with a striking success. While the superficial sisterhood disperses in discontent, Huan Du-Xiang feels a sudden lightness, her head clear and her back unburdened. Finding everyone around her agreeable, Jiang Nan casts a glance towards Huan Du-Xiang and quietly inquires, "Do you know anyone from the Huan Du family? Not only do I know them, but I also accomplished a significant feat in the guise of Huan Du-Ling." Given that Si Ming entrusted her to Jiang Nan, it signifies that Jiang Nan is a person of integrity. Thus, when Xiaodao chose not to conceal the truth, Jiang Nan paused, suddenly realizing something, and looked at Wen Xiaodao with a gaze filled with astonishment. "Are you the impostor Huan Du-Ling? Allow me the opportunity to rephrase." Jiang Nan suddenly realized that his earlier remarks might have been somewhat piercing, and he felt a twinge of regret. "I apologize. I was taken aback and spoke without thinking." It was no wonder that Lord Jiu had summoned Wen Xiaodao for assistance. It turned out that this was the individual who could compel even the royal family of Aizu to retreat. Who would have imagined? Truly, one must not judge a person by their appearance. Jiang Nan nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that indeed, those under Lord Jiu's command were exceptionally capable individuals. Suddenly, Jiang Nan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, causing him to furrow his brow. This gesture did not escape Wen Xiaodao's keen observation. "What troubles you?" she inquired. Jiang Nan shook his head, uncertain, and replied, "I felt a bit unwell earlier, but now it seems to have passed. Perhaps I was just overthinking." To his surprise, Wen Xiaodao's expression turned serious as she abruptly stood up, scanning the surroundings until a familiar figure emerged. She placed her hand on Jiang Nan's shoulder, giving it a reassuring pat. An onlooker might have mistaken it for an attempt to brush off dust. However, that sensation soon dissipated, fading as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. When Xiaodao resumed her seat and declared, "Indeed, you have attracted someone's attention. Jiang Nan is no fool. His physical constitution is commendable, and he would not find himself in such a predicament without reason." Upon hearing Wen Xiaodao mention that he was being targeted, he realized that a seemingly trivial object could stealthily claim one's life. Following this, Wen Xiaodao removed a petal from a bracelet on his wrist, revealing an object no larger than a sesame seed. "Had I not been by your side just now, you might have become yet another victim of sudden death," he stated. "Take this with you, those pesky little things are particularly averse to it. As long as you carry its scent, they shall not pursue you." Jiangnan felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he almost perished just moments ago? How utterly frustrating to be unaware of his assailant's identity. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, his speed remained unaffected. He swiftly placed the sesame-sized object into the tie clip he wore. Once he ensured his safety, he inquired, "Do you have any certainty regarding the perpetrator's identity?" When Xiaodao shook his head but replied, "I did see someone. There is a 50% chance it was her. Yet I possess no evidence." Subsequently, when Xiaodao directed Jiangnan's attention to a woman situated at his 9 o'clock, a captivating figure adorned in attire steeped in exotic allure. She was none other than the holy maiden of the White Ting clan, Ashina. Do not inquire how Wen Xiaodao possessed this knowledge. After all, he was not so cavalier as to overlook the identity of someone he loathed upon their very first encounter. The White Ting clan has historically refrained from engaging in any factional alliances or conflicts. Yet, who can truly ascertain the veracity of such claims? At times, adherence to clan rules and ancient doctrines requires the acquiescence of those in power. The members of the White Ting clan continue to uphold the traditions of a matriarchal society, which in itself is not inherently flawed. However, as we have now entered an era of modern civilization, the existence of men within the White Ting clan as mere subordinates stands in stark contradiction to the progression of the times. In the bygone feudal era, both genders were subjugated by the ruling class, a condition that many men perhaps deemed appropriate. Yet now, can they remain passive? History has shown us that where there is oppression, there arises resistance. As the holy maiden Ashina strives to defend their rights and perpetuate the traditions of a matriarchal society, her efforts, relying solely on their own strength, have proven insufficient. External support has become imperative. However, it is well understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch for the White Ting clan to leverage external forces in maintaining their dominion. They must be prepared to pay the requisite price. This is the essence of trade. Jiangnan fell into a sudden silence, fully aware of the implications at hand. However, he had not anticipated the potential involvement of the White Ting clan. If memory served him correctly, the clan Saintess had been invited by the Feng family, purportedly to cure the poisoned son of the family patriarch. If his previous companions had perished due to the secret arts of the White Ting clan, did it not suggest that the orchestrators behind this were members of the Feng family? Yet, it seemed that their conflict had not escalated to the point of mortal enmity. This matter required immediate communication with Lord Jiao for a thorough investigation into the Feng family. However, as soon as he voiced this thought, he realized that the situation might not be so straightforward. Although publicly, the Si family held the position of the foremost clan, the elder clearly had not relinquished full authority to Lord Jiao. In fact, to suppress Lord Jiao, he had initially withheld any power. And it was only through Lord Jiao's relentless dedication and perilous endeavors over a decade that the current circumstances had emerged, compelling the elder to cease his oppression but offering little assistance in return. Therefore, should they confront the Feng family, the odds of victory appeared rather slim, especially with the assistance of the White Ting clan's secret arts. At this juncture, Jiangnan found himself devoid of the inclination to participate in the festivities. What was the rush? While I may be of no help in other matters, the White Ting clan Saintess is within my grasp. Who can truly predict the outcome? Jiangnan, reflecting on how he narrowly escaped being ensnared by the White Ting clan's arcane arts, felt a chill run down his spine.
Now,
hearing Wen Xiaodao claim she could restrain the Saintess of the White Ting clan, he pondered whether she too was well-versed in such sorcery. He couldn't help but wonder why such a delicate woman seemed so drawn to those trinkets of power. He had heard whispers that these secret techniques often backfire. When Xiaodao cast a casual glance at Jiang Nan and remarked, "Mind your own affairs. Concerning matters of beauty, it's best you keep your distance." Indeed, It was no surprise that she could hold her own against the formidable Duke Hannah of Y Continent and the illustrious Prince Yao.
Yet,
Even more impressive was the enigmatic Lord Jiu, a figure capable of locating such individuals. When Ashina witnessed her attempt on the life of the man who should have perished, only to find him unscathed, she realized she had miscalculated. Earlier, upon seeing Wen Xiaodao, she had sensed an ominous aura. It was evident that this woman was destined to thwart her plans. No wonder, upon their first encounter, she had harbored such a fierce desire for her demise. Some individuals are indeed archenemies. However, Ashina was no longer the impulsive newcomer she had been upon her arrival in the capital. Over the past 6 months, she had come to understand that, in the face of these noble families, even as the saintess of the White Ting clan, she must bow her head in deference. As the grand ceremony approached, the prominent figures began to make their entrance, prompting Jiang Nan and his table companions to rise in anticipation. When Xiaodao also rose to his feet. Upon encountering several acquaintances from the great Xia dynasty film crew, he exchanged a few words with Jiang Nan before approaching them with a glass in hand. Many onlookers were taken aback by Wen Xiaodao's audacity to engage with such prominent figures, their disdain palpable. However, beneath the surface, envy simmered. Had they known better, they would have been the first to approach. Renowned director Zhou, along with esteemed actors Yang and Liu, were not individuals whom just anyone could easily approach. They seemed to believe that mere appearance would suffice for success. Chapter 164. Masters in Action, Truly Lethal Moves, 10,000 Updates, yet they were swiftly proven wrong. As they observed that both director Zhou and the esteemed actors appeared to be quite familiar with Wen Xiaodao. He recalled that Ximing had mentioned that the deceased had suffered from ruptured cerebral vessels. If Jiang Nan had fallen victim to those trivial devices earlier, the symptoms would have likely indicated a myocardial infarction. The methods employed against individuals differ significantly, which is why Wen Xiaodao had posited that Ashina's likelihood of taking action was 50-50. After all, who could truly know? Those who resorted to such unorthodox means to harm others likely harbored anything but a normal mindset. Rarely would one, like her, study these arcane arts solely for the purpose of self-preservation. Engaging in such practices with impure intent could easily lead to self-destruction. It was only because her mentor recognized the extraordinary resilience of her spirit that she was permitted to delve into these arts. Are you also acquainted with Director Zhou and the others? Jiangnan has grown increasingly curious about Wen Xiaodao, perceiving her as a captivating enigma, revealing layer upon layer of intrigue. Previously, they had collaborated on a film, and their interactions had been quite pleasant. Jiangnan glanced at the individuals surrounding Director Zhou, realizing that their only notable joint venture was the reportedly lavish production of the Great Xia Dynasty. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could you be the celestial maiden portraying the captivating Meiji? The mention of the celestial maiden indeed piqued Wen Xiaodao's interest. You must be aware, right? She inquired. Aware of what? It's just that the casting director had mentioned online that they selected a celestial maiden to embody Meiji, assuring everyone that it would not disappoint. They even released a silhouette of Meiji, which sparked considerable discussion upon its unveiling. The term celestial maiden remains a hot topic, still trending in searches and has attracted quite a bit of attention. I've heard that this celestial being has even overshadowed Dodo. Wen Xiaodao responded with a sense of discomfort, reflecting on how hearing rumors about oneself from others can be rather awkward. Just then, a sudden, urgent sound from the guzheng pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the grand ceremony. Jiang Nan abruptly ceased his discourse, with Wen Xiaodao regarding the intricacies of gossip, focusing intently on the stage's opening. The sound of the guzheng resonated like a stampede of galloping steeds, exerting an overwhelming presence that rendered the previously chaotic audience utterly silent. It must be said that such an opening was remarkably successful. However, as the music played on, Wen Xiaodao's expression shifted dramatically. The audacity of the guzheng player was astounding. Amidst such a throng of people, he dared to wield sound as a weapon. Covering his ears, Jiang Nan complied, albeit unaware of the unfolding situation. He then observed Wen Xiaodao rise and head towards the backstage area. Many in the audience, stirred by the fervent strains of the guzheng, felt their blood surge with exhilaration, entirely oblivious to the fact that their blood flow had become erratic. Should the guzheng player persist in inflicting harm upon the crowd, The consequences could range from nerve damage to the catastrophic rupture of blood vessels. In swift succession, the sound of a pipa emerged, though softer than the guzheng. It entwined itself around the guzheng's melody, like an echo that would not fade. The audience, who had previously been swept up in adrenaline, suddenly found that the heart-racing sensation had vanished. The two melodies, akin to a fierce battle yet simultaneously complementing one another, intertwined to create a singular sound. Meanwhile, the guzheng performer, who was meant to take the stage, lay unconscious within a storage compartment. When Xiaodao had deceived those in the backstage, claiming it was an impromptu addition to the performance, as he wielded the pipa with utmost concentration, engaging in a fierce duel with the guzheng player, soon becoming drenched in perspiration. The skilled combatants engaged in a deadly dance, with Wen Xiaodao's fingers bleeding profusely, yet she dared not relent. Both understood they were confronting a true master. Had Wen Xiaodao not been present, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Ultimately, Wen Xiaodao proved superior, causing a man to spit blood. The sound of the guzheng abruptly ceased, the stage lights extinguished, and the man vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the music of the pipa fell silent as Wen Xiaodao exited the backstage, clutching the bloodied instrument. Observing the grim state of her fingers, tears welled in Wen Xiaodao's eyes. In the heat of the moment, she had neglected to protect herself, and the pain now was truly excruciating. Finding a secluded corner, the agony pierced her heart, prompting her to weep. The once formidable Wen Xiaodao now found herself shedding tears over a mere finger injury. Indeed, after a few years of comfort in this place, she had grown rather sentimental. Finally, Wen Xiaodao tended to her wounds with her bloodied fingers, applying medication until the bleeding subsided. In response to the curiosity of others, she could only feign a reason, claiming she was observing a fast in the evening, a convenient excuse within the entertainment industry. As the event concluded, she advised Jiang Nan to invest in several high-quality earplugs, cautioning against excessive curiosity in listening to every genre of music. In the past, when Wen Xiaodao advised Jiang Nan to cover his ears, he likely anticipated that today there would be two factions taking action. Even without Wen Xiaodao's explicit warning, he recognized that the sound of the pipa was produced by Wen Xiaodao himself. However, what he remained oblivious to was the severe injury to Wen Xiaodao's fingers. Upon receiving reports from those below, although Siming's expression did not alter, those familiar with him could discern his growing ire, which was palpable as the surrounding temperature seemed to drop significantly. The elder glanced at Siming and remarked, "If there are matters to attend to, then go and address them." Whence Siming departed, several individuals promptly voiced their strong discontent. "Elder, old ninth clearly shows no regard for us. What could be so pressing that he must leave at this moment? What are the subordinates doing?" The speaker was Si Bin, the eldest of the Si family. One glance at his name reveals the high hopes the elder had for this eldest son, wishing for him to excel in both literature and martial prowess. Yet, alas, it is better left unsaid. Old Ninth was not of the same mother, and even as blood relatives, there seemed to be little genuine affection among them. Previously, he could suppress Siming, preventing him from emerging too prominently, merely hoping that the youngest would take his share of the family fortune and live a peaceful life. After all, harmony brings prosperity. Yet, the once promising eldest and several others found themselves overshadowed by the youngest, who was nearly the same age as Siming, leaving him, as the patriarch, feeling utterly humiliated. If you felt indignant, why did you not express it earlier? Si Bin. The old man is indeed biased. After all, he is the youngest son, his lifeblood, Hm. Siming smoothly navigated his way to the residence of Wen Xiaodao. When Qin Xiong opened the door and saw Siming, a fleeting look of disdain crossed her eyes. If it weren't for Mr. C's circumstances, the boss would not have been injured. "I heard from Jiang Nan that you did not eat anything last night." Wen Xiaodao is not one to silently give without recognition. She demands acknowledgement for her contributions and evades blame for her faults. Only a fool would engage in self-sacrificial acts that bear no benefit. Wen Xiaodao extended her hand, languidly stating, "If I were to extend such a hand to eat, would it still be acceptable?" At that moment, Wen Xiaodao suddenly recalled that she seemed to have forgotten something, waiting for Huan to visit Xiang'er, but soon thought to herself that if she could not remember it, it must not be of great importance. Never mind, she decided. It was time to lament thoroughly. Did they not say that the child who cries would receive candies? Seeming initially believed that when Xiao Dao was abstaining from food out of anger, which caused him some concern. He even had someone prepare pastries to bring over. However, upon seeing Wen Xiaodao's fingers in disarray, despite the wounds beginning to scab, he felt a pang of heartache. Was it the pipa that caused the injury? Otherwise, I assure you, I have accomplished a significant feat this time. Had it not been for my intervention today, who knows how many lives would have been lost. Certainly, within the depths of his heart, when Xiaodao harbored a subtle suspicion that the man initially sought to eliminate perhaps not everyone. Although the specifics of the events that transpired remain shrouded in mystery, it is evident that if the man had truly intended to extinguish all lives from the outset, his preparations were woefully inadequate, more akin to a hasty arrangement born of desperation, targeting merely as many as could be taken down. The wound is severe. Should you require specific medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to articulate your needs, and I shall ensure they're delivered to you. Upon applying Wen Xiaodao's self-crafted remedy, Seeming seemed to conclude that, rather than seeking hospital treatment, it would be far preferable for Wen Xiaodao to attend to the matter personally. Nevertheless, the need to maintain a semblance of decorum persisted. The man had suffered a backlash. His vital channels must have sustained damage. As for capturing individuals, you may deliberate on that. Additionally, keep a vigilant eye on Ashina of the White Ting clan. Seeming nodded in acknowledgement, and then Yen Dong, who had been trailing behind, exited to orchestrate the necessary arrangements. You must be hungry. This is bird's nest cake prepared by the chef for my household. Please indulge. He accepted it without hesitation, then turned to Seeming with a serious demeanor. Now, we ought to discuss the matter of compensation. As he spoke, he produced his claws and waved them slightly. My injury will not heal in less than half a month. The expenses for lost work, damages, and the costs for the medicinal materials I provided to Jiangnan have all been meticulously itemized. I kindly ask you to review them. If all is satisfactory, I would appreciate your signature. Seeming. I made a special trip to see you, and this is what I am presented with, a mere invoice? However, he was well aware of Wen Xiaodao's temperament. Even in silence, he found it not difficult to accept. Thus, upon receiving the paper from Wen Xiaodao without glancing at the details or the final total, he swiftly affixed his signature with a flourish. This was a clear indication that he intended to look after her in Kyoto. Wen Xiaodao promptly nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing this as her invisible benefit, something to be gladly accepted without hesitation. After Seeming left the hotel, his gaze sharpened with resolve. He needed to uncover how that individual had infiltrated the event tonight, as well as the particulars regarding the guests. Previously, that person had committed murder discreetly, yet this time, they brazenly took a life in plain sight, undoubtedly motivated by some pressing matter. Boss, the funds have been transferred. Remarkably, within less than 10 minutes of Seeming's departure, the money arrived. Indeed, generous individuals exude charm, and should Seeming require her assistance again, she would undoubtedly comply without a second thought. Later that night, just as she was about to retire, when Xiaodao suddenly recalled that she had seemingly promised Huandu Xiang'er to converse with her after the celebration. Oh dear, she had completely forgotten about her. Contemplating whether to send a text or not, she glanced at her injured finger and decided against it. After all, they hardly shared any close ties. Chapter 166. Unidentified forces. The following day, someone was specially sent to deliver meals to Wen Xiaodao. Upon gazing at the freshly prepared dishes, Wen Xiaodao ultimately did not refuse. After satisfying her hunger, she learned from Qin Xiong that, following a night of fervent speculation, she had ascended to the trending topics as a newly minted junior sister from Jiangnan. Presently, the prevailing sentiment appeared to be favorable, largely due to Xiao Yang's vigilance, who ensured that any negativity was swiftly addressed. Additionally, many were still observing, uncertain of Wen Xiaodao's true nature and hesitant to take action. Those with a discerning eye immediately recognized the exquisite gown adorning Wen Xiaodao and the antique necklace she wore. The question of wealth had become irrelevant. Such adornments were not something an ordinary individual could possess. Although many felt envious, even perceiving that yet another contender was emerging to claim a share of the limelight, they remained cautious, aware that if this individual proved formidable, they would not wish to court disaster. Huandu Xianger, watching the news, could hardly conceal the resentment etching her features. She had waited until the last person departed yesterday, only to find that Wen Xiaodao had not shown up, leading her to reluctantly accept that Wen Xiaodao had indeed abandoned her. During breakfast, the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Huandu Xianger, filled with ire, while Huandu Ling was taken aback by Wen Xiaodao's audacity to be so ostentatious. As a mere substitute, should she not have lived a more subdued life in Jiangzhou? Was she so eager for attention that she feared others would forget she was once the counterfeit Huandu Ling? Huandu Yu and Huandu Jing contemplated that while one's origins hold considerable significance, personal capability appears equally paramount. Even though Wen Xiaodao had seemingly fallen into obscurity, he has now risen again, and their perspectives have evidently shifted. Those within their circle can discern certain truths. How could they remain oblivious? The elegance of Wen Xiaodao's attire and jewels suggests that no ambition is beyond his reach. Although they genuinely feel elated for him, a profound sense of disappointment lingers within. Wherever Wen Xiaodao goes, envy follows. Everyone should prepare well for the upcoming year-end banquet at the Zhou residence in a few days. After voicing this, Huandu Ling departed from the living room, and the other three individuals busied themselves with their own matters. In a manor on the outskirts of Kyoto, a man donned in a devilish mask lounged casually on a sofa, idly toying with a gleaming dagger. Upon hearing that someone managed to thwart those individuals, the masked man became intrigued. So there is someone capable of matching them? Indeed, that adept used a pipa and seemed proficient in sound-based attacks. Yet they clearly belong to different schools of thought. Investigate the background of that pipa master. We must ascertain whether they are friend or foe. Understood. After his subordinates withdrew, the man finally removed the ghostly mask from his face, revealing an extraordinarily stunning visage. However, this beauty was marred by a long scar that detracted from his allure. Nonetheless, the man seemed utterly unconcerned by the blemish. Casually, he tossed the dagger in his hand, exerting little effort, yet the entire blade embedded itself into the wall, leaving only the hilt visible. Perhaps it was the mention of a formidable opponent at last night's entertainment gala that piqued his previously disinterested mind regarding the entertainment industry. Upon finding the guest list and corresponding photographs, he scrutinized them one by one, seemingly in search of something extraordinary. When he laid eyes on Ashina, his gaze flickered with intrigue. Ah, how amusing. The people of the White Ting clan have ventured here as well. A wave of cold mockery washed over him as he pondered whether the current leader of the White Ting clan was foolish for supporting Ashina. Given the multitude of internal conflicts within the clan, it was perplexing that they would choose to elevate Ashina, a figure who had rendered their former saintess and priestess ineffective, while promoting the notion that male clan members were born to be subservient. Was this not a path to self-destruction? However, this bore no relation to him. Those who were intent on self-destruction could not be deterred, even by the divine, from their relentless path of self-sabotage. As he continued to sift through the chaos, a flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. He rubbed them, and there remained no alteration in the countenance of Wen Xiaodao, who wore a smile as unchanged as ever. The man's trembling hands betrayed his emotions, revealing a turmoil within. At that moment, had anyone been able to observe both the man's expression and Wen Xiaodao's, they would undoubtedly note that their gazes mirrored each other with uncanny precision. After a prolonged silence, the man regained his composure and donned his mask once more. Send someone. My lord, dispatch Shanchawa to investigate this woman's background. Furthermore, have Shanai keep watch. No one is to harm her. Meanwhile, on Yandong's side, although no suspects had been apprehended, he had uncovered from the list that at least 3 groups attending the entertainment gala had unclear identities. One group was comprised of those who inflicted harm through melody, while another bore no traceable leads. Were it not for the discrepancies in numbers, Yandong might have overlooked these individuals entirely. The remaining faction appeared to be connected to the poisoned heir of the Feng family, yet he possessed no concrete evidence. When Simon received the findings, his expression darkened considerably. In a city where myriad factions vied for power, should anyone wish to shield another, he found himself unable to confront them directly. A wave of individuals with unclear intentions and ambiguous affiliations has arrived in Kyoto, and astonishingly, you remain entirely oblivious. It appears that our distribution of personnel is still insufficient. We must continue to mobilize individuals from the Ninth District to ensure that over 80% of the information in Kyoto is captured without fail. Yen Dong's expression turned serious. Understood, Ninth Master. I will attend to it immediately. Last night's events have likely led Ming to deduce the outcome. It seems that the individual in question was not targeting everyone from the outset. Rather, it is highly probable that they encountered those enigmatic groups. The individuals who perished earlier must have inadvertently stumbled upon something significant, but before they could report their findings, they were silenced. Thus, who exactly are these people? And what is their purpose in Kyoto? Chapter 167. The Profit-Making Model Worker, Wen Xiaodao, Part 3. Ming promptly ordered an investigation into the circumstances surrounding the deceased individuals, eager to uncover what they had discovered. If this leads us in the right direction, then the incidents previously encountered by Jiang Nan will no longer be mere coincidences, but rather a concerted effort aimed specifically at him. Ninth Master, I have uncovered something. The location where Feng Ting was poisoned is in very close proximity to where Jiang Nan was filming, less than a 5-minute drive away. Currently, 6 members of that production team have met their demise for various reasons. Some due to car accidents, others from bankruptcy leading to suicide, some from romantic failures, and others from illness. If Jiang Nan had passed away last night, he would be the 7th. A few days ago, Jiang Nan underwent a medical examination, during which the doctor advised him to reduce his workload, warning that excessive strain could impose significant burdens on his health. Should Jiang Nan indeed succumb to a heart attack, many might attribute his untimely demise to sheer exhaustion. Given the gravity of the situation, Ming was acutely aware of the whispers surrounding Feng Ting's mysterious poisoning. Feng Ting, being 7 or 8 years older, was still in his 30s, the prime age for an heir. A few years prior, during a mission, he had suddenly fallen ill from poisoning, yet at the time, no one thought much of it. After all, the Feng family held military authority. As an heir, it was implausible for him to merely issue commands from a safe distance. Ming himself bore countless scars, having faced poisoning in the past. In the line of duty, one could encounter any number of perilous situations, and losing one's life was not an uncommon fate. Now, with Feng Ting suffering from unresolved poisoning for several years, reclusive and seldom seen outside the confines of the Feng estate, it was alarming that this matter was now intertwined with Jiang Nan's filming from years ago. Ming felt the weight of the situation intensify and promptly summoned Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was acutely aware that he was being watched. Initially perplexed, he typically immersed himself in this circle to gather intelligence, avoiding conflicts and scandals, particularly any romantic entanglements. Even a person of his disposition could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine, indicating that he had been under scrutiny for quite some time. His commendable lifestyle, abstaining from gambling, promiscuity, or any nefarious activities, had kept him largely out of the public eye, thereby sparing him from those who might wish him harm. Of course, it was also possible that he was no ordinary individual. If anyone ventured too close, he would undoubtedly sense their presence. Unexpectedly entangled in such a predicament, Jiang Nan found himself reflecting on the events surrounding Deep Pool, which had transpired several years prior. He struggled to identify any connection between himself and the poison that had afflicted Feng Ting. He surmised that if he were indeed linked to the incident, he would stand little chance against the Feng family's influence. The intervention of Lord Jiu to resolve the matter brought him a sigh of relief.
Indeed.
Lord Jiu aimed to conceal her exceptional healing abilities, as she intended to remain indoors for at least another fortnight, having other matters to attend to. When Xiaodao refrained from disclosing her injuries, partially due to Ming's concern for her well-being and partly to ensure her presence at the location, providing a measure of control should they encounter those individuals again. All right, I have made the arrangements. My father has even purchased your favorite ham. I understand. After hanging up the phone, when Xiaodao instructed Qin Xiong to drag out her medicinal herb box. Given that there exists a volatile woman like Ashina in Kyoto who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation, she must prepare ample preventive medicines. The previous stock had already been taken by Ming, so she needed to replenish her supplies. Earning money to buy land and build houses is the ultimate goal. Whether others are interested is unknown to Wen Xiaodao, but she certainly is. She has even set her sights on a parcel of land, eagerly awaiting the official bidding process, at which point she would have Qin Fan secure it. Of course, her building would not be for sale. it would be entirely for rental purposes. Thus, she must diligently save money. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Kyoto, the man with the ghostly mask was already holding Wen Xiaodao's dossier. This dossier had been encrypted by Si Ming, and the available information was merely superficial. During Shan Cha's investigation into Wen Xiaodao's background upon entering Jiangzhou, she encountered certain obstacles. Were it not for Shan Cha's meticulous nature, she might have overlooked these peculiarities. The masked man quickly comprehended that Wen Xiaodao was far from the simple person she appeared to be. Yet, upon reviewing her upbringing and noting her modest vocational education, he could not help but conjure an image of her as a pitiable figure, compelling Shan Nai to devise methods to stay close to her and provide proper care.
Indeed.
Upon receiving the command, Shan Nai made several attempts to reach Wen Xiaodao through legitimate means, all of which ultimately proved futile. In her desperation, she even submitted her resume to Xiao Yang, hoping for an opportunity to be allocated to Wen Xiaodao's side. Clearly, those chosen by the enigmatic man must possess considerable abilities. Within just a few days, Xiao Yang was exceedingly pleased with Shan Nai, recognizing her as an exceptionally versatile caretaker, undoubtedly deserving of a position in Jiangnan. Once again, Shan Nai's mission ended in failure. Chapter 168. 8,000 wounds, yet flattery remains unscathed. Additional update: 1 days have passed, and Shan Nai found herself unable to approach Wen Xiaodao. She was compelled to acknowledge a troubling reality. She had betrayed her lord's trust. Consequently, the enigmatic man became increasingly convinced that Wen Xiaodao had her own means of survival and would not be easily manipulated. It seemed prudent to allow Shan Nai to remain in her current situation. Awaiting the long-anticipated announcement of the Great Xia dynasty, Wen Xiaodao remained rather unoccupied. It was evident that the production team had no intention of allowing her to make an appearance before the film's release. This tactic indeed piqued the audience's curiosity. Many were fervently inquiring about the enigmatic character of the charm beauty. Both director Zhou and several esteemed actors echoed the sentiment that once the film premiered, all would be revealed, and certainly, no one would be disappointed. Such is human nature. The more elusive something is, the greater the intrigue it evokes. The film's pre-sale was exceptionally robust, much to the chagrin of Dodo and her mother. "Mother, will you simply stand by and watch me be bullied?" The more attention the charm beauty attracted, the more discomfort Dodo experienced. Furthermore, a number of Dodo's fans were vocally urging fellow fans online to boycott the film, which incited considerable backlash from passers-by. After all, just because the film was not produced by their preferred studio did not warrant a boycott. Such unreasonable demands were unfounded. The film's principal cast comprised actors of the highest caliber, with several supporting roles played by popular stars. Could the fans of these celebrated actors truly indulge Dodo supporters? They swiftly descended upon them, leaving the dissenting fans utterly defeated before they were satisfied to withdraw. What is this? Just because she is touted as the top internet celebrity, does she truly believe she reigns supreme in the entertainment industry? Should anyone dare to tarnish the reputation of the esteemed Emperor Yang, I shall not hesitate to tear apart those who support him. The speaker is a devoted fan of Emperor Yang, whose status is indeed quite significant, showing no regard for the likes of Madame Meng. My brother's inaugural film must be supported. As for those who merely wish to bask in the limelight without the requisite talent or skill, they should reflect on whether they are deserving of such resources. My brother has proclaimed that Meiji is the finest of all Meijis, and naturally, I shall trust in his words. I wholeheartedly support Director Zhou, Emperor Yang, Emperor Liu, and the Grand Dynasty of Daxia. Previously, those who openly slandered and urged others not to watch the Dynasty of Daxia have now faced utter defeat. Humph. Merely an internet celebrity, daring to contend with the fans of established stars, such folly is a recipe for disaster. Xiao Yang, gazing at the tablet in his hands, felt a surge of pride. Although he had not previously engaged with Madame Meng, the creative team behind this production is formidable. And this film represents a monumental IP that director Zhou has meticulously cultivated over 5 years. If the influence of an internet celebrity's fans could sway this project, it would indeed be laughable. Shan Nai observed Xiao Yang's smug demeanor, somewhat puzzled by the connection to himself, as he subtly drew in fans of several renowned actors and top influencers. As expected, Dodo's supporters were utterly powerless in the face of these formidable fans. Xiao Yang, Does this dynasty of Daxia feature any artists from our side? You seem rather overly pleased. After the probationary period, Shan Nai had garnered a degree of trust from Xiaoyang. Given that Shan Nai had also signed a confidentiality agreement, Xiaoyang spoke candidly. Of course there is, although she is affiliated, she is nonetheless one of our artists. I am in charge of public relations and promotions. Shan Nai's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the enigmatic Meiji the very miss when she sought to approach? However, in the presence of her superior, she knew better than to reveal her cleverness, lest she become a thorn in his side. Indeed, Xiaoyang was formidable, able to secure such resources for the artists under his wing. The old adage about flattery rings true. At the very least, Xiaoyang was increasingly satisfied with Shan Nai. Yet, he found himself somewhat vexed by Jiang Nan's apparent rebellious phase, as he had recently ceased accepting work and had become reclusive. Fortunately, Jiang Nan was a seasoned actor rather than a mere idol. Otherwise, his fans would surely have torn into Xiaoyang, his manager. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, the enigmatic man from the outskirts of the city learned that when Xiao Dao was not just an inconsequential newcomer, but had already secured a significant role. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that the premiere was just 10 days away, and it seemed that tickets were no longer available for reservation, prompting him to devise a plan to ensure he could attend the film's debut. The subordinates gazed at their increasingly peculiar leader, hesitant to voice any inquiries for fear that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Qin Xiong promptly dialed manager Hu, harboring a flicker of anticipation that this time, manager Hu might bestow upon him a few more dried tangerine peels. After all, the previous batch had all been utilized to concoct soup, and every time a dish was infused with these peels, the boss would indulge until he could eat no more. As for Lin Lin, his antics were even more amusing. He practically yearned to savor every morsel of chicken bone. Upon receiving the call, manager Hu, realizing that when Xiao Dao was in Kyoto, transformed into the most considerate of proprietors. Allow me to deliver it personally. It was not merely a matter of monetary motivation. Rather, when Xiao Dao was a significant client, single-handedly accounting for more than half of their business. Their medicinal herbs were of exceptional quality and correspondingly expensive, leading to a limited supply. When Xiao Dao typically placed orders worth millions, usually purchasing once a month, thus depleting their inventory substantially. Now, as he sent over the dried tangerine peels, his apprentices chided him for his stinginess, questioning why he couldn't afford to send a few more. Manager, who was momentarily at a loss for words. His young apprentices, after all, were indeed inexperienced. There is a saying that one should not treat every interaction as a mere transaction. He would occasionally present a few pieces. Yet he had not noticed the change in attitude of when Xiao Dao's bodyguard. It was as if their demeanor had completely reversed. This is what one might call fishing for larger game with a long line. If one were to offer too much, it would lose its value. After all, Qin Xiong had always believed that the dried tangerine peel and manager, whose possession was limited to the single jar on the beam, completely unaware that their basement housed an entire stockpile. Now, it seemed that manager, who had gleaned some insights. Each time a customer purchased medicinal materials worth over 100,000, he would gift them a piece of dried tangerine peel. Surely, there would be a few unsuspecting patrons who would return. Chapter 169. Indeed, it was raining red from the heavens. As manager who drove his small pickup truck near the hotel, he realized that his vehicle could not pass through. He had no choice but to call Qin Xiong, who promptly arrived to collect the herbs. Although he had been working for the boss for several months, his other skills had steadily improved. However, his ability to discern medicinal materials had not advanced. Nonetheless, he trusted that manager who would not dare to deceive the boss. In the past, manager who would not engage in pleasantries, often maintaining a stern expression. Now, it was unclear what had sparked this newfound warmth in him. It must have been just a day or two before the new year. Oh, right, this is something the boss asked me to give you. Manager who was puzzled. Did they not usually conduct transactions online? Was a bank card needed today? Qin Xiong handed over an envelope, which manager who promptly opened to reveal 10 movie tickets. This was surprising for manager who had never set foot in a cinema in his life. Very well, I shall certainly show my support. After returning, manager who summoned his apprentice to investigate further. It turned out that when Xiao Dao was actually a celebrity, it was only fitting that, as their esteemed client, they should extend a modicum of respect. He planned for his apprentice to create some eye-catching banners, reminiscent of those used for grand openings. Especially since it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, everything needed to exude festivity. The apprentice, somewhat bewildered by his master's words, recalled the lovely Miss Wen. While undeniably attractive, her proficiency in toxicology suggested she was exceptionally talented. It seemed odd for her to pursue a career in stardom. Nevertheless, he dutifully retrieved his tablet and searched for the name Wen Xiaodao, but found no pertinent information. After a moment's thought, he searched for the movie instead and soon discovered its fame. Even someone like him, once a mere bookworm, had heard of the film's creators. However, he still could not locate Wen Xiaodao's name. At this point, manager Hu grew anxious. How could this be? Qin Xiong assured me of her involvement. Otherwise, they would not have gifted us tickets. Master, please do not be anxious. I never claimed that Miss Wen was absent. This film revolves around the intricacies of power, predominantly showcasing male characters. Consequently, Miss Wen's role may be limited. However, one must recognize that any actress selected for this production possesses remarkable talent. The abundance of premiere tickets signifies that Miss Wen's character is certainly not a mere supporting role. Despite manager Hu's age, his perception remained sharp. He scrutinized the small print on the screen, searching diligently, yet failing to locate Miss Wen's name, which dampened his spirits. He had even suggested creating a banner for her. Yet, with no name to reference and uncertainty surrounding her role, a solution eluded him. Ultimately, it was the apprentice who proposed a straightforward idea, crafting a banner wishing for the success of the great Xia dynasty. This would ensure no missteps, while also serving as encouragement for Miss Wen. Very well, you may proceed with this task. However, it is often the case that certain matters should not be spoken of. When left unmentioned, nothing occurs, yet once uttered, they manifest into reality. Boss, a call from Li Sijuan. Miss Wen displayed a look of exasperation. Why does Li Jing always have to involve himself in so many trivial matters? Uncle Li, the Zhou family is hosting a banquet tomorrow. You must accompany me. The tone was unmistakably one of insistence, leaving Miss Wen with no room for refusal. She found herself baffled. What business did she have with the Zhou family? Why should she attend? If you were in Jiangzhou today, I would not insist upon your presence, but since you are in Kyoto, you must join me. Are you aware that their young master is serving as an executor in Jiangzhou? I am aware of Zhou Lan, but what relevance does that have to me? What do you think? Tomorrow, I will come to fetch you. With that, the call abruptly ended, leaving Wen Xiaodao no chance to continue his argument, which greatly displeased him. How brazenly coercive. I refuse to comply. Qin Xiong observed his boss's indignant demeanor and contemplated offering a few words of solace, yet soon realized that any utterance would be futile. Nevertheless, by evening, Wen Xiaodao insisted that Qin Xiong retrieve another necklace, alongside the high-fashion gift previously set aside by Yukong. Qin Xiong refrained from exposing the fact that, when it comes to benevolent elders, his boss has always found it impossible to decline. Dutifully, he prepared everything. Boss, do you need to hire a makeup artist to come over? He inquired. When Xiaodao retorted with irritation, why would I need a makeup artist? It's already a stretch for me to go at all. It's not as if I have excess funds to squander. Wouldn't it be better to donate to Suda? Qin Xiong promptly fell silent. It was evident that the boss was in a foul mood, likely finding fault with everything around him. The following day, when Xiaodao casually gathered her hair, adorning herself with a pair of exquisite lace gloves, paired with her haute couture attire, she appeared far more captivating than the model had in the past. Once she donned the necklace, her transformation was remarkable. Qin Xiong hastily fetched a thick, fluffy coat, presenting her as a striking embodiment of opulence, akin to a rare bloom inadvertently scattered among mortals. When Xiaodao took hold of her handbag, the bamboo leaf green, now in hibernation, remained impervious to her attempts to rouse it. Yet, having grown accustomed to its constant companionship, she could not bear to leave it behind in her home in Jiangzhou, continuing to carry it wherever she went. Upon Li Jing's arrival, Ximing, tasked with ensuring Wen Xiaodao's safety, immediately relayed the news. Yan Dong. What of the invitation from the Zhou family? He inquired. Yan Dong paused briefly before rummaging through a grand box designated for invitations. Despite the amicable ties between Ninth Master and young Master Lan, the former seldom attended familial gatherings. Nonetheless, Various invitations were routinely dispatched to him. The sheer volume of invitations was overwhelming, necessitating the use of a large box for storage until they could be destroyed in bulk.
Now,
The prospect of Ninth Master attending the Zhou family banquet was indeed a rare occurrence, akin to an unexpected rain of red in the sky. Chapter 170. Defeating rumors with rumors. Upon arriving at the Zhou residence, Yan Dong immediately comprehended the reason behind the sudden appearance of the Ninth Master. As he observed the formidable presence of Wen Xiaodao, who effortlessly overshadowed everyone around him, the head of the Zhou family, initially engaged in hosting a few old friends, displayed a fleeting look of surprise upon hearing from the butler that Ming had arrived. He quickly excused himself to his guests and hastened out to greet Ming. In truth, Ming was considered his junior. It was rather unusual for an elder to welcome a younger. However, Ming possessed the remarkable ability to command respect, compelling these family heads to regard him as an equal. When Xiaodao, draped in a thick, fluffy coat, stood beside Li Jing with an expression of discontent. "Uncle Li, you cannot possibly expect me to stand here like a fool all day, can you?" Li Jing cast a nonchalant glance at Wen Xiaodao and replied, "No matter what you say, you cannot leave early today. Is this not for my own sake?" The phrase that Wen Xiaodao most detested at this moment was undoubtedly, "I am doing this for your own good. Are you not aware of your own circumstances? Yet you still choose to wade through this murky circle. Should I not take you out for a stroll? Let others see that you are under my protection. In Jiangzhou, with that scoundrel Zhou Lan backing you, here I am, a grown man, fretting like a mother, and you still seem displeased." Li Jing was not genuinely angered by Wen Xiaodao's lack of awareness. He was fully aware of the young man's capabilities. He understood that the youth often felt invincible, believing they could challenge the heavens and the earth with ease. In the past, when Xiaodao had not made a name for himself, even if he were to leap, he would only reach a modest height. With a bit of money, many issues could be easily resolved. However, the situation had changed. When Xiaodao, with a face that seemed to invite trouble, had come to the capital, and now he had even entered the entertainment industry. Although many matters had not reached Li Jing's ears, it did not mean he was oblivious to the unsavory dealings that lurked in the shadows. This was not merely about their aristocratic circle. The entertainment industry was rife with countless scoundrels. When Xiaodao was, after all, the former fiancé of his son, and old master, when had once bestowed great kindness upon him. While Wen Xiaodao could be rather foolish at times, he was nonetheless considered a younger member of their family. How could one tolerate the bullying of another? Wen Xiaodao was acutely aware of Li Jing's good intentions. Otherwise, he would not have come despite his reluctance. He simply did not wish to disappoint Li Jing's heartfelt gesture. "Later, stay by my side, and I shall introduce you to a few uncles. Should I ever be absent from the capital, you may seek their assistance." The reason for not allowing Wen Xiaodao to approach the direct descendants of the Li family was, of course, because his current value did not warrant such an introduction. There was no need for him to seek humiliation. A considerable number of individuals, both men and women, have fixated their gazes upon Wen Xiaodao. Were it not for the presence of Li Jing by her side, one might suspect that someone would have approached her for conversation by now. Wasn't Li Sijuan previously regarded as a paragon of virtue? How curious it is that he now strolls through the streets with a celebrity, seemingly oblivious to the nature of the occasion. A discerning lady of high society, unable to tolerate Wen Xiaodao's visage, made scathing remarks that were rather ambiguous, insinuating that the proximity of Wen Xiaodao to Li Jing suggested a relationship that ought to be concealed. It has been whispered that this actress, known as Wenwen, is indeed backed by influential connections, and it appears that such support comes from Li Sijuan. Alas, Li Sijuan is known for having a legitimate heir. It seems that this actress may have miscalculated her prospects. The implication here is that Li Jing's injury has rendered him incapable of siring offspring, a fact that has caused considerable discontent among those who once sought to align themselves with the Li family through marriage. Li Jing, weary of such incessant inquiries, had no choice but to publicly disclose his condition, thereby quelling the aspirations of many. There are absurd claims circulating that Wenwen was once the fiancé of Li Jing's son, who, it is said, was rescued by Wenwen's grandfather during a time of hardship, receiving financial support to study abroad. Unexpectedly, Li Jing's son ultimately formed a bond with a young lady from the Chen family, forsaking Wenwen, who now finds herself in a state of solitude. Can the Li family simply turn a blind eye to her plight? Such neglect would be unconscionable. It appears that Li Jing is inclined to offer reparation, treating her as if she were a beloved niece. Is there truth to this? Indeed, it is true. I attended the wedding of Li Jing's son, where this was explicitly stated by them. In my opinion, Li Jing is exceedingly candid. Although his son's actions are questionable, he is, without a doubt, the first to publicly confront his own child in such a manner. Human nature dictates that whenever individuals gather, they either engage in disparaging remarks about one another or indulge in idle gossip. It has been said that the actress Wen Xiaodao is not of commendable character. Yet these critics overlook the fact that if the Li family chose to remain silent, such salacious details would never see the light of day. After all, Wen Xiaodao has been compensated for her discretion. The revelations emerged not out of choice, but due to Li Zixao's evident shortcomings. The Li family, having always held a position of prominence, would have merely become the subject of ridicule had their missteps been disclosed early on, a fleeting jest that would soon be forgotten. However, concealing these errors only serves to transform them into potentially fatal vulnerabilities, waiting for the right moment to surface. Upon recognizing his son's indecisive nature, Li Jing relinquished any hopes of passing on his legacy. With the public aware of his son's inadequacies, the machinations aimed at Li Zixiao may diminish significantly. This, indeed, constitutes the sole contribution Li Jing can make as a father. Although Wen Xiaodao may not have directly overheard these conversations, she is not oblivious to the laughter directed at them. Observing the crowd's shifting glances and bursts of laughter, she found herself at a loss for words. "Uncle Li, do you truly not care about the mockery?" she inquired. Some troubles can be effortlessly alleviated with a mere jest, reaping substantial rewards in the process. Chapter 171. In the future, should you require assistance, seek out your uncle. He is reliable. Wen Xiaodao. Well, indeed, she underestimated Li Jing. This man, able to decisively offer half of his worth despite her blatant demands, harbors no thoughts of retaliation. Can such a man possess a narrow vision?
Call me.
Allow me to introduce you to him. Henceforth, you should minimize interactions with those gossips, lest you become a fool yourself. Wen Xiaodao, slightly chastened, refrains from retorting. Among the affluent women in this circle, who among them has humble origins? Which of them has not benefited from a well-established family education? Yet, why have they devolved into their current state? It is primarily because most abandon their independence upon marriage, revolving solely around their husbands and children. When one ceases to engage their intellect, they risk becoming foolish. Moreover, entangled in daily intrigues with various women, many have likely forgotten the lessons learned in their parental homes. Upon entering the inner courtyard with Li Jing, the temperature seemed to rise suddenly. Wen Xiaodao removed her plush coat, and immediately a servant came forth to take it away. The haute couture she wore was exquisitely beautiful, elegantly enveloping her figure, and exuding an air of dignity. Li Sijuan, it has been quite a while. This is Wenwen. This is the second master of the Wang family. You may simply address him as second master when you are with Zixiao. Then he turned to Wang Eryi. This is my unworthy son who owes his former fiancée Yi, and she is also my niece. So she is indeed my niece. From now on, you may call me second uncle just like Zixiao does. There's no need for Eryi, which is what outsiders call me. If my niece encounters any troubles in the capital, she can come to find her second uncle. I still have some influence. Wen Xiaodao thought to herself, if she truly believes that, she must be a fool. Nevertheless, she smiled and replied, "Thank you, second uncle. My niece is quite straightforward. I do appreciate such candid young ladies." Wen Xiaodao fell silent with a gentle smile. It was only after Li Jing exchanged a few more words with Wang Er that he said, "All right, let us have a more thorough conversation later. For now, I shall take Wenwen to meet a few more people." As they were leaving, Li Jing suddenly inquired, "What do you think of Wang Er?" Though he appears warm-hearted, the coldness in his eyes is almost palpable. I dare say, if you were to encounter misfortune, he would be the first to stab you in the back. Seeing that Wen Xiaodao was not fooled by Wang Er's hypocritical facade, Li Jing felt satisfied while simultaneously criticizing Li Zixiao in his heart. His foolish son once believed that Wang Er was a good man, Wen Xiaodao was completely unaware that every time she performed exceptionally well, Li Zixiao would be dragged out by Li Jing for a reprimand. Big head. Crazily, what brings you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't come? The man, known as Big Head, gazed at Wen Xiaodao, who stood beside Li Jing, his eyes widening in astonishment, particularly given his naturally thick eyebrows and large eyes. This only accentuated their size. This is my foolish son's former wife. No, rather, his former fiancée, a fiancée he had never even met before being jilted. What former wife? It sounds as though she shares some connection with Li Zixiao. Were it anyone else, Wen Xiaodao would have certainly refrained from interjecting. However, observing the tone and demeanor between the two, she was convinced of their close relationship. Thus she felt no need to feign anything. So, this is the girl who extorted half of your fortune, huh? Dado's interest was instantly piqued. As for Li, the madman, he was notoriously clever among their group, and it was always others who found themselves at a disadvantage. It was rare to hear of Li suffering losses. The others frequently reminded their little ones to prepare for their old age by entering a nursing home, and at that time, Li would join them, with the little ones obligated to care for him as well. Yet, no one anticipated that Li had actually sown seeds outside. Before they could revel in the news, they heard that Li's son was nothing short of a fool. They felt a pang of sympathy for Li and were about to offer words of comfort when they realized that Li, having been extorted of half his fortune, was not angry at all. Instead, he expressed deep regret for missing out on such a wonderful daughter-in-law. To have someone as astute as Li praise her as a good daughter-in-law was indeed astonishing. Now, seeing her in person, Dado wished he possessed X-ray vision to scan every aspect of Wen Xiaodao. Just by observing how she dared to interject and showed no fear of him, he felt that this girl was indeed capable. She was certainly bold enough to extort Li, which he found commendable. In the future, if anything arose, they could seek her out. She would be useful. Wen Xiaodao also appreciated this seemingly rough but genuinely kind uncle. Thank you, uncle. After being somewhat neglected, Li Jing finally spoke up. I recall that this girl has entered the entertainment industry, and your eldest daughter-in-law's brother is also in that field, correct? Please keep a closer eye on my girl.
Huh?
My dear, what on earth are you doing running off to that chaotic place? Is it because you lack funds? Surely, the value of Li's madness isn't that meager. I stumbled in by chance. I never intended to immerse myself in this circle. Well, that's good to hear. However, if you truly enjoy it, that's fine too. When the time comes, your uncle will ensure your protection, allowing you to navigate freely. Do you really think I'm a crab? Ha ha ha, now I understand why Li feels regret. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. You should come to my family's banquet one day. It's settled then. Let us go. I'll introduce you to some people. Li Jing was momentarily speechless. He was still present yet had become the guest in his own home. Go on with your business, I'll take this girl with me.
Subsequently,
Wen Xiaodao became acquainted with several individuals possessing a temperament akin to that of Uncle De Tu, all of whom expressed their desire to look after her and invited her to visit. This left Wen Xiaodao feeling somewhat overwhelmed, while she was not intimidated by social gatherings. Her purse seemed to be signaling a warning. Chapter 172. No Respect. Part 3. After a leisurely stroll, Wen Xiaodao finally found a place to sit. Although Li Jing had brought her along to broaden her horizons and subtly showcase that she had someone backing her, his objective had been achieved. He could not remain by her side throughout the event, as he had his own social obligations to attend to. Before departing, he repeatedly cautioned Wen Xiaodao not to wander aimlessly. Above all, if anyone approached her or attempted to bully her, she was to refrain from enduring it silently. No sooner had Wen Xiaodao settled down than she became the target of those who had been eyeing her for quite some time. Before long, a man approached her, wine glass in hand. His gaze lingered on her exquisite features, which appeared even more alluring up close, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Might Miss Wen consider sharing a drink with me? Wen Xiaodao observed the man before her, his face adorned with an abundance of charm. Yet the dark circles under his eyes betrayed a life of indulgence that even makeup could not disguise. His overall demeanor revealed his excessive indulgence, leaving Wen Xiaodao with no inclination to entertain him. The man, having approached her personally, expected at least a semblance of courtesy from her. After all, What harm could it do to make a friend, especially with Li Jing's protection? However, upon hearing Wen Xiaodao's unequivocal rejection, his expression soured immediately. He had previously wagered with others that he could coax the true nature of this woman, who had suddenly infiltrated the upper echelons of society, to reveal itself. How dare you refuse me? You are showing me no respect.
What can you do about it?
This is the Zhou family's domain. Do you think you can strike me? As for venturing outside, I have Uncle Li to shield me, along with several other uncles. Dare you lay a finger on me? In the past, Li Jing was capable of directly escorting individuals away from Yan Qianya's estate, snatching her from the clutches of the Feng family. Who would dare to oppose someone who is evidently ineffectual?
What ist?
When Xiaodao raised her chin defiantly, expressing her disdain, keep your distance from me. The man was immediately intimidated by the aura emanating from Wen Xiaodao, his heart sinking. At that moment, the outcome seemed inconsequential. He sensed that Wen Xiaodao was far from the fragile vase they had presumed her to be. Very well, just you wait, he declared. But such threats were akin to mere gas, as even without Li Jing, Wen Xiaodao could effortlessly bring him down. The first to charge forward met with failure, and now, at least a portion of the young scions were hesitant to approach. Those who dared to advance were merely attempting to leverage their status to entice Wen Xiaodao into a misstep. After all, should Wen Xiaodao choose to demean herself, what could Li Jing do against them? At present, Wen Xiaodao evidently holds a disdainful attitude towards them, and they truly do not dare to take any action against her here, not even raising their voices. Wen Xiaodao reflects on the fact that she had previously asked Zhou Lan to provide the Huandu family with an invitation, yet today, it appears that none of the Huandu family members are present. After resting for a while, she rises, intending to investigate the matter. It is not that her compassionate heart is overflowing. After all, she had benefited from the Duchess of Carleal. Previously, she may have overlooked their absence, but now, with the Huandu family members so close at hand, how could she not take a look? After a brief search, she finds no sign of them, prompting her to inquire of a servant. Have the Huandu family members arrived today? Those who serve at such gatherings undoubtedly possess exceptional skills, which raises her concerns. Following the servant to a certain location, Wen Xiaodao does not immediately enter. It is clear that those personally received by the matriarch of the family must have no significant issues. She muses that, as the head of a family, the matriarch must surely possess the capability to manage the situation. Otherwise, the family would be in disarray. As long as nothing untoward happens with the Huandu family, everything should be fine. Wen Xiaodao then retreats to a nearby pavilion to sit, ensuring that she merely needs to confirm their safety. Just as she settles down, she hears footsteps approaching and turns to discover it is Siming. What brings you here? She inquires. I observed you approaching, which prompted me to follow and see what you were up to. Please do not tell me you merely sought a place to sit. Initially, I intended to visit the household of Huandu, yet upon reflection, I deemed it inappropriate and decided to wait here instead. If something were indeed to transpire, I could at least keep an eye on things. Siming slightly furrowed his brow, sensing that Wen Xiaodao was overly preoccupied with the Huandu family. However, recalling the items that Duchess Carlyle had bestowed upon Wen Xiaodao, he began to comprehend that she was someone who thrived on gentleness rather than coercion. The discomfort he felt within him dissipated. Rest assured, the matriarch of the Zhou family, although somewhat indulgent towards her children, is a competent mistress of the household and would not create disturbances during such a significant family gathering. Siming chose not to dwell on Wen Xiaodao's lack of trust in him. By the way, if someone has been poisoned for several years and cannot be cured, with even the holy maiden of the White Tongue clan at a loss, do you possess a solution? Wen Xiaodao could not help but roll her eyes. Do you take me for a deity? Just from your description, would you have me concoct an antidote? Even if you cannot present the patient to me, at the very least provide me with a sample of their toxic blood. Siming pondered. What must I do to alleviate this girl's wariness towards me? It was merely a casual inquiry, yet her reaction was so intense. This matter could potentially pertain to the life of someone in Jiangnan and the truth behind the tragic demise of several innocents. Siming suspected that the mysterious figure was responsible for the deaths of many, likely linked to the poisoning of Feng Ting. What remained uncertain was whether those individuals had deliberately misled the Feng family, prompting Ashina to act against Jiangnan, or if Feng Ting had been coerced into becoming a pawn in their scheme to obtain the antidote. The key to unraveling this enigma lay in resolving Feng Ting's affliction, which would clarify the unfolding events. Chapter 173, New Year Gift, Additional Update, when Xiaodao casually twirled a strand of hair, expressing her dissatisfaction. I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to deceive me. At that moment, Ximing retrieved a box from the pocket of his overcoat and presented it to her. Here, a New Year gift for you. Although the new year had yet to arrive, Ximing was eager to offer gifts, raising Wen Xiaodao's suspicions, yet her curiosity was piqued regarding the nature of this gift. After contemplating, she ultimately decided to accept the box and open it, reasoning that it was worth a glance. Upon unveiling the contents, she discovered an exquisitely crafted white jade bracelet. Even for someone like Wen Xiaodao, who held little interest in jewelry, this bracelet appeared remarkably beautiful. Don't tell me you think this bracelet alone can win me over. I assure you it cannot. I am quite principled, she declared. Ximing then picked up the bracelet, gently took Wen Xiaodao's hand, and adorned her wrist with it. After inspecting it from various angles and feeling satisfied, he remarked, "You're overthinking it. I merely believe it suits you." Wen Xiaodao likely did not anticipate that the decorative glove she donned today, remarkably smooth to the touch, inadvertently assisted Ximing in slipping the jade bracelet onto her wrist. This sensation left her with an odd impression, as if she had unwittingly ensnared herself. She felt that, upon wearing this jade bracelet, the boundaries between herself and the man before her had become somewhat blurred. Not far away, the vigilant Yandong, observing that the esteemed ninth master personally adorned Wen Xiaodao with the white jade bracelet left by his wife, could not help but feel astonished despite having previously surmised something. It appeared that the ninth master was truly sincere. "This bracelet suits you well. Henceforth, wear it," he remarked. Wen Xiaodao responded, "However, it is still unwise for you to become too closely entwined with the Huan family. Their troubles have yet to be fully resolved. I shall have Yandong keep a watchful eye on the situation and manage any forthcoming matters. If the Huan family were to benefit from Ximing's protection, it would certainly be more advantageous than her own guardianship, even more legitimate, and undoubtedly, no one would dare utter any idle gossip. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Should any further matters arise, do not hesitate to summon me," she concluded, departing without a trace of reluctance. Leaving Ximing alone in the pavilion with an empty box, Ximing could not help but chuckle. Previously, others had eagerly pursued him, and he had paid them no mind. Now, it was his turn to pursue someone who remained indifferent. Could this be what they refer to as the Wheel of Fortune turning? Ninth Master. I am acutely aware of my intentions. Concerning the matters of the Huan family, I urge you to pay closer attention. Furthermore, please convey a message to the Feng family. If they wish for Feng Ting's recovery, they must procure a sample of his toxic blood. Yandong observed Ninth Master, who appeared resolutely intent on his course, and could only sigh quietly within. He pondered how Ninth Master, seemingly well, had so suddenly succumbed to such an entanglement, spiraling out of control. Could it be that an old man's emotions, when stirred, burn more fiercely than a house ablaze? However, Yandong dared not speak further, fearing he might be exiled to the frontier by Ninth Master, a fate he could hardly endure. As he awaited Ximing to tidy up the empty spaces on the table and place them into his pocket, it was evident that his mood was quite buoyant. Yandong instructed his companions to keep an eye on the Huan family and hastily followed suit. "Hello. Are you called Wenwen?" A well-dressed young lady approached Wen Xiaodao, holding a glass of champagne. Her smile was extraordinarily warm, yet the arrogance in her eyes was inadequately concealed. Wen Xiaodao could surmise the thoughts swirling in the woman's mind. After all, it was rather unbecoming for a woman of high status to approach a nameless, lowly actress for a chat. When one offers unsolicited kindness, it is often for ulterior motives. "Indeed. May I inquire who you are?" "My surname is Qi, and I am a jewelry designer. I noticed the antique jewelry adorning your neck possesses considerable collectible value. I wonder if Miss Wen might be willing to part with it." This woman, upon introduction, merely revealed her surname, clearly deeming Miss Wen unworthy of knowing her identity. If her intention were merely to extend a greeting, such behavior might not be deemed excessively rude. However, her disdain for Miss Wen was evident, as she directly inquired about the necklace around Miss Wen's neck. Miss Wen could not help but chuckle. An antique necklace treasured by the Duchess of Carlisle could hardly be an ordinary piece. Miss Chi might be disappointed, for this necklace was a gift from my elder, and I am not in need of money. Therefore, it is not for sale, nor will it be lent out. Chi Liangyu's expression darkened instantly, clearly believing Miss Wen to be somewhat ungrateful. Miss, I believe such antique jewelry holds immense collectible value and is not suited for everyday wear. I can offer you more precious jewelry in exchange. Why does Miss Wen dislike attending soirees? It is primarily because such gatherings often feature individuals with an inflated sense of self-worth who tend to monopolize conversations, much like the person before her. Was her previous refusal not sufficiently clear? Yet, this individual seemed oblivious, even embellishing her own narrative. Is she truly in need of money? Is she suggesting an exchange for more valuable jewels? When she is foolish, Miss Chi indeed possesses considerable wealth.
Yet,
I am inherently someone who is not well versed in the intricacies of human relationships. I refuse to compromise my own principles to appease others. Allow me to reiterate, I cherish this necklace of mine immensely. Even if offered another that is tenfold its value, my affection would remain unchanged. As she spoke, Wen Xiaodao deliberately lifted her wine glass. Any person with a modicum of etiquette would recognize this as a clear signal to take their leave. As for the jade bracelet, Wen Xiaodao was growing increasingly irritated and bluntly remarked, "It is a token of love from my man," implying that further discussion was unwelcome. Qi Liangyu, despite her dissatisfaction and undeniable desire for the bracelet, understood that since it was a gift from Wen Xiaodao's partner, to ask for it would be utterly shameless. Wen Xiaodao took a sip from her glass, and Qi Liangyu, suppressing her anger, ultimately stated, "What I said earlier remains valid. I hope Miss Wen will give it serious consideration." Chapter 174. I may have attracted unwanted attention as Qi Liangyu turned to leave. Wen Xiaodao felt an urge to remove the jade bracelet. However, she suddenly remembered that the box in which it was kept was not at hand, making it inconvenient to take it off. Consequently, she reluctantly left it on her wrist. At that moment, Ximing had already departed from the Zhou family estate. The time he managed to spare today was a precious commodity, and he inquired with curiosity, "Whose favor have you won that has resulted in being gifted such a valuable jade bracelet?" As for why it never occurred to her that it was a man who gifted it, it might be attributed to the nature of such an occasion, where no respectable gentleman would carry a lady's bracelet. Moreover, Wen Xiaodao had accepted the gift, a gesture from a friend. While Wen Xiaodao is honest, she is not inclined to elaborate on her personal affairs. Li Jing immediately grasped the implied meaning behind her words. Yet his curiosity lingered. How could Wen Xiaodao have friends in such a setting? Were there truly any oblivious individuals present? Indeed, there were. How could there not be? Although the Zhou family's banquet was undoubtedly upscale, wherever there are people, there are bound to be fools. However, rest assured, I can handle those imbeciles. Regarding the enigmatic Miss Chi, who inexplicably approached to demand her necklace, Wen Xiaodao chose not to disclose this incident. If even a trivial matter were to reach Li Jing, it would be problematic. As long as you do not provoke others, standing your ground in Kyoto, there is no way for anyone to unjustly accuse you. The banquet at the Zhou family, in stark contrast to the previous royal gatherings in Y Continent, was indeed quite dull. Only a handful of fools dared to stand out, while the rest, even out of courtesy to Li Jing, wore forced smiles that barely concealed their disdain. Throughout the entire event, Wen Xiaodao did not encounter any members of the Huan family. In the past, she might have harbored some concerns, but with Ximing's reassurance, she left without a worry. After the banquet concluded, Huan Duling and Huan Duxiang felt utterly exhausted, yet they began to realize that Wen Xiaodao possessed considerable abilities. The invitations she procured were personally issued by Zhou Lan. It seemed that the ladies of the Zhou family, perhaps due to Zhou Lan's influence, treated them with extraordinary kindness, keeping them close and allowing them opportunities to engage with the women of other prominent families. Although their activities were limited to arranging flowers and sampling perfumes and fine wines, they performed admirably, having undergone special training under their aunt. Today, those noble ladies recognized that they were no mere empty vessels, and it was likely that many would extend invitations to them in the future, indicating that they had managed to establish a foothold. Once in the car, Huan Duxiang felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Previously, she had envied those esteemed young ladies, but now she understood the demands of such a role. A smile must be perfectly timed, words must be impeccably chosen, and even in the face of grievances, tears must be suppressed, all while maintaining a facade of cheerfulness. Had it not been for the thought that this post was meticulously crafted by Wen Xiaodao, Huan Duxiang would have found it increasingly difficult to persevere.
Fortunately,
The outcome of the day was not unsatisfactory. The following day, indeed, other ladies sent invitations, hoping they would attend the banquet. Wen Zhong, upon seeing the few invitations in his possession, experienced a flicker of complexity in his gaze. Previously, the young mistresses had attended numerous banquets. Yet due to the absence of individuals of high status accompanying them, they were deprived of the opportunity to demonstrate that they were anything but frivolous. This circle operates on a hierarchy of disdain. Even though their status could be considered on par with certain individuals, they were regarded as upstarts, leading to widespread prejudice against their presence in esteemed gatherings. Now, however, they had finally proven themselves, showcasing their refined manners and upbringing, allowing the members of that society to gradually accept them. What had previously required countless favors and substantial wealth to achieve, Wen Xiaodao accomplished with mere invitations. Even Wen Zhong, a staunch loyalist to Huan Duling, could no longer voice any suspicions regarding Wen Xiaodao's intentions. He now found himself regretting not having thoroughly investigated Wen Xiaodao's boundaries earlier. Had he known, he should have sought to win her over first. Having Wen Xiaodao in the service of the young mistress would have been ideal. Alas, now that the facade had been torn, even though he still perceived Wen Xiaodao as dubious, he felt a twinge of caution that prevented him from acting rashly.
subsequently,
Wen Xiaodao attended several banquets. By now, it seemed that everyone in this circle was aware that, although her status was somewhat humble, she was under the protection of several powerful military officials, and thus, no one dared to provoke her. With her objective achieved, Li Jing ceased to pressure Wen Xiaodao into attending further gatherings, as he began to manage matters concerning the Li family, leaving him little time to monitor her activities. After Yan Dong relayed the message to the Feng family, the family had pondered for quite some time before ultimately deciding to send Feng Zhao and Feng Ting with the blood. When Wen Xiaodao received the blood, it was already night. Initially, she had not taken the matter to heart, but upon detecting that nauseating yet somewhat familiar scent, her expression inevitably shifted. Yan Dong had witnessed Wen Xiaodao handle the situation with the Joey and the 100-Day Red, so he recognized her capabilities. Now, seeing her change in demeanor, he felt a sudden jolt of concern. Could this be serious? I have a question for you, Yan Dong said immediately, with utmost respect. Miss Wen, please proceed. Does the owner of this blood belong to your faction? No, but I can inform you that this individual's status is significant and not much lesser than that of Joey. Wen Xiaodao had always been reluctant to involve herself in the affairs of these aristocratic families, and Ximing was well aware of this. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared she could no longer remain detached. With a resigned tone, Wen Xiaodao stated, "By the time you obtain this blood, I may have already become a target."